5, 4, 3, 2.
With the intelligence, she's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for turn.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
fighting through another turn. And the Palafin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Maestro wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Stuttgart Regional Championships in the video game. We are here this weekend with nearly 500 competitors that will be playing for their chance, for their right to be crowned the Stuttgart Regional Championships and catapult their way through the rest of the season. My name's Ben Kiriakou and I'm joined here by
Jamie Boyts.
Kostadai Dimos.
And Charlie Merriman.
It is wonderful to be sitting here ready to go for this regional championships. And before we get into all of the action, let's have a little bit of a quick what we're looking forward to this weekend. Jamie, what are you excited for most?
I think that this has been a fantastic format in Regulation E, and this is, of course, the final one that we have here in Europe. It's been a fantastic few tournaments that we've had in this format, and I'm expecting to close out with a bang.
I mean, I couldn't have put it any better. I think the fact that we are coming to a close with Regulation Set E, it's sort of a bit sad, in my opinion, because I have really enjoyed the competition. I think there's been a lot of room for innovation when it comes to the meta, and we've been given enough time to allow that to actually settle in.
I was just about to say that, Costa. You took my point right out of my mouth. But what's really nice about this is that, yeah, we're so used to this metagame now that trainers can really bring their A game. It comes down to playing as well as you possibly can. There's less room for surprises, and that means you've really got to be on top of your game. But like you, also very excited for the things that could surprise us this weekend.
Well, what won't surprise us is the amount of championship points that are on offer for this weekend. We are quite a way into the season now. We've had regionals all across the globe, and players have been really going for getting those all-important points. And the tournaments that we're going to be going through are on the screen here for the rest of the season. Jamie, take us through it.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had 3 of our European regionals so far. Of course, the Latin American International Championships as well. We've already been able to get 3 regional champions, 3 Pokemon trainers who have already secured their invite. And at this point, because we've got quite a few tournaments in so far, there would have been a few people who have reached that threshold as well. Some people here in Stuttgart may be able to achieve that. We will get at least one person who's going to be winning it all. And then we will continue onwards into the other tournaments that we're going to have with the Regulation F format onwards.
Yeah, Liverpool, Dortmund, Utrecht, London for European internationals, Stockholm and New Orleans, in fact, in the North American region, culminating in Honolulu for the World Championship points. And I alluded to it earlier, all of these championship points on display. We're going to have a look at what is on offer for these trainers here. Costa, take us through it.
Yeah, exactly. I think we could see the divide based off of the regions. Of course, each region does have the respective amounts of championship points on offer. There is going to be the 500 as the baseline of US and Canada, but here in the European region, we do have 400 for the Masters division, 300 both for senior and junior. So a lot of points up for grabs, a lot of potential for the one person that will be crowned champion to be able to get that automatic qualification straight into the World Championships later on this season in Honolulu. But escorted with that, I believe there are some prizes as well.
There certainly are some prizes up for grabs here. The championship points that you mentioned, Costa, and went through with us will be all important for all of these trainers. Winning definitely takes a lot of pressure off your season. You definitely don't need to, go for those 400 points. You're already on your way to Honolulu. But of course, it's not just championship points that are up for grabs this weekend. We also have a great deal of prize money for these trainers to potentially be earning. Charlie, take us through it.
If you're one of the many people who's ever wished to have 72 booster packs all at once, then why not just win or come second here in Stuttgart? And you can also get a hefty amount of prize money to your name as well. Now, I imagine that most of the trainers here, that world's invite and those championship points, that is why they're here. This is the game that means so much to them. But, you know, when you have perks like these on the line as well, why not see what you can achieve?
Absolutely. It's all to play for here. And that, of course, helps with the travel to other regions to play in other events. Get yourself to the World Championships as well, especially if you're well up there in the positions. You're very likely to be getting your way to Honolulu for the World Championships. And certainly that's what all of our players are going to be going for this weekend and for the rest of the season. But of course, one of the great things about this season and about all of the events that we have, both in the local scenes, the regionals, the internationals that we have all across the season, is there's so many opportunities to see what players are bringing. And very recently, we had the Gdansk Regional Championships, which was a great showcase of the optimizations and, you know, how the metagame has been developing over Regulation Set E that, Costa, you mentioned earlier. And of course, two trainers that made their way all the way to the finals, really showing the consistency of this event. It's Oliver Eskelin, who was your champion in the Gdansk Regional Championships, versus Simone Sanvito in the finals.
Yes, Simone getting so close to that double, able to win back in Lille, the Lille Regional Championship, but only the runner-up here in Gdansk, which is still a fantastic achievement, and still with the same team as well.
Yeah, I mean, being able to have that consistency, I think Simone has mentioned time and time again in his interviews, of course, where he just wants to go straight forwards. You know, like if you see a Pokemon that you know that you can pick up a KO, or there's a chance where, you know, what you need to accomplish is a Rock Slide flinch, then he will go straight for that. And most often than not, he will actually succeed in that endeavor. So really, really a good sort of mentality of a trainer of the top echelon sort of quality.
Yeah, give him a flinch and he'll take a mile. That is Simone Sanvito all over. And you can take a look at those teams. Those of you with the ability Keen Eye amongst you will have noticed that there's only one Pokemon different there. It's Golden Go and Chien Pao. So really interesting to see as we take a look at these top 8, the similarities. And this is what you and I were saying, Costa, about how settled we are in this metagame now. You know, trainers have decided on the really useful and strong cores. But, you know, when that happens, then trainers will try and counter those cores. And if we look down the rest of those top 8s, plenty of other Pokemon on display.
For me, it's the Sinistcha that really is the standout in that lineup. Tom Winter piloting it to top 4, as well as the Volcarona as well. It was really great to see him able to have such a breakout performance in Gdansk Regional Championships. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what he does for the rest of the season.
I think for me, it would be the Salamence coming out from Eric Rios. That is a very good anti-meta pick into what is some of the most common Pokemon. The Rillaboom's and Rapid Strike Urshifu's can do absolutely nothing to the Salamence. It's quad resisting the grass. You give it the Rocky Helmet, like we can see that Eric did, and then suddenly Urshifu is almost taking half of its health just by attacking that Salamence. So it was a really, really nice showing there from Eric.
And I think from my side, it's going to have to be the Brambleghast. I'm sorry. I mean, it's a bit of a...
apologize.
No, I think I have to.
It's a cool Pokemon.
It is a very cool Pokemon. I actually remember when the new games had just come out this time last year, Ben, where we were talking about the potential of Brambleghast and whether we could actually see it in competitive play. So being able to see it come along 1 year later to actually hit those top cut heights is just really incredible, and it's well placed in a meta that really does depend a lot on wind type moves.
You heard it here first, trainers. Allegedly, we were on Brambleghast first, but not quite able to make it to the top tables with it, unfortunately for us. But great to see it there. Charlie?
Well, I'm looking at this top 8. I'm remarking actually on how many Ogerpon there are. It's a Pokemon that was doing well in the early days of Regulation Set E, but then tended to drop off as trainers focused on the Pokemon that were actually available to them in Regulation Set D. But casting our eye down this list here, we've got 3 Ogerpon with Wellspring masks and 2 with the Hearthflame mask. So that's a really good showing and a good sort of showcase of the Pokemon available in Regulation Set E.
Not your favorite, Charlie, the Cornerstone mask there. Unfortunately, not making it.
Yeah, well, use it in the right way and it can do well.
Absolutely. And boy, you know, you are
of course,
the teal
the
mask.
teal mask. I think I am probably the main rep for the teal mask at this point. It is still absolutely viable, but clearly it's going to be the Wellspring, the Hearthflame that are going to be taking the crown for the best Ogerpon.
Wait a second, it's viable? I didn't realize Teal Mask was viable, Jamie.
Well, it is Costa. If you've been watching the Toronto Regional Championships, you would have seen Jamie Boyce getting top 4. What a performance as well. Congratulations, of course, Jamie, for that. But of course, yeah, you know, we have been talking about how much of a stable metagame that we have right now, but there are those sort of niche picks that have been coming out, and something that we did want to talk about, certainly, and Charlie was talking with us about before this we came live for the last sort of week or so, was how much experimentation has been going on as well in the Regulation Set E. It's not just stable, there is things going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Regulation Set E for experimentation. Now, we just saw in that top 8, Sinistra, Volcarona, etc. And that was just Gdansk. We also had the Brisbane Regional Championships last weekend. And if you take a look down that top 8, you're seeing Glimora, you're seeing Clefable. It's really, really exciting. And again, these are just the top 8 players who have done fantastically well, bringing more niche Pokemon, such as a trainer who's sitting just 2 people to my right on this very couch here, coming at 9th in Gdansk. Yeah, not back there, yeah, just there, Costa. Yeah. So I still think it's such an exciting time in the metagame. And as we approach the end game, Regulation Set E for end game as well, I think players will, you know, give a last hurrah and think, listen, this is my last chance in this rule set. Try and make an impact. Let's have fun. Let's see if I can make my favorites work, like Karen of the Elite Four said.
I do actually want to call out Hisuian Gudra making top 16.
Yeah.
That was something I actually wasn't expecting, but it may actually have a place in the meta.
Yeah, it could well do. A bit like Komodo winning the Sacramento Regional Championships, going, you know, a bulky Pokemon, if you get it the chance to set up, then, yeah, it can really clean up games. So, who knows?
And another Pokemon that gets set up and cleans things up, Costa, is that Dondozo.
Oh, Dondozo! Wait, where is it? I guess that touches on the point. Is it shored up? Is it not? I mean, obviously, we've seen such a prevalent Pokemon, both with the strategy of having Tatsugiri, with the Commander ability, getting the Omni boost +2 across the board. We've actually seen Alex Gomez do very well, win, of course, or actually placed quite high at LAIC only several weeks ago with Unaware Dondozo without a Tatsugiri. So there are different sets that can be run, both Oblivious and is still in contention, but they tends to actually be run more so on Tatsugiri, because if you're just going to do solo Dozo, it's probably just going to be Unaware, so you could ignore stuff, put stuff to sleep with Yawn, leftovers, recovery, you name it. It's just such a bulky Pokemon.
It definitely is one of those Pokemon that's really hard to remove, and one of the ways, especially when it gets set up, is to get that Tailwind up, Jamie. And, you know, I know that you've had some real opinions about which Tailwind setter is going to be the best one to go for.
I mean, I'm going to be quite heavily biased here, but basically the 2 main choices are Tornadus, which we've seen across the format so far, win multiple regionals at this point, but Roaring Moon. Roaring Moon absolutely is a viable Tailwind setter.
Surprise, surprise.
It's got some great things that Tornadus doesn't have going for it. Yes, you've got the Prankster Tailwind going, but you're outspeeding pretty much everything anyway if you've got your booster energy going. And it's got great support in breaking swipe. So many physical attackers in the format. Tornadus isn't going to be able to do that unless you're going for like a chilling water kind of thing. Breaking swipe gets both of them. And knockoff also, great utility, getting rid of all the items. Tornadus gets that prankster. Bleakwind Storm is a very strong move. A little bit inconsistent though, so...
Can be a little bit inconsistent, and certainly when you want it to be able to hit, sometimes you've got to kind of cross your fingers and really hope that it goes through.
Sorry, is this Jamie flying the flag for an off-meta pick? For once. I mean, who'd have thought it?
Who could have thought?
Absolutely unbelievable.
Well, I guess at this point, it is pretty much meta, though, right? So you're going against your own...
Somehow it's made its way into the meta.
Some could say Boyd influenced the meta.
Boyd did indeed influence.
Yeah. I'm not saying anything. These guys
No, listen. To be fair, Paul Chua had won EUIC earlier on last season with the Roaring Moon. But yeah, I guess that was a different regulation.
Yeah, that was the Dragon Dance acrobatics.
That was.
Totally
Don't get them started. And break it up.
We are going to have to break it up, unfortunately. But backstage, you know, traders at home, that we're going to be having this discussion. For me, though, the thing that's really been very clear right from the start for me, and I'm glad to see that it coming to fruition, is that Urshifu Rapid Strike. 3 strikes, you're out. Sometimes 1 strike, you're out in the case of its pairing versus Hisui and Arcanine. But that ability with its Unseen Fist to be able to break through, protect, and really lock out endgames that otherwise would be like, hey, maybe that Pokemon protects, maybe it doesn't. Do I target into it? Do I not target into it? Like you were talking about with Simone Costa. Yep. You just got to go for it, and usually that can really pay off for you. So it's a Pokemon that I've always had my eye on in regulation set, all of them since it's been introduced. But one definitely to watch out for. Of course, if you're going to be watching along with us this weekend, there is going to be so much Pokemon action. We'll see if what we are going to be looking at this weekend and our predictions for what Pokemon are going to be coming up will be true. So, Jamie, kick us off with yours.
Yeah, I've already mentioned Roaring Moon. I'm a strong believer
we'll
in Roaring
skip
Moon.
over that one, Jamie.
I'll even take the Dragon Dance set. That's fine as well. But like I mentioned with Eric Rios, I think that Salamence, apparently Costa agrees with me on this one, is a very good anti-meta pick. We're mentioning, like Charlie was saying. And so we didn't get to the Galarian Articuno, which I think is one of the best anti-meta picks there is going in Regulation E, squeaking into that 9th place, unfortunately.
What usage did it have, actually?
What usage? I think I was the only one. But that tends to be the case with my kind of anti-meta picks. Like Ogerpon, I've gone for the Wellspring. Sorry, Teal Mask. But yeah, Galarian Articuno for sure for me.
Yeah, I mean, I've already flagged that Hisui and Gudra having a lot of good potential with its Shalama ability. You're able to essentially counteract the rise of the 1, 2, 3 strikes of Urshifu there. It does have the option of always going for that Fairy Terrestrialization. I think Yuki Zaninovich in Brisbane Regionals did reach top 16 with it. Did actually have a very interesting team with Grimmsnarl screen support, which already makes this Pokemon such a threat. But I have to call out Heatran. It's just such a good Pokemon. Bramblegast, yeah, I mean, it's in the wind with that one.
Well, if you take a look down mine, yes, I also have that Bramblegast there. I've really been focusing on how to counter Urshifu. So, Rillaboom in number 1, priority Grassy Glides, of course, going for Fake Out as well. And in terms of a Heatran, can go for a high horsepower, knockoff, good coverage. Bramblegast, as you said, Costa, immunity to wind attacks. That's huge, a really good anti-meta pick, been rising since the Latin American International Championships. Gastrodon, Storm Drain ability, of course, just draining away all those water-type moves from Urshifu. I've gone with the pink West C1. I'm afraid of incurring the wrath of Luaxshosh Chromie, but, you know, I think we need to give a little bit of representation to that as well.
Yeah, I mean, it is the correct Gastrodon, though, right?
Well, I don't know.
You know, maybe.
Wait, Lou's not here.
Are we blue on this side and pink on this side? Because blue is absolutely correct.
The final pick I had there was that Wheezing, and I'm surprised I haven't seen more of it in Regulation Set E with Neutralizing Gas. Hard to master that technique, but if you can do it, can pay dividends.
Maybe this weekend is the weekend we will have to see Pokemon trainers. If you're following us at home, do make sure you keep an eye on the channels with that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Let us know what you think through the day of all of the absolutely wonderful matches that we're going to be happening across this weekend. Of course, /Pokemon for YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram as well. And we can't go away without saying please do follow the channels as well, /YouTube, /Pokemon, in fact, on YouTube and Twitch. Keep an eye on us throughout the season. More events coming up every single time, and they are going to be full of trainers showing what they are made of in this wonderful game that we play. In the meantime, though, we've already talked a little bit about the Gdansk Regional Championships, and that is a really great interpretation of where we are in the metagame. Certainly a lot of players will have been looking at it from the going into the Stuttgart Regional Championships. It's definitely one that all of our players are going to be kind of really honing their teams based on, as well as the Brisbane Regional Championships. So why don't we take a moment here to maybe take a little bit of a recap at the Gdansk Regional Championships and, take a little bit of a deeper dive into what happened back then.
Let's give all of our VG finalists and champions another big round of applause.
After Europe's triumph in the Latin America International Championships across all 3 age divisions, we returned to home soil where a blizzard was brewing in Gdansk for the 2024 EU Regional Championships. Iron Hands took the lead in the day 1 usage stats, but as battles began, trainers showcased unexpected picks like Brambleghast, Galarian Articuno, and Salamence. These unconventional choices made impactful appearances, surprising unprepared opponents. Yet as the event progressed, familiar faces and Pokemon rose to dominate the competition. Oliver Eskelin emerged as the trainer to watch after going undefeated on day 1 with his Tornadus, Urshifu Rapid Strike, and Choice Specs Goldengo team. Simone Sanvito was another trainer who continued his winning streak from the Lille Regional Championships, securing a day 2 spot after a thrilling victory against Pablo Galado's formidable Trick Room strategy. And Eric Rios was also chasing another regional title with his dominant Salamence and Wellspring Ogerpon combination. In the top 4, European international champions clashed. Simone Sanvito faced off against Eric Rios, and despite initial advantages for Eric, Simone's skill prevailed, propelling him into the finals in Gdansk. Simone looked set to take his 2nd regional championship of the season, but Oliver Eskelin, who was a perennial finalist hungry for his 1st championship title, stood in his way. Game 1 saw Oliver overwhelm Simone with his Tornadus and Choice Specs Goldengo combination, but Simone's experience shone through in Game 2, tying up the set. In a decisive Game 3, when the title looked like it might be slipping away from Oliver, but his trusted Tornadus Goldengo strategy backed Simone into a corner, and after the dust settled, Simone was only left with his Shen Pao against Oliver's Tornadus and Rillaboom, which was enough to finally secure his long-awaited 1st regional championship title.
Huge congratulations to Oliver Eskelin of Finland there, beating the previous regional championship, preventing him from getting that back-to-back win. He must be feeling over the moon from there.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon VG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All matches are best of 3 and will utilize an open team list format. This means that each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are available to the opponent. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until top cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single regional champion is crowned. Who is taking home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
And welcome back here, ladies, gents, and all lovely friends from home. We quickly grassy glided our way through from the couch area to the caster desk, but of course we did have a bit of an insight there with the previous ongoings of the events so far this season. So very excited, very hyped to actually be here. I am Costa, as always, joined by the lovely Mr. Jamie. And we are here in Stuttgart, and it is such an honor to be here, of course, getting to be able to see a lot of familiar faces, but knowing that trainers are currently already been battling it out the previous 2 rounds, and we'll be going straight into round 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I would have said that we slush rushed over here, given the setup that we had over here.
Missed opportunity.
That one, Costa,
oh, my Lord.
Yeah, as we mentioned previously in the introduction, this is going to be the final tournament of the Regulation E set format over here in Europe. We've had 2 fantastic tournaments, the Lille Regional Championships and the Gdansk Regional Championships in that Regulation E, and we're going to be closing it out here in Stuttgart.
We are indeed, and what a way to do it, of course. We know that this is the moment where trainers will be bringing out all of the tools they have in their disposition to be able to try to surprise trainers going into this. We know that there's a lot of various experimentations that we already covered in the couch area with the current meta, but yeah, there's still a tiny bit more room for innovation.
Yeah, absolutely. Some trainers will see this as this is the final tournament of Regulation E. Yep. I'm just going to stick with what works, what we know is tried and true. Yep. But some players will still try to shake up that metagame with those niche picks.
Indeed, and I do want to give a very quick shout out to our lovely setup here. Obviously, you can see that we've dressed up to the festive theme, of course. Got a little snob there, got a little cute Alolan Vulpix, Alolan Sandshrew. My lord, it's just so cute. I can't get over it. And maybe there's an additional 4th one. Who knows? I guess it's up to everybody to see if they could pinpoint that, of course. But yeah, I'm honestly in the festive spirit.
Absolutely, and I'm really excited to just get into the matches that we have going. Like you mentioned, there's going to be the 3rd round here that we are going to be starting off with, and we're going to be throwing over to you guys to see which match you want to be seeing. So yeah, there's going to be some great matches already. I'm sure that some trainers are already raring to go after those first 2 rounds, and it's going to be fantastic games showing onwards.
Yeah, and I think we're at the stage where, you know, you've got the potential of going 2-0. You feel like, okay, good, this is a really good start to the day. I just need to, you know, keep my head level and try to take my time with the picks. And, you know, we've already seen a lot of high-level players being able to retain that and have that consistency. But we do have the notable matches. Simon van der Bocht versus Selahattin Sturm. So that's already a very interesting one. We are already very familiar with Simon, and he's been doing incredibly well so far this season.
Yeah, absolutely. The next one would be Fevzi Ozkan versus Roberto Peretti. 2 fantastic players there. I know that Roberto was able to get that top 8 at the World Championships back in 2018 as well. Fevzi's a fantastic player from Germany as well. Yeah. We are here in Germany, of course. It's going to be great to feature some German players like Eloy Hahn, who's making a comeback, who hasn't been competing for quite a few years, was definitely a veteran player, but has somewhat taken a break and would be facing up against Barish Akshos.
It's so good. It's like, you can't write this stuff. This is what we are talking about when we want to be able to give the opportunity to you lovely people as well at home to give these votes, because there are always going to be moments where there's a lot of matches that, oh, wish we could stream this and this and that, and this is the moment we could give that power to you people. But we do have Rafael Paul versus Nikolai Hoy Nielsen as well. I think Nikolai has actually been able to get some really good standout moments for themselves.
The top 8 of the World Championships recently with that Ursa Luna team that was absolutely fantastic. So please do go and vote for which match you want to be seen here. We will be featuring your favourite ones. So yeah, there's just some fantastic matches to choose from. It's a shame that we can only pick one.
I know. It's that moment where you're like, really wish we could, but wait, wow.
Already?
The vote's already out, Jamie.
So quick.
We do have Fevzi Ozkan versus Roberto Peretti. So yeah, I think any one of these matches would have been absolutely the right call, but I feel like this has a bit of a special spot. We haven't seen Fevzi in action for a while as well, so be able to actually see him paired up against Roberto, which I do believe has been keeping up to scratch with recent events.
Yeah, I believe the most recent time I remember seeing Roberto was the final tournament of the last season, where he did end up bringing that Brelumen Magnezone team. So I'm hoping that there's some really cool picks coming out from him as well. Just like we've been saying, is there going to be room for the experimentation? Roberto has shown previously that he is a player that would absolutely go for that. So yeah, and Febzy, of course, fantastic player, has used some really cool picks as well. I'm really excited to see what they are going to be bringing to this tournament, and if they are going to be going for that experimentation, which is always the best thing to see.
I mean, at this point, you might as well, right? You know, we're going to be done with Regulation Set E in just a few weeks, or should I say, coming from the new calendar year. So this is the opportunity to actually go ahead and do it. I know that there is, of course, going to be the San Antonio Regional over across the pond, which they will still be disembarking, I believe, on Regulation Set E. So but it is going to be the final one, at least for the European region.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have to see what trainers are going to be sticking with here. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of those Tornadoes teams running around. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of those Royal Moon teams. There better be. So
There better be.
There better be.
Yeah.
Like I said, a little bit biased here, but yeah.
Tiny bit.
Yeah,
Not too much.
I'm sure Royal Moon will have its place here. People will realise how good that tailwind support can be. Does not have to be a Prancer priority. No. It can absolutely be just basically faster than everything in the format regardless.
Well, I mean, it's at a really nice point. I think, like you said, it's got the dark typing, right? Where you can avoid those sort of Prankster-heavy Pokemon that come to fray. Obviously, we don't have many notable Prankster users currently in the current format. We got the Tornadoes.
Just that Tornadoes. The thing you would want to be matching the tailwind of, which is an advantage the Royal Moon has over it. You can't be taunted by the Tornadoes because of your dark typing.
There's Murkrow as well, though, Jamie, and it does have that dark typing. What are your thoughts on that?
Should be Roaring Moon. If you're going with a dark tailwind Pokemon at this point, it should be Roaring Moon. Like I am not changing my stance on this, at least in the Regulation E format. Who knows what the future will bring in that Regulation F, but at least in Regulation Set E, I'm sticking with Roaring Moon here.
Okay, well, at some point, I'll find a way to grind down your beliefs on that one. But we shall see, of course. But yeah, I think, like we've already covered, there's going to be a lot of action coming in this weekend. So we are really looking forward to it. Now, which Pokemon will come out on top? What kind of Pokemon do both of these trainers actually think is the play? But so far, it currently is, because they're both 2-0, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the one thing that we always touch on is Hisuian Arcanine, right?
Yes.
At least over here in Europe, not in the Brisbane Regional Championships,
no.
but that did break the streak of Hisuian Arcanine winning every single major in the Regulation Set E format. And at least still in Europe, that streak is still going.
That is actually very true. I guess, you know, will a trainer such as Simone come to the fore and be able to try to bring that back? You know, we did say that the rock typing on Hisuian Arcanine is very big trouble for certain teams, like especially hyper-offensive teams that are weak to rock typing. And I think that is where we've been able to see the rise of the Hisuian Arcanine ever since Worlds, actually. The moment that Regulation Set E actually set in and we actually saw its availability, all of a sudden, Cantonian dropped. Because I think it wasn't that high in usage prior to that, but the fact that we saw such a quick transition between their usage just pays dividends as to why we've seen so much success, even though there is a point I need to make, Jamie. Usually in the tournaments that Hisuian Arcanine has won, it hasn't actually had a lot of use in the top cut. So it's more so selective based around the trainer that's able to utilize its potential and find a way and a path to victory.
Yeah, the percentage of Hisuian Arcanine usage tends to be around the 30%, like mark somewhere in between. And then obviously we have Pokemon like Fluttermane that's close to 50% usage at this point. Very much broke that back in previous regulations as well. But yeah, Hisuian Arcanine, I still think it's the best Pokemon in the format. Even though it's not the most used, I think Fluttermane is the easiest to fit onto a team because it's clearly the best fairy type we have available in the format. And if you want a fairy, it's kind of Fluttermane.
Straight gel.
But there's quite a few other fire types that are viable as well. So slightly harder to just immediately fit Hisuian Arcanine on your team, but it definitely can be. And it's proven to be one of the strongest, if not, and I think it is the strongest Pokemon in the format.
When I try to like go to the team builder and I look between Hisuian, let's say the fire type of the team, right? You do usually like the potential of Ogerpon Half Flame Mask. You know, it's got the grass typing, it's got the fire typing, it gets a +1. If you're able to position your board in a well enough state where you don't, you're not susceptible to Intimidate, then sure, you know, you could go ahead and capitalize off of it. But the fact that you've got this Hisuian Arcanine that can immediately do that, you don't need to Terra it necessarily. It's nice to Terra it. Usually, let's say in Fairy Terrestrialization, we have seen Choice Band being a very good set with that. You're able to run Terra Blast, so you can completely avoid any sort of scenarios of play rough. Although you can go for it, there's always that chance that you may miss it. And but those are the sort of stuff that you need to already come to a resolution with your own self, saying, okay, well, I know I'm gonna run certain moves that are not 100% accurate. That's on me, so I just gotta believe in the heart of my Pokemon.
And that's exactly why Roaring Moon is better than Tornadus. I know you can make your Bleak Windstorm 100% accurate by clicking Rain Dance, and that is a very common move to have on Tornadus, but yeah, like you said, the consistency, I think, is a very key thing here, because if you just have complete certainty you are going to connect with this move, then you're going to be able to make plays based on that rather than just going for, well, Rock Slide is a great move.
It's amazing.
It's an amazing move,
yeah.
But it's shaky accuracy, but it can still steal the flinch. So it's absolutely a worthwhile move going for example. Yeah. But yeah, like trying to fit into your team, do go for the consistency. Like we've got like maybe Flamethrower over Heatwave. Yeah. Flamethrower is single target, Heatwave hits both. Yeah. Flamethrower, it's 100% accurate, Heatwave is not 100% accurate, but overall will do more damage if both connect. So coming down to like personal preference, we've seen like Magma Storm even pick up on Heattrans, which wasn't really a thing back in previous generations. And like even though Heatran was a like top tier pick, every single format's been available, Magma Storm's suddenly come into the fray.
Yeah, it has. I think it's the argument of risk versus reward, and that you need to try to fit it to your own individual playstyle. I actually ran Magma Storm, you know, the notable double hail team. You had the Excalibur, Alolan Ninetales, you do pair up that Heatran, so you could take advantage of the Aurora Veil setup. I know that Ice Body is something that you can utilize on the Excalibur as well, although we know it's not the preferred ability, but being able to have Heatran, have leftovers, have a potential of Magma Storm, just chucking them away, and be hidden behind Aurora Veil screens just makes it a bit more safer for the Heatran player to say, right, you know what? I can afford to miss maybe one Magma Storm as long as I protect myself or maybe even play around with the substitute. And then I could go ahead and dispatch a second one. So sure, it is still a big gamble, but it is a bit more of a safer one if you can find a path to be able to build that into your team archetype.
Absolutely. Just a quick question for you. In the mid-season showdown when we faced each other, how many Magma Storms did you connect against me?
Okay, so, well, I think in game one, was it 2? I missed.
I'm pretty sure you missed more than you hit.
Yeah, no, that was a bit awkward for me. And I think it was targeting a Golden Go that did not terrestrialize away or anything like that. So if I was able to connect with it, it would have picked up the KO.
Which, yeah, it's the perfect example of the risk versus reward. You would have KO'd the Golden Go. Heatwave probably falls slightly short of a KO on a Golden Go. Yeah. Flamethrower might get there, but Magma Storm definitely gets there. So it is the risk versus reward there. So we'll have to see if that's what these players are going to be going for as well. Indeed. Whether they've gone for the more shaky accuracy moves and just going for that massive damage, because we are able to see the players on your screen here. We've got Fevzioscan versus Roberto Peretti.
Indeed. Let us see if they have a better hand when it comes to those RNG rolls than myself if they are running the Heatran Magma Storm. But no, I think going to the trainers themselves, we know that these are two very veteran-like trainers, of course, to their own accords. I think at this point, you're around 3. You're on the verge of being able to just push it to a 3-0. You're on stream, you're up against a tough opponent on the other side of the field, and you're like, right, okay, do I play safe? Do I just try to go risky and recognize a couple of habitual patterns if I've faced this opponent in the past? Which, to be honest, they may have likely done so. We don't have confirmation, but I think the fact that these trainers tend to be very consistent, there's a high probability that they have when it comes to their tournament runs.
Yeah, and they've been playing for multiple years at this point. Roberto has at least been playing since 2018 when he managed to get that top cut of the World Championships as well. Yeah. Fevzi, I know, was playing at least before that as well. So, yeah, very, very accomplished players, very experienced players coming in here, and we're going to be able to see their teams very shortly. I'm very excited to see what they're going to be running. Like I mentioned, Roberto Roberto running that Breloom Magnezone team back in the previous season. That was a really cool team that managed to make top 4 of that regional championship. So yeah, really cool showing.
I mean, Breloom is that Pokemon. It's still actually it's legitimately able to be used in Regulation Set E. We don't have as much of a usage when we come to see it, but it does have some really good niches to it. You've got that automatic Spore available to itself. You've got a Mach Punch priority fighting type move boosted by Technician, and if you want to get a bit frisky, a Life Orb as well to further improve the damage output of that. But notably, they tend to run Focus Sash just because they want to try to maximize and going with full speed, take advantage of quick spores per se, but that I think we've seen in Tailwind teams. I'm not sure if there's any other viable sets to that Breloom, actually.
It does tend to be just the Bullet Seed, Mach Punch, Spore, and basically Protect at this point. So, and I think it's still a very viable Pokemon in this format. We've seen Spore be so prevalent on Amoonguss that's been coming out as well. It's one of the best moves that we have available. It's just so limited in usage, and that's why Amoonguss has been so popular, because it's arguably the best Pokemon that has access to that Spore because of its bulk, because of its redirection that it has as well. Brute Bonnet does that as well, just saying. But no one ever believes me. But there we go. Yeah.
Brute Bonnet. What?
Brute Bonnet. Yeah. It's nowhere to be seen.
Nowhere.
Nowhere to be seen.
At some point, it used to be in the previous sets, right? Like I think you did actually run it quite well. But we will go straight to the accomplishments of these trainers. I think we've definitely recognized that they are high level, and this is facts on paper. Of course, we've got Fevzi with the 2021 third place of the Players' Cup. It is his most recent accomplishment. However, prior to that, and I believe I was actually there as well for it, my first ever casting gig, Malmo Regional Top 8, of course, in 2020. Then a Top 64 at Worlds of 2019, and followed up by a Top 16.
Yeah, absolutely. And Roberto, of course, previously mentioned, we'll say it again because it's such a great accomplishment. Top 8 at Worlds in the 2018 format, as well as the top 4 in the last regional that we had in the previous season. So, yeah, it's really, really accomplished players here. And this is going to be a fantastic game. Because of the experience that they have behind them, they're going to be able to bring this absolutely to this game.
Indeed. And unfortunately, we're not going to be able to go ahead and feature the team's graphic, but we'll make a very quick rundown of them. Fevzi is running the Ogerpon Wellspring Mask with the Horn Leech, Follow Me, Spiky Shield, Ivy Cudgel set. We've got Flutter Mane, Choice Specs, Moonblast, Shadow Ball, Taunt, and Dazzling Gleam. Rillaboom, Assault Vest with high horsepower. Heatran, of course, we do have with the leftovers, and the Magma Storm, believe it or not, Jamie.
There it is, Magma Storm. So yeah, going to be going for that very, very high risk, high reward move as well. But as you can see, there's that Regidrago and Brambleghast, two very anti-meta picks there. Brambleghast with the Focus Sash, not the Breloom with the Focus Sash this time, but it is going to be carrying the Seed Bomb instead of the Power Whip. That is the perfect example of going for consistency or going for that massive damage. Roberto opting for the consistency of the Seed Bomb here because it does now have access to that powerful Poltergeist that it didn't have until the download, the DLC came out of the Teal Mask, and now it is going to be able to go for some absolutely massive damage. And speaking of massive damage, Regidrago with that Dragon Fang, Dragon Energy, that's just going to be able to do so much damage if it's able to blast that off at full HP.
It really will, and I think that's the good thing about Regidrago. You want to be able to position yourself to the point where you've removed the fairy counter from your opponent's side of the field to allow it to just go ahead and do its thing. You know, you just want to click the Dragon Energy button and just go ahead, deal absolute cataclysmic damage to both of your opponent's Pokemon. It does have Earth Power, and we know it is the Steel Terrestrialization type as well. So I think that's more so to be able to position yourself against Fairy types. But it doesn't actually have Flash Cannon, which it could be...
I mean, Terrablast Steel would be what it would need to go for. Yeah, it tends to be Dragon Energy, Draco Meteor. Those are your strongest attacks. Of course you go for those. And then you want Protect, most likely. Then it's Earth Power or Terrablast Steel, whichever one you want to be able to go for as well. So some teams that we have seen before. There doesn't seem to be like anything too surprising here. These are teams we've featured previously, so we are able to finally get into this game here. We've got the Kingambit and the Rillaboom coming out for Fevzi, and there immediately is that Regidrago not facing down a Fairy with its partner in Tornadus to set that Tailwinds to get that speed going and be able to do that absolutely massive damage.
Indeed, but it is facing down that Kingambit, which does have the Steel typing currently, and we do know that it does resist resist the Dragon typing. So it may be in a position where it's not necessarily scared, aside from a potential rogue Earth Power going into that slot. It may actually want to try to focus down on one of these Pokemon to try to pick up a very early KO.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to contend with the fact that Fake Out is available on the field. You won't be able to go for the Dragon Energy if you get faked out. There's also the Sucker Punch that could come out from the King Gambit, which would obviously reduce the damage from Dragon Energy. You want to be at as much HP as possible to be able to do the most amount of damage as possible. Not needing the speed control here from Roberto, switching out that Tornadus into that Hearthflame Ogerpon. And there is the Fake Out. No Protect. That's an extra bit of chip damage on that Regidrago, already reducing the damage output of the Dragon Energy, making it flinch, and that's a free Swords Dance for that King Gambit.
That could not be more free right there, and I think a very good play from Fevzi. Just being in the acknowledgement of King Gambit's safe positioning, you know that if you just fake out on the Regidrago, you can just definitely rule out any offensive move coming out from that slot. So very free and very actually good play there, because now you're going to be able to position yourself to the point where King Gambit, it does have the option to either go for the Terrestrialization if it so chooses to. It does have Black Glasses powered up. It does have the Dark Terror, of course. Might even be able to pick up a KO with Sucker Punch at this point.
Oh, with a +2 Swords Dance, and you've got the Black Glasses as well. That's doing absolutely massive damage. And it seems like he's got the Fairy Terror on the King Gambit to make him completely immune to the Regidrago as well, which is going to be just taking away any of the damage. And Earth Power, if it goes for that, won't do much. And the Ogerpon won't be able to do much either now that it is being intimidated by that Salamence that is switching in for the Rillaboom. So here is the Terrestrialization here for the King Gambit coming out. It's going to be able to get rid of that Steel typing, so the Fire type attacks from the Ogerpon won't be doing as much, especially after that Intimidate. And Regidrago will be doing absolutely nothing if it does want to click any of its Dragon moves into that King Gambit. It is absolutely fantastically positioned right here. Spiky Shield coming out from that Ogerpon, keeping it safe from any of the attacks that King Gambit would have wanted to go for. There is that Dragon Energy though, so no Sucker Punch coming out. That's nearly at full HP. That's a switched in Salamence. There is no way that that is surviving that attack. Goodbye, Salamence. You've intimidated that Ogerpon and you've been knocked out in one hit. The King Gambit is able to respond back, but it is a Kowtow Cleave into the Spiky Shield of the Ogerpon, so it's going to take a little bit of chip damage thanks to hitting it into that Spiky Shield, and no Sucker Punches coming out here meant that Regidrago was just completely free to blast away that Salamence.
Yeah, I didn't even actually spot the Fairy Terrestrialization. This was such a safe play from King Gambit to make sure that it just focuses down on slot. It's not scared of anything, but unfortunately the Salamence did fall victim to this. Now, Fevzi can, of course, bring in that Rillaboom, as we do see, to force the fake out pressure and maybe position himself to actually focus down on the Ogerpon slot right now. You do have that available. You know that Spike Shield came out previous turn, so Roberto may have to try to opt for a second one if he wants to try to save that exclusive slot.
Yeah, absolutely. The fake out pressure on the field is going to be able to allow this King Gambit to do whatever it wants on this turn. You can fake out the Regidrago, and that would stop the Rillaboom taking massive damage from the Dragon Energy. You can fake out the Ogerpon to stop any of its attacks going into the King Gambit as well. But even though the Salamence has been lost on Fevzi's side of the field, it's still, like, the King Gambit is still very well positioned. It doesn't really care about this Regidrago in the slightest. Regidrago is still going to be able to put on massive pressure onto the opposing side of the field, on the partner Pokemon of the King Gambit with the Rillaboom. But fake out here, going into that Urshifu that has switched in for the Ogerpon, getting rid of that Intimidate drop, and the Dragon Pulse here coming out from the Regidrago, doing him some nice damage into that into the Rillaboom, and Kowtow Cleave following up into that Urshifu, massive damage there.
It is indeed onto a Pokemon that does, of course, naturally resist that Dark typing. Rillaboom being able to have the cushion of having Assault Vest available to it, but you already saw it's not Draco Media necessarily there, but it's still really good damage. Nearly pretty much a 2-hit KO from that range. You do have to take into consideration the Grass Terrain recovery at the end of the turn. However, at this point, now we've got the Regidrago and the Urshifu. Urshifu, we know, will likely be the fastest thing on the field. However, it is susceptible to a Grassy Glide, so it has to take that into consideration, and it will move out of the field because of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Ogerpon is going to be a fantastic switch-in for any of those Grassy Glides that could coming in with its Grass and Fire typing, going to be shrugging off those attacks very easily, and there is the Grassy Glide, just a little bit of chip damage right there into that Ogerpon. Dragon Pulse once again into that Rillaboom, is able to pick up the knockout there. That Grassy Terrain recovery might have just put it out of range of that attack, but a critical hit guaranteeing that that is going down. Once again, this is a Kowtow Cleave going off into that Ogerpon. No Sucker Punches in sight, but Kowtow Cleave easily able to pick up that knockout knockout on that Ogerpon. A great switch in for the Grassy Glide, but not a great switch into a +2 Kowtow Cleave.
No, it really isn't, and I think that's what we've been talking about. The Fevzi being able to have Kingambit in the position where it could just dispatch huge amount of damage right now. It is not scared of anything, focusing in on it. Definitely not this Regidrago. Yes, you do have Earth Power at this point. It's the only thing that can try to target down that Kingambit. However, you're going to have to try to rely on Earth Powers or just a secondary Pokemon on its side. But if Fevzi keeps on committing to the strategy right now, focusing down that second slot on Roberto's side of the field, it's going to be very difficult for Roberto to be able to find a way around this because, okay, you can try to go for the focus from the Urshifu onto the Kingambit with the Surging Strikes. However, the Ogerpon is now on the field for Fevzi. You will have Follow Me redirection available.
Yeah, and it might even outspeed the Urshifu as well, depending on how Ogerpon is trained. Ogerpon does naturally outspeed the Urshifu. This could just be a Horn Leech into the Urshifu. That gets the KO from this range for sure. That could also be a Sucker Punch into the Regidrago. Assumedly, that would be able to KO. Regidrago does have absolutely massive HP, so might be able to shrug off that attack. Given this was a Fairy Terror on the Kingambit, not a Dark Terror, it's only going to be the Black Glasses boosted instead of the as Dark Terror as well. But that's still going to be able to do plenty of damage. That would reduce the damage of any Dragon Energies that come out now that the Regidrago is back to full HP. But there is that Urshifu protecting instead from that potential Horn Leech.
Indeed, protecting there. We're going to actually see the Ogerpon, like you correctly pointed out, Jamie, trying to target down that Urshifu slot with the Horn Leech. You want to be able to at least focus down on it. It is the main threat right now. However, Dragon Pulse dealing a lot of damage onto that Ogerpon there. Kowtow Cleave correctly focusing onto the Regidrago, does actually pick up the one-hit KO into that slot, and all of a sudden, actually, we've got Roberto in a position where I'm not actually sure this is 100% in Fevzi's advantage, as you've got the Tornadus now coming back onto the field. You'll be able to try to focus down, maybe pick up a KO if you can with the Bleakwind Storm, as we would expect Tornadus to outspeed the Ogerpon, but it's actually dependent on the training.
Yeah, absolutely. It will have to come down to that with the Tornadus potentially knocking out that Ogerpon as well. The Urshifu might be in range of Sucker Punch as well. The damage it did take was from the Kowtow Cleave. That did over half. Sucker Punch is only a little bit weaker than Kowtow Cleave, so that might be in range of that Sucker Punch. That might force the Urshifu to go for Aqua Jet instead to try and avoid any Sucker Punches, but then if you're Aqua Jetting, that's just a little bit of damage into the Kingambit and absolutely no damage into the Ogerpon as well because of that Water Absorb. So it's still a little bit of an awkward position for both of these players. The training is going to be very impactful here. Tornadus could be built bulky and slow, meaning the Ogerpon could outspeed and need the Tailwind, but that wouldn't be an opportunity to go for that Bleakwind Storm, potentially picking up the KO on that Ogerpon.
Indeed, but we're going to have to find out, trainers, as the Ogerpon actually opts to go for the Spiky Shield, very aware of its predicament at this point, but Urshifu trying to go for the double protect, failing, unfortunately, but Sucker Punch trying to focus down there as well. Very nice play from Roberto, both trying to hinge on a potential double protect, but actually alleviate any Sucker Punches coming into that slot. Bleakwind Storm does connect onto the Kingambit.
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no! The speed drop, unfortunately, is going to bring this Defias Kingambit straight up to +4.
Oh, everything's in range of Sucker Punch at this point. It might have been a slight question on the Urshifu if that was in range of Sucker Punch. Yes, it is.
Oh, no.
It definitely is now. No, you're at +4. Everything's going to be KO to that Sucker Punch. It just depends on where you target. Do you even go for Sucker Punch? We saw the Urshifu fail a double protect intentionally. Didn't actually matter if it would have succeeded.
Yep.
It was just to avoid the Sucker Punch. Do you Sucker Punch into the Urshifu once again to try and get that KO? Could you Sucker Punch the Tornadus? But again, that could be going for Tailwinds to get the Urshifu to outspeed the opposing Ogerpon. So there's no safe Sucker Punch here. If there was, Kingambit has this game pinned, but because you have to play around the potential Tailwind that could come out from Tornadus, the potential Aqua Jet, or again, just a regular protect that could come out from Urshifu as well. But there is that Tailwind that could be avoiding a Sucker Punch.
Indeed it could, and we do have to see what Fevzi's going to focus down on. It goes for the Urshifu, and of course, the +4 is more than enough to pick up the KO onto what was a resisted Pokemon, is now a fainted one. Ogerpon, Horn Leech into the Tornadus, going to get a tiny bit of chip damage and a bit of recovery, but the point is, right now, this is locked in for Fevzi for Game 1.
Yeah, you've got the Tornadus pinned here. You can go for Sucker Punch and Ivy Cudgel. There is nothing this Tornadus can do if you lock in those combinations of moves, because if it's trying to avoid the Sucker Punch with any of the status moves, doesn't matter. Ivy Cudgel will do the job eventually. Roberto knowing that, just ending the game with that Sucker Punch, and Kingambit completely sweeping through Roberto's team in this Game 1.
Nice. I mean, it's to this point, we're seeing why Kingambit is a huge threat. We've known it ever since since it was introduced back in Regulation Set A, that it could really go far if you're able to position it to the point where, you know, you could take all the damage you can, but you want to make sure that you get the setup. Predominantly, we know that Divine is the ability of choice. We do, of course, know that the King Gambit has the Dark Steel typing, so very good to be able to utilize with certain resists. Like, you know, you've got the Grass resist, you've got the Flying resist in that scenario. Sure, okay, you're going to opt to go for Fairy Terrestrialization, but at that point, you're immune to Regidrago, so you completely cover that front. And really, realistically, what's Regidrago going to actually do with Earth Power? And even if it does get the special defense drop, which you would think is in its favor, Defiant.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the Bleak Windstorm there, not coming into fruition for Roberto. I think the Fairy Terror is a very smart choice on the King Gambit. Previously, as mentioned, used to be Dark Terror. Just go massive damage. I'm going all out on offense. But then it started to switch to Poison. Poison was tending to be the most common defensive terror on King Gambit. It does share that ground weakness with the Steel originally, but Fairy's going to be able to resist fighting as well. That's going to be able to stop you having the weakness to ground also. So, and obviously, if you're facing a Regidrago, that's the best terror you could possibly be.
It really is, and I think that's the point that I'm really going to focus on as well that you mentioned, Jamie, is the fighting resistance there. I think that's been a very key thing when it comes to King Gambits, you know, naturally being quadruple super effective weak to the fighting type. You've got huge meta threats such as Iron Hands, of course the Urshifus, both the single and the rapid strike, and being able to make sure that you position yourself to the point where you can at least fend off and remove, let's say, any fire-type weaknesses. I think the most common lead, where actually has fallen off quite a bit, is Chi-Yu Fluttermane, which you have to be very cautious on how to actually focus down on that lead. But it just seems at this point, Fevzi's really got a handle on his matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to find a way through this King Gambit. The Regidrago was doing great things to the partner Pokemon of the King Gambit, like the Salamence got 1-hit KO, the Rillaboom got 2-hit KO by the Dragon Pulses, but that just was completely ignoring the King Gambit. The King Gambit set up a Swords Dance and then just KO'd every single Pokemon on the opposing side. So there does need to be some kind of switch up here, and there is going to be a little bit of a switch up. Ogerpon's joining the field immediately instead of that Tornadus.
Indeed, but the Regidrago is still on the field. However, over on Fevzi's side, we do have a change up there as well. Heatran is on the field, ladies and gents. It is a leftovers set, and it does have Magma Storm. So it's something to take into consideration if you are both Roberto and Fevzi, depending on the risk-reward conversation that we had before. However, we know that Rillaboom's in the point where it does have fake-out pressure. Roberto can have a bit of insight going into this, maybe try to make a strategic switch out at this point to better position himself in the subsequent turn.
I mean, the Ogerpon's not in a bad position here. It hasn't been intimidated, and we get the sneak peek that there is no Intimidate brought to this match. So, yeah, and the Mold Breaker is going to be able to break through that Heatran's Flash Fire. That's going to be able to do some pretty significant damage. It probably knock out Rillaboom in one shot, depending on how they're trained as well. So, the Ogerpon's in not too bad a position. The Regidrago's not too bad either, given that it could go for an Earth Power into the Heatran.
Ooh, as we see, no switch outs there. Fake Out does focus down on the Regidrago. However, Ivy Cudgel picks up the one-hit KO onto the Rillaboom. It is out of the count, and it doesn't even need to be a +1 that Ogerpon to actually pick up the KO. So, we do see the Magma Storm connect. Of course, a really beautiful thing about this move. Sure, it's not that accurate. However, due to the swirling magma, it's going to be not only dealing chip damage at the end of each turn, it will be enforcing a trapping effect on that slot as long as Heatran remains on the field.
We'll have to see if that was a worthwhile trade for Fevzi there. You stopped the Regidrago from getting off a massive Dragon Energy or even an Earth Power into that Heatran, but you traded your Rillaboom for that entirely, and you've taken just a lot of damage on the Ogerpon, but it's still around, and it's going to be around for quite a few more turns because of that grassy terrain recovery somewhat counteracting the Magma Storm. The opposing Ogerpon Wellspring is joining the field as well. That's going to be able to threaten a KO with the Ivy Cudgel. We'll have to see how each of these Ogerpons are trained, depending on which one is going to be able to move first. If the Wellspring can, you can take care of the Ogerpon very comfortably before it gets another Ivy Cudgel off. If the Ogerpon Half Flame is able to outspeed, that's another massive Ivy Cudgel that we've already seen knock out a Pokemon in one hit. And the Regidrago is still reasonably free here. Resist the Ogerpon's attacks that it would be able to want to go for. Normally, Regidragos are built to outspeed Heatrans as well, so you'd be able to get that Earth Power into the Heatran also, or just the massive Dragon Energy or Dragon Pulse into the Ogerpon too.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. At this point, it just depends on whether Fevzi wants to try to commit to terrestrialization or not. However, he does not. He opts to go for the spiky shield here, and at this point, I think Heatran is going to follow suit, of course. What this does is you're able to at least pave the road of not being susceptible to any additional damage, whilst we do have that additional tick on the Ogerpon that will reduce its health points ever so much, and maybe even scouting out to see what target Roberto wants to focus on to.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no real downside to this player. You get a little bit of extra chip on the Ogerpon. Yes, there is that grassy terrain recovery, and the Regidrago, actually, the Dragon Energy is now a tiny bit stronger than it was previously. However, that Magnum Storm is definitely counteracting the opposing grassy terrain that was set on the field as well. So just being able to scout out there, getting a little bit of extra damage overall on the opposing side of the field. Now you're going to be able to commit to what attacks you want to go for. The only real downside, Roberto now knows that the protects have been burned. You'd have to go for double protects, so now your targeting of choice is probably guaranteed.
Yeah, indeed. And there it is. We do have the terrestrialization for this Ogerpon Wellspring. It's just going to be able to be in a position where it can try to focus down and attract all of the attention to itself with the Follow Me, if it ever so does chooses to do. But Heatran is going to have to focus down if it can. But no, we've got the Woodhammer. Grassy Terrain is on the field, further promoting the damage output of this huge move. Picks up the KO, and all of a sudden we're in a point where Heatran, unfortunately, is going to likely be susceptible to an Earth Power here.
Yeah, absolutely. Ogerpon KOs itself with the recoil, just for good measure. But yeah, Regidrago outspeeds. There's the Earth Power into the Heatran. Not enough to pick up the KO, though, even with that quad weakness. Able to respond with a Flash Cannon here that brings the Regidrago just under half. It is going to recover back over half of that grassy terrain, but that was a key KO there for Roberto, taking care of the terrestrialization immediately.
Yeah, and just a reminder, folks, that is a ×4 weak move that did focus down on the Heatran there. It is that bulky. Trust me, we just saw it right now on screen. Fevzi now down to his final 2 Pokemon versus Roberto's final 3. However, we know that Roberto will have the advantage of having not only the additional Pokemon available in the back, not revealing it at this point. So Fevzi's going to really have to dig deep and try to find a way to force this win if he can, to try to seal up the set. But so far, Roberto's doing a really good job in clawing this back.
Yeah, you would have thought that Fevzi was pretty confident that he was going to outspeed with the Ogerpon there. Yeah. Likely training it as fast as it could possibly be, because then if you're going for the terrestrialization, you, as we saw, are susceptible to just the Woodhammer KO. If you don't go for the terrestrialization, you're just going to be neutral to that hit. You will survive that attack. So the King Gambit's joined the field. That was the MVP of the game 1. So if there's any Pokemon you want to join the field here to try and make a comeback for Fevzi, that's the one you want to go for, especially with a Golden Go joining the field as well. That's going to be susceptible to any of the dark type attacks that Fevzi would want to go for here. You probably don't have time to set up a Swords Dance at this point either, because you really need the King Gambit to sweep through the rest of the team at this point. You don't have your terrestrialization available anymore. You are now weak to that Earth Power for sure. You're going to take damage from a Dragon Energy if the Regidrago wants to go for that as well. Dragon Energy is probably going to KO this Heatran at this point, given that it took so much damage from that Earth Power. Even after just a regular old Sucker Punch, that's probably enough to pick up the KO as well. And then you've got to make it rain. 2 massive spread moves.
2 massive spread moves, but we do know that Roberto does have the terrestrialization mechanic available to himself. So if he chooses Golden Go here, it will be able to alleviate any weakness to the dark typing of a Sucker Punch coming out from Fevzi's King Gambit. So I think that may be the call right here, as we do have a confirmed little Axe Head action going on here. Heatran opting to go for the Protect right now. Wants to recover a tiny bit in conjunction to the grass terrain with the leftovers. Earth Power focuses down on that slot right there. So naturally just wants to guarantee the KO. Doesn't want to mess about with any sort of risks of rolls, but Make It Rain comes out. We didn't see Sucker Punch from the King Gambit. This may be a kowtow clean focus here, as wow, even though it resists, how we know King Gambit is a very strong, bulky Pokemon. It does take a lot of damage, especially due to that Life Orb output. But is kowtow clean enough? It is not, Jamie, and unfortunately in this scenario, I still think Fevzi's running a bit low on the fuel take.
Yeah, absolutely. The Golden Go might be in Sucker Punch range there at this point. Given the kowtow cleave did over half, so it's going to be close to the Sucker Punch KOs, because you got a little bit of grassy terrain recovery there. The Life Orb outputs massive damage. You saw it did almost half to the resisted King Gambit, but there is the downside if you take your own little bit of chip of recoil. That might have put the Golden Go into Sucker Punch range here. If the King Gambit is able to KO that Golden Go with a Sucker Punch, it might still be able to break through the rest of the team, depending on what the final Pokemon is here. But it Sucker Punches the Regidrago instead and not a KO.
Oh, just misses out, unfortunately, which will allow it to pick up the KO on the Heatran in return. Now, I think at this point, the fact that, you know, you've got 1 versus 3, it's not really a good spot. Shadow Ball, sure, it does resist. It is at a -1 special attack. I mean, it will do a pitiful amount of around 40 points. But at this point, there's just too many targets for Kingambit to be able to focus on. And unfortunately for itself, it does not have immediate access to any sort of double targeting moves to its advantage.
Well, at least the Golden goes at -1 special attack, and you saw that Shadow Ball did not much damage at all. Make It Rain is now single target, so even though there is that -1 drop, it would still do significant damage. And both of these Pokemon are in Sucker Punch range, so if you do manage to correctly target a Pokemon that is attacking, that would be a KO. And then it would depend on what the final Pokemon is in the back. If it's going to be Urshifu, it's just immediately game over. If it's something like Tornadus, maybe there's a chance, but no Sucker Punches. Earth Power just finishes the game, and we're going into game 3.
Oh, with a critical hit as well to boot, but I don't think at this point it really matters, if I'm honest. But like we said, we are going to a game 3 between these trainers. So let's talk a bit about the post situation of what happened there. We saw there was a focus from Fevzi's side in bringing the Heatran and trying to focus down and use that as a potential MVP in that scenario. Yes, you did connect with the Magma Storm. Yes, you were able to put yourself in a position where there was grass terrain available to yourself in conjunction with the leftovers, so you could have immediate recovery or a substantial recovery at the end of each turn. However, it felt a bit passive, and I think Roberto bringing in that Ogerpon was such a good lead up against that, and we didn't see Fevzi being able to give enough room for the Kingambit to actually be able to be as dominant as we saw in game 1.
Yeah, like Kingambit basically 1v4'd the entire game. It honestly didn't matter what its partner was whenever it was on the field. But in the second game, Fevzi lost 2 Pokemon for essentially nothing. Yeah, you got a fake out, little bit of chip that was recovered completely with grassy terrain. You lost your Ogerpon completely because the Strassalization and the Wood Hammer went first and they KO'd. So at that point, Fezzi was on the back foot, and there wasn't an opportunity for any kind of sword stance coming out from Kingambit. That was what was so devastating in that first game. The Kingambit set up on turn 1, sat on the field with just massive damage output, basically being able to KO everything, as we saw. Even the resisted hit, the Urshifu, was able to be KO'd on the switch into Kowtow Cleave and then a follow-up Sucker Punch. So I wouldn't be surprised if Fevzi goes back to that Kingambit strategy just immediately. Leaving it in the back didn't seem to work out so well for Fevzi. There wasn't enough momentum gained by just going for Magma Storms with the Heatran, but at the same time, Roberto, his adjustment, we've seen what his adjustment was to that potential Kingambit now. Is he going to switch it up again, trying to throw Fevzi off? Because the Ogerpon did seem like a pretty good lead to be able to counteract that Kingambit. Again, force that Fairy Terrestrialization, although it is still leading with a Regidrago that could be facing down a potential Terra Fairy.
Yeah, and I think not bringing the Urshifu was actually quite interesting from Roberto's side of the field as well, because if I'm not mistaken...
I don't think we actually saw the final Pokemon.
Oh, we didn't, you're right, exactly.
Yeah,
we didn't.
If it was Urshifu, it was immediate game over, and we didn't actually get to find out. So, yeah, like the fact that Roberto was able to win with 3 Pokemon, like that just shows that Fevzi's strategy for game 2 wasn't so effective, might need to fall back on that game 1.
Yeah, it did feel a bit brittle, at least. Like, there was some good sound understanding to it. However, it just wasn't able to get the results that it really would have or should have on paper. However, we're going to see a bit of a switch up from both our trainers. Going to be, well, excluding the Ogerpon, of course, from Roberto's side from game 2. But we do have the Golden Go joining the fray alongside, over on Fevzi's side, the Kingambit, like we were talking about just now, with the Salamence. What value does Salamence bring?
I mean, Salamence gives the immediate Intimidate. It had to switch in to a Dragon Energy just to get off the Intimidate and then be immediately KO'd. Now you've got the opportunity to switch out your Salamence and save it. However, there is not a Regidrago on the opposing side of the field. The Intimidate is very effective still against the Ogerpon. The Kingambit is still in a great position to be able to set up a Sword Stance if it wants. Not if it goes for the Fairy Terrestrialization, which is probably why the Golden Go has joined the field. That's forcing the Kingambit to stay as its regular typing, because it would otherwise immediately be KO'd to that Make It Rain, especially with the Life Orb. But at least the Ogerpon's not going to be doing as much damage. So I think the Salamence lead here is going to be very effective.
It seems like it should actually be on paper. However, no switch-ups at all from either trainer. We do have a Terrestrialization of the Golden Go, just wanting to make sure it is no longer susceptible to a super effective Sucker Punch coming out from the Kingambit side, as well as add that damage output level, put it a tiny bit higher, of course. We do see Spiky Shield, so Ogerpon just wanting to make sure it's not susceptible to any sort of air slashes that may be focusing down. Even could have been a Draco Meteor as well, if there's any anticipation of Terrestrialization on that slot. But we do have the Tailwind now set up. It is guaranteed to be faster from what we can see training-wise versus this Golden Go, which, unfortunately, for the Salamence, it will be taking a lot of damage from this. Oh, wow, just surviving.
Yeah, just surviving there. Almost being one-hit KO'd once again, but needing the choice specs on the Golden Go there to be able to pick up that KO. Life Orb still doing absolutely massive damage. And we can see the little bit of a switch up to the usual item on the Salamence coming into play here as well. It is very commonly that Rocky Helmet, but instead Febzy opting for that Citrus Berry. So that's actually going to be noticeable recovery. That means that at least the Ogerpon is not going to be able to KO this Salamence anymore with any of its attacks. Would have been able to without that Citrus Berry, but now with that recovery, it still has to be the Golden Go going for another Make It Rain or a Shadow Ball to be able to pick up that KO. If it's a Make It Rain, it drops its special attack again. If it's a Shadow Ball, that's not doing damage to the King Gambit. That could be a free turn to be able to set up this Swords Dance here. And now that the Ogerpon's gone for its Spiky Shield, you've basically got a guaranteed Air Slash into that slot as well. Air Slash probably not enough to pick up the KO on Ogerpon because Salamence are usually trained pretty fast and bulky and not special attack orientated. But you may be able to follow up with the Sucker Punch here, but that means you wouldn't be able to set up that Swords Dance instead.
Indeed, and I was actually quite curious to see if there's going to be a switch out from Roberto's side. No switch outs at all. Sucker Punch and the Air Slash combination picking up the KO onto the slot there. So Roberto may have not actually wanted to risk a switch out there, wanted to have any Pokemon that they have behind as a fresh slot to be able to come in the subsequent turn. But of course, we do see Salamence, sure, critical hit, but we already know it doesn't matter. It was at such a low HP range there, it was always going to be going out. But at this point, the Golden Go is going to be at -2 special attack because of the consecutive Make It Rain attacks. This may not be the exact best position for Roberto here, as we know that Febzy has been able to switch up his mode a bit, has set up the Tailwind, and it looks like is actually going to be bringing in a heavyweight of a damage output Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. One we've seen that has been very, very impactful across these games that we've seen. Fluttermane joining the field here, and Tornado's going to be joining the field for Roberto. Going to easily be able to match that Tailwind that could be on Febzy's side of the field at the moment. Fluttermane easily outspeeding all these Pokemon, and maybe not threatened by a KO from the Golden Go. It is Life Orb, it is still Terra Steel, but it is -2, so it's going to be pretty close if that Make It Rain is able to pick up the KO on that Fluttermane. You can only really KO this Golden Go if you lock into the Shadow Ball with the Fluttermane. Any kind of the Fairy moves won't be able to do it. Maybe with a Moonblast and a Kowtow Cleave, that might be able to do it. But this is surely an opportunity to set up a Swords Dance with the King Gambit. You're not threatened by the Golden Go at all at this point. It will do pitiful damage because of the -2. Tornadoes doesn't really do too much damage either with the Bleak Wind Storm. This is just able to be a free attack with the Fluttermane. Could be a Swords Dance coming out for the King Gambit, or you could just go on the offensive with King Gambit. Sucker Punch is still fine here if you think that the Fluttermane is not quite strong enough to pick up the KO.
Oh, as we're going to be seeing, Tornadoes trying to match Tailwinds here in order to allow this Golden Go to outspeed the King Gambit. Moonblast, not quite enough to actually pick up the KO, but Golden Go opts to go for the nasty plot, maybe in anticipation of Febzy wanting to utilize the Swords Dance at the same time. So very nice play from Roberto's side there. You're able to at least bring yourself back to neutral when it comes to your stat stages and now re-threaten the KO onto the Fluttermane.
Yeah, but do you threaten the KO now onto the Golden Go with your +2 Sucker Punch? You've done a little bit of chip damage to the Golden Go. You haven't done any. It did it to itself. It went for 2 Life Orb recoils, so that might have put it into range of that +2 Sucker Punch now. Tornadus is absolutely in range of the Moonblast and should still have one more turn of Tailwind here for Febzy. That means that the Fluttermane should be able to outspeed and get off another Moonblast here. It might be trained a bit bulkier and the Tornadus might be trained super fast, so it might outspeed with the Bleak Wind Storm, but it should be outspeeding at least the Golden Go here, so that's going to be able to get off one more Moonblast before it would go for a Make It Rain. It's not even a Make It Rain, it's a Protect instead.
Oh, maybe wanting to let the Tornadus go down here in order to bring that fresh Pokemon in the back. Potential Urshifu from the feels of it at the moment, but we're going to have to see how that plays out. Kowtow Cleave, of course, will not be able to deal any sort of damage as the Golden Go did protect here. So I think Roberto's trying to time this quite nicely with the Tailwind now expiring on Febzy's side. All of a sudden, this Golden Go does immediately threat the KO onto the Fluttermane, does outspeed it. Urshifu as well is in a spot where it could try to focus down on the King Gambit. Just depends on what you're anticipating Febzy to actually go for here, because I think Terrestrialization is still an option.
Yeah, absolutely is. And if you go for the Fairy Terror, then you're going to be absolutely KO'd to that Make It Rain at this point. I think it's probably probably will come down to if this Golden Go could survive a Sucker Punch, because if it is able to survive, now the Fluttermane will not be outspeeding the Golden Go. The Tailwind advantage is on Roberto's side of the field. That would be a KO into the Fluttermane, and then the Urshifu gets to follow up a KO into the King Gambit as well. So that's going to be the key thing here. Is the Golden Go going to be able to survive this attack? Did it put itself in range of the attack with the Life Orb choice of item? It's such a strong item, but the downside might come into play here if this King Gambit is going to be strong enough.
I'm feeling the nerves right now, and I'm not even playing the match. Will it pick up the KO? Because if it does not, we do know that there's a very high chance, given the King Gambit is trying to Terra into the Fairy type, it may actually be going down to this Make It Rain Life Orb boosted Steel Terrestrialization. But at that point, I feel like with the Life Orb chip damage as well dealt at the end, it will likely go down, and it does go down! Oh no! All of a sudden, Roberto is down to their final Pokemon with this Rapid Strike Urshifu up against a Rillaboom. Right now, it doesn't even focus down on it. It goes for the close combat, trying to hope that the Fairy Terra is not going to be coming out from the King Gambit, much to Roberto's dismay. And this is a lock-up scenario from Fevzi in a very well-played manner.
Yeah, it was absolutely a smart Terra Fairy in the face of that Golden Go, because that just does lock up the game. If you're going for the Sucker Punch, you're assuming it KOs. If it doesn't KO, Golden Go KOs both of your Pokemon, and you lose the game. So you have to assume you're getting that KO, and Fevzi does and takes this game.
Indeed, he does. And what a well-placed match to be able to actually feature for our first stream match. Of course, it being round 3 between Fevzi and Roberto. Of course, we got Fevzi being the winner.
What a great game to kick off this tournament here. A very good showing of the King Gambit, absolutely. I think the Terra Fairy was super impactful there. Like previously mentioned, Poison was so common as the defensive Terra, but Fairy, when you're facing a Regidrago, absolutely perfect. Like that's exactly the Terra you want to be going for there.
I mean, you wouldn't expect it, right? Because you'd think, okay, well, you have the natural resist to Regidrago with your steel typing. So, you know, it's not necessarily the play, or, you know, it's not too much of a detriment to it. But the thing is, being able to well place yourself against this matchup is just like so good. Because King Gambit, like we said, and we touched on, you know, game 1, we just saw it wreak havoc. Game 2, it came in a bit too late, and it wasn't well placed enough to the point where it could actually do its thing and just pick up KO, or should I say set up and then pick up KOs subsequently. And then just game 3, we just saw Fevzi being able to position it to the point, even though there was a bit of a tailwind matchup between them both. You know, there was a staggered tailwind coming out from Roberto's side. It goes to show that with that switch in to the Rillaboom, you're able to A, save the Fluttermane, but B, you know, allow yourself to not get KO'd with the Fluttermane. But that didn't even come into matter because of the fact that King Gambit just picked up the raw Sucker Punch +2 KO onto the Golden Go, even when it's not a Ghost type.
I mean, Sucker Punch doesn't care about speed control, does it? Like, no. You're just going to be able to out-prioritize because you're going to be able to catch all those attacks. And yeah, I think it would have been super close if that Sucker Punch would have been able to KO the Golden Go. Might be able to survive from full HP, because I think based on the previous game, we saw maybe a cow type cleave into just the regular old Terra Steel of the Golden Go without the Swords Dance yet. So that would have been super close. It might have been the Life Orb coming back to bite the Golden Go, because that definitely put it into the Sucker Punch range after that, those 2 hits of the Life Orb.
Indeed, and I think being able to position, or being able to have the vision of understanding, you know, like what the eventual outcomes may be based on, you know, if you do have a chance to survive that or not, and trying to play to your outs and saying, okay, well, I know that there may be a slim chance that I can still try to have a win condition in this front. How do I go about that? And I think that's what we kind of saw there play out. But it went to Fevzi's advantage. You know, naturally with King Gambits, you can try to train them for full bulk, but it's always good to try to maximize the training in attack, just because we already know there's just so much outrageous damage potential with that, especially since you're not opting to go for the dark terrestrialization typing. You go for the Fairy, which is a bit more defensive. However, in order to offset that, you try to train a bit more into your attack to make sure you're not missing out from that Dark Terra.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the defensiveness came into play there very nicely. I think it was quite interesting to see the Fluttermane join the field when the Regidrago was left on the bench. I think that was quite interesting, because usually if you see Regidrago, your first thought is surely going to be, bring my Fairy.
Surely.
King Gambit's a Fairy, though. We've already seen that King Gambit is a Fairy, so that was good enough. But
you heard it here.
But then then Fluttermane was still putting in some great work, able to naturally outspeed the Tornadus and get those 2 Moonblasts to pick up the KO, so it couldn't go for any of its attacks. All it did was set up the Tailwind, but that didn't really matter at that point because Fluttermane was still faster with that final turn of Tailwind, and then when it was gone, it was just Sucker Punch instead, and that just doesn't care.
No, it really doesn't, and I think we saw why Kingambit stocks have all of a sudden resurged, because, I mean, it's just such a good Pokemon. You just need to be able to place it quite nicely. I think I had seen Paul Ruiz actually run a similar team. Actually, the one that Tom Winter was able to get top 4, I believe that was Paul's, and at some point there were maybe earlier iterations where we did actually see a reliance on the Kingambit setup set. So just being able to make sure you have the correct tools to allow room for that Kingambit to be set up if you are opting to try to go for that strat is absolute key and detriment in order to get this Pokemon the freedom to pick up KOs left, right, and center.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to see that Assault Vest was absolutely the most common item.
It was,
back in like Regulation B and Regulation C, it was always Assault Vest. There was no Swords Dance. We didn't have time for that. It's so bulky with the Assault Vest. And now they're all Swords Dance. Where is Assault Vest? Apparently it doesn't need it. Like, obviously, Swords Dance makes it so strong. You see there, Golden Go gets just KO'd, but Buster's Off Punch locks up the game, even if you go for a Terra Fairy. But yeah, like, Assault Vest has just completely disappeared on it. And I think that's quite interesting, because, like, Assurance is very strong. You don't need a Swords Dance for Assurance. If you got the extra damage, Assurance would just be able to KO. So apparently Swords Dance is the play here.
Apparently so, and I mean, you do have the Assault Vest on the Rillaboom there as well, so, you know, it kind of offsets that a tiny bit better, where you're able to make sure that, you know, like, you can benefit off of not needing and relying on Assault Vest there, and you just go for the setup strategy. But yeah, I think that was really, really well played from both trainers, of course. It's a very fire first match to be able to feature. Fevzi will be going ahead with the 3-0 right now, which is really good for his tournament run to be able to start it off at such a good step.
Yeah, absolutely. A great start to this tournament. We're going to have to see how that's going forward in this tournament. We're going to be cutting to a short break, and don't go anywhere, because we're going to have some more fantastic games just like that one. So stay tuned.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsubo. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple World Championships, and this time around he made the right call on the metagame. With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon running rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini. But the real star of his team was Celesteela, the launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to Leech Seed recovery. If Tomoyuki wanted to keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not known for its really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game, shaking their hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, +3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round. We are a couple of seconds out, so this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense +3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the Fighting-type Buzzwole faced off against a Fairy-type and a Flying-type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All out pummeling from your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think. A Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota down with just 2 Pokemon on his side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been so close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with the Z move. No, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini. Not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for the knockout. Ryota's clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The Heavy Slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without the Intimidate?
A critical hit!
Critical hit!
It does it at the last second!
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the final turn of this game.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and they crit from his trusty Celesteela. Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go on to leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Pokemon trainers, we ho-ho. Hope you're enjoying the show so far today. This is Charlie Merriman on our festive desk here, joined by Ben Kiriakou. Ben, how are you?
Well, I am absolutely wonderful today, Charlie. I'm really enjoying this fantastic setup that we have between us here. This on the desk in our festive season here just makes the regional championships even more exciting, even greater, if that was even possible, to be presiding over here as we work our way towards crowning our next regional champion in the European region.
You're right. There's something a little bit different in the air today, isn't there, Ben? There's a little bit even more joy in the air here in Stuttgart. It's such an exciting championship. Regulation Set E, we're very familiar with it now, but as that last match showed us, there is still so much to surprise us in Regulation Set E.
Having spoken a little bit to Fevzi behind the scenes after his match win there, his first words to me was like, hey, well done, Fevzi, you did really well in that match. He's like, yeah, you know what, that was a little bit messier than I would have liked it to be with, you know, all of the reads that he was having to make. And I was like, well, yeah, that's kind of what happens sometimes when you have that King Gambit going for the Sucker Punch every turn. You're not necessarily able to, you know, connect that where you want it to, because whatever your player that you're opposing is going for, sometimes is able to counter that sort of strategy. So, yeah, really nice to see him able to overcome all of those kind of mind games and be able to come out victorious and go 3-0 in this regional championships.
Yeah, I think the thing with Sucker Punch is that eventually, in order to win a game, your opponent is going to have to go for an attacking move. So Sucker Punch is going to work look at some point, hopefully, unless your opponent is going for another priority move like an Aqua Jet. But certainly, I've had many a game in my time, Ben, my more limited time compared to yours, where I've been trying to go for that Sucker Punch, but the opposing trainers been able to play around it, going for a Protect, even if it fails, just as long as it's not attacking, that Sucker Punch isn't doing anything.
I was wondering how long it was going to take, Charlie, before you were
2 minutes.
going to bring up my age here. Yeah, no, but you're right. I mean, it's been a long time coming. We've got to be thinking now, not about the past, but into the future here in this tournament in Stuttgart, because we've got some fantastic matches coming for you in round 4. There they are up on the screen here, and the feature match that we're going to be going into will be Matt Maynard versus Eloy Hahn. But before we go into that, let's take a note of the other players that are playing this round.
Yeah, well, we have Michael Kelch, of course, number 2 in the World Championships in 2023. Fevzi there will be playing Adam Cherfawi, and Carmine Ragone, who we saw a little bit on stream in Gdansk there as well, against Nikolai Hodge Nielsen and Marco Silva, the champion of the Latin American International Championships too. So much action heating up the frosty surroundings here today.
No surprise there to see Marco Silva coming out of such a dominant performance. In fact, the most dominating performance in the Latin American International Championships, and then coming in here and being at 3-0 going into round 4. Speaking of of International Championships, of course, Flavio Del Pidio there against Andrea, and what a match that'll be as well. Flavio, one of the players that I really like to keep an eye on, such a consistent player, and one that really understands how to create such a strong board position.
Right, absolutely. And I mean, we saw strong board positions aplenty in that previous game, and I'm sure we'll be seeing some more in the match that we will be featuring Matt Maynard and Eloy Hahn. Both of these trainers are getting set up on the stage already. We're really tearing through these matches today, Ben. The excitement here in the venue is palpable. Trainers just racing for that finish line, seeing who will become the Stuttgart Regional Champion.
And it's one of those tournaments where, we're getting to the end of 2023. We're nearly going into 2024, although it is the 2024 season. This is the last one of the year. You kind of want to go out with a bang and really make a mark on the format and make a real name for yourself going into next year to catapult yourself towards that world champion placing in Honolulu.
Yeah, and of course, whoever wins today will get that automatic invite to Honolulu. But at this point in the season as well, trainers have been attending enough events where this could be the event that decides whether they get enough championship points, whether they win or not, in order to get their invite anyway. And so that's always an exciting time for trainers here. And what a fantastic opportunity to be able to do it just before the holidays.
Absolutely. That would be my holiday treat of choice, I think, if we were able to, play these regional championships ourselves and, get our way through those championship points to Honolulu. Of course, this is not the only place that players can receive championship points. Of course, there are the local level tournaments as well, where you can, play against people that are a little bit closer to home, and build up those little bits of championship points. 20 here, 15 there, that sort of thing. And those really do add up over a season. If you're consistently able to, play in your local community, that can be a great stepping stone to these regional championships and, of course, the international championships that we have later on next year.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much Pokemon action going on all year round. And, of course, the next international championships that will be happening will be the European ones in London in April. So still a little way off and a whole new regulation set to go. But this is, of course, an ample warm-up for those events. And I think at the local level, that's an opportunity to try things out.
Right.
Experiment with the metagame, not necessarily go with what's doing well, just see what works for you, adapting to your playstyle. I loved seeing a Reggie Drago in that last game. That's very much my playstyle. Lou, Josh Groby and I have been talking before about how we go with plan A, there is no plan B. We just try and remove all the Pokemon on the field, and if it doesn't work out, well, oh well. But not a game plan to commit to.
Not necessarily, but when it works, boy, does it work, Charlie. It's one of the more satisfying Pokemon to be using in this regulation set. And I'm really glad to see Reggie Drago having its place in the format where, in previous formats in the 2022 series, where Reggie Alecki kind of stole all the limelight in terms of the Reggie Pokemon. Well, now it's Reggie Drago's turn. That Dragon Energy does so much work. It's kind of akin to the Golden Go Terra Steel Make It Rain, but not necessarily with the Terra, because Dragon Energy is that much stronger.
Yeah, and of course it has that Dragon's more ability, which gives a little boost to its Dragon moves as well. We can't ignore Regieleki though in this format. Of course, it came second at the Latin American International Championships. I haven't seen it run by anyone since or before. So I guess Thiago Latanzi just has that secret sauce, being able to make Regieleki work. I'd love to see it here today. We'll have to see if it comes up.
Definitely on a different level. I really enjoyed seeing how he played that, especially with that Terra Ice on that Regieleki, because across every season where Regieleki has been viable, it's always been screaming out for a little bit of coverage options. It's like, hey, when a ground-type Pokemon comes in, what do I do? Well, now it has an option in that Terra Ice Terra Blast, and that really does dispatch Pokemon like Landorus that used to give it problems, kind of getting its own back a little bit in the Latin American International Championships.
Yeah, absolutely. It's this is what terrestrialization enables us to do. Suddenly, any Pokemon can have coverage against any type if you're running that Terra Blast move, and it's such an exciting strategy to see come to the fore here in Generation 9. Speaking of here, there are our trainers on the stage, ready to go. Seems like Eloy has set up a substitute there on the desk, not wanting to take any immediate damage from Matt, and Matt is being represented by Ampharos and Heatran.
Yeah, a really good showing from both of these trainers here, already 3-0. Matt's a player that I've been personally working with a little bit this season as well, so personally speaking, I'm quite encouraged to see him in this position doing very, very well for himself. I'm going to try and remain a little bit more unbiased, especially since Eloy on the other side has been a trainer that I've known for a very long time, and again, very encouraged to see him back and doing very well.
Back since the dawn of time when you came to be.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. That's how long that Ben has known Eloy. And very shortly, we also take a deeper dive into these trainers when their accomplishments come up on screen. But the level of competition at these events, Ben, is just ramping up and up with every regional that we attend.
It absolutely is, and especially with Pokemon like Heatran now being in the format that Matt's being represented by here. There's a lot of decisions for these trainers to make with what Pokemon they're bringing, how they're going to approach their regionals prep, how they're going to approach everything from a mental standpoint, because there's a lot of Pokemon to be played this weekend. These trainers, however, they look like they're in their element here.
They absolutely do, and just look at those achievements, just giving weight to that, Ben. They absolutely are in their element, with Matt having reached EUIC Top 128 in the 2023 season, Bremen Regional Top 16 2022, and then over on Eloy's side, some more distant achievements. The 2016 Arnhem Regional finalist was top 32 in 2014. So, you could look over to one side of the screen, see Matt, and see the more recent achievements, but I'm really interested to see if Eloy can bring his legacy experience of the game to the fray.
I remember I was at that tournament in Italy, came top 16, I think, if I remember rightly, but Eloy getting all the way to the finals, and he put on a really good show in that match, but wasn't quite able to take the crown back then. That did catapult him to the World Championships that year, where I believe he did pretty well for himself, if memory serves. But a great representation from the German region as well. Really nice to see these players like Eloy coming back after a little bit of a break and showing, their experience and knowledge that they've had from previous series and just applying it to the new Pokemon. So really interested to see more about how Eloy is going to be playing against a newer player in Matt Maynard.
Yeah, and I mean, Matt is someone who's been just rising and rising, getting better and better at the game, and I think that's something that's really important to bear in mind, trainers. If at first you don't succeed, really do try again, because it's easy to look at streams like this and think, oh, well, why can't I attain that level now? The fact of the matter is, these players have been going for years just trying to hone their craft and their skill at the game in order to be in the position that you see here, them on stream here in Stuttgart.
And Matt's certainly a player that I know really does take feedback on board. We play some matches, we talk about the matches afterwards. He's thinking like, hey, yeah, maybe I mismanaged that turn here. Maybe in future I could do that slightly differently to give myself a little bit of an edge. And all of those things culminating together is why you see these trainers on here. There is a lot of work to be done, but the reward for that work and, you know, the fun that you have along the way, especially in the community, is well worth it.
It absolutely is, and Matt will be trying to have a little bit of fun with his own team here. Of course, he's got his Heatran mascot, and he'll be running that Pokemon along with Ogerpon with the Wellspring Mask, Fluttermane, Rillaboom, King Gambit, and Salamence. Now, seems like King Gambit and Salamence are the talk of the town this weekend, Ben. So many players are running these Pokemon. Of course, Eric Rios did so well with Salamence at Gdansk just very recently, and, you know, it's becoming an intimidator of choice, but you certainly don't want to be intimidating a King Gambit.
Not in the slightest, especially when that King Gambit can go for a Swords Dance as well. Yeah, a +2 King Gambit is something that most trainers can find their way around. You know, you switch out on a Sucker Punch, or maybe don't go for a damaging move on the Sucker Punch and hit it with the other thing, and, you know, make that call to either knock out the King Gambit in one, or at least, you know, do quite a lot of damage to it. If you can do that, perfect, that's great. A +4 King Gambit, well, that's a completely different story. It can start even thinking about getting knockouts on Pokemon that resist it, like a Shifu, which really do a lot of damage into it. The one thing I do want to just quickly point out before we go over and have a look at Eloy's team, though, is just how consistent this composition is and how many options it has for ways to play it. I know I've seen Matt switch things up quite a lot over this season.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, with King Gambit, it doesn't necessarily need to run that Steel-type move because it can be so effective just with its Dark-type moves and Swords Dance and a Dark power-boosting item like the Dread Plate we see here being run by Eloy alongside Cresselia, Ursaluna in its regular form, not the Blood Moon kind, and Rillaboom, Heatran, and another Salamence. So, you know, Eloy realizing that Regulation Set D with Cresselia and Ursaluna, really powerful duo, and that Guts ability both boosted by the Flame Orb and running Facade, you know, not something to be sniffed at. And there is that substitute move representing that substitute doll he has on the desk there. So really fascinating matchup.
Substitute, one of the best moves in the video game championships, and really a powerful thing to be using defensively to make sure that your Ursaluna is not being intimidated, nor is taking any damage, but also it's making it a target as well while it's dishing out all of that damage. That can be really difficult if Eloy's able to get that set up for really any trainer to be going against. I really do like the way that Eloy's built this, though, with the Cresselia and the Ursaluna is kind of supported by that King Gambit in Trick Room. Most of the teams that have King Gambit, like Matt's team, really do try to just have King Gambit as one of those Pokemon that Sucker Punches, and maybe you make a read and you go for Kowtow Cleave. But it's never really going first unless it goes for a Sucker Punch, where Eloy's saying, well, okay, yeah, we can play that game. Certainly the components are pretty similar on both Pokemon, or both trainers' teams, but instead, sometimes it can go first with that Trick Room.
Yeah, Trick Room, really nice pairing with King Gambit. And, you know, Black Glasses or Dread Plate, those items do the same thing. And with Trick Room being set up here, at least Matt has access to something like Rillaboom, Grassy Glide, those priority moves here. Not seeing a Hisuian Arcanine here with the extreme speed, but something like a Fluttermane would have to watch out because it is one of those very fast Pokemon. I also want to call out the Fairy Terror with Terra Blast on the Heatran on Eloy's side of the field. Now, Salamence on Matt's side does have the Poison Terra type, so it could Terrestrialize away from that weakness, but do you want to put all your eggs in that basket? The question of when and who to Terrestrialize is really key here in Regulation Set E.
Well, the thing I'm looking at Terrestrializing is that Cresselia, potentially. If Eloy does want to go down this sort of Trick Room mode with his team, and get that Ursaluna set up, maybe even get that King Gambit set up, then it's going to have to worry about that Fluttermane on Matt's side of the field. A real Choice Specs super effective Shadow Ball is going to be doing lots and lots of damage. Maybe not enough to pick up the one-hit knockout, but certainly putting it in range of another Pokemon on Matt's team. That could really scupper Eloy's plans here if he does decide to go for that Ursaluna King Gambit strategy. If he goes for the more speedier option and tries to match Matt's Tailwind, maybe not much of an issue for him, but if he does, I'm looking at that Cresselia.
Yeah, and the thing is, you know, Matt could run the Fluttermane and the Rillaboom, and then whether the Cresselia terrestrializes or not, you're still getting big damage into that Pokemon to try and deny the trick from. But let's see if that's the strategy that's going to be gone for. It's going to be King Gambit and Rillaboom for Eloy, and yes, there it is. It's going to be Fluttermane and Rillaboom for Matt.
Now, some King Gambit do opt to play Iron Head on them, but we have seen that this King Gambit is only carrying Dark-type coverage. So that Fluttermane is probably feeling a little bit safer than it usually would, but it does have to worry about that priority that Eloy's brought onto the field. A Grassy Glide followed by a Sucker Punch is likely able to pick up the KO on this Fluttermane if Matt doesn't decide to go for his Terra Fairy. So already on the field, turn one, lots of decisions to make, and especially whether or not either of those Rillaboom do go for their fake out to just, you know, get that early speed, early advantage, you know, get some damage onto the field, certainly on Matt's side with that Fluttermane, and then kind of go from there and play around the priority a little bit later.
Yeah, and you know, I think you definitely don't want to leave that King Gambit unchecked because it could be setting up a Swords Dance on this turn. It will be keeping itself safe with a Protect, and it has that Terra Dragon as well, so Fluttermane would be able to do fantastic damage to that Pokemon. It's going to be Rillaboom going for that fake out as King Gambit keeps itself safe and flinching all around. So both trainers currently just sort of assessing the state of play. A lot of health remaining to both of these trainers already here in Stuttgart.
Yeah, pretty safe play here from Eloy, just making sure that he's not going to be having his King Gambit take too much damage. There is a fake out in play in turn one. Well, turn two, there's no more fake outs in play, Charlie, so it's going to be able to... Eloy's going to be able to go for those priority moves to threaten that Fluttermane. But as I mentioned previously, if that Fluttermane goes for a Terra, I'm not sure whether or not the double up is going to be able to knock things out. And if Matt's Rillaboom is able to get an attack off here, regardless of what happens on Eloy's side of the field, it's going to be able to do a little bit of damage.
Well, let us find out as Fluttermane is going to show its love for the battlefield, going for that Fairy Terrestrialization. Rillaboom going for that Grassy Glide onto the Fluttermane. That's a huge amount of damage. And followed up with a Sucker Punch. That is enough for the knockout onto Matt's Terrestrialized Fluttermane already. So that is Matt's Terra option down and out very early on in this game, whereas Eloy still has that up his sleeve. High Horsepower coming out, a super effective hit into the King Gambit, but able to take that really well. A very bulky Pokemon indeed. So that's a real shame for Matt here.
Yeah, Matt trying to kind of trade a little bit here, saying like, I'm going to take a little bit of damage. I'm going to put myself into range of any priority move later in the game, but if I survive this attack with the Fluttermane, then I'm going to be able to launch out a Terra Fairy Moonblast into that King Gambit, follow it up with a High Horsepower, then that would be that King Gambit no longer on the field. And we can see a sneak peek in the back here. That Salamence is there. That Intimidate is going to proc the Defiant on Eloy's side of the field. So fantastic turn there for Eloy. A testament to how he's trained his Pokemon, being a little bit more offensive than I think that Matt was expecting.
Yeah, there it is. There's that Defiant boost. And yes, that's crucial information for Matt going into game two, but right now he has to see out the rest of this game. Now King Gambit at +1 in its attack. It's threatening massive damage on the field here, and you know, right now we saw how little that High Horsepower did. Salamence is not going to be able to do much at all to that King Gambit, but that is the Pokemon that Matt will have his eyes on right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a good advantage for Matt turn one, where the fake out from Rillaboom on his side of the field went first, but turn two, Eloy definitely created all the space he needed. Now that we're in this position, it's going to be an uphill battle for Matt to come back in here. And if Eloy's able to trade kind of neutrally for the rest of this game, get those Sucker Punches into the right slot, he's going to be able to put himself in a great position for his last two Pokemon in the back, one of which being that Heatran, to be able to clean up.
Air Slash will be coming into this Heatran. It's not going to be a very effective hit. Was once super effective, but High Horsepower calling that switch. But the Heatran survived on very low HP, even though it's a doubly super effective hit. Kowtow Cleave is not enough for the knockout onto the Rillaboom, even at +1 attack. So both these trainers giving us a masterclass on this turn alone into how to build your Pokemon.
Nearly knockouts all around here, Charlie, but not quite getting there. And that actually is a really great read there from Matt, calling the Heatran Heatran switch in there. I really did expect that to get the knockout on the Heatran, but here we are, and that does put the Heatran really under threat of being able to be knocked out by potentially another air slash. It might be a little bit out of range here, but it's certainly something that both of these trainers are going to have to be aware of going into this turn. Rillaboom being on such low health is quite a difficult thing for Matt to be able to deal with. And he's kind of locked into going for those grassy glides or switching it out because of that pressure the King Gambit puts onto the field.
Yeah, Sucker Punch is going to be easily enough here to pick up the knockout onto Matt's Rillaboom. So they are down to their final 2 Pokemon here. Air Slash coming out again in Heatran, not enough for the knockout. It could get a flinch, it does not, but Magma Storm is not going to be connecting with the Salamence. So really dynamic gameplay from all trainers all around here. And now Matt is not able to switch out that Salamence to get another Intimidate drop on the field, which he would not be wanting to do in the face of that Defying King Gambit. That King Gambit is sitting pretty, but with Ogerpon Wellspring joining the field, maybe it has just slightly more to worry about.
I think so. Yeah, the Ogerpon's going to put a lot of pressure on both the Heatran and that King Gambit, so to speak. I mean, yeah, the Ivy Cudgel is probably not knocking out the King Gambit here, but if you can maybe do a little bit of extra chip damage with the Draco Meteor from the Salamence or the Air Slash into that King Gambit, maybe you can put it into Ivy Cudgel range. But I kind of fear that Eloy's played this so well so far, put himself into range, going for the Magma Storm, which is, you know, a bit of an inconsistent move. I feel like if you hit it at that point, you've probably locked up the game with the extra damage and the recoil that the Magma Storm gives. As it stands, it's still in Eloy's favor.
That Sucker Punch bringing Ogerpon down to about a quarter of its health. Draco Meteor will be enough for the knockout onto the Heatran, but Salamence is going to be taking that special attack drop as a result, and of course can't reset that because Matt only has 2 Pokemon remaining on the field. Ivy Cudgel coming out into King Gambit, not enough for the knockout. This King Gambit really has been the MVP for Eloy in this situation, commanding the battlefield, and it's going to have one of its comrades joining the field very shortly.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that Ogerpon definitely took a little bit too much damage. Now that the Draco Meteor has gone out into the Heatran to knock it out, with the Salamence is now going to be at 2 stages of decreased special attack, and if it gets a critical hit every turn, that won't matter, but the likelihood of that is pretty low. And so Salamence is in a really difficult spot here where, you know, the Rillaboom comes out, you want that Air Slash damage to be able to knock it out a little bit quicker, I think, than anything else. And that's going to be so difficult for this Salamence to be able to achieve.
Yeah, I think in this situation, Matt is just keeping himself safe in order to give himself a little bit more time to assess how to approach the next game. A little bit of information gained, and crucially, I think that turn 1 with the Fairy Terror Sucker Punch is going to be dealing a lot of damage to the Salamence. A little bit of chip damage from the Rocky Helmet, but with Air Slash coming out as well, a not very effective hit. Yes, I think Matt realizes how this game is going, but again, gaining a little bit more information to bring into game 2.
I do like the targeting there on the Salamence for the King Gambit. You kind of know that the Ogerpon's got to go for the Spiky Shield in this situation. And you've got a little bit of freedom here from Eloy to make that read. Double Spiky Shield coming out from Matt's Ogerpon, and it's going to be able to be failing here. That's going to be the Grassy Glide and the Sucker Punch, though, targeting into that. Failing because of the double Spiky Shield. Draco Meteor into the King Gambit, not enough because of that special attack drop. Matt's going for those critical hits, but he just isn't able to land them.
He's not able to land them, and this King Gambit is saying, come at me, show me what you've got. I've been here for the entire battle, and I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. Ogerpon is able to get that Spiky Shield off this turn, of course, having failed the previous one. Grassy Glide will, therefore, be dealing a little bit of recoil damage back to the Rillaboom, going into those spikes. But with that health bar so very healthy, not very effective in this situation. Sucker Punch not going to be connecting onto the Ogerpon, and I guess where there is a roost, there is a way, but the Salamence, the more Draco Meteors it goes for, the less damage output it will have, and of course, Eloy still has an as-of-yet unrevealed Pokemon in the bag.
I do like the way that Matt's playing this, though. Sometimes you've got to kind of grind your way through a match and see if you can make some headway there. 3 Spiky Shields in a row, the Roost coming out absolutely clutch here on Matt Salamence, just giving it a go. Double spiky shield, that's 4 spiky shields in the row, 3 of which have been successful. And those spiky shields are chipping down that Rillaboom and potentially that King Gambit. But how long before Eloy cottons on?
Yeah, well, it's going to be Sucker Punch that is, going to bring Salamence down to 1 HP. But with that Rocky Helmet, that's not going to be enough even for the King Gambit, but Draco Meteor will be. It is finally down and out. This Salamence surviving on 1 HP. Of course, it could be in range of a Grassy Glide now. It does have that roost option, but to be honest, I'm surprised this game is still going on, Ben. Matt is finding a way to play to their outs.
And that's one way to deal with a King Gambit. It's like, yeah, hit me, keep going. I'm gonna eventually, with the Rocky Helmet and the Spiky Shield, you're gonna knock yourself out even with that grassy terrain recovery. Wow, what a game plan that Matt's being able to come up with. Salamence coming in does put a little bit of a scupper on Matt's plans here, because between the Ogerpon and the Salamence at -4 stages of decreased special attack, it's gonna be again a critical hit that is the only way to knock out this Salamence, and
no,
it doesn't come through.
It's not enough. I think it might be at -6 stages now, Ben. Actually, it couldn't be lower in the special attack, and that is Air Slash coming out. Ogerpon is going down. Matt at this point just enjoying himself. Rillaboom saying, I've had enough of this. Woodhammer coming out and able to pick up the knockout onto that Salamence, finally, with a little bit of Rocky Helmet chip damage for good measure. I mean, you've got to take your hat off to Matt, able to bring Eloy down to their final 2 Pokemon, but Eloy will be taking game 1.
I've got to say, Charlie, that's one of the best games I've ever seen in VGC. That was fantastic. Eloy played that so well. Being able to train his Pokemon to knock out that Fluttermane really took away a lot of Matt's options. But this is such an example of when the chips are down, you've really got to just find a way to keep playing the game. Turns out this time it was 4 spiky shields in a row, umpteen Draco Meteors, and trying to get those critical hits. If any of them succeeded, yeah, it's really important to say if any of them succeeded, Matt might have found a footing in that game. Didn't happen, it didn't come off, but you've got to respect Matt for going for it. And I think going into game 2, there's definitely some adjustments that both of these players can make.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, you never want to be relying on a critical hit, but had that Draco Meteor been able to pick up the knockout onto Eloy Salamence when it came in, might have been some wiggle room, but I think adjusting for game 2, well, again, crucially, Matt now knows what Eloy's Pokemon can do to their Fluttermane. So it's not going to be able to survive a double up even with that Fairy Terror. So Matt might still want to bring that Pokemon, but get it into a position where it can achieve more, because I think once your Terror option is down and out before it's been able to achieve anything, that's certainly not a position you want to be in.
And one of the Pokemon that can really do that quite well for Matt is that Ogerpon. It's one of the sort of more common leads in this composition where you say, hey, I'm going to lead Ogerpon, Fluttermane, I'm going to go for Follow Me and a big attack with my Fluttermane. Ogerpon redirects all those priority moves, kind of forces the King Gambit to not go for Sucker Punch and instead go for something like a Kowtow Cleave, and then able to, you know, capitalize on that instead because of how slow the King Gambit is.
King Gambit incredibly slow, but that doesn't mean it can't get stuff done, as these Rillaboom are having a battle of the bands, staring each other down on the field, and so are the Heatran. So both of the leads being matched. Mind games are plenty going into this turn. Of course, we've got high horsepower on both sides of the field. That would be super effective damage onto the Heatran, but then Heatran can respond with super effective damage. So it could be quite an explosive turn 1, or both trainers are going to be thinking, I think I should reposition.
Yeah, maybe. And certainly I think Eloy's going to be thinking more about repositioning than Matt. We saw in game 1 that the Rillaboom was likely to be the faster Rillaboom, and that's, I think, why Eloy is deciding to switch it out. You don't have to play a fake-out game if your fake-out's no longer on the field. Salamence coming in is a great pivot here. If Matt's going for that Magma Storm into the Salamence, it's going to be able to take that like a champ, and just playing a little bit defensively here, not losing the Heatran to either a high horsepower or a earth power turn 1, depending on the speed interactions of how these Heatran are trained.
Yeah, well, Magma Storm is going to be connecting to the Salamence. It's not going to be a very effective hit, but that will be dealing a little bit of chip damage at the end of each turn, and now Salamence can't switch out. That's a really fantastic Pokemon to catch with that move, because now, of course, it won't be getting multiple Intimidate drops onto Matt's side of the field, and Matt does have a King Gambit in his arsenal. It's not being brought to this particular game, but being able to let your physical attackers have just as much prowess as they did originally, that's huge.
Absolutely, and yeah, I really like how Matt's taken advantage of that turn. Eloy playing defensively with the faster fake out on Matt's side and then wanting to not lose the Heatran turn 1. But this turn is slightly different, where the Salamence is able to get that tailwind up first and put Eloy's own Heatran in a position where it can launch out either a Magma Storm or an Earth Power into Matt's side of the field. Got to be a bit careful. Maybe this is the time to go for that Terra option on Eloy's side of the field so you don't fall afoul of a super effective ground type attack.
Well, it's going to be a pivot out anyway as Fluttermane joins the field. So if Eloy was going for that Terra, it would have been very nicely called out by Matt. But instead, Heatran's going to the back, and joining the field in its place is going to be King Gambit. Now, Matt has just brought the Fluttermane onto the field. It's going to be the Terastallization coming out, going onto the Heatran for Matt. So it's becoming that Grass Terra type, a Terra type that we saw much earlier on in Regulation Set D, and now trainers tending to favor that Fairy Terra type. But of course, with Flash Fire, still immune to fire type moves. That Air Slash, you've got to wonder if it had been going into that Heatran would have been absolutely huge, but instead going into the Fluttermane, Earth Power connecting down with a super effective hit onto that King Gambit. A really interesting switch from Eloy there, because of course it was once that Heatran, and so Earth Power super effective either way, as Salamence takes a little bit more Magma Chip.
It's a really good Earth Power damage there into the King Gambit, and where we saw in Game 1 that this King Gambit got a little bit set up because of its Defiant ability. Now it hasn't. It's not going to be doing quite as much damage, but also now it has a lot less health to play with, and Matt has Pokemon that can actually knock it out in a short period of time. The Terra Grass is going to be working against Matt here, though, because of that Air Slash that you called out there, Charlie, going to be now super effective into the Heatran, and especially because of that flinch chance on the Air Slash from that Salamence, and the fact that it can't switch out. Heatran's kind of like a, hey, I kind of want to flinch this turn in this sort of situation, and it's going to be something that Matt's going to have to be aware of.
Yeah, well, Fluttermane is going to be saying, I don't want to be dealing with that, and going to the back for Matt. Rillaboom rejoining the field here, able to apply a fake out on the next turn. King Gambit just going to scout out, able to sit on the field and survey its territory, as Salamence is able to go for that Tailwind. So the speed advantage is now on Eloy's side of the field. Earth Power was connecting down into that King Gambit, and we have the sneak peek of the Pokemon Matt has brought is that Ogerpon Wellspring in the back, so no Tailwind can be set up for Matt.
And that's going to be maybe impactful here, but I think it's more impactful for the Pokemon that Eloy has in the back in that Heatran. The question is, do you bring it in this situation? Maybe try to predict a Magma Storm, because if Matt's Heatran is targeting down that King Gambit, supported by a fake out on that Salamence, then you kind of want to bring in your Rillaboom. Well, Matt could read that and then go for a Magma Storm. So maybe it could be the right situation to bring the Heatran in, but these are the mind games that these players are going to have to play. No switches this turn, though.
No switches, a super effective Air Slash, followed up by a Kowtow Cleave onto Heatran, so we won't be seeing if that's going to be a flinch, because Heatran down and out for Matt. That is Matt's Terra option gone. Heatran going down back to its Pokeball. Rillaboom is going to be able to connect the high horsepower, but the King Gambit survives thanks to the... Intimidate had gone off earlier, so it's just a very well-trained King Gambit there, and Matt able to bring the Ogerpon onto the field. And with Salamence trapped there, no Intimidates will be coming back out to threaten the Ogerpon just yet.
Very well-trained King Gambit indeed there. This does a few things as well, because the Air Slash and the Kowtow Cleave being able to knock out that Heatran does disable that Magma Storm trap. This Salamence is able to get on out of there now that it's dispatched of that Heatran, and that's certainly something that the Rillaboom and Ogerpon on that side of the field are not going to appreciate. This King Gambit, though, is under threat of a Grassy Glide being able to knock it out in one without too much counterplay from Eloy's side of the field. So maybe an opportunity again for Eloy to go a little bit on the defensive and bring that King Gambit out and in for later. Although, may be able to read into that and just go for an attack instead.
Yeah, Grassy Glide will be enough to pick up that King Gambit. The Pokemon that stuck around on the field so long for Eloy in that game 1 is now down for Eloy as Air Slash, super effective into the Rillaboom, holding that Assault Vest, not going to be taking too much damage, and Ivy Cudgel enough for the knockout onto the Salamence as well. So Matt really turning the tables here. Eloy down to their final 2 Pokemon in that Heatran and the Rillaboom, and there's Fluttermane lurking in the back for Matt. So this is really the tale of game 1 into game 2. Fluttermane wasn't able to achieve anything in that previous game. It can achieve something here, hopefully.
Well, now there's no need for Magma Storm to trap in Eloy's Pokemon because they're not going to be able to switch out, and that's something that this Heatran probably isn't going to really appreciate here. The one thing to note in this position, though, is that Eloy has yet to commit his Terastallization.
Yeah.
He is able to maybe go for that Terra Fairy on the Heatran to stop it taking super effective damage from the Ogerpon Ivy Cudgel. Matt's going to have to read into that if he wants to make headway here because of all of the threats that Eloy has on the field. The Woodhammer from that Rillaboom we saw in game 1 be so pivotal, and a Woodhammer followed by a Grassy Glide may even be enough to knock out this Ogerpon.
Well, we'll find out as we get into the end game here, trainers. Heatran will be embracing the fairy side of life. It's going for that Fairy Terror. It's finally time for Eloy to commit that Terastallization. Rillaboom going for that Woodhammer onto the Ogerpon. It's not enough for the knockout. It's brought down very low, however. That Ogerpon's time is numbered here. Magma Storm will be dodged by Rillaboom on Matt's side of the field, which is huge here. Ivy Cudgel coming out into the Rillaboom and, you know, bringing it down to about half its health, followed up by a Woodhammer, and that is not quite enough. But a Grassy Glide could be picking up the knockout on the next turn, but that grassy terrain is going to be expiring soon.
It certainly is, and reads across the board here, where I think Matt was assuming that Rillaboom on Eli's side of the field was going for its Terra Fire here to give it a little bit more of a defensive play, kind of reading into the Heatran not going for its Terra option as well and not targeting that down with a Woodhammer, where Eloy called that turn absolutely perfectly, going for that defensive Terra just in case, but getting so much damage down onto that Ogerpon, following up with a Grassy Glide. It is enough to pick up the KO.
Ogerpon is down and out, not able to achieve too much this game, but that chip damage onto the Rillaboom is critical because now the Woodhammer is going to be taking that out. So it's just this Heatran left on the field for Eloy, but Matt, of course, also has the Fluttermane in the back. Now, Magma Storm is going to be connecting this time, and it's going to be a super effective hit onto the Rillaboom, so now that's down. It's just Fluttermane versus Heatran. Fluttermane, of course, the faster Pokemon, probably not able to pick up a one-hit knockout onto this Heatran, but it is known for its special defense, so all kinds of games going on the field right now.
And this is where you really do want Flash Cannon on your Heatran rather than that Terra Fairy, Terra Blast, because Moonblast is not enough to pick up the KO, but no need for the Flash Cannon when you can land that Magma Storm and get the a lot of damage on the field. Grassy Terrain Recovery, though, will probably take this Fluttermane out of 2 ticks of recoil from this Magma Storm, though. And so it's looking like there will be another opportunity for this Fluttermane to launch out a Moonblast into this Heatran and catapult us into a Game 3.
Well, let's hope, but there is Heatran with Protect available, so if Eloy gets multiple Protects off, then potentially we could be tying this up for Eloy. Of course, Heatran keeping itself safe from that Moonblast as Fluttermane takes a little bit of Grassy Terrain Recovery, but also a little bit of Magma Storm chip damage coming up very shortly after those leftovers go off. So really fine margins here, and both trainers playing this really, really well. Fluttermane brought down to, you know, even lower health. It might just have the resources to survive. Eloy might be going for that double protect.
Might be, and if Eloy gets it, it will be very, very close, but not managing to get that double protect. Moonblast going into the Heatran. It was enough to take that attack, and if Eloy had just gone for the attack there, would have been able to knock out this Fluttermane. Unfortunately for Eloy, that didn't pay off in that turn, and I don't think there's any... Well, I mean, the Grassy Terrain is going to be ending very soon here. Yeah, it's going to be ending, so that Fluttermane's looking like 2 ticks of Magma Storm is going to be enough to knock it out. This Protect is guaranteed. The next Protect is not guaranteed.
You can't get more finer margins than this. Moonblast not going to be doing anything here. Fluttermane will be taking another tick of Magma Storm, whereas Heatran able to recover a little bit with his left. I was so well trained, able to survive that Moonblast on the previous turn. Fluttermane being brought down to 4 HP. It all comes down to whether this Heatran is going to be able to get the double protect. Is Eloy going to be able to do it? Let's find out, trainers. No, he's not. Oh, Matt has clinched game 2. We will be going to a game 3.
You can see Matt there, head in his hands, Eloy doing exactly the same. Both of these trainers knew that there was opportunities there for both of them to be able to clutch out this victory, but it was Matt that's able to. Well, there you go. You can see the expression on Matt's face there. He knows what's going on. A little bit of a wake-up slap there going on from Matt. We're going to be going into game 3.
Let's hope that wake-up slap was super effective, Ben, because both these trainers, they want to break, but they're not going to get it. They're going to have to go straight into game 3 with all the information they've gleaned here. I mean, a Fluttermane surviving on 4 HP to win the game for Matt. It really doesn't get closer than that. So both these trainers now have ample information about the teams on either side of the field. And you know what, Ben? I'm looking at Eloy's Ursaluna, and I'm wondering if it's time.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, Charlie, because I'm looking at it too. It's such a strong Pokemon in this matchup, being able to, even knock out the King Gambit, especially with the King Gambit being Terra Poison on that side of the field. You know that you can launch a headlong rush into that slot really without any risk whatsoever. And of course, if Matt goes for his Terra options on, say, the Heatran, turns it into a Grass type to resist those ground type attacks, you've always got the backup of that super, super powerful Facade there. That's going to be so difficult for Matt to deal with if Eloy gets it in the right spot, but it's a commitment here. It's not necessarily the Pokemon for this matchup, so we'll have to see how Eloy decides to use it. I do think the one thing that makes a difference here, though, is that Matt did not bring the King Gambit last game. I think that's the key to the Cresselia being able to come.
Right, well, if Matt goes for that again, it could well be. And as we were talking about before, Matt's lead, which he went with in game 1, Fluttermane and Rillaboom, that's able to deal massive damage to the Cresselia, whether it terastallizes or not. So Trick Room not necessarily guaranteed. It's all to play for, trainers, here in Stuttgart. Get on that hashtag #PlayPokemon to join in the conversation, because we are popping off here. It's going to be King Gambit and Salamence joining the field for Eloy, and Rillaboom and Heatran for Matt.
The same leads for Matt as in game 2, knowing that it worked and trying it again. I think Eloy just sort of accelerating the board state here, going, well, in game 1, leading Rillaboom Heatran really didn't work out for me. So I'm going to get to that position where I felt pretty good, which was when that Salamence and King Gambit was on the field in game 2, and then capitalize on that offensive pressure that I'm putting on. We know that the combination of Air Slash, if the Heatran goes for its Terra, and Kowtow Cleave in that Tailwind speed condition will be enough to knock out that Heatran. But now there's nothing threatening that Heatran to be going for it. So I think Eloy's made a good judgment here to get himself into that ball position where he can put some damage on the field. But Matt has a lot going for him as well.
Yeah, and of course in game 1, King Gambit was on the field for such a long time, and Eloy's looking to try to do that again here. It was the MVP then, maybe it can be the MVP now, as Rillaboom will be switching out in the face of that Heatran that has just joined the field. Going to be Fluttermane coming in instead. King Gambit instead going to keep itself safe. This is something we often see in game 3. Players playing really conservatively to start with. Magma Storm going into the protected King Gambit there. So that's not going to be trapping that Pokemon on this side of the field. So both trainers have repositioned a little bit. You've got to look at that Earth Power that Matt's Heatran has access to that could be going down into either of the Pokemon on Eloy's side.
You certainly have, and I really like that Eloy trying to catch that Magma Storm on the switch-in and get the Flash Fire boost, because we saw that Magma Storm wasn't quite enough to get the KOs in games 1 and 2. But if it did get that Flash Fire boost, Eloy would be in a great position to be able to take some key knockouts and not have to wait for that recoil to kind of finish the job here. As it stands, that Fluttermane is going to put a lot of pressure onto that King Gambit. There's no priority next to that King Gambit next, so even if Eloy does go for that sucker punch, it's not going to be able to stop it from attacking this turn.
Well, it's going to be Heatran this time going for a Fairy Terror, looking at Fluttermane saying, I want to do that too, turning into that Fairy type with a victorious Roar. And it's going to be a responding Terror from Matt. So here we go, trainers. It's game 3 in Swiss round 4 between these two fantastic players. Also going to be the Heatran. That's going to be becoming that Grass type. So Heatran planting its roots here on the field, wanting to stick around for a little while. Sucker Punch coming out onto the Fluttermane. It didn't terrestrialize. Fluttermane down to very low HP. It's able to get a Moonblast off. Let's hope it doesn't get a special attack drop onto the Kingambit. It does not. Magma Storm will be enough for the knockout onto that Fluttermane. So Fluttermane, once again, not able to provide much for Matt here, just like in game 1. And both Terrors burn on both sides of the field. Earth Power is going to be enough for the knockout onto Eloy's Kingambit. So one Pokemon down apiece for these two fantastic trainers.
But Eloy making such a great read here and knocking out that Fluttermane this turn. Probably would have knocked it out regardless of whether the Fluttermane went for its Terror to resist that Sucker Punch or not. And I think it really makes a lot of sense, especially when you're committing the Terror onto the Heatran and that Terra Fairy to make sure that you're not knocked out by an Earth Power. Now you clear out the Fluttermane, and now you have Salamence on the field. Well, Fluttermane is the Pokemon on Matt's team that really does put pressure onto that Salamence. So I think a really long-term view here for Eloy, trying to navigate to a position where that Salamence is kind of unchallenged and can just keep on dishing out those air slashes, get those tailwinds up, and really make it to the end game very, very well.
Right, absolutely. Air Slash is huge here. It's super effective against all of the Pokemon Matt has remaining after that Grass Terror. Rillaboom is going to be withdrawing in favor of the Ogerpon, which would again be taking super effective damage from a flying type move. It's going to be coming down onto the Heatran though. Is it going to be able to get a flinch? It's going to be the Fairy Terror Blast, which you don't often see onto Heatran. Will it be enough for the knockout onto Matt's own Heatran? Here it comes. It's not enough. Down to very low health. Heatran is going to go for that Magma Storm, but it will be missing. So no flinch, but still Heatran not able to achieve much here. And Eloy is just whittling away at the resources on Matt's side of the field.
You definitely need to get that Magma Storm off if you're Matt. That residual damage and stopping the Salamence from switching out is going to be your key route to victory here. But unfortunately, with the way that Matt's played this game, he's created a situation where all of his Pokemon are weak to Air Slash, and Air Slash is going to be just so easy to keep clicking on that Salamence. It's going to do lots of damage, but also, especially with a move that's inconsistent like Magma Storm, you're stacking up those chances of not going through.
Exactly. It comes down to that luck, as Air Slash is going to be super effective. Ogerpon takes it very well. It's not the most offensive Salamence, but with a follow-up Magma Storm, this is going to, well, the Ogerpon's going to survive on 18 here, but the Magma may well be picking up the knockout at the end of the turn. Flash Cannon coming down onto the Salamence. This is the one with a target on its back here for Matt, because, of course, that flying type damage is super effective against all of the Pokemon remaining.
And it's going to be a little bit of grassy terrain recovery, a little bit of leftovers recovery for the Heatran on Matt's side of the field. Magma Storm not quite enough to pick up the KO on Ogerpon this turn, and I think that's probably really what Eloy wanted to see. I think Matt would probably be hoping for a switch into the Rillaboom at this stage to start putting pressure onto the Heatran on Eloy's side of the field. You kind of want to launch a Woodhammer into that slot and then utilize the Heatran on your side of the field, maybe get another Flash Cannon, put that Salamence into grassy glide range. With the Ogerpon where it is now, I think this Salamence gets an opportunity to go for a roost and just make sure it keeps on the field and can carry on launching those damaging air slashes into Matt's team.
Yeah, it makes sense going for the Protect here because, of course, the Magma Storm will be picking up the knockout onto this Ogerpon at the end of the turn. Ogerpon saying, I've done what I can, follow me, getting the attention drawn to it as Roost does indeed come out from Eloy Salamence. This is the Pokemon that Eloy is really leveraging in this endgame. Flash Cannon doing about as much damage as it did before, and a little bit of grassy terrain recovery to add insult to injury.
Yeah, one of the side effects of using Roost is that Salamence sort of like takes a little bit of a break, gets on the field, and that's going to be activating the grassy terrain where normally its flying typing would be stopping that from happening. Ogerpon is knocked out now by the recoil damage from that Magma Storm, and on the last turn of grassy terrain as well. A really good timing here for Matt to be able to get Rillaboom back onto the field, reset that grassy terrain up. Heatran on Matt's side is definitely going to be appreciating that, because I think it is either out of range or nearly out of range of another air slash from that Salamence here. But I think, you know, if you're Matt, seeing what damage that Heatran did to Heatran on Matt's side of the field, you've really got to go on the offensive here. You've got to really try to knock out that Salamence this turn, because if you wait another turn, I don't think you're going to be getting past those air slashes.
Well, exactly. It's going to be, you know, Matt taking his time to decide what to do here, as Eloy is going to be withdrawing the Salamence, deciding to keep it safe, heading into an even later stage of the game. Rillaboom rejoining the field for Eloy here as well. Fake Out coming down into the Heatran. It won't be acting this turn, and I believe we saw a flash cannon coming out from Matt's Heatran here. It was locked into. It's not quite enough for the knockout. The training on this Heatran absolutely clutch here, as Rillaboom is staring down Rillaboom and Heatran staring down Heatran once more, but crucially that Salamence lurking in the back for Eloy.
And now the fake out on the field from Eloy's Rillaboom is going to make this turn a little bit more difficult for Matt, but I'm kind of seeing this Heatran kind of recovering all of its health and thinking, well, maybe there's an opportunity for Matt to kind of come back into this game, especially with the damage that he was able to do onto the Heatran on Eloy's side of the field with that flash cannon. We do know that Matt's Rillaboom is the faster Rillaboom, so maybe the target of fake out here this turn, just to make sure Heatran's on Eloy's side of the field is safe this turn.
It is safe, and the Magma Storm will be dodged by the Rillaboom on Matt's side, so potentially creating an opening, but then dodged by the Rillaboom on Eloy's side as well. So these trainers just playing each other at their own game here. Now, had that connected with the Rillaboom, it's tricky because there is still that Salamence in the back that would be coming in and reducing the attack of the Rillaboom, but, you know, really disappointing for Matt to see.
Yeah, I mean, this is the side effect of using a really quite inaccurate move like Magma Storm. When it goes off, it's fantastic. When it doesn't, especially in these end games where every point of damage is relevant to the outcome of the match, it can be a really difficult thing to be able to play around, because sometimes you've got to bank on that Magma Storm hitting. As it stands, with both of the Magma Storms missing, I think that really benefits Matt more than anything. Woodhammer easily able to pick up the knockout, and Matt gets a second opportunity to go for the Magma Storm into that Rillaboom.
So yeah, that Fairy-type Heatran is down. Magma Storm, is it going to be connecting onto Eloy's Rillaboom? Rillaboom going to have to survive a Woodhammer first before we find out. It's brought to about half of its health, but of course, grassy terrain on the field. Magma Storm connecting this time, and so Rillaboom for Eloy is able to survive here, but it will be taking a little bit of Magma Chip. But is that grassy terrain going to be able to bring it out of the Magma Storm range?
This is going to be so close, Charlie, here. I'm really not sure. I think it's going to hang on with a sliver here. Just looking at the HP ranges, we'll have to see. There's lots of recovery going onto the field, and here it is. Is it going to be enough?
Oh my goodness. It couldn't be lower in the health bar there. Rillaboom hanging on by a thread, but at the end of the next turn, that would be going down. Salamence rejoining the field, able to provide an Intimidate drop. And yes, we've been talking about how effective air slashes can be in this position, but it's not the most offensive Salamence. And so that is something that Matt's Pokemon can benefit from, because they'll be able to stick around for longer than perhaps Eloy would like. And going for move after move into the Salamence, the chip damage does rack up after time.
It so much does. One thing that's really now important is the Rillaboom on Matt's side of the field is going to be able to knock out the Rillaboom on Eloy's side of the field, because it has been trained to be faster, and now the air slash is going to be the only offensive move of choice. It does not get a flinch. Flash Cannon going into that Salamence, taking it to such low HP, and if you'd have asked me a few turns ago whether Matt would be able to get into this position, Charlie, I would have said probably not, but he's found a way to recover and get himself where it's Heatran and Rillaboom against a Salamence that can only target one Pokemon at a time.
This is absolutely huge for Matt. I mean, he wasn't able to believe that he won that game 2, let alone winning this game 3 after the position he was in just a few turns ago. This Salamence, I mean, it does have access to Roost, but it's going to have to go on the offensive here. Air Slash is going to be picking up the knockout onto the Heatran. It's a critical hit. That might have mattered. Heatran going down. It's losing its terror. It's just Rillaboom versus Salamence. It's the Gorilla versus the Dragon. It's going to be the Woodhammer coming down. It's going to be doubly resisted. It's not enough. It's not enough for the knockout. And it takes a little bit of Rocky Helmet damage to boot. And now, oh my goodness, look at Matt's face in his hands there. A little bit of grassy terrain recovery.
Oh.
And the grassy terrain now disappears from the field, so Woodhammer will be even less effective here. And it will Air Slash be able to pick up the knockout? Oh, it's going to be that Roost onto the Salamence, the safest play in this position. It was looking so good for Matt, and now Woodhammer just isn't going to be doing it nearly enough damage. Critical hit could be something to play towards, but wow, what a game.
Yeah, absolutely. And Eloy showing his experience here in this match, not saying like, hey, maybe the Air Slash is able to knock out this Assault Vest Rillaboom. Maybe it's not. I'm not going to take that risk. I'm just going to go for the Roost, guarantee the win, and Eloy Han is the winner of round 4.
Oh, congratulations to Eloy Han with a moment to catch our breath there. What a dynamic game between these two fantastic trainers. This is just round 4, Ben. We still have so many rounds later on in the day. And if this is the caliber we're showing now, my goodness, strap in, trainers, for an absolutely fantastic day 1 here in Stuttgart.
So much more to come. But before we get to that, let's talk about that match, because it was so close between these two trainers. Really, you know, it's a mirror match, except for 2 Pokemon on both trainers' side that were they decided to bring different Pokemon slots in each of their teams, where instead of going for those differences, they really did target down on what was the same and try to use that to its best effect. And I think it really did come down to the training of all of these Pokemon, where, you know, Matt had the faster Rillaboom, but that Salamence on Eloy's side of the field was able to hang on from attacks a little bit better and stay on the field. And, you know, the Heatran differences with that Terra Grass and the Terra Fairy, and the Flash Cannon and the Terra Fairy Terra Blast as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if Salamence wasn't on trainers' radars before that game, it certainly should be now. I mean, in Gdansk, we saw how fantastic it was as a supportive option, but with that Roost move as well, it can just stick around on the field. And I think one sign of how brilliant these trainers are is the differences in Pokemon they sort of lent towards in each of the games. So in game 1, it was King Gambit for Eloy that stuck around on the field for basically the entire game. In that game 3, Salamence was just there, and of course Matt now being taking super effective damage from flying type moves across the board after that Grass Terror on the Heatran. These trainers have multiple game plans up their sleeves and trying to second guess one another and, you know, utilizing all the resources available to you. And there are quite some resources available in any team of 6 in Pokemon. A masterclass.
Yeah, it shows you the versatility of what Pokemon are able to do in this particular metagame, and the versatility of the composition that they were playing. I think that Salamence is really the standout anyway, because of the air slashes that it was able to do. But also, I think in the format right now, it's able to resist key threats like Urshifu and able to do a lot of damage to them with that Rocky Helmet. And of course, when you're supporting Pokemon like that King Gambit and you're able to kind of keep it on the field for a long period of time, that really does work in trainers' favor. And you mentioned it earlier, Charlie, Pokemon did really stay on the field for a long time in that set. In game 1, as you mentioned, the King Gambit. In game 3, Matt's Heatran, I don't think, ever left the field in any of the turns there, right the way until the end. So, yeah, just a masterclass in how to make sure you're protecting that key Pokemon in your game plan.
Right, and speaking of Heatran, we've got to talk about Magma Storm as well, because, yes, it missed a great deal of times, but when it connected, you know, Matt was still able able to clinch the victory in that game too, with Fluttermane with that Magma Storm ticking away, and the lack of double protect success coming out from Eloy's side of the field, and trapping the Pokemon on as well. So I think it was in game 2 when Salamence was trapped by that Magma, so not able to switch in for further Intimidate drops. You know, as we were saying, high risk, high reward. You might not connect, but when you do, that can be something that decides the game.
Absolutely, and we saw the effect of that Magma Storm at the end of game 2, where Eloy was just not quite able to knock out that Fluttermane, but it realistically only had to hit once to give him the opportunity to get through the rest of the game, and a testament actually to how well trained that Heatran was.
Yeah.
Eloy wasn't quite sure of the damage interactions between those two Pokemon, and tried to play for the most likely win con overall in his eyes at that stage, which was going for that double protect. Didn't quite come off there, but you know, you can see what Eloy's been thinking about going into that sort of such a tight end game. And especially with that Magma Storm doing damage every subsequent turn, you've got to play those games a little bit slower.
Yeah, the understanding of teams that both of these trainers displayed, you know, they knew them like the back of their hand. And that's another thing that we have to call out, how well trained the Pokemon were. They're able to survive so many hits that they weren't necessarily expecting. And that, you know, 1 HP is infinitely more than 0. That's all you need in order to tie up a game.
Absolutely. And when that Salamence survived the Sucker Punch on 1 hit point, I nearly fell off my chair, Charlie. That was such a moment there. Everything going in Matt's favor, really, at the end of that game 1, to be able to have an opportunity for the chance winning the game. But you've got to call out here, both of these trainers really understood what their win conditions were in game 1. Eloy was able to do that with the Grassy Glide and the Sucker Punch going into that Fluttermane turn 1 and really deciding the flow of that match. In game 2, it was a case of making sure that Matt's Fluttermane was doing just enough damage to that Heatran with its Terra option to be able to just last out the rest of the game. And in game 3, of course, it was that Terra choice on Matt's side of the field and the Salamence positioning itself so well with that Air Slash.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think it's time we heard from the winner of that round, hear about how close those margins were in his own eyes while we take a breather. Here's your interview with Eloy Han.
Thank you very much, casters. I am joined here by the winner of round 4, Eloy Han. Congratulations, that was a fantastic set. How are you feeling after that?
I'm still so flattered after this one. I'm still so nervous. But I feel also great that I was able to basically overcome that mirror match. So I'm glad to be here. I'm glad that I saw all my friends back this time. And yeah, I don't know what to say, to be honest.
Yeah, that's fair enough, because it was a very intense game for sure. Absolutely fantastic. In that game 1, it seemed like you had him reasonably pinned with just going for Grassy Glide, Sucker Punches, just all your priority. Like, how were you feeling after that first game?
Yeah, I figured if I get rid of his Fluttermane and I'm able to keep my Heatran alive, or either my King Gambit, I should be able to win. But it was, of course, tough. We had... I wasn't sure. Most of the time he was faster with his Rillaboom, and I think I wasn't sure if we didn't have the mirror match between our Salamence, so I didn't see that. His Heatran seemed to be slower, but it wouldn't matter if I'm not able to keep something else in that Terra, right? If I'm able to keep my Heatran in that Terra, and I'm not able to get something else into his Terra, like his Fluttermane, for example, and he keeps tearing his Heatran, is it probably better for him in that matchup? And it was so close that I had to play very well with my Salamence to keep it alive to have a chance against his Heatran in this matchup, since I didn't bring my Ursaluna and Cresselia.
Yeah, the Salamence was very clutch in that end game as well. Quite a few Magma Storms going around, a few Magma Storm misses, a few Magma Storm connects.
Yeah.
Like how are you feeling going into that? Like, I need to connect with these Magma Storms, I need to dodge these Magma Storms. Like,
yeah.
What made you choose Magma Storm in the first place on your Heatran?
So, for example, there are some specific matchups like Dondozo And for me personally, is Magma Storm one of the best moves in this game, but it's only rewarding if you're able to keep your Heatran consistently alive. If you're able to keep it on the field for multiple turns, you're getting value out of Magma Storm. But if you need a one quick knockout in some case scenarios, like I needed on the Rillaboom or something, and I miss, can it be game taking for me? I could lose the game potentially of that. That's one problem with Magma Storm. But on the other side, I have many positive matchups with Magma Storm. The trapping aspect is pretty important in my opinion. Also in this matchup, like if we both trap each other, there are so many case scenarios where I could probably lose if he's able to trap something and force the Terra out of me, while I'm not able to keep up with him depending on the speed tiers and if I don't have the speed control on my side, since most of his mons seem to be faster.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw the Heatrans be impactful for both you and your opponent in that game, and the Salamence was super clutch as well. What made you choose to go with effectively the mirror match? Like, you both bought your like the same Pokemon you had, and you left your Ursaluna Cresselia in the back. What made you choose to opt for the mirror instead of the Ursaluna?
So I figured since he didn't bring his Kingambit in the first game, I should be able to overcome that mirror if I'm able to keep my Heatran, as I said, alive, or play with my Kingambit well, if I'm able to get enough damage out of it, or basically pressure him with Sword Stance. That was my goal, I guess, for that kind of set. If he decided to bring his Kingambit into that matchup, which he didn't, I would probably consider Ursaluna. So I'm basically not forced to bring my Mens, so I'm able to keep pressure on his Heatran. Otherwise, he's always able to keep his Heatran alive with his Terra Grass, and then I'm playing around with my Mens, but if I lose my Mens, I'm basically losing the game, and that's too much to risk in my opinion, so in the end, was it, I guess, the right choice?
It did seem to be. You did end up taking that game, which was fantastic. And it's been quite a while since we've seen you as well. It's been great to see you make a comeback after all these years of just taking a break. Do you have any shout-outs that you want to give anyone, even after all these years?
Of course, my parents and all my friends. They're watching right now and also be here with me. And also all the people that I basically played against. GG's to all my opponents, and have fun.
Yeah, and you're doing great so far. You're currently 4-0. We'll have to see how far you can go in the rest of this tournament. So congratulations and good luck for the rest of the tournament. We're going to cut to a very short break, and we'll be right back with round 5 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships. Don't go anywhere.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to the 2014 World Championships to relive arguably the most iconic moment in competitive Pokemon history, Sejun's Pachirisu. It may be true that the Electric Squirrel stole the show at Worlds, but first let's focus on this story's true protagonist, Sejun Park. From South Korea, Sejun was known as an innovative team builder who performed consistently at the world's largest stage. 2014 was Sejun's 4th consecutive top cut of the World Championships.
Certainly one of the game's legendary players. I think that most people in the community around the video game would probably agree that Sejun is the best player who's never won a world championship.
But if Sejun wanted to take home the title this time, he would need to utilize his creativity. Many people think Sejun's team was built around Pachirisu, but it was actually a team revolving around another uncommon Pokemon, Mega Gyarados. 2014 was a new era for VGC with Pokemon X and Y, and the first 3D installment of VGC introduced a very powerful game mechanic, Mega Evolution. Mega Kangaskhan dominated the 2014 metagame with its ability Parental Bond, and Mega Mawile was also picking up momentum before Worlds. Because of the prevalence of physical attackers in VGC, Sejun viewed Gyarados and its Intimidate ability as a great counter that other trainers wouldn't expect. Then once Gyarados Mega evolved, it became surprisingly bulky, and after a Dragon Dance or two, it would become unstoppable. Sejun's team of 6 Pokemon for Worlds is a quintessential example of how to properly team build in VGC. Whether it was Talonflame to hit first and hit hard thanks to its Gale Wings ability, or Gothitelle to endure almost any hit, or Garchomp and Gardevoir to provide valuable chip damage, each Pokemon had a clearly defined role on the team and a way to aid Mega Gyarados on its path to the peak. With those 5 Pokemon on the roster, how did Sejun decide on the final slot for his Worlds team? To answer that, we have to look back at Sejun's previous team at Worlds. At the 2013 World Championships, Sejun lost in top 8, but there were 2 major influences on his team, Marowak and Magmar. By no means were these 2 Pokemon staples in VGC, but they provided Sejun's team a specific type of support needed for success. Marowak had the Lightning Rod ability, which redirected electric attacks away from his Jellicent and Tornadus. And Magmar used the move Follow Me, which was another way to redirect attacks from key targets. How could Sejun combine both Electric Immunity and Follow Me with only 1 slot left on his team? The answer was Pachirisu. Many trainers were aware of the support Pachirisu could provide to a team, but Sejun was the trainer who fully realized its potential as the ultimate teammate. As a bulky electric type, it only had 1 weakness, and with its ability Volt Absorb, Pachirisu was immune to electric moves, so it was the best choice to redirect electric attacks away from Mega Gyarados. Nuzzle was a new electric move that dealt a little bit of damage, but would always inflict the target with paralysis.
Sejun showing off what Pachirisu exactly can do. Nuzzle, I've never seen that move actually been used in competitive play, and now it comes out at the World Championships.
And Super Fang would deal half of the target's remaining HP, which helped the rest of Sejun's team secure knockouts.
Pachirisu just won't go away.
Now that Sejun had locked in his 6th Pokemon for Worlds, it was time for Pachirisu Mania to take Washington, D.C. and the Pokemon world by storm. In the finals, Sejun would face off against Jody Azzarelli. The VGC newcomer was the underdog, but thanks to his double mega team with Lucario and Charizard Y, Jody had multiple roads to victory. Jody wished to be the home country hero and give the US a 4th title in VGC's top division, but the crowd was rooting for the little Pachirisu that could to be the hero of this story.
Yeah, and we do see the Pachirisu on the field, and the crowd goes crazy as soon as Pachirisu makes it out.
In Game 1, Sejun's skills as a trainer were tested.
Ice Punch into that Talonflame. That's some good damage onto Talonflame, and the freeze! The Ice Punch gets the freeze onto Talonflame. It's stuck in mid-air.
An Ice Punch freeze onto Talonflame could have been disastrous. Normally, freeze wouldn't be a problem because most Talonflames use Flare Blitz and could thaw immediately, but Sejun's Talonflame had Overheat, which is not a fire move that automatically thaws. In order for Sejun to get back into this game, he had 1 chance to thaw out and successfully hit Overheat.
The thaw as Overheat comes out from Talonflame. Sejun is not playing around. Overheat gets the KO onto the Mo Rotom. Tyranitar is still out though. The Life Orb from Talonflame as Super Fang from Pachirisu, not dealing quite that much, but the paralysis. Tyranitar fully paralyzed.
With luck back on Sejun's side, once he was able to KO Jody's Mega Charizard, Garchomp and Talonflame had enough left to give Sejun the victory in Game 1.
With that extra damage there, you're going to feel very safe that even intimidated, Talonflame can finish off this. But we see the forfeit.
Yeah, Jody going ahead and forfeiting, and Sejun Park takes Game 1 of this best-of-3 set.
Jody needed to change up his strategy in Game 2, and Mega Lucario packed quite the punch. This, however, was exactly the situation Sejun's Gardevoir was trained for.
Yeah, Mega Lucario making its first appearance on the stream here. Going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, get a lot of additional power on the field for Jody. And Bullet Punch coming up from Mega Lucario onto Gardevoir. Not quite enough for the 1-hit KO. Dazzling Gleam, the choice from Gardevoir. Super effective damage on Salamence, and the Earthquake. Is it going to be enough? Is Mega going down? The Mega goes down. Turn 1 for Jody.
Once Gardevoir was knocked out, it was time for Pachirisu to show the world what it could do. On a field with some of the most powerful Pokemon in VGC, Pachirisu would shine brighter than them all.
The story unfolds and the lines are all drawn. The moment is now to claim your glory.
Salamence dropping a Draco and Pachirisu shrugging it off will go down as one of the most iconic moments in VGC history. With just one Pokemon remaining, it was time for the Prince of VGC to finally reign as king.
Pachirisu is not going to do any of that. It's going right on the offensive. Super Fang going to take away half of Bo Rotom's health. Dragon Claw right back out there. Takes down Bo Rotom. And Satan Park is your 2014 Pokemon World Video Game Champion in the Masters Division. The crowd is on their feet. Let's hear it for Satan, everybody.
Seijun Park and Pachirisu are forever tied together in the story of competitive Pokemon and have inspired countless trainers across the world to play VGC. It takes a well-rounded team of 6 Pokemon to become world champion, and Seijun proved that success is a team effort. Seijun's lasting impact is not that Pachirisu was the greatest Pokemon ever, but instead it was a great Pokemon for the role he was looking to fill. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Hello everyone, we are here at the Latin America International Championships, and there is so much to do and see. So we're going to be checking out some of the things that are happening around the venue. And we're here checking out one thing right now. I was hoping that you could introduce yourself and tell everybody what you're doing here at LAIC.
Hello, I'm Sarah, and for this event, I'm the side events lead.
So what are side events and why should people come play?
So, not everyone on the Pokemon community are competitive or being able to register for the events. So they always have this thing that it's called side events. It's smaller events. We also have championship ones, smaller. But it's the place for the players to have fun and to do other stuff when they are not in the main events. They have all kind of different events. We have some that has a schedule, so it has a time to start, and usually we don't have a player limit. And then we have the on-demands. The on-demands are the events that is always happening. We just need 4 players. As soon as we have, we sit them and they start to play. For every side event, you can collect prize wall points. Those points, you can keep it or spend it right away, and you can go to our amazing prize wall and change for any kind of products we have there. You just need to exchange the number of points for the products you can get for those points. And yeah, that's it. Each person picks whatever they prefer. We have a lot of different choices, a lot of different sets, and this is usually the mode that we have for these internationals.
Sounds like there is so many different ways that people can compete in side events, so many different ways that you're able to enjoy the game. What games can people play here to really participate in these side events?
So in side events, we always have TCG, VGC, and Go, of course. In TCG, we have a lot of different formats. I can tell that some special ones we have, it's the raids format, that it's a bit of new here, not new in America or Europe, because it's a very popular format there. We also have the Journey. The Journey is a format that it's being done for the first time, and it's in the first event ever on the planet. The idea is to be fun without all of the big Pokemon, you know? For the VG, we have the regular standard format, but we also have the Chaos Cup that some of you may know. You also participated in one. So the Chaos Cup is very fun. We usually have people that do rental teams, and the players need to play to see which team they will play in that round. So it's very chaotic, that's why the name. For Go, we also have all cups. So imagine you're a Pokemon Go player and you already played the Great League on the main event, and you just want to do something different and fun. We just need 4 people, and you can pick whatever league you want to play. It's very flexible for them. and they can get prizes for that. That's the biggest part, because they are not just playing for fun, but to get the prizes, to get to the prize wall and the products, yeah.
There's so many amazing products back there to be able to win at the prize wall, but if you had to pick one to go for, what do you think that would be?
It's difficult. I didn't decide it. And most of the products are in Portuguese, because this event is run by Copag and it's Copag products. So to be honest, I don't know, but you guys can pay attention, but we will have some special Cosmic Eclipse boosters, so maybe that.
Sounds like that might be the prize of choice. Soda, thank you so much for joining me to discuss side events. It sounds like there are so many different ways that players can get involved, so we hope to see you there at some of the side events.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. My name is Jamie Boyt, and I'm joined once again by Costa Didamos. And we got to feature a player that's been just off for so many years. We saw Eloy Hahn. His most recent accomplishment was 2016. And then 7 years later, here he is, 4-0 in this tournament.
Indeed, and I think Eloy being able to just bout it out in such a tough set versus Matt Maynard there, I think just goes to show the testament of, you know what, Eloy's decided, maybe it is time for me to come back, you know, put my hat in the ring once again with VGC, because so far, he's most definitely proving it, being able to go XO so far right now, prior to going into round 5, I believe that's 4-0, is really, really good. And I think as well with his interview, lovely person, absolutely lovely person. So being able to see him come back is just a huge positive for the community.
Absolutely, and once again seeing that Salamence team that is coming to the fore, it would seem, because we saw Fevzi using that team also in that round 3. We saw kind of a mirror, like to an extent, like close to a mirror, especially the Pokemon that was brought in the match, like with the Salamence team as well. There was obviously the Cresselia and Ursaluna that was on Eloy's side of the field, the more classic Ogerpon, Wellspring, and the Fluttermane that was on Matt Maynard's side of the field instead. That seems to be the team to beat at this point. Obviously, it's been Tornadus, like Tailwind stuff. We know about that one. We know about that one. But this is the team that seems to be popping up right here at the end of Regulation E.
And I think Eloy actually had a bit of a different take, at least with 2 of the members of that team in comparison to Fevzi, being that Ursaluna and Cresselia. So just being able to allow a sort of semi-trick or semi-trick room mode, essentially, where you can opt to go, let's say if you try to go on the hyper-offensive route, mid-game, you can make that switch. And Cresselia, let's be realistic, it's not going to likely go down to a one-hit KO unless there's an absolute counter to it. But then you've got to take into the factor of the terrestrialization being able to allow itself to defensively maneuver itself out, set up Trick Room, allow the Ursaluna all of a sudden to just go ahead and get its Flame Orb activated and just deal damage.
Yeah, and Substitute was quite a unique pick on that Ursaluna as well. Like, we've seen Swords Dance or maybe just both Headlong Rush and Earthquake, so you get either the spread move of the ground coverage or just the super strong ground move of Headlong Rush. But Substitute, really nice way. I think like the main niche there seems to be like it would be avoiding Fake Out that would slow you down during your Trick Room. So yeah, it was a very nice pick. It's a shame we didn't get to see it, but I'm sure we'll be seeing it as we go forward in the tournament.
Yeah, it is indeed. And there is that Intimidate sort of mechanic as well, knowing that you're behind Substitute, you could completely nullify it completely. But what we are going to do is we're going to go ahead and check out a couple of players to watch, and I believe we are on German home turf, so it only makes sense to be able to feature some great personalities from the community.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll start off with Marcus Schadt, a face that everyone should know at this point, especially us behind joining us behind the desk as well recently.
Indeed.
And multiple-time regional champion, multiple-time national champion when it was back as a national instead of international, and also a top 4 at the World Championships as well back in the 2016 format. So yeah, absolutely fantastic player. I'd be very curious to see how he's doing on his own turf.
Indeed, and then of course we do have the Worlds 2023 runner-up, Michael Kelsch, at what we knew was actually his first official season of VGC last year, and what a way to capitalize off of that. We know that, of course, Michael has got a lot of experience when it comes to grassroots tournaments and playing, but hadn't actually come to the fore to an official event until, of course, early last season with the European events that we did. So being able to feature him once again is always such a pleasure. But talking about features, we do have Maurice.
Yeah, Maurice, again, a previous regional champion back in the 2020 format, able to do really well last season as well, managed to make top cut. There was a very well-supported Golden Go that, with the leftovers that was able to even overcome a King Gambit at one point. So, like, the fact that Maurice was able to outplay a King Gambit with a Golden Go that didn't actually terrestrialize was very no small feat at all. Just 3 fantastic players coming out here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see at least one of these players, if more, making it very deep into this tournament.
Indeed. But talking about this tournament, I think it is time to go ahead and get some day 1 usage stats on our screen, just so we can have a bit of a sneak peek into what has been prevalent, what has been the meta call so far going into this tournament, because there's a lot of options, there's a lot of variety they could go with. However, we're going to have to see what stays true so far before going into round 5.
Yeah, and it seems like there's a new second place. I don't believe I've ever seen Tornadus break into at least the top 3, and apparently it's second here in the Roaring Moon's down in the bottom right. I can still see it. It's fine.
Is it there?
It's still there.
It's still
there. It made it into the top 12. It's all good. But it seems more than half of the trainers, like twice as many trainers, are opting for that Tornadus as their Tailwind setter instead of the Roaring Moon. And even the Salamence as well. Salamence has been a prevalent Tailwind setter. I wouldn't be surprised if that is like catching up to Roaring Moon at this point, because that can also very effectively set Tailwind. We've seen that 3 times out of 4 so far of the 4 teams we featured on the stream so far. There's no surprises otherwise, I think. The most surprising thing for me would be that Tornadus has broken into second place.
I think it's one that we should definitely note. I think a lot of people are sort of seeing that well-known core that we've been seeing winning multiple events so far, being able to have Tornadus to allow yourself to have that instant fast mode Tailwind archetype team on your side of the field just really pays dividends, especially when you're up against teams that, for whatever reason, may not be as well prepped against it. You can always rely on good old Tornadus until perhaps we transition into Regulation Set F, which may bring another little cheeky pranks to Tailwind Pokemon further down the line.
Who knows? Who knows? We'll have to wait and see for that one. And I would actually be curious, like who's going to take the top spot as pranks to Tailwind user. But there is that Hisuian Arcanine that we've mentioned previously as well. Just over a third of players are running that Pokemon, even though, like, in my opinion, it is the best Pokemon in the format. It's not quite shown in these usage stats. It's like the Pokemon that's winning all of our majors. Surely that metric considers it as the best Pokemon. Like, obviously, Urshifu and Tornadus and Fluttermane and Ironhands and all those Pokemon are still winning the majors, but Arcanine has won all of our majors.
Well, so, all of our European...
at least all of our majors, yes.
All of the majors, excluding Brisbane Regional, let's be completely honest, which we already saw had a lot of creativity coming to the fore there. So the Australian community definitely knowing how to party when it comes to being very select and finding niche picks in order to counteract the current meta, as we did have, of course, Nicholas Khan being able to come out on top and get that qualification straight to Worlds.
Yeah, and I think one of the most surprising ones to not see there is Amoonguss. No, Amoonguss is not in the top 12. It disappeared at least at the start of Regulation E, and then it made a comeback, like kind of in the middle of it, and broke into the top 12 of some of our usage stats, but nowhere to be seen. Well, I say nowhere to be seen.
Well,
at least less than 18% of players. So there's definitely still Amoonguss. There's no way no one's bringing Amoonguss, but it's apparently not as common as it was. Like, it seemed to spike in the middle, and now it's on the drop off again.
Well, I think one of the items that really excelled for Amoonguss was the Rocky Helmet, right? Which we have actually seen a lot of Tornaduses go ahead and apply that item as a really good way to counteract any sort of rapid strike Urshifus that want to try to focus in the Surging Strikes attack onto that slot, as well as handle just general physical attackers on the field. There was the Salamence, of course, that we saw just now from Eloy, did have the Rocky Helmet too, in combination with Roost, which allows yourself to not only get Intimidate on the field, but you can go ahead and amplify the self-sustainability of that Pokemon to the point where you're just withering down your opponent's HP. If they're physical attackers and you do not have a direct way to deal with that Salamence, which resists your moves, you're kind of done. And that's kind of what we saw.
Absolutely, yeah. Rocky Helmet is like, obviously you saw Urshifu Rapid Strike is the most common Pokemon. Therefore, Rocky Helmet is always going to be a good item. It was absolutely great on Amoonguss. It's great on Tornadus. It's obviously great on Salamence as well. It's great on a Galarian Articuno, just saying. But
wait, what? What's that?
No, nothing. Didn't hear anything.
I didn't think I did.
But yeah, Rocky Helmet. That's like if Rapid Strike Urshifu is the most common Pokemon, it's going to be one of the best items. So there's no surprise to see it on many teams here.
Yeah, I do feel a bit sad that I don't see the Mushroom as often anymore. But then again, I think, actually, maybe it's for the better. Because it is such a well-known disruptive Pokemon that you really need to try to make sure that you're calcing, or should I say prepping, in your team a matchup against it. Hence why we do actually see safety goggles, usually prevalent across the board. It's always nice to have. It's not a necessary item per se, but it is always a nice to have in order to avoid any sort of redirections, which, for example, we know that Sinistcha does have it as well. So there's a potential of Rage Powder there that you could actually completely ignore.
Yeah, safety goals wouldn't just be for Spore from Amoonguss, like I mentioned. The Rage Powder as well. Maybe Tyranitar appears occasionally. Tyranitar has disappeared. Where's Tyranitar? Tyranitar still, like, it got knockoff recently. True. And it won a regional championship also. So, yeah, back in Sacramento, and that Como one with it as well.
Exactly.
But
I ran that team and it was glorious. It was so good. And you could kind of see why it was such a thorn in people's sides when it came to matchups. But yeah, I think being able to have Pokemon like Tyranitar, for example, make that appearance, make that huge sort of win when you really didn't expect to take it into account is what we're kind of looking for and hoping for when it comes to Stuttgart. But who knows? You know, it's sort of like the last hurrah that trainers could go ahead and actually apply to this tournament run and maybe even win out.
Yeah, well, there's nothing stopping them using it in the Regulation F format. We're just going to have a load of new Pokemon that's going to be available.
A lot of tools.
But then maybe what becomes popular in the Regulation F, something that hasn't been common at the moment, is a perfect counter to what becomes common, and therefore it will become used. So it's a little bit of a back and forth in regards to that. So like Tyranitar could be a perfect Pokemon against something that's being released in Regulation F. Who knows?
It's true. I mean, it's very true. That's sort of like how the meta goes, right? It's a bit of a wishy-washy sort of affair when it comes to
I don't think we have wishy-washy in this game, I'm
hoping. I want my fish to be back. But yeah, I had to try to give a call out there. Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see how things go. It is very exciting, but of course, we do still have Regulation Set E that we need to be focusing our sights on. But are there any Pokemon that you would like to make an appearance that you feel like, aside from Galarian Articuno, Jamie?
One.
I just beat you. I just beat you.
Give me one.
No. So we've said no Roaring Moon, no Galarian Articuno. You're not allowed to use that. Teal Mask, Ogerpon, Sorted. You can't use that either.
That was going to be my next choice.
No. Yeah, I know you will. Okay, so just remove all of those. What is another niche Pokemon that you would like to see rise up into?
Okay, so my actual thought on this is Thundurus Incarnate.
I forgot that one.
I used Thundurus Therian recently, and that was pretty good. But it's more specifically, the thought has been, like, obviously Tornadus Prankster Tailwind is great.
Yep.
There's nothing wrong with Prankster Thunderwave. That's been like super dominant back in previous generations as well. It won a World Championship with multiple World Championships. The bulky Thundurus, support Thundurus has been able to win. So yeah, that's the one that I'm a little bit surprised not to see at all. Like really not like at all. It's nowhere here. We've been saying, oh, there's going to be a new Prankster Tailwind Pokemon coming into format. What's wrong with Prankster Thunderwave? Even just Grimmsnarl. What's wrong with Grimmsnarl going for Prankster Thunderwave?
I mean, one thing I could immediately think of is missing the Thunderwaves.
There we go. There we go. Sorted.
Sorted.
Case closed. See you later, Thunderous.
Bye-bye. I mean, Eerie Impulse is a really cool move on it, though, right?
I think
that doesn't miss.
Most of the format, the format seems to be more physical than special, though.
It does,
Like, obviously, Eerie Impulsing a Fluttermane would be fantastic, but it does tend to be trainers have more physical attackers on the team than special attackers. Like, the best special attackers like Fluttermane, Golingo, Regidrago, like those kind of things.
Yep.
And then what else is there really? Like, you kind of lean into those as your special attackers. Like Ursaluna Blood Moon, I guess, would be another good example. But for the most part, it'll be, well, I have Tornadus here as my special attacker. I'll get the physical attackers as well. So, like, yeah, that'll probably put a stop to Thundurus Incarnate as well. But maybe Regulation F.
Maybe Regulation F. I feel like no, at least with what I've seen the past couple of events, I have seen a bit of a rise of female Ndidi once again with Armor Rouge players. I'm watching you peeps.
And Frigoraph will put a stop to it as well, yeah.
Exactly. So I was going to say there are still some tools available to be able to slow down or completely block its utility.
Where are my Serenas? Where are my Bruxish?
I really, no. Let's be realistic.
Hey, we did see one Bruxish pop up at a tournament.
We did.
No Serena, though.
No Serena. I am hoping and waiting for the day that Serena does become viable once again. Oh, I mean, it's got some good coverage as well. It just sometimes lacks the damage output and accurate grass-type physical attacking moves.
That's probably the big one, I would say. Like, if you're going for something in that slot, there's a grass-type, you're probably going Rillaboom, right? Like, let's be honest. Tiamat Gogapon, yeah. But,
wait, what? What's that?
What was that? But yeah, it's probably Rillaboom in that case. So yeah, there's no space for it, it would seem.
Exactly, because you've got the grass terrain, you could at least nullify any side terrain on the field, bring your own terrain, get recovery. Sure, there is a Frigoraph that will still be able to block fake outs and grassy glides, but most commonly, we have Rillabooms which are faster than Frigoraph, which means you can go for the very powerful Wood Hammer boosted in the grass terrain. Who knows? Maybe even have Miracle Seed and Grass Terror type, just to amplify and spice things up just that tiny bit more.
Yeah, I think one thing to call out as well is the speed creep war that seems to be going on.
Right.
So I think the main ones would be like opposing Rillabooms.
Yep.
You obviously want to fake out first, but do you want to U-turn second?
Yeah.
So do you want to be slower? Who knows? Like Heatrans, do you need to be able to get the Earth Power first before they attack you?
Exactly.
But then you're sacrificing the bulk that could allow you to get more Magma Storms off.
Yep.
Iron Hands.
Oh, I was going to say it.
Do
you beat me to it.
Like, do you want to run a speedy Iron Hands for the fake out? Do you want to run a super slow one for the second Volt Switch?
Yeah.
Like, and I think the biggest one is probably Golden Go, because we saw like the super speedy Golden Go win the whole thing with Oliver Escalin. Like, it ended up in one of his Swiss rounds, it outsped a Choice Band Urshifu single strike and just immediately KO'd, and that was game over. And if the Urshifu's naturally faster, if that outspeeds, Wicked Blow, goodbye Golden Go, but instead goodbye Urshifu instead. So the speed creep war there was a pretty important one as well.
And it's I think that's a really good point to touch on. The fact that the speed creep war sort of happens at a lower level than what you would anticipate, because generally across the meta, there are faster Pokemon. Like, there are definitely faster Pokemon which are high in usage. Let's say, for example, Hisui and Arcanine. Like, that's a very good example where you don't need to necessarily train as much in speed because of its natural higher speed stat in comparison to, let's say, Rillaboom or even the Heatran, due to the point of being able to invest that into bulk. You could still outspeed certain Pokemon, reach a certain benchmark that you want to focus on, whilst adding more bulk to that Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. It just depends on what things you want. Like, for example, Arcanine, do you need to outspeed a Dragonite so you extreme speed first? Do you need to outspeed Adamant Urshifu so that you'd be able to get the attacks off before they get the surging strikes off? So yeah, it's a very crucial part of the training, and it really just comes down to team building, I think, just depending on what your team specifically has, what kind of speed control your team has, how much bulk you have available, whether you have a Roaring Moon that can Breaking Swipe and moving swiftly on.
Oh, Jamie. Jamie, come on. You got your win. It was at the end. It was the 12th Pokemon on the usage stats. So you've already got that win. Take that win, okay?
Yeah.
But we'll move on. Probably see Roaring Moon once again, likely. But what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and cut to a very short video break before we get our trainers set up and prepared for round 5. So go ahead, get your refreshments, and we'll be back very shortly.
Fun meeting everyone from all around the world, people we haven't seen for years, and well, every year that goes through, the presentation is even greater.
I'm excited. This is a huge international, tons of great players are going to be here. The excitement is, through the roof, the hype is through the roof, and the pressure is on.
I am quite in love with this event. The people have been amazing, the judges have been very helpful as well. This is truly a good Pokemon event, and most of these events are like this.
I think once you start sort of trying to go into competitive, you might feel nervous, but there's a lot of communities and friendly people out here. They're just so, I can't even say words. It's just so incredible, really.
What an incredible play so far. This Ice Punch connects, and now
is wild here as we see the retreat into the Tyranitar, and that means we have ourselves a winner at the European International Championships. Remy taking things down here. This is going to be a pretty fun one. Use these energies to retreat this Pokemon, and you have plenty to choose from as you load up for the Brainwave here. You can take a huge knockout, and that's going to be the game as we see Rune take down the European International Championships.
I think we're here, Joe. The Arceus goes into the discard pile. Drapion goes into the active. Alex is double-checking the weakness.
Weak to dark?
Yes, he is. Down goes Boss's orders, and Alex Szymanski breaks the curse and takes home the European International Championships.
As it does get caught with the freeze dry, and it does wrap up this set. A brisk 2-0 from a very offensive team. A fantastic performance, move perfect across the set. Pietro is going to be your junior division international champion. Now, Stomping Tantrum in response, doesn't need much, takes down the Fluttermane, and Kylan has just his Amoonguss against a multitude of Pokemon available for Mattia.
And Mattia is our 2023 European International Champion.
Really where we see the Palafin now! Maybe getting the Pala win here for Paul as it's able to go for the Wave Crash, and it lands it into the Amoonguss, getting the knockout! See if he can wake up here, but I think Gabrielle knows this is it! The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion!
Winning EUIC was pretty good. Definitely a lot more than what I expected, so I'm really happy about that.
I'm really happy for winning this top one. It amazed me. It amazed me.
It feels great just because I won OCIC. I feel like renewed to be a two-time champion.
This win really means a lot to me. Winning a tournament feels really great. Having a title under your belt feels amazing.
It feels amazing to win UIC. I didn't really expect it, and it's my first win at a major event that wasn't 25 people, so it's very exciting.
Mi sento molto bene perché non ho mai vinto uno e l'ultima volta che ho giocato era in finale.
Significa molto perché comunque non era un buon matchup, non era facile, quindi sono felice di aver vinto.
And welcome back, trainers. Didn't I promise it's going to be a quick little break? It is indeed. We are going to be here featuring round 5 of day 1 here at the Stuttgart 2024 Regional Championships. As always, I am Costa, and this is lovely little Jamie. And
tall.
no, okay, you might be a bit taller than me. Okay, wait. No. Showing off my Snorlax. But of course, yeah, we are ready now, getting prepped with our trainers, which we're going to be featuring in a very short moment, of which are going to be Sergio Ramirez versus Eduardo Cunha, and what a lovely little matchup this is going to be.
Absolutely. It's always great to feature a former world champion on the stream. You always know they're going to be on their A game. Obviously, being able to win the world championships, that's what we're all aiming for. Eduardo was able to achieve that. Yeah. And it's still going very strong. Was our first winner of our regional, special event, back in Barcelona. Was able to take that first one. So already proving that they're still very much on form, even in this season.
Yeah, indeed. And I think being able to go ahead, I believe, and Eduardo did try to go to Latin American International Championships as well, where, if I'm not mistaken, they did actually go ahead and attain a top 32 placing, which is already really, really solid, and just goes to show that Eduardo really is on form.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be going up against Sergio Ramirez there, as you can see on the stream. Plenty of other great matches that we unfortunately are not going to be able to feature. You can see that Febzy and Eloy are still doing very well. Going to be able to get some very good opponents coming in here. here. We've featured them previously. I'm sure we'll be following them as they go through the tournament, but it is going to be Sergio and Eduardo for this round.
Indeed. Another very cool match would have been between Ioannis Baziotis versus Flavio Del Pidio. Ioannis actually one of the newer players to the scene from the Greek region, so I'm personally very happy to see his name pop up against Flavio, previous international champion of the European region. Going to be a very tough matchup there, but look, we're just spoiled with the amount of various matches we could have just been featuring too. Fevzi versus Niels. Obviously, we showed Fevzi off just before, but Niels, Niels is amazing. You got to try to always check out what tricks he's got up in store. I went up against him and he was rocking oh, actually, you went up against him as well, the same one at Lille.
Absolutely. We both did. Like easy win for Niels. His team was so cool, we could do nothing. Like the weakness policy Armor Rouge, that was such a cool team.
It was so cool.
Yeah.
And I think you had like U-Turn or Flynn Urshifu as well, which is very, very interesting. Not what you'd expect. But of course, we do have other notable trainers, which I think we're going to be trying to go ahead and follow their road in today's tournament, hoping to be able to feature them on stream in the upcoming rounds.
Absolutely. We've got the top 8 in Nikolai Hoeneß, and we got the most recent international champion, now 2 times international champion in Marco Silva. Hopefully we'll be able to feature them coming up soon, but a world champion will do.
Sure, why not? Yeah, it'll do. But of course, yes, we're going to go ahead and we're going to try to get both of our trainers set up completely on stage. I believe they are already, or they should be nearing the finalization of prep, as we're going to try to actually have a bit of a peek on what kind of teams they'll both be rocking back in NAIC, because I guess we could reference this very quickly right now. For Eduardo, I think he may actually be running the same team.
Yeah, I think both of these trainers did end up going to the Latin American International Championships, and very similar teams, it would seem, coming forward into here. There's no surprise to that. If you think their team is ready for an international championship, it's surely ready for a regional championship as well. So you'd have put in the practice for that one. This is not too soon after the Latin American International Championship, so it makes sense that they're sticking with what they know.
Indeed. Sorry, I gave a random wave to camera on because I saw Eduardo do it.
I waved to us. We've got to wave back.
I thought it was a bit rude if I didn't wave back, right?
That's right. I'll wave when Sergio waves at me.
Lovely. Okay. But yes, of course, I think being able to have more confidence in your team just builds up less processing time for trying to actually evaluate what you need to do in the middle of a game or in a build-up to the leads as well. But we did mention before, Eduardo, our previous world champion, of course, was able to go ahead and get that infamous, prestigious title back, of course, in 2022 at London. So no stranger to the stage at all. We already know this. We kind of expect Eduardo to be able to make a very good run. He's just got really sound preparation into his team, and he tries to really own it and make them more work towards his playstyle.
Yeah, he's one of the players that uses the Pokemon, like pretty standard in the meta, but uses them so well. Like I think that's one of the key things. It's not Eduardo isn't just taking these Pokemon because they are considered to be good. He's using them in the way that makes them good.
Yes.
Because he's got that experience behind him. He's going to be one of the players that shows why those Pokemon are used throughout the formats. Why multiple trainers do copy the teams and end up putting their own twists on it, which of course Eduardo would have as well.
Indeed, but we do have Sergio as well, which I believe competed at Gdansk just about 1 to 2 weeks ago over in Poland. And what he brought was a fascinating niche pick that I wish I could have pulled out in my cast predictions earlier, being the Sandy Shocks and actually getting a shocking result of a top 32.
Yeah, as we can see on the stream there, it was his first accomplishment there. Like, this could be another breakout for him, like top 32, no small feat, making it into the second day with the Sandy Shocks, of course.
That's amazing.
That's a very, very cool pick. I think we mentioned most of the accomplishments for Eduardo. Probably one of the most accomplished there could be. World champion, international champion, got second place at one as well, multiple regional special event champions. So, and like, couldn't really be too much more accomplished here.
No, really cannot. But it's more so now Sergio being able to apply the David versus Goliath scenario and actually try to stun Eduardo's progress so far in this regional by further promoting himself up to the 5-0 range. So at this point, we know that there are a total of 9 rounds. Being able to just get that 5-0 really puts more air into your stride in the following rounds, which do I would say, even more pivotal right now due to exhaustion factors that need to be taken into consideration.
Well, going over halfway into the tournament and still undefeated is a fantastic place to be. If you win 7 rounds at least, then you will be making it into the A2. And the more wins you get, of course, the better. So you can see the team coming out here for Eduardo. Doesn't seem to be anything too surprising. But those Pokemon are all in the top 12 usage stats, especially that Roaring Moon. Look at that. Look at that. The tailwind of the Roaring Moon. It's not the Dragon Dance one. It's the Roaring Moon, not a Tornadus. I'm going to take this. A world champion agrees with me.
Here we go. But of course, I think there's a good reason for him to agree. Jokes aside, because it is well placed completely in this current meta, being able to have that advantage of speed and know that you don't need to be scared versus a Tornadus Taunt, for example, that may be coming out due to the Dark typing. You do have the Poison Terror in case you want to try to resist those Fighting type as well as Fairy type moves being focused down on that slot. But very standard team, very Edu team, if I do say so myself, especially with that Heatran. Having the Sugar Berry, Heat Wave, Earth Power, Flash Cannon, and Protect, Grass Terror, I think it's just a really well-rounded set.
Yeah, absolutely. Sugar Berry picking up a little bit after Pulchua got second place at the Toronto Regional Championships with that. A very similar team to that, I believe, is just Amoonguss over Ogerpon, and like we mentioned previously with the usage stats, Amoonguss has dropped off a little bit, and apparently Ogerpon is the play instead. That did break into the top 12 usage stats, so yes, very solid team coming out here. I'm just very happy to see Roaring Moon. I'm perfectly content for the rest of the tournament.
Yes, we know you are, Jamie, as am I, because I am starting to become a bit of a fan of it as well, if I am completely honest. But we do have Sergio's team that we will be going ahead and previewing very shortly. Unfortunately, the Sandy Shocks is not there, which I'm going to be honest, Sergio, I'm a bit upset about that, but it is seeming to work out really well for themselves so far. We do have Ogerpon, Fluttermane, Rillaboom, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Chien-Pao, and Dragonite. Dragonite and Chien-Pao was definitely the core that Sergio did bring last time in Gdansk. It just seems like the few little iterations may have been on actually introducing Fluttermane into that core for the Sandy Shocks. So
to be fair, if you're putting Fluttermane in your team, there's nothing wrong with that.
There isn't.
Sandy Shocks is cool though.
It is very cool.
But Fluttermane is pretty strong as well.
Yeah, it is pretty strong. Probably because you may have had the booster energy speed choice. You know, would you rather go with the Fluttermane, which is going to be guaranteed faster, or pretty much faster than anything in the format without a Prankster Tailwind set up, unless you're facing up an Iron Bundle.
Including Roaring Moons. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, exactly. Maybe Sergio got a bit of a drift of that from Gdansk, potentially. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting to actually see what sort of leads we are going to see from both the trainers, because there's a lot of different potentials, especially on Sergio's side. There's a lot of little cores that you can accompany based on what sort of mode you want to try to accomplish.
Yeah, the Chien-Pao Dragonite, that's an obvious one. We've seen that wreak havoc across the tournament so far. And then you've got the Ogerpon and the Rillaboom as well. That's a very good combination to be able to give Grassy Glides priority to the Ogerpon that is so strong after it goes for that Fire-type Terrestrialization, getting that attack boost as well with the Embody aspect. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Roaring Moon left on the bench here, unfortunately, because you tend to not want to lead it into a booster energy Fluttermane, which you would assume is speed. It tends to be, like, if you aren't sure yet, like we may find out in the match, it's got Icy Winds. It's a reasonable assumption to assume that it would be speed boosting so that you can make the most of your Icy Wind speed drops, because if your special attack, yeah, you can counteract the speed, but initially some things might already outspeed you.
Well, exactly, and I think that's one of the most common reasons why you do run it, because you know that you're going to still be immune to fake out. Unfortunately, we don't have any viable scrappy fake out users to be able to completely halt Fluttermane's pressure there, but being able to have that cool mode of forcing the speed control there whilst immediately going on the offensive if you want. You do have the capability of still Fairy Terrestrializing that Fluttermane in order to dispatch a lot of critical damage if your opponent is not actually ready for it.
Absolutely, we're getting into the game right now here. It is going to be Roaring Moon. Wow, we are seeing a Roaring Moon in the face of what could have been a booster energy Fluttermane, but that's nowhere in sight. Roaring Moon's going to be paired up with the Iron Hands there, and Sergio is going to be instead leading with the Rillaboom and the Dragonite.
Very nice indeed, and we do get confirmation that it is going to be booster energy more towards a speed stat there. So Roaring Moon, definitely the fastest thing on the field, but we got double fake out users, one aside for each of our trainers to take into consideration. Though, Dragonite does have inner focus, and it can just go and dispatch of the damage, so this may force the Roaring Moon into maybe a bit more of a defensive play.
Yeah, absolutely. The Roaring Moons do tend to be able to survive a Choice Banded Extreme Speed from a normal Dragonite, but that's nowhere in sight at the moment. It's instead going to be a fake out from the Rillaboom into that Roaring Moon, putting a stop to any of the support it can do. Stomping Tantrum is the move of choice from the Dragonite, doing just over half the Iron Hands, but it's going to go right back up over half thanks to this Drain Punch that is doing some nice damage into that Rillaboom.
It will indeed, and we do have the further recovery that's going to be applied thanks to the grassy terrain on the field. But of course, if you didn't realize already, this Dragonite is most definitely choice banded, being able to get a 2-shot on the Iron Hands that we know has been running dominant throughout its introduction in this game is something not a lot of Pokemon can say they are able to do.
No, not at all. It's able to shrug off that attack pretty nicely. The recovery from Drain Punch, the grassy terrain recovery as well. The Roaring Moon probably even recovered most of the fake out chip away from itself as well. Iron Hand's going to switch out here, going to preserve that fake out pressure once again. Not going to want to take a Stomping Tantrum. Ogerpon would want to take that very nicely. Here is the Breaking Swipe. Going to be reducing the attack of that Dragonite. That's not an Intimidate. That goes straight through the inner focus. Down your attack goes Dragonite. And then the U-turn. That's some reasonable chip damage into the Roaring Moon, even with super effective. Is going to once again pivot out that fake out so that both these players are able to get that fake out pressure in the future.
Indeed, so allowing a bit of a breathing moment for Sergio to be able to take that mid-turn selection of bringing in a new Pokemon, which is going to be the Hearth Flame Ogerpon from the looks of things, to re-evaluate yourself going into the next turn, as Stomping Tantrum does focus down and onto the Ogerpon Wellspring Mask over on Edu's side, and due to, of course, its grass typing, not going to be very effective. So this may force Sergio into switching the Dragonite out.
Oh, the Dragonite's not in a good position anymore. It's locked into Stomping Tantrum, does not want to be going into that Ogerpon with that. Roaring Moon will shrug it off easily. It can easily go for another Breaking Swipe here. Ogerpon's joined the field. That's another physical attacker. That's going to want to reduce the damage output of that Ogerpon once again. You could go for the Tailwind to make sure that your own Ogerpon is going to be able to, for sure, outspeed the opposing Ogerpon, but there's nothing wrong with a Breaking Swipe here, especially because you'd be catching that Rillaboom on the switch in as well, thanks to that Dragonite not one saying anymore. Spiky Shield from the Ogerpon doesn't want to take any attack drops and do a little bit of chip damage to that Roaring Moon if it did it, but Tailwind instead.
Indeed, so going to be able to get the speed set up right there with Tailwind. Ivy Cudgel targets down the Rillaboom. Very nice defensive switch there. It will still definitely last and allow itself to get fake out pressure, perhaps even a Grassy Glide or Woodhammer offensive pressure from his side if Edu tries to go a bit on the defensive, but at this point, I think you want to try to allow some saving moments for your Dragonite to bring it back later on in the match.
Yeah, it was not going to be able to do anything this turn. Fake Out did fire up once again into that Roaring Moon. There's the critical hit coming out from the Ivy Cudgel of the Wellspring Ogerpon, followed by the Ivy Cudgel from the Ogerpon returning. That was not quite a critical hit there, unfortunately, but still great damage into that Roaring Moon. It's being so pesky with those Breaking Swipes, being able to bring it down close to about a quarter of its HP. Probably, it's going to be close if it's in range of another one.
I'm kind of scared with the damage output from that onto the Roaring Moon from the Hearth Flame.
That wasn't even in body aspect.
That's what I mean. There wasn't in body aspect. There wasn't critical hit. It is on a Pokemon that can likely this set seems to be a bit more bulky to an extent. Being able to deal that much damage, but Grassy Glide, not quite enough, but maybe it's a double up. It is indeed.
Grassy Glide is enough.
Yeah, Grassy Glide ×2 is enough indeed. Roaring Moon is out of this game one, as we're going to have Ogerpon, Ivy Cudgel focusing onto the Rillaboom, not quite able to pick up the KO. Critical hit would have likely done it, but perhaps taking into consideration a switch out there.
Potentially, and the grass has disappeared as well, so that was the last time that the Grassy Glide with priority could have gone off. That could have been a protect for the Roaring Moon, probably wanting to make use of the Tailwind that it set, but instead being able to be caught by the double Grassy Glide there, he's able to be able to pick up the knockout. And now Iron Hands has joined the field. You've got Fake Out pressure, and you've still got Tailwind, so maybe you're outspeeding the Rillaboom. It would be quite surprising to see the Iron Hands outspeed the opposing Ogerpon. It can be trained to, but it is quite uncommon for it to be built so speedy to do that, so I wouldn't be surprised if the Ogerpon still outspeeds, but then the Wellspring Ogerpon on Eduardo's side of the field, probably still threatening a KO into either Pokemon at this point. We saw that the Ivy Cudgel, the Water-type Ivy Cudgel, still resisted by the Rillaboom. It's been chipping away at it, and that might be why it wants to switch out here.
Indeed, you'll be able to actually get grass terrain back onto the field at a future point, as no Fake Out from the Iron Hands. Just a full outspeed of the Wellspring Ogerpon, which you don't commonly actually see outspeeding Half Flame, because they do tend to be a bit more offensive. Picks up the KO, wild charge. Wow. Very nice targeting, nearly picking up the KO onto the Dragonite, but sure, it does survive. You are going to be able to bring that Rillaboom in with the Fake Out pressure if you are Sergio, but at this point, this does seem a bit susceptible to protect plays from Edu's side.
Yeah, that was a very, very strong wild charge there. That Rillaboom probably still in range, even though it's in the red, even though it would be resisted. Probably would have gone down to that wild charge, and covering for that Dragonite switch in very nicely. That's got to be in range of any other attack that Eduardo will want to go for at this point. Ivy Cudgel's probably picking up the knockout on either Pokemon, so if the Fake Out needs to go into that Ogerpon, that will still allow that Iron Hands to be able to do something this turn. It's just above half. We saw Storm and Tantrum do pretty much exactly half in the first turn, so if that's what the Dragonite locks into here, then it might not be able to pick up the knockout on that Iron Hands. It might need to be the Aerial Ace lock into to try and KO the Ogerpon, or maybe even the Outrage. That would definitely do it.
Ooh, let's find out. Fake Out does go into the Iron Hands. Extreme Speed being the move of choice there. Not quite enough to pick up the KO. However, guess what? Ivy Cudgel, even if it is resisting, is enough to do so on the Dragonite, and all of a sudden, Sergio's Rillaboom is still on play. We do know that Sergio may still have that fourth slot available to himself, so it's going to really have to come down to what Pokemon it is. Is it going to be able to capitalize off of this scenario? It's going to be Urshifu.
Urshifu's a pretty good Pokemon to bring in here now that the Iron Hands has been so chipped, but not so great against the opposing Ogerpon. If you want to lock into something, it's probably got to be close combat at this point. That'll drop your defenses, and then that's surely a Horn Leech KO into the opposing Urshifu. So it's a bit of an awkward position actually for that Urshifu now. Rillaboom, it wants to be going for maybe Grassy Glide just to KO that Iron Hands. Probably would be able to, given the chip damage that has been put into it. But then, yeah, the Urshifu, it's got to lock into something. If that's close combat, that's probably still not enough into the opposing Ogerpon. It might need to be a Grassy Glide and a close combat. That would probably be able to do it now that the Grassy Terrain's back on the field and you've got the priority once again. Whichever slot the Urshifu wants to go for, it can KO the Iron Hands, and it will KO this Ogerpon if both attacks are going into it, thanks to that Follow Me.
It will likely do so, as Grassy Glide does come out, just barely scrapes the 2-hit KO range, but guess what? Close combat does indeed confirm the double-up combo, quite enough to do so. However, we're in a point where right now this Choice Scarfed Urshifu is completely exposed to an attack from the Iron Hands, which actually Iron Hands ignores it completely, maybe taking into consideration if the close combat is locked in right now. Edu might actually have a Flutter Mane, which completely checkmates this scenario if he does bring it in.
Yeah, there we go. There's the Flutter Mane there. So it seemed like the Urshifu was completely pinned there. If you want to lock into Surging Strikes to be able to touch this Flutter Mane, which you can't do at all with the close combat, then you just can't hit the Ogerpon, and then you're not breaking through that. So, yeah, the Urshifu, unfortunately not the play here in the end of this game one because of that Water Absorb, because of that Flutter Mane ghost typing, and Eduardo's able to take this first game.
Indeed. That was a really well-placed board position game between both trainers. I think being able to at least focus down on the necessary Pokemon that you need to remove in order to deploy your strategy, you know, like Eduardo being able to have that Flutter Mane in the back, just waiting for its right opportunity to shine and just dispatch the amounts of damage that it needs to. Sure, Choice Scarf, Urshifu, Rapid Strike is going to likely be outspeeding it, because, of course, we do know that Eduardo's is Choice Specs as an item of choice. So if you are able, if you're Sergio, to position yourself to the point where it's okay to lock in to Surging Strikes, you're able to actually just pick up, likely, the KO on it, dependent on the training, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen multiple times where everything is just put in range of a Choice Specs Dazzling Gleam. Oh, here's a Flutter Mane. It outspeeds everything, and it gleams the board. But not really that necessary there in the end game. It's just an Urshifu that couldn't touch the Flutter Mane at all, thanks to locking into the close combat. Easy win in that end game. Just one Moonblast or Dazzling Gleam from that Flutter Mane. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like the Flutter Mane on Sergio's side of the field join the field, given that Roaring Moon was led in that first game. One of the main downsides of leading a Roaring Moon is that if you face a speed boosting Flutter Mane, then you're maybe forced into a Protect or a defensive Terrestrialization early so that you can be able to get off those attacks, but then the Flutter Mane can still just go for Icy Winds, counteract your speed boosts, and be able to reduce the speed even if you go for a Tailwind.
Yeah, and I think Going into this game too, though, we mentioned Roaring Moon was a really good lead in order to start things off and maybe start clearing up a bit of the Pokemon on the other side of the field. You know, Breaking Swipe really paying dividends there against a Dragonite. Not a very good lead from Sergio's side. You would have actually anticipated maybe it to be escorted by a Chien Pao, which we definitely did not actually see an appearance for. So I'm not sure if there's any room on Sergio's side to actually be able to find a way to enact on that Pokemon.
Yeah, it'd be quite tricky here. You've got to deal with the Roaring Moon somehow, though. There's 5 physical attackers on Sergio's side of the field, and then Breaking Swipe's just going to have a field day at that point because you just consistently reduce the damage output. So we didn't see the Landorus come out from Eduardo's side of the field that could have been intimidating those physical attackers. Breaking Swipe is good enough here, and Breaking Swipe would be great into that Chien Pao Dragonite here. No Flutter Mane insight once again. Roaring Moon and Ogerpon going to be the leads for Eduardo.
It will indeed. So already seeing Chien Pao and Dragonite, we know these two are such a tight-knit bonded combo here because they just really parallel one another so well. I think Chien Pao over on Sergio's side does have the Focus Sash. We know it's got Ice Storm Crash, so there is a scenario where there may be a miss involved. Hopefully Sergio avoids, no pun intended, that scenario. So we're going to have to actually see, likely, Eduardo is going to probably go for the follow me here. Maybe you want to just try to establish a setup over on Roaring Moon, but it'll just depend because Chien Pao is threatening quite a bit right now.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to put a stop to the damage output coming out here, especially if you're going for your normal terrestrialization with a Choice Band, with the Sword of Ruin on the field as well. It's a lot of damage that can come out from this Dragonite here. We'll have to see if it is going to be strong enough, though. Ogerpon is naturally faster than Dragonite, though. Follow Me goes before any extreme speeds that could be coming out in this situation. Something an Amoonguss could not be doing. So that extreme speed is redirected into the Ogerpon. Even with the Sword of Ruin, not enough to be able to pick up the KO. The Follow Me allows this Roaring Moon to completely freely go for a Breaking Swipe, break the Focus Sash of the Chien Pao, and reduce the damage output of both Pokemon. And Commentator's Curse Costa, Icicle Crash, misses the Ogerpon.
Oh, it does. Okay, yeah, that's on me. I am very sorry. But very unfortunate indeed there because this does allow Ogerpon to once again redirect for a second consecutive time, allowing the Roaring Moon once again to get another Breaking Swipe off because what is there really to actually stop yourself from A, chipping away at both of your opponent's Pokemon, and B, actually reducing their physical damage output, as we do know they do rely on.
Yeah, I know that's one of the nice things about the Breaking Swipe as well. Even though it's absolutely a supported move, it's here to reduce the damage output. You're still a Dragon type in Roaring Moon. You're benefiting from that same type attack bonus there. We're going to be able to do some good damage, and that's reasonable chip. Another one would probably put both of the opposing Pokemon below half HP here. So really, really nice position for that Roaring Moon. Apparently not for the Ogerpon, though. It is going to be preserving itself here. Switching into a Flutter Mane, it's a Ghost type. It's absolutely going to shrug off that Extreme Speed, and Protect from the Roaring Moon means that Extreme Speed is going to be completely useless on this turn, whether it targeted the Ogerpon or not, and it targeted that Protect from the Roaring Moon instead, and the Chien Pao following up with a Sacred Sword this time, learned its lesson, doesn't want to miss anymore, going to try and Sacred Sword that Roaring Moon, but it did Protect. That's a free switch in for the Flutter Mane.
It's a lovely little switch in there, wasn't it, from Eduardo's side, being able to cover a lot of various scenarios. I think being able to now be put in a spot where you can set up Tailwind and just guarantee get a Dazzling Gleam set off, or try to focus down on the Dragonite. It just depends on what you anticipate the Chien Pao to do. Does it go on the offensive or defensive? Likely defensive, as it does actually switch out.
Yeah, it doesn't want to take a Dazzling Gleam here. You need something to be able to take that attack instead. It's going to be the Half Flame Ogerpon. That's going to resist Fairy every day, so a very good switch in here into a potential Dazzling Gleam that could be coming out from that Flutter Mane. Extreme Speed once again no longer helped by that Sword of Ruin. Now Chien Pao's left the field, and also Breaking Swipe means that it's not even going to do half damage to this Roaring Moon that's free to set up that Tailwind, which would have allowed that Flutter Mane to definitely outspeed the opposing Chien Pao before it attacked. Dazzling Gleam fired off. Very nice damage into the Dragonite and a little bit of chip into the Ogerpon as well.
So not necessarily as bad of a spot because of that switch from Sergio's side. Naturally, you are still having to worry about the Breaking Swipes. We do know that now Tailwind has been set up. It will just allow this Roaring Moon once again to keep on clicking Breaking Swipe. There's nothing really to stop it right now. Over on Sergio's side, the fact that you haven't brought in the Flutter Mane as of yet maybe an indication of A, you might not have brought it, or B, you just want to try to make sure you're preserving it as much as possible in order to not put it within any chip range.
Well, speaking of preserving as much as possible, that's a spiky shield coming out from the Ogerpon, so it's not going to be taking any damage this turn. Extreme speed from the Dragon Knight didn't do over half last time. Is it going to do it this time? Not quite. The Roaring Moon able to shrug off that attack once again. That allows another Breaking Swipe to be fired off from this Roaring Moon. It's going to take, actually, it's going to take some chip damage from the spiky shield. That's going to KO itself, but actually the Breaking Swipe goes first before it would KO itself to that spiky shield chip damage. I've used Roaring Moon so much and I didn't know that interaction yet, so that's really good to know. Dazzling Gleam going to be fired off once again. That's going to be easily enough to pick up the last little bit of damage on this Dragon Knight.
Indeed. You live and learn. I think it's something most notable that we do actually get certain scenarios like this where, you know, even us casters turn around like, actually, I wasn't actually aware of that scenario being the case, but it is indeed. We are, however, going to be seeing Sergio now has the opportunity to bring in a fresh Pokemon or the Chien-Pao. Yeah, it does actually look like there's no Flutter Mane, Jamie. It is just the Rillaboom, which on one hand side makes sense. You're able to actually bring it in right now and focus down, get Fake Out, maybe try to deal damage with the Ogerpon, given the fact that Flutter Mane doesn't necessarily directly threaten it, as we do know it's locked into Dazzling Gleam, but it just depends right now on how Eduardo plays. Is he going to try to go for the defensive, maybe get a switch out to refresh the slot for Flutter Mane, or will he just go for the consistent damage?
The Tailwind is still up for Eduardo, so Iron Hands' Fake Out should go before the opposing Rillaboom. You tend to have an Iron Hands that, when it's got twice its speed, should outspeed the opposing Rillaboom, so that could be the move of choice if Eduardo wants otherwise. But in the same vein, Iron Hands is probably outspeeding that Rillaboom. It would be able to just go on the offensive and just attack if it wants to as well. Dazzling Gleam isn't really in a good position here. That's probably why the Flutter Mane is switching out, so it can maybe lock into a Shadow Ball in the future. Ogerpon, with such low HP, is once again joining the field. And yeah, then there's no Fake Out from either player here. Just going on the offensive immediately. Some nice damage with the Drain Punch into that opposing Rillaboom, but Ivy Cudgel was fired off into what was the Flutter Mane. Easily going to be able to pick up the KO on that tiny bit of HP left on the Ogerpon. But there was no Fake Out. That means that this Rillaboom is free to fire off a massive Wood Hammer here, doing just over half HP.
Wow, that is a lot of damage. Obviously, we are going to get a bit of a recovery, so I think it may still pick up the KO at that range if Rillaboom is able to attack first without getting KO'd. However, we are in the scenario where Eduardo is now down to his final two Pokemon. He does have Terrestrialization still available for himself, so I'm not sure if there's a scenario he can actually use it right now. We do know that Iron Hands is Water Terror, so it may be a case that he can't actually capitalize off of using it against this very heavy Grassy Glide offensive lead against him.
Well, this is pretty offensive. That's a Grassy Glide 1, and that's Grassy Glide 2, and Flutter Mane, with its very poor defensive stat, is able to be KO'd by the combination of those two moves. Another Drain Punch here, not quite enough to pick up the knockout on that Rillaboom, and it looks like we're going into a Game 3 here.
Game 3 indeed. We actually see Sergio opting to go full physical offense, bringing the Dragonite, Chien-Pao, Ogerpon, and the Rillaboom, opting to actually not bring the Flutter Mane, which so far has been working at least with this Game 2. There could have been some room, some space, but maybe it could be a Game 3 readaptation.
Yeah, absolutely could be, but this is what was working in this game. The combination of Ivy Cudgel and Wood Hammer there is enough to pick up the knockout on that opposing Iron Hand. So it did look a little bit dicey initially for that Dragonite, locking into extreme speed, into being Breaking Swiped and reducing the damage. Not enough to KO the Roaring Moon into a Ghost of the Flutter Mane, but then as soon as the Roaring Moon KO'd itself to that Spiky Shield, a really cool interaction as well to still get off that Breaking Swipe. I think the Roaring Moon is very impactful here. If you bring all four of your physical attackers, Breaking Swipe is obviously a fantastic move.
Yep.
So that was the priority for Sergio there, able to sacrifice the Dragonite effectively to get that Roaring Moon off the field, and then it was just the Grassy Glide spam to finish off the game.
So what do we think then didn't really work for Eduardo in that Game 2? I think from Sergio's side, it was really good having that Grassy Glide pressure from his side of the field. He's able to just sort of nullify the Ogerpon, but then there was the Ice School Crash miss, right? Which was quite pivotal and allowed the Ogerpon to remain on the field. Then there was a sort of bait play between Eduardo, keeping the Ogerpon on the field, going for the follow me, or switching out to that Flutter Mane, which is a really nice defensive move. Just saying, okay, Sergio, I know you're likely having to be coordinated into, into making that play of extreme speed into the slot, or just trying to focus down on it. So I'm just going to capitalize off of that. It was really nice, but unfortunately for himself, he just wasn't able to have enough gas in the tank.
I think because the Ogerpon was effectively sacrificed to get a breaking swipe off, and that was just like, it's great. It's great into full physical attacks, but it was a bit too passive there initially, and maybe not going for the following. The point of the breaking swipe is just to reduce the damage output. Go for that immediately without the redirection. And it seems like Eduardo is perfectly content with the Roaring Moon and the Ogerpon here, but instead there is a complete switch up from Sergio. No Chien-Pao Dragonite as the lead. It's instead the Rapid Strike, Urshifu, and the Rillaboom.
So an interesting change up here indeed. Being able to have choice stuff on the field, it is still not going to be enough to outspeed this Roaring Moon speed boosted booster energy. However, it may just allow Urshifu to get that safe U-turn chip damage onto the Ogerpon, and maybe you could try to focus down on the Ogerpon, actually quickly dispatch of it. We saw that worked quite nicely, at least for Sergio, being able to not allow Eduardo room to actually utilize it as much.
Yeah, absolutely. With the Ogerpon on the field, you're going to have to be very brave to lock into a Surging Strikes here, especially because Landorus is joining the field. Surging Strikes would actually be a fantastic play into the Ogerpon here. A little bit of a switch up there from Eduardo, bringing in his Intimidate Pokemon that he left on the bench in the previous two games, and Fake Out was fired off into what was the Ogerpon here. Breaking Swipe fired off into the Urshifu and the Rillaboom. That means if the Urshifu has locked into close combat here, it should no longer be able to pick up the knockout on that opposing Roaring Moon. Thanks to the Intimidate, thanks to the Breaking Swipe. Still great damage, but not enough.
Yeah, a lot of damage. Actually, I would have anticipated a U-turn focus into that slot and just try to repivot based off of potentially having a better suited Pokemon, maybe like a Chien-Pao to come in, and that would have worked quite nicely with the Landorus actually coming onto the field. However, we are going to have to see how that pans out. We do know Landorus is also choice scuffed, so it's going to be a bit of a battle between the training of the Urshifu and that Landorus.
But you also have the Tailwind just available for the Roaring Moon. That outspeeds the Choice Scarf Urshifu. That means that your Choice Scarf Landorus, even if it wasn't Choice Scarf, it would probably start to outspeed the opposing Urshifu. This one does run the Flying Terror Blast. That's going to be a KO into the opposing Urshifu if it does not go for its Terrestrialization. It absolutely could, and it'll be able to survive and fire off another close combat here. But do you commit your Terrestrialization to that? Because there is at least one here. Not surprised at all to see it from the Landorus.
Indeed, as it is going to be going for the Flying Terra Terrestrialization. And at this point, I think it is just looking for the damage. That's kind of what Landorus does. It intimidates things, and it just deals a lot of damage. So Tailwind set up right now. We are going to be getting the Terra Blast focus. Which slot is it going to be focusing on? It is going to be the Urshifu, which of course did not Terra on his side of the field. It is out for the count in this game 3. What is Rillaboom going to do here? It's just going to try to go for the U-turn, so wanting to bring that Fake Out pressure in a subsequent turn by getting that pivot action going. We'll be bringing in a third Pokemon right now. So a bit dire if you didn't have priority, but guess what? Dragonite's on the field, and it very well does have priority.
Yeah, absolutely. Choice Band and Extreme Speed is going to be doing some absolutely massive damage here. Saving that Terrestrialization on the Urshifu, just sacrificing that to the Terra Blast means that it is still an option for this Dragonite. The Roaring Moon took a lot of damage from that close combat. That's got to be in Extreme Speed range at this point. That's going to put a stop to any of the breaking swipes that could come out. That means the Dragonite's going to be at full power. Landorus is on the field at the moment. It would have to switch out and then switch back in to be able to intimidate, and then even then the Dragonite doesn't care. It's in a focus, so Dragonite's actually in a pretty decent position here. So long as it can extreme speed a Pokemon that's not a Flutter Mane, of course, we get the sneak peek, but that's still waiting in the back. But into everything else, the Landorus took a little bit of chip as well. I wouldn't be surprised if that's also in extreme speed range if the Dragonite wants to go for its Terrestrialization.
Indeed, and I think this sort of increases even further the value of Flutter Mane in this matchup for Eduardo, because you kind of want to make sure that if you can pin the Dragonite into a position where it's just locked into extreme speed, and you can have the Ghost immunity towards that later on in the day, just need to focus down on the Rillaboom slot, force it into that scenario and then just win out. But let's find out what's going to be played out as Roaring Moon on the defensive just wants to make sure it goes for the protect. Fake out does target the Ogerpon. Let's see, there is indeed extreme speed. So right now, Sergio does really need to take into consideration his utility over this Dragonite and just trying to make sure that you keep the offensive pressure going and do not slow the momentum down.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ogerpon took a little bit of chip damage. Like, it could be notable chip damage from that fake out. That might put it in range of the extreme speed. Be pretty close. It was able to survive the attack in the previous game, but that was, of course, Sword of Ruin helped as well, so probably not going to be enough to pick up the knockout on this Ogerpon. It could go for a follow me and just another breaking swipe. That would put the Eduardo basically in the same position as that game one, though. Do you commit your entire Ogerpon to redirect the extreme speed just so you can get off that breaking swipe? You're not really threatening too much damage otherwise with the Ogerpon, so it is going to be the follow me.
Indeed, and we do know this is a very speedy Ogerpon, which will always guarantee, or has guaranteed so far, to always get the follow me set up first. Extreme speed, though, not quite enough to pick up the KO as we had seen in the previous game. Knockoff, however, does actually get rid of the move selection being locked into extreme speed. So this may be a scenario where actually Sergio might not mind that as much in order to actually make sure he can still hit that Flutter Mane, which we're going to have to see potentially may be coming out.
Yeah, absolutely, and quite an interesting choice of the knockoff there. Breaking Swipe would have reduced the damage output also, basically as much as the knockoff does by removing the choice band here. But yeah, that frees up the Dragonite so it can actually change its moves and hit the potential Flutter Mane that is waiting in the back. So quite an interesting choice of the knockoff. We'll have to see if that's going to pay off. We're still reducing the damage output. You need to be reducing the damage output of this Dragonite. But now that you've got rid of the choice bands, it's going to be close to that Roaring Moon's in range of the extreme speed here. And with Ogerpon joining the field for Sergio, and it could still be intimidated by the opposing Landorus, it could be breaking swiped, but it's still threatening a lot of damage into that opposing Flutter Mane while resisting the fairy type attacks that Flutter Mane kind of needs to lock into it. It can't safely lock into Shadow Ball here, or else it can't touch the normal type Dragonite now, so kind of has to be a fairy type attack, and that means that the Ogerpon's sitting in a pretty decent position.
It really is, and I think what we've seen in other Dragonite sets as well is them actually opting to have Aqua Jet in order to still have priority and damage the Flutter Mane in combination with Grassy Glides too. However, we know this Dragonite does not have any other priority move on its side of the field that's able to take advantage of, as it's actually going to try to focus down with the extreme speed into the Roaring Moon's Protect. But Grassy Glide, trying to follow up there, which actually will allow this Flutter Mane a bit more room right now to be doing things it really shouldn't. And talking about really shouldn't, we see it actually miss a KO. Very good for Sergio, quite detrimental for Eduardo right there, as that really could have shifted things even further.
Yeah, that's a super clutch survival on that Dragonite. That means you've got one more Terra Normal extreme speed into that opposing Roaring Moon, but the grassy terrain's disappeared as well, so you no longer have priority on your Ogerpon. That means that extreme speed, even if it's not enough to pick up the KO, Roaring Moon's able to fire off another attack here, whether that's a Tailwind to help out support the team, or if it's a Breaking Swipe, and yeah, that's not enough. That's extreme speed doing some decent damage, but definitely not enough. Breaking Swipe able to pick up that last little bit of damage that the Flutter Mane did miss on that opposing Dragonite, and then there'll be a follow-up Moonblast. It's going to be resisted by the Ogerpon, but at this point, you're still going to be able to chip away at it pretty nicely. Its damage attack damage has been reduced by the Breaking Swipe, and that's put it below half HP, and getting the special attack drop just for insult to injury at this point. But here comes the Ivy Cudgel into the opposing Flutter Mane. Does not care about attack drops if you pick up that critical hit to get that one-hit KO. That's exactly what that Ogerpon needed right there.
It really did. You were trying to bank on to the heightened critical ratio secondary effect of the Ivy Cudgel, and Sergio so far playing to their outs in a very nice way. However, we do still have this Landorus Therian to contend with. It is in a spot where it has further reduced the attack output of both now the Rillaboom and the Ogerpon, but it's kind of dicey. You know, can you pick up another critical hit with that Ogerpon?
You kind of have to at this point. Your damage reduction is too much. Like, this is -3 on the Ogerpon at this point. It's in range of any other attack. Ivy Cudgel does have that increased critical hit ratio, and it kind of has to do it once again right now, because that Landorus can't move. It's been faked out. Ivy Cudgel into the opposing Landorus is going to pick up the KO with a second critical hit, KOing this opposing Landorus, and that might actually clutch the game now for Sergio. Eduardo's down to his Roaring Moon as his final Pokemon. There's some grassy terrain recovery. That probably puts the Ogerpon out of that breaking swipe range as well.
Oh, wow, what a change of pace with this double consecutive critical hit. Ivy Cudgel pulling out all the stops right now for Sergio. He just needs to try to focus in picking off this Roaring Moon as best as possible. Really nice spiky shield there. As we saw the previous interaction,
absolutely.
It will be reducing its HP.
Yeah, that's a fantastic spiky shield there. That's a little bit of chip down to the Roaring Moon. And a little bit of the chip to the Roaring Moon. That's not going to help you at this point. Are you going to be able to fire off a super effective U-turn? Is able to KO this Roaring Moon. And with another, why not? With another critical hit. Probably quite unnecessary. The first two absolutely necessary. Third one just for good measure. And Sergio Ramirez is going to take down our world champion and take this 5th round.
Wow, okay. All right, I think we're going to have to add a bit of a middle name, nickname there for Sergio. Sergio David Ramirez for being able to bring Goliath down in such a turn of events that was completely unexpected.
What a fantastic finish to that game. It's always such a nail-biter to see there. Critical hits absolutely necessary to be able to KO the opposing Landorus. That's one of the downsides of Breaking Swipe, of course. Breaking Swipe, a fantastic move, but it's ignored by critical hits completely. -3 Ogerpon able to clutch out against both. Well, -2 Ogerpon against the Fluttermane, KO. -3 Ogerpon, KO. Does not care about the breaking swipes.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, who really cares about it? I mean, we had seen yourself, actually, you brought the, what was it called again? Sorry, the item with the teal mask Ogerpon.
The Razor Claw.
Razor Claw, thank you.
Yes.
Razor Claw to further increase and give a sort of 50-50 chance for you to be able to accomplish the critical hit with the Ivy Cudgel, but kind of don't even need it at this point. You just need to train your Pokemon well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an increased critical hit ratio. That's one of the main niches of Ivy Cudgel. It's a little bit more common than normal, but it's still unlikely to get 2 in a row, and especially just the third, actually just regular old U-turn critical hit just for good measure. That really rubs salt in the wound right there.
It did a bit, yeah. But I think being able to, once again, play to your outs is what is very critical here, no pun intended, as you just need to be able to identify it, recognize it, and make the correct plays, because if there is a will, there is a way, there is always a chance. You just need to be able to make sure you're made aware of it, because I think Eduardo in that case couldn't really do much to counteract the critical hits, just had to hope that they didn't connect.
I mean, yeah, Eduardo was absolutely playing correctly. There was nothing wrong with the plays in that end game. The Fluttermane will survive if it does not critical hit. Then you get the Moonblast off and then you're sorted. Landorus will survive if you do not get the critical hit.
Yep.
And again, you're just going to be able to get the Terra Blast off next turn after the fake out turn has been used up. And the Ivy Cudgel -3, that's not putting you in double grassy glide range for sure. So yeah, the critical hits, but also the recognition of Sergio that you have to go for those critical hits.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to play for your outs. You have to recognize your outs and find them and get them.
Yeah, and I think Eduardo did a really good setup game. That game 3, we're talking a bit about, okay, what could have Eduardo done a bit better? We saw the brain of Landorus Therian, which actually paid huge dividends. You're able to pick up that one-hit KO onto the Urshifu immediately once it was still present on the field and it didn't actually go ahead and Terra itself, because Sergio was thinking, okay, I want to be able to still preserve Terra for the Dragonite in the back with extreme speed. That still puts on a lot of pressure, but yeah, I mean, really good brings, very good strategy on being able to further mitigate the damage output over on Sergio's very physical heavy side of the field, to the point where, okay, surely 9 out of times he's got the win.
Yeah.
At least without the consecutive critical hits, right? That was the out Sergio had to go for. He did, very well done so, and that's just kind of the game of VGC.
Absolutely. So, to be fair, Sergio won. I'm still surprised not to have seen the Fluttermane. As a Roaring Moon aficionado, I know that a booster energy Fluttermane is one of the worst things that Roaring Moon can face. And it was available on Sergio's side of the field and apparently not necessary. So, able to win even without that. Committing to just the 4 physical attackers, even in the face of the breaking swipe, and the great adaptation of Intimidate with the Landorus, and still able to break through.
Yeah, and in what a way, what a fashion as well. Straight to 5-0 for Sergio. I mean, it's not all over for Eduardo. 4-1 is an incredible record to be at right now in your day one. You know that you got 4 more rounds remaining just to be able to essentially try to guarantee a couple more wins if you can. Hopefully, I'd probably say, 3 more wins to guarantee?
Wins.
Yeah,
3 more wins from 4-1, yeah.
That's it.
And from 5-0, that's a pretty good position as well.
Exactly.
You just need those 7 wins to guarantee. Obviously, you want more because that will put you in better stead in that day too. But yeah, still both players absolutely in contention here.
Oh, 100%. So just being able to see that, I would say, really high level play from both players. Sergio may not have as many achievements as Eduardo, but he really put out all the stops right there, completely recognized on what needed to be done based off of the matchups and sort of reviewing the previous games too, because we did kind of see how the interaction was with trying to focus down on the physical attacker modes. Like you said, he felt like he had to commit, and so far it did really pull out for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And recognizing the Roaring Moon was actually the threat, yes.
Yeah.
Roaring Moon was the threat. Because of the breaking swipes. The breaking swipes was would have been, I think, is now the phrase we need to use, would have been so impactful in trying to take the game for Eduardo, but yeah, critical hits go through that. But still, otherwise, earlier in the games, like obviously that's the thing, like the end game, we see the 2 critical hits, that's the big moment. Breaking swipes was still super impactful for the rest of, like even just the entire set, breaking swipes were super impactful.
Yep.
Being able to reduce damage output, like for example, the Dragonite with Terra Normal, not able to 2-shot the Roaring Moon without the help of the Sword of Ruin on the field because of that 1 breaking swipe. Then it's able to survive 2 of those attacks and then needs the spiky shield chip as well to be able to KO you. Yeah, breaking swipe is still absolutely fantastic in there. Even against the opposing Urshifu, it was able to reduce the damage output so that close combat was not even close to a KO with the help of the Intimidate as well. So yeah, Roaring Moon was absolutely the threat there, and pretty impressive to break through it with like grassy glide spam and things like that was able to KO the Roaring Moon. Very impressive.
I mean, it's definitely something that we've seen before during this season so far, being able to have the double priority. And you know that with some very brittle Pokemon, physically defensive brittle Pokemon like Flutter Mane, it's sort of like a very off situation for them, because you know that you sort of checkmate that scenario completely as long as grass terrain is still on the field. So it sort of comes to the play of you need to be a bit more cautious when you are trying to bring your Flutter Mane to that matchup. And we did see sort of the hesitation from Eduardo, kind of needed to for the extreme speed spam, but it's still tough to try to pave it out.
Yeah, absolutely. It was an absolutely fantastic game there. And we're ready to hear from the winner of that round, taking down a world champion, Sergio Ramirez. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Jamie. And taking down a world champion, in fact, is a very, very good accomplishment. And they were some crazy games, Sergio. Just very quickly, take us through what you were thinking, going from Game 1 to Game 2 to Game 3. That Roaring Moon was such a problem.
Yes, it's a problem for me because it's not the normal Roaring Moon in that team. Because the normal Roaring Moon in that team is with Dragon Dance.
Yeah.
But this Roaring Moon is a big problem for my team because with Breaking Swipe, Tailwind, it's a problem for me.
Whenever you can't do damage to your opponent, it's hard to get the knockouts, isn't it?
Yeah. And in Game 1, I bring Urshifu because I think that Edu brings Hitran in endgame, but I see Flutter Mane in the last one, and I see, oh no. For that reason, in Game 2, I change. I bring Nitepao, and I think, okay, I'm gonna do the maximum damage I can with Nitepao, and then I think I can win with Rila and Ogerpon. And third game is crazy. Third game is, I need 2 crits, not one of them. Yeah.
Well, and you had to go for them, and you got them, and it is an increased chance of getting a critical hit. So it's like, it's a little bit more in your favor, but you have to definitely go for those moves. Going outside a little bit, we know that in the Gdansk Regional Championships, you were playing that Sandy Shocks, and if I'm not mistaken, that was over your Flutter Mane. So you've gone from a little bit of an outside pick to something a bit more common. Tell us a little bit about the Sandy Shocks and why you made the change.
Yeah, because for my team is a problem, the core with Tornadus, Arcanine Hisui, and Hands.
Yes.
And I was thinking, how can I do against these 3 Pokemon? And I think, okay, Sandy Sox do well against 3, and also against Goldengo. That is also a problem for my team. Digo, I think, okay, I think it can be good. The Sandy Sox.
Yes.
Because one shot Tornadus, one shot Arcanine, not hands, but it's two hit KO.
Close. Close. Yeah, it's a great combination of coverage, isn't it?
It runs well in Gdansk, but I see that Ursifus make me a lot of pressure, and so I want to change for this regional.
Urshifu is definitely one of the most common threats that you need to have an answer for, so I really support the change that you've made, and clearly it's working out well. I've just been told we've not got too much time left, so before we wrap things up, is there anyone that you want to give a shout out to that has helped you back at home?
Yeah, my mates from Melcar Esports, and my friends of Valencia, my girlfriend, my family, I don't know.
Everyone that has been supporting you, I'm sure they'll be very happy to hear from you. We're going to be going back to a short break, trainers, but stay tuned. We'll be back very soon for the next round of Swiss in the Stuttgart Regional Championships.
Welcome to the 2023 Pokémon World Championships.
世界最高峰のバトルがこの日本で行われているのが、とても信じられないというか、こういった舞台をすごく今楽しんでて。
It's been an incredible experience. They're going all out for this world.
The opening ceremony with the drums, like everything was beating. My whole body was into it. You've seen the show, you've seen the decoration, everything. Like it's definitely worth in Japan. Like it's everything I wanted it to be.
So exciting just to walk down the street and see all your favorite Pokemon everywhere, and to watch your children's faces as well when they light up as they see everything. Pokemon just brings such joy to everyone's lives when it's things like this. It's amazing.
This Altaria, there's only some health left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
It's Accent, the most decorated Pokemon Go player in history.
No. Are we there? There's the second energy cycle that we're waiting for. Now we can attack with the Kyogre. Aqua Storm is going to do so much damage. It's going to take out those bench Pokemon. And Xiaotongen is your Junior Division World Champion.
Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your Seniors Division World Champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
He's got a ton of cards in hand. Power Tablet. Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card. Moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot. And boss's orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion.
Out here, it's only really got that Pollen Puff or the Clear Smile, but it gets the knockout. Sora Ebisaur is your 2023 Pokemon World Champion. Now, Arcanine's going to avoid that,
KOs. Gastron survives. That
it's just a sliver of HP.
It's little Arcanine sled. That means Gastron gets an attack off. It should get a knockout here if it goes for Ice Beam. It's instantly Amogus. That's down. It's a 3v1 now.
The battle is just canceled, and Tolia Ogawa is your Seniors Division World Champion in Japan.
Get any secondary effects. So as Pollen Puff will take out the Chien-Pao, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World
champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。
ワールドチャンピオンになることは自分にとって目標でありました。チャンピオンになってめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。
家族に恩を返せて、観客の人も盛り上がっていたので、僕的にもとても嬉しかったです。
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to.
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time.
我赢下世界锦标赛后，我非常兴奋，也觉得不可思议，也很感谢所有支持我的人。I'm feeling good to be a world champion. Something I'm gonna remember for a long time.
What a once-in-a-lifetime experience to be going to the World Championships in Japan. That was the last World Championships in the 2023 season, and it was such a spectacle, such an experience for the people that were able to go. I myself am a little bit jealous. Me too. Not able to go myself, but that is what it is. My name's Ben Kiriakou. We're joined here on the desk in Stuttgart by Costa, Demos, and Costa. We are kicking off this tournament with a storm. We are indeed. I'm still sweating because of everything that went on in that last set, my lordy. And you're able to go ahead and actually hear from Sergio himself. So once again, sort of, I think he hinted on the fact that, you know, he had to try to play to his outs. Yeah. He understood them very well, and he sort of had to flip it to a coin, right? Well, absolutely. I mean, you have to do that in those sort of situations when you are kind of back against the wall. You have one opportunity to go for it. We saw in the previous round to that, Matt Maynard go for several opportunities to go for a critical hit and not manage to pull one off. So, you know, really nice for Sergio that he was able to take down a world champion at the same time. Yeah, I mean, it's not something that a lot of people could claim they have done, and Sergio is now one of those coveted people, group of people that can definitely say he has. So, obviously, not everything's over. We know that rounds are still going. We're in round 6 right now, and we do have a couple of notable matches prepped for us to be able to check out. Absolutely. You can see there the match that we're going to be seeing is Ferdinand versus Nikolai, and that's going to be a match I'm really looking forward to. But before we get going on to that match, let's have a look at the notable players down here. Tobias versus our previous round's winner, Sergio Ramirez. Yeah, I mean, being able to go ahead and see these trainers do so well and just progress further. Now, likely at the 5-0 stage, so it's a really good spot in day 1 tournament to be. And we do have a couple of more notable players. We did see Eloy so far, seems to be consistently winning and doing very well for themselves. Niels has actually still retained themselves on the actual field of notable matches, which means he is doing fairly well as well. Yeah, Niels Dunlop, one of the Swedish players, one of the better players to be coming out of that region, and he's really a player to be watching. Made such strides in the World Championships in several different years, and of course moving down the list, Filippo versus Flavio, a very good match there. Flavio, one of our European international championships, and of course rounding out Alberto versus Salahattin. And I really want to know if Salahattin is still running that Dondozo. Well, I did call out Dondozo, you know. Is it going to make a splash? Is it not? Is it completely shored up? We shall find out. We absolutely shall. Something maybe to have a little look at between rounds here, but really good to see that familiar name that we've seen in this particular season coming back. Regional after regional after regional. Indeed, and I think just being able to, once again, try to make a comeback and keep that consistency going is usually a true value of recognition to a trainer that has a lot of good potential. You know, being able to put in the time and the work to not only work on your own team and your archetype, you know, try to fit it to your play style, but actually take into consideration the meta. And is it meta relevant at the moment? You know, how does it fare? And to actually take a bit more of an introspective view of what could work and what can't based on the current current trends.
Right, I mean, Dondozo is one of those Pokemon that's like, okay, Dondozo Tatsugiri, strong.
Yes.
Deals with lots of different matchups, but it's the 4 Pokemon that surround Dondozo Tatsugiri on a team that really make an impact. And we saw, you know, it's done so well in regulation sets. All of them. You know, it's been able to sort of become a popular pick right from the start. It's been sort of trailing off and trailing off and trailing off in usage as we get more and more very good, very strong Pokemon. I think one of the things that really amuses me about the Dondozo Tatsugiri combination is one of its biggest threats is Urshifu Rapid Strike.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Because it's able to bypass all of the Omni boosts, or particularly the +2 defensive boost, to the point where I think, what was it, Urban? Mystic Water, I think Adamant, if you're able to, likely 2-shot it, if I'm not mistaken.
With the Terra Water.
With the Terra Water, exactly.
Yeah. And it's one of those things. In fact, I actually learned this myself more recently when I was playing a local event in the UK. And I was playing an Urshifu Rapid Strike. It was holding that Mystic Water. It was Adamant. And I was thinking, like, hey, I came up against the Dondozo. How do I knock this thing out? Like, with the team that I was running, I really wasn't sure how to do it. And then I thought, okay, all right, well, the Urshifu's going to go for the critical hits. Let's go for it and see what happens. I was like, hey, that did more than 50%. Cool. Yeah, okay.
I found my answer.
That's it. So, it's a really fun way to deal with it. And of course, one of the reasons why Urshifu is one of the most powerful Pokemon in this format.
Indeed, and I think just being able to go ahead and have the potential of, you know, not only through the critical hits, but being able to bypass protects with Unseen Fist, just completely busts up the potential of, you know, power creep when it comes to a meta. And I think that's definitely what we've seen right now with multiple consecutive increases in usage when it comes to this Urshifu. Most notably, does seem to be Rapid Strike Urshifu. That does take a bit more of the spotlight than Single Strike, even though there is a bit of a merit to actually running Single Strike, but unfortunately, you know, you do have some other really nice dark type Pokemon that you could bring to the fray, such as Roaring Moon, for example.
Yeah, Roaring Moon. I'm not going to go into that to the same depth that Jamie has been going into that, but if you haven't already seen on the broadcast Jamie's views on Roaring Moon, well, stay tuned, trainers. You're going to be seeing it, I'm sure, in the later rounds.
Indeed. But of course, what we are doing is we are waiting for both of our trainers to be able to go ahead and get everything set up on the stage. They are both 5-0 right now. They are in round 6. They know how pivotal this is going to be. They are on stream, so there's a lot of different scenarios running through your mind saying, okay, well, you know, I've got to go up against another really strong player right now. You know, I already beat another strong player before, maybe just barely, maybe convincingly, who knows. But to the point where you need to now do it in front of show, in front of everyone. There's this additional layer of pressure that, sure, you don't want to really call out, but you know it's there. So you just need to be able to dig deep and, you know, calm yourself to the point where you're like, okay, it's just going to be another match, and who knows, maybe another win.
Maybe. It kind of sets in the expectation, but while we're getting these players set up, we have these standings, top 16 standings here from all of the players in the Stuttgart Regional Championship. Benjamin from Germany is leading the pack with 5-0 record, but of course there are many 5-0 records at this stage of the event. We're still, you know, a few rounds left to go.
Indeed. A couple of very well-noted players I think we've already called out. But I think what we can do, of course, I think, is there any other names? I think you've already mentioned Salahatin with the Dondozo. Hopefully we can actually be able to see that on the fray. If I'm not mistaken, I think that was Unaware, wasn't it? And it may have been...
I think so.
It was Yawn, wasn't it? I feel like it was Yawn. There's something telling me that it was.
Well, we'll have to see a little bit later on, because I'm not 100% sure, and I wouldn't want to confirm
Trying
it
to
for
test your knowledge.
the audience. back home here. Eloy Han there, another one of our players that we've mentioned. I'm really excited to be watching throughout this event because he's playing that combination of Cresselia and Ursaluna, and that's something that I've been really enjoying playing recently.
Indeed. But I think what we can do is just talk a bit about the teams that we're expecting for our trainers coming out right now. I think we do have, over on Ferdinand's side versus Nikolai, of course, we've got Rillaboom that may be coming up, Iron Hands, Amoongus, the Dondozo, Glamora, and the Tatsugiri. So there you go. Tatsugiri, Dondozo actually making an appearance.
I'm looking forward to getting into that deeper dive into what Ferdinand is running. But of course, in the meantime, we're still getting these players set up on the desk. And one of the players I wanted to mention that we've kind of highlighted a little bit so far is Niels Dunlop.
Yes.
Because I really want to see what he's been running. He's kind of been on the notable matches for quite a few rounds now, but haven't quite seen what he's been using here. So really looking forward to seeing that maybe a little bit later on.
Maybe, who knows? Likely knowing Niels, probably. But I think Jamie and I already covered, and we spoke a bit about Niels running this very cool strategy of weak armor, armor rouge, weakness policy.
Okay.
You know where this is going. And and I think being able to sort of have a fast pivot Pokemon alongside the armor rouge to be able to proc the weakness policy due to the weakness. So let's say, for example, you could have a U-turn onto a Grass Terra armor rouge. You proc the weakness policy. All of a sudden, it's a +2 special attack, and then you immediately switch into the female Indeedee, have Psychic Terrain, and all of a sudden, Expanding Force is just dealing too much damage.
It really, really is. As we can see our players getting set up on the desk here. Nikolai versus Ferdinand, and we've kind of already revealed a little bit of Ferdinand's team. So why don't we go ahead and reveal a little bit of Nikolai's team?
Yep.
He's been playing this format so consistently this season, event after event after event, especially doing very well at the World Championships back in Japan. And he's going to be running that Farigiraf Urshifu Single Strike, which is one of the things that he's very well known for. Half Flame, Ogerpon, Fluttermane, Iron Hands, and that Blood Moon Ursaluna.
And I think what a way to actually call out all the points we were just making. We were talking about Dondozo. We were talking about, I wonder where Urshifu Single Strike has gone. It's like, okay, I guess we're about to find out.
Right here.
Yeah, right here. Right now. But yeah, I think being able to bring those Pokemon in this type of meta just goes to show that I think both trainers have been able to identify the certain sweet spots that allow them to be able to do so, because they've kind of petered out when it comes to their usage. So this may be an opportune moment where other trainers are not anticipating and prepping against them.
Absolutely. As we see the achievements on screen now, Nikolai on the left, Ferdinand on the right, and Nikolai, that world's top 8 in Japan this year, doing so well in Regulation Set D. Also using Ursaluna, but using the other one, the regular form Ursaluna, so to speak, rather than that Blood Moon form. Malmo Regional top 32, Global Challenge 3 top 16, and European Internationals top 32 in the 2022 season.
Yes, and over on Ferdinand, may not have as many achievements at the current moment, but already being 5-0 right now in day one is an achievement of its own, especially with that cute little Bulbasaur.
It's definitely going to be giving its trainer a little bit of a boost in this matchup, and clearly it's doing very well for him. 5-0, you can't argue with whatsoever, as we see Nikolai's team on the field. Ogerpon, Fluttermane, Iron Hands, Urshifu, Farigiraf, and Ursaluna.
Life Orb Ursaluna, right? We know that this Pokemon already packs a bit of a punch. Now adding the additional Life Orb to it can be quite detrimental if you allow it free reign to actually get those harsh moves out, especially that Blood Moon.
And I'm looking at Farigiraf being able to support it, both with the Trick Room, but also, if you kind of look down all the information here, Helping Hand, Terra Normal, Life Orb, Blood Moon is going to be doing
Tiny bit of
hang on a second, carry the two.
Yeah.
Lots of damage.
I think so. Just a tiny bit, not too much. But I think being able to have that mode is really nice alongside other Pokemon such as the Flutter Mane, where you can go a bit more on the offensive, especially with that Urshifu. But we do have the other team over the other side of the field. We do have Ferdinand's, which is a Moondisc, Glimora, Rillaboom, Iron Hands, Tatsugiri, and of course that Dondozo. So unaware Dondozo, it's going to be able to actually opt to try to ignore any other boosts from the opponent's side of the field, but does have Substitute. So it seems like you just want to try to make sure that you get that set up so you can negate any sort of Intimidates and maybe trying to target it down.
Yeah, this is something that you see more commonly on Dondozo these days, where in previous series you'd see it maybe running multiple attacks. And at the moment in the metagame where it stands, they're really trying to focus down on not being, say, put to sleep by a Moongus. That gives them the opportunity to go for a Terra Dragon, which is better against all the Ogerpon forms, and it gives it a lot more free reign to be able to, do what it does, sit down on the field, get those order-ups going, use Tatsugiri to get its stats boosted up even further than it already has, and pressure on the field with a combination of Terra Dragon order-up and that Earthquake.
And I think we've seen time and time again, Glimora is a really nice Pokemon to add to Dondozo Tatsugiri teams because you're able to set up potential toxic spikes via, of course, its ability. When you do have likely the fake outs trying to target it down, you don't mind the fake out as much because you at least know you're going to be whittling down your opponent's Pokemon turn and turn again with being able to open up the room and space for Dondozo to kind of do Dondozo things.
Yeah, Dondozo doing Dondozo things, I think, is one of the ways that Ferdinand can play this. You've got to be a little bit worried, though, because Dondozo is not particularly known for its special defensive stats, even when it has those boosts from Tatsugiri. And in this particular matchup, that Ursaluna Blood Moon with combination of the Helping Hand may even, and I've seen this happen, may even be able to knock out a boosted Dondozo in one. And that would be a really dependent on how these two trainers have trained their Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, because I think, like you said, there's a couple of multipliers to take into consideration there. You got Helping Hand, you got the Life Orb, you got the Terra Normal, and then you just got the outrageous amount of damage, base power that this move can actually unleash.
Yeah, exactly, and it'll be dependent on, what game plan that really Nikolai is going to be able to go for. We're going to be seeing it right here at the start of round 6 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships. It's going to be Flutter Mane Ogerpon on the field for Nikolai and Iron Hands Glimora leading the charge for Ferdinand.
Yeah, so I think from Ferdinand's side, pretty standard sort of lead when it comes to if you bring the Dondozo Tatsugiri in the back. Iron Hands and the Glimora do have that heightened longevity if they so choose to, unless, of course, you're just trying to dispatch and whittle down your opponent's side of the field. Over on Nikolai's side, we do have Booster Energy, actually boosting the speed right there. So we do actually see a bit more of the training from the Flutter Mane. I'm not 100% sure what it can try to do here, aside from maybe try to focus down on the Iron Hands, but then you're already falling into the trap of setting things up for Ferdinand.
Right, and at this stage, the Icy Wind is looking like an okay attack, and certainly something that Nikolai's been taking advantage of through this season, but against an Iron Hands and a Glimora, it's not something that you're really too worried about. So I agree with that, Costa. He's not doing too much work on the field now. That said, the Glimora is going for its Terra regardless.
Interesting Terra there indeed. I think you just want to be able to ensure that you may be able to negate any sort of moves that do target into that slot. However, we do have Moonblast directly going into the Iron Hands. Mortal Spin coming out, going to be setting up the poison status already, as it did actually get hurt there due to the spiky shield interaction from that Ogerpon. So Ogerpon able to alleviate itself from the poison status, but critical hit doesn't even matter for the poison status anymore on this Flutter Mane because it's absolutely knocked out of game one.
Yeah, it probably would have been at a point where the poison might have been able to take it that turn, or maybe even the following turn. Maybe Flutter Mane does get another attack off with that, but something that we didn't really notice during the team preview is that energy ball on the Flutter Mane. So an even more interesting choice of Terra there for the Glimora, going for that Terra Water, trying to maybe catch an Ivy Cudgel or set itself up a little bit for the little bit of a later game.
Yeah.
But either way, that energy ball would have done super effective damage to. In fact, no, it would have done super effective damage if it didn't Terra. So
yeah.
There's a lot to evaluate.
There's a lot to break down. I think just with that turn one, just with that Terra type choice. But we do know that Urshifu single strike is now on the field, and we see that Nikolai is actually hovering over the Terra button there. I think for good reason, because we know how dominant of a Pokemon Urshifu can be, especially with its damage output. It always critical hits with its Wicked Blow. If put within the right amount of range and based on the nature of training of this Urshifu, it may well actually pick up a KO from that range for the Glimora.
Yeah, it certainly could do, and if it doesn't, if it misses it, that Citrus Berry is going to go off, and of course the Toxic Debris is going to activate, get Toxic Spikes up onto the field. That's going to help a potential Dondozo in the back here. But what I'm looking at is the ability for Nikolai to be able to just go for that Wood Hammer into Glimora. It's no longer a part poison type, and so it's going to take now super effective damage now that it's gone for its Terra Water. Dark Terror coming out from that Urshifu. Wood Hammer does connect into that Glimora. It's a knockout.
It is indeed. So given the scenario we're in right now, Toxic Debris has been set up. This is already going to be unfortunately to Nikolai's disadvantage in any sort of new Pokemon that does get introduced following this turn. However, we do have the Wicked Blow. I think it's more than enough to pick up the KO on the Iron Hands here, so it's more so being able to handle the Dondozo and Tatsugiri coming in right now. So if you're Nikolai, I really would have liked if this Flutter Mane was still on the field, so you can maybe get an Icy Wind set off, drop the speed of the Dondozo to allow your Urshifu to outspeed it, most likely only because some Dondozos are trained to be fast enough than Urshifu's speed tiering after the Omni Boost.
It's one of those really difficult decisions that you've got to make when you're a Dondozo player. If you do invest in the training in speed to be able to be faster than Pokemon like Urshifu, then, yeah, you've got less to put into your offenses or less to put into taking damage from opposing attacks. And so, yeah, I mean, even if it did go for faster, even if it did go for that offensive training on Ferdinand's side, that Urshifu is still carrying the Focus Sash. So there's a guaranteed Terra Dark Wicked Blow going into this Dondozo. The Terra Water already came out on the Glimora. No Terra options for that Dondozo. It's going to take first a Wood Hammer, get the Earthquake in reply, and this Urshifu is going to be able to land a Wicked Blow.
It will indeed. I mean, it just got a critical hit from the Earthquake, so I think it's going to be paying the favor back right now with the Wicked Blow into the Dondozo. It will pick up the KO, and all of a sudden, I think, Nikolai is in the advantage. Tatsugiri does have a Focus Sash, however, but we just saw the final fourth Pokemon Nikolai's side, and I don't think it's going down in one hit at all. It is the Iron Hand.
Yeah, I mean, there is that Protect that Ferdinand has at his disposal to be able to protect from the Fake Out. But if you Protect and the Urshifu, as it probably will, go for a Wicked Blow, that's going to be enough to pick up the knockout regardless. The Fake Out follow-up, no Protect going on there. The Focus Sash has been broken. Wicked Blow is going to be enough, landing the final blow on this Tatsugiri. Nikolai winning game one in commanding fashion.
I like what you did there. I've got to call it out there. A very well commanding position indeed. I think Nikolai seems to be a trainer right now, especially based off of this game one, has a solid plan going up against the Dondozo archetype. I think you definitely need to make sure you integrate any sort of prep against Dondozos, because the moment that Dondozo players notice that there's a drop in usage or at least prep going up against it, they're like, okay, right, this may be the opportunity that I need to be able to completely splash out and get those results that I need.
A wave crash out, maybe.
Oh, no, whoa. Hopefully not for the Dondozo players.
Yeah, indeed. Absolutely, yeah. Nikolai played that so well, and I'm just looking at Ferdinand's team in the way that he played in Game 1. I do think there was an opportunity to not Terra that Glimora in the early game. That would have given the Dondozo a little bit more freedom. There's a chance, I think, in that situation where the Woodhammer followed by the Wicked Blow was enough to pick up the KO. If the Dondozo had that Terra Dragon available, maybe the Dondozo would have been able to survive that turn. And then you can call like whether or not the Urshifu goes for the Sucker Punch or not, and you can like play a little bit around protects, maybe leverage your Tatsugiri in the end game a little bit further. But with the way it played out, it was really difficult, and I think an uphill battle for Ferdinand to come back to. So that's an adjustment I'd really like to see from him.
Yeah, I think I'll completely agree with that. We did actually note that the Ogerpon over on Nikolai's side did actually outspeed the Dondozo after the Omni boost. So we already know it will be guaranteed outspeeding it. However, the Urshifu was not able to do so. So it gives us a bit more of a range for a benchmark on how much speed has been trained into this Dondozo. But unfortunately for Ferdinand, Nikolai is actually aware of this. So he may be able to go ahead and dispatch any further adaptations to this. But I wouldn't expect that to be much of an adaptation. Maybe try to save the Flutter main a bit better. However, it didn't go that bad for them in Game 1.
No, well, it's going to be a complete switch up here for Ferdinand, leading that Dondozo with the Rillaboom. And I really like this adaptation because as soon as Dondozo's on the field, you're threatening that switch in to the Tatsugiri, and all of the boosts that come with it, all of the power boosts that come with that as well. I'm not sure whether it's going to be this turn or a little bit later in the match, because you can always maybe think that the Rillaboom's feeling a little bit more comfortable, because when that Tatsugiri switches in and it combines with Dondozo, you can target into that slot, but you can hit thin air at that point. And so it's a really risky thing for Nikolai to be able to say, like, hey, there's a Rillaboom on the field, I've got a Fire-type Ivy Cudgel, let's do some damage into that slot because of risk of that Tatsugiri switch in. So I really like this switch up from Ferdinand. It will, though, come down to how both of these trainers approach the turn.
It's a bit of a 50-50, right? It could easily be a bait from Ferdinand right now that he needs to actually deploy, but then he could bait the bait and go for the protect there and maybe dispatch a full offensive move from this Rillaboom, which is likely being the case right now. Icy Wind coming out from the Flutter main, just trying to play it a bit more safe, not opting to go for any sort of focus with Moonblast there. Critical hit, adding a tiny bit more chip damage actually, but Ogerpon, we know, is going to be outspeeding, and it focuses down and it picks up the KO. Rillaboom is out, so very nice targeting there from Nikolai, actually ignoring the Dondozo and potential Tatsugiri switch in.
A really, really great play there from Nikolai. He's kind of made the read there that he really needed to in that situation, because that Rillaboom didn't go for the fake out. That probably means, since we didn't see a Grassy Glide, that it was likely a Woodhammer coming out. I don't think Fluttermane would have wanted to take a Woodhammer.
No.
And so a really nice play there for Nikolai to be able to kind of cover that scenario. And really one of the difficult things when you're running a Dondozo with grassy terrain and Earthquake, because if you look at the Fluttermane's position here, it's immune to the order up, and the grassy terrain takes away a lot of the power from Earthquake, so it's really not under that much threat from the Dondozo. And so Nikolai taking advantage of that, launching out damage into the Rillaboom, and making sure that the Fluttermane survives, as you were saying, Costa, into the endgame.
And I think what this forces Ferdinand into is a pin on trying to either switch out the Dondozo or switch in the Tatsugiri, which is the second of what we've seen, which Nikolai needs to try to adapt to this, and I think he may have done so, but we're going to find out by trying to go for a Moonblast into a potential Dragon Terror from the Dondozo. Try to double that up with a Woodhammer. Could be nice, but no Terrestrialization. Critical hit. No need for the super effective move onto a Dragon Terror. Unfortunately, this fish is completely washed up.
I wish I was able to Terror like that. That was such a really really great critical hit there. Almost certain that Dondozo would have been able to survive that hit and go for an attack. If it was the Earthquake, it would have been able to do a bit of damage to both of these targets, but probably not enough to pick up the KO. And we had the confirmation that Fluttermane and Ogerpon were faster than that Dondozo. And that kind of forces Ferdinand into a really difficult situation where if the crit didn't happen, well, yeah, we'd be seeing the Dondozo probably getting knocked out this turn, and maybe the Tatsugiri on Ferdinand's side of the field taking a little bit of damage when it popped out of Dondozo's mouth.
And I think it's a tough situation for Ferdinand because essentially, because of that turn 1 read, focusing down on that Rillaboom, anticipating the Wood Hammer, picking up a KO onto potential Fluttermane there, already put him on the back foot to the point where he needs to try to commit with that second slot. For the Dondozo, you either bring in the Tatsugiri from the Glamora slot, or you sacrifice potentially the Tatsugiri by switching it in for the Dondozo. It does have Focus Sash, but it is still susceptible to a double up, and all of a sudden, your commander strategy is completely out the window.
Right, and in those sort of situations, it's really hard to come back from because you're doing everything kind of backwards at that stage. When you switch the Dondozo into Tatsugiri, you don't get anything done. When you switch Dondozo or Tatsugiri into a Dondozo, you get to attack that turn, and that's really, I think, the important thing there as to why that Tatsugiri came in a little bit later. As it stands, it's going for the Terror. This Tatsugiri is trying to do the business here, but it's going to be taking a Moonblast for its troubles, a Stomping Tantrum to follow up into that Glamora. 4 times super effective. It's a one-hit knockout.
One-hit knockout indeed, and at this point, the little fish is trying to do its little bravest, which we give it compliments for. It is going for the Muddy Water, which does double connect, and it is Water Terror type as well, but not as much damage as I would have hoped to see there, unfortunately. But at this point, I think, unfortunately, it's too little, too late. Nikolai is completely in a commanding position.
It really does come back to that turn 1 in game 3 where the Rillaboom went down turn 1. Nikolai just wasn't taking any risks. Ferdinand kind of had to go for that play in order to gain some traction in the match, and it is going to be Tatsugiri knocked out by that Moonblast on the Fluttermane, and Nikolai is going to be your winner of round 6 at the Stuttgart Regional Championships.
Yeah, and what a way to go ahead and do it too. You just felt like Nikolai was so confident in his play, so confident in how to approach the matchup. And I think being able to just force that Dondozo strategy into only very limited, certain few eventual moves that you could actually go for, really kind of both works well sometimes for Dondozo, because you know that as long as you get a couple of things dispatched of over on your opponent's side of the field, you whittle their HP down with mortal spins and toxic debris and whatnot, you start putting Dondozo into a position where it starts just sweeping, and it does what it needs to do. However, where it kind of works against you when your opponent knows very well how to play against a Dondozo and actually has checks, and one of those checks being Urshifu single strike.
Yeah, such a powerful way to be able to knock out that Dondozo, or at least do lots of damage. Doesn't struggle in the same way that that Rapid Strike Urshifu does, where it has to launch not very effective attacks into the Dondozo. It's neutral attacks on the neutral attack on that Wicked Blow, and so because of the crits ignoring all of those boosts, you really can't do too much about it as the Dondozo player. It's probably one of the better checks in the game. But if you look through Nikolai's team, he's confident playing against Dondozo anyway in the way that he plays the matchup. But you've got that Urshifu single strike, you've got the Fluttermane that is going to be able to do a lot of damage with those Moonblast. But you've also got that Farigiraf Ursaluna if you need it as a backup to play against Pokemon like Glamora, Pokemon like Iron Hands, and then still do lots of damage to that Dondozo. You've got a tool there. So I think Ferdinand really had too much of an uphill battle against what Nikolai was using.
Yeah, completely agree with that, because I think the fact that you had so many different outlets, if you're Nikolai's side, with immediate burst damage is quite detrimental when you're Ferdinand and you're trying to actually go a bit more of a passive route where you're trying to whittle things down in order to play your board position to your advantage, you kind of get that potential removed because all of a sudden you got all of these offensive pressure Pokemon over on Nikolai's side where he just keeps on bringing more and more in the back. You know, you've got the Flutter main, sure.
Okay, we get through one.
We get it,
Okay, oh, and there's another one.
By the way.
Okay, right, we got to deal with that one next.
Yeah, and because of the speed tiering, we saw that the Ogerpon was always able to outspeed, so it could always threaten a Woodhammer if that Dondozo does not Dragon Terror, and that worked quite negatively for Ferdinand in order to better place himself. It'd be great if he had more speed training into the Dondozo. Maybe that could have changed some things, but then again, you're still going up against the Booster Energy Flutter main that does have Icy Wind, so it's kind of still tough.
Yeah, it really, really is. I think Ferdinand played that, you know, as well as maybe he could for the matchup that he had. I mean, game one didn't go great with that Terror on the Dondozo, but he was able to adjust and have a little bit of a different game plan. And I think this is one of the things where, you know, you've got to really think about what your opponent's going to be leading against you. I think Ferdinand wasn't expecting for that Flutter main to be in the lead and therefore going for something like a slightly different play.
Yeah.
Took advantage of what he had, went for that positive play in the Woodhammer into the Flutter main slot most likely, since the Ogerpon would have quad resisted it. And it's those sort of positive plays that's got him here to 5-0. He's now 5-1. Like that's perfectly fine. All of these trainers are really only trying to go 7-2 at minimum. But you know, you want to go 9-0. You want to go 8-1 if you can. That kind of eases your day two Swiss trying to get into that top 8. But 7-2 is all you need, and so there is no. I would be very shocked not to see Ferdinand in that top 32 tomorrow.
Oh, 100% agree. I think being able to reach this stage to the point with a Dondozo team, it will catch a couple of people off guard. Maybe not Nikolai, but it will definitely catch other people off guard. Maybe the previous 5 people that Ferdinand did go up against. But yeah, we are very much looking forward to being able to see how both trainers fare. Congrats once again to Nikolai for so far going 6-0. Just needs one more win to guarantee day 2.
And we'll see how he's feeling about getting that one more win, as we're going to have an interview with your winner from round 6, Nikolai.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Charlie Merriman here, and I'm here with your winner of Swiss Round 6, Nikolai. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good after that win. So it's been a long time since... I don't think I have ever been 6-0 in a tournament before, so it feels really good.
Oh, absolutely fantastic. Congratulations on that. So now whatever happens, you can be proud of what you've achieved.
Just need one more win to get to day 2. So,
keeping our fingers crossed for you here, Nikolai. Now, we were talking just then before the interview, and you've said that you've brought Ursaluna very frequently to the games you've played, but you didn't bring it in this matchup. So can you tell us what was going through your mind?
Yeah, normally in this matchup, Urshifu is the most important thing, and together with Iron Hands in the back, because then you... open with aggressive opening with Flutter main and Ogerpon to have speed control, and Ogerpon deals a lot of damage to all his Pokemons. And whenever he gets Dondozo in, and I have Urshifu in the back and then Iron Hands, then I can one time Wicked Blow, and after I can fake out Wicked Blow again, and that's normally beats Dondozo. So I think overall my team is pretty good against Dondozo. I like to face it. It's only if they have some different check on Dondozo with Fairy or Rocky Helmet when it gets hard. But with leftovers, I think it's a fine matchup for my team.
Okay, fair enough. Now, we don't see that many Dondozo now in Regulation Set E. Had you practiced against it?
Yeah, I've been playing close to the same team the last 6 months. This team looks very similar to my Worlds team, where it has an aggressive mode with Flutter main and Icy Wind together with something that can deal damage. In my Worlds team I play Dragonite, and this time I play Ogerpon instead. And against teams that is faster than my team, I have a Trick Room mode, and in this team it was Fairy Giraffe and Blood Moon. So
yes, of course. Now, how has it been adapting to the Blood Moon Ursaluna as opposed to others?
I really like the normal Ursaluna. I've been playing that all the time. It was only because my twin brother thought that this team would be more consistent, because with normal Ursaluna you have to use one turn to get it active, and with Blood Moon Ursaluna it can deal damage with the same, and together with Fair F you also have some against priority. So it was my twin brother's idea, and I said that he should prove that the team was good, and then he hit rank 1 on Showdown, and I was like, yeah, okay, we bring it.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, being able to capitalize on that here, absolutely. And I mean, they were very quick games that you had. You were fairly decisive in them. Of course, we had a little bit of good luck, like the critical hit onto the Dondozo on the other side of the field in that game too, in order to secure the knockout. But then also in game 2, you called that Tatsugiri wouldn't be switching in, and you went for Ivy Cudgel onto the Rillaboom instead.
Yeah, I went Icy Win and Ivy Cudgel on Rilla, because even if he KO'd my Ivy Cudgel, I would get Icy Wind up, and then my Urshifu would be faster than his Dondozo. And when he first get locked into Dondozo, normally it's pretty easy with this team to get control over the game, because your Urshifu is faster, and sometimes you also can get the knockout of Tatsugiri. So if you put Dondozo on turn 1, I would be fine with it. I still think I would have a good chance. So.
Sure, absolutely. So that's a speed calculation you're aware of. If Dondozo is
exactly.
+1 speed, your Urshifu can still outspeed.
Then most of our Pokemon are faster. Yes.
Really useful. So yeah, those are the sorts of calculations you have to do at this state of play, at this level of play. So you are currently 6-0 in the tournament. Only one more round, and then you guarantee getting into day 2. You've said this is your best performance so far. What's your... Obviously, everyone's here to win, but what would be your overall goal this weekend? And it can be winning the tournament, or maybe it's something lower.
Yeah, I think my goal would to get to day 2 first, and after that, it could be really nice to get a top 8 again, because I haven't performed that good in regionals, and I want to show some consistency, because I spend a lot of time on this game. I test a lot, but I only have one big result. With Worlds at top 8. So I also want to prove myself as a player that I can play consistently in tournaments and get some results.
Yeah, absolutely, fair enough. I mean, World's top 8 is no mean feat, so huge congratulations to you there for that. Finally, Nikolai, any shout-outs you want to give?
Yeah, I have a lot of shout-outs. We have a Danish Discord group where we help each other, make calculation and cheer for each other. And I want to give a special shout-out to my twin brother, who created this team and come with the idea, and to my stat guy, Kasper Blocks, who makes all the stats before the tournaments, and to my good friend, Oliver.
Oh, fantastic.
And Herman. I also remember Herman. Yeah.
So many people have been helping Nikolai to get to this fantastic position. So thank you for joining me, Nikolai. Yeah. Fingers crossed for you for the rest of the tournament. We'll go to a short break, and then we'll be right back to the action here in Stuttgart.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. Just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. Where everyone can see, I'll be walking. That I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric.
Hi there, Pokemon trainers. Charlie Merriman here, and I'm joined by Marcus Statter and Lee Provost. And today we're going to be talking about Intimidate in VGC, traditionally one of the most useful abilities throughout VGC history. But there are, of course, ways to counter it. Marcus, why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, Intimidate, one of the best abilities the game has ever seen, and especially in double battles, of course, Intimidate affects both of the opponent's Pokemon, lowering their attack stat, and that is just so useful. Switching in a Pokemon with the Intimidate ability from the back, lower the attack stat, and then you can take a hit that you probably would not have been able to without it. So very, very high impact in basically every format we've played.
Yeah, and so many useful Pokemon get that ability, like Landorus, for example, Hisuian Arcanine, or indeed Cantonian Arcanine. We've seen some play with that Pokemon as well. Salamence, Gyarados, so it's really ubiquitous.
Yeah, there's a lot of users, probably not as many as there might have been in previous formats, but it's such a strong ability. But I think now, if you look at the format, we've got a lot more ways to kind of deter it and kind of counteract it, so it's not as effective as it has been previously in the past. You've got a lot of more defined ability Pokemon that can really take advantage of that and put you in a bit more of a precarious position if that is something that you activate, especially on something like, King Gambit or Annihilate. So you have to be a bit more careful, I think, if you are utilizing it where you're not as freely as you were to kind of just cycle it in and out as you were once upon a time.
Yeah, of course, Defiant sharply boosts your attack stat when you're intimidated, so you go from a -1 in your attack to a +1. So yeah, that obviously can pay dividends on the damage output that you would be doing. And King Gambit, but also there's the competitive ability, so you get a boost to your special attack stat rather than your physical attack, and of course that would be at +2 stages as opposed to +1, because Intimidate affects only the physical attack, and Pokemon like Empoleon now get access to that competitive ability. And Marcus, how about other ways like items that we might be able to counter Intimidate?
Yeah, Clear Amulet, of course, is a big one, and you can just put that item on any Pokemon and make it immune to Intimidate, pretty much. So Landorus Therian is one Pokemon that can make good use of that item, and yeah, with that, then the question is, do you even want to bring your Pokemon with Intimidate to the battle if it's a battle, if the ability is nullified? And of course, there's also other ways that we've seen recently where with Urshifu, with their attacks always getting critical hits. And of course, that also bypasses the negative effect of Intimidate. So I feel like trainers have to think a little bit more than just putting a Pokemon with Intimidate on their team if they want to stop those physical threats.
Yeah, those guaranteed critical hits are going to ignore any Intimidate attack drops, so that's a really useful technique to be able to have. And of course, we've been indexing quite a lot on the physical attackers in this discussion, but Intimidate doesn't really do anything when you're using a special attacker.
No, of course not, and I think that's one of the big, pluses. You've got a lot of Pokemon that are just relying on that special attacking stat, so they can kind of just bypass the Intimidate and not really care about it at all. We've got big attackers like Flutterman. We've seen the impact that that's had since its introduction in Scarlet and Violet, and that has been, primarily a special attacker, a big special attacker. So you've got a lot more special attackers that are kind of making waves in the format now, so it does make it more difficult, like Marcus touched upon, to kind of always bring that Intimidate user, especially because you've got these item choices that negate it. You've got a lot more of these abilities in Defiant and Competitive that can make it and hinder your ability to kind of utilize it like it once was.
Yeah, making waves or indeed making it rain with something like a Golden Go, dealing that big spread damage with its special attack stat. And here's a niche suggestion for you. What about an Adrenaline Orb? We don't see that too much in VGC at the moment, but you get an Intimidate drop, but then boost the speed, and a special attack, I remember especially in the Sword and Shield era, a Pokemon like Milotic would be running perhaps an Adrenaline Orb in the face of something like an Incineroar. You get that Intimidate, which obviously doesn't affect Milotic too much because it's a special attacker, then a boost to its speed, and obviously it's super effective against Incineroar as well. An item that we haven't seen too much, but maybe there's a place for it still? Not sure.
Yeah, actually I think maybe on a Golden Go you use Nasty Plot, similarly to how Circuitry back in the day also made use of Adrenaline Orb with Tail Glow. Maybe Goldengo could fill a similar role. Maybe you're onto something there.
Well, you heard it here first, trainers. Maybe Adrenaline Orb is something we'll have to look out for in the future of VGC. But thank you so much for joining us in our little discussion of Intimidate. Will it continue to be as popular? Only time will tell. So let's get back to the action.
comecei a jogar Pokémon GO em 2019, antes de começar o PVP, né? O primeiro jogo de Pokémon que eu joguei foi o Pokémon Yellow, por volta de 2002. Meu Pokémon inicial no Pokémon GO, no PVP, foi a Meridian. Desde que ela foi lançada, ela sempre foi muito forte, só que com a adição dos doces GGs, ela ganhou uma força imensa no competitivo. Ela consegue atualmente lutar, brigar com os seus counters, além de ter matchups neutras completamente dominantes. Então por isso que, ao meu ver, ela é o melhor Pokémon da Grande Liga. Eu acho que no competitivo de Pokémon, você tem que ser sempre muito solidário. Porque quando o cenário cresce, todo mundo cresce, não é só você cresce, o jogador fulano cresce, o cenário todo cresce, assim ganha mais visibilidade, mais torneios, assim a gente pode atingir outros patamares. Eu não me inspiro nessa mente de uma pessoa em competições. Eu admiro diversos jogadores, eu acho jogadores de excelente nível, tanto nível nacional, tanto internacional, mas se eu citar um jogador que eu me inspirei bastante, foi o King, o streamer hoje juiz da Pokémon, e o Rice Occasion, um jogador americano. Se eu fosse líder de uma tipagem de Pokémon, eu iria escolher a tipagem de água, porque a tipagem de água ela é a mais completa pela subtipagem. Então você vai ter muitos Pokémon de água com uma subtipagem extremamente forte, que pode se cobrir. Então eu acho que o melhor ginásio para defender seria o ginásio tipo água. Meu Pokémon favorito do Pokémon GO é o Lictang, porque assim como a Meridian, ele é extremamente forte, então ele pode ser muito versátil em diversos times. E meu Pokémon favorito da franquia Pokémon é o Lucario, porque o Lucario ele é muito estiloso, ele é muito forte, é bem bacana. Minha sobremesa favorita, eu não sei se é brasileira ou mundial, mas é a banoffee. É basicamente uma torta com banana, doce de leite e chantilly. A minha parte favorita nos eventos Pokémons é sempre estar com os amigos, as pessoas, prestigiar o evento com companhia. Não necessariamente apenas jogar, mas você curtir esse momento com amigos, com familiares, é muito legal. É bem importante também. Eu não sou da equipe Rocket, eu não entendi muito o contexto, mas se eu for pra escolher entre o bem e o mal, eu sou do lado do bem.
Pokemon trainers, welcome back to the Stuttgart Regional Championships. I'm Charlie Berryman and I'm joined on our snowy desk by Jamie Boyd. Jamie, you enjoying the competition so far?
Oh, absolutely. There's been some brilliant games so far. We did get to feature around on Nozo. I know that Costa was saying that that's completely shored up, and unfortunately, based on that game, it kind of was. The matchup, I think, was so heavily skewed in Nikolai's favour there, unfortunately, for the Dondozo.
Yeah, it really was. I think, though, you know, Dondozo in this particular metagame, it's such a risky call because as long as there are Urshifus around that can get critical hits, and there are plenty of Urshifus around that can get critical hits, then of course the boost that Dondozo gets from Tatsugiri, they're not going to count for much.
Yeah, and I think it's important that it's the single strike one that is much more effective against those Dondozos. Obviously, Rapid Strike still can critical hit straight through those boosts, but then it'll be resisted by the water typing. So the single strike Urshifu, a really good pick there for Nikolai. I know that he's been using that even back in the World Championship top 8 that he managed to achieve. So very experienced with that Pokemon, and it's very impactful in that game. You saw how much the Terra Dark Wicked Blow was doing to that Dondozo.
Yeah, it's absolutely nothing to be ignored. And I was talking to Nikolai in my interview just then about how he also has favoured Ursaluna since it's been around, really. Of course, it was that regular form before, and now he is pivoting towards the Blood Moon. And he was saying how with that, you don't need to spend a turn protecting to get the Flame Orb going, to boost the damage output. Ursaluna Blood Moon comes in and can immediately do big damage.
Yeah, absolutely. But then you got the trade-off of the Blood Moon only being able to be hit at one Pokemon, and then you can't use it again. It has to, well, defaulting to Life Orb, normal Terra Hyper Voice is still all right. It's still all right. It's not a Blood Moon, though. So there is that trade-off. Like, obviously, you get the immediate Blood Moon will hit immediately. Massive damage, KO, but can't use it again. Whereas Facade on the regular Ursaluna is more like sacrificing this first turn for Facades for the rest of the game. So there is that trade-off. Obviously, physical and special split as well is a factor. So, but both are incredibly impactful, and nice to see that Nikolai is able to use both of them very, very effectively.
Yeah, exactly. And there is a way to use Blood Moon twice in a row, but I didn't see any Orangurus coming out in that particular matchup. Go for an Instruct. You can use Blood Moon twice on that turn, but I'd love to see a few more Oranguru, to be honest, but Trick Room is not so favourable right now, I guess.
I mean, you say that. There was the Frigoraph with the normal psychic typing as well.
It was.
I guess Armor Tail is more impactful than attacking twice in a turn, being able to stop all those priorities. The fake outs that would be able to stall out Trick Room, because it was initially Cresselia as well. I know it was Cresselia paired up with the regular Ursaluna in previous one in the World Top 8s that he managed to get, but instead Frigoraph prioritizing stopping all that priority.
Yeah, I mean, Frigoraph is a really useful technique to have. I just mean in terms of those usage stats, Tornadus #2, I believe. So trainers really favouring that Tailwind. Of course, that could be the grounds for Trick Room to flourish once again.
Yeah, absolutely. Trick Room is almost a perfect counter to Tailwind strategies because you're reversing the speed. If they're doubling their speed, Trick Room is even more impactful for you. So yes, Trick Room is still absolutely viable. We didn't see it come into that game, even though it was the strategy as well. Saw back when Eloy Hahn won in the round 4, still had the Crusader Ursulin on his team, didn't bring that to the game. So it's definitely still an option there. But it's just apparently we're not seeing it yet on the stream. I'm sure we will in the future, though.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. Now, you have a little bit of insider knowledge about this, Jamie, because, of course, in Gdansk, you were running that Galarian Articuno, but it didn't at that point have Trick Room on it. Yeah. So clearly something you were pivoting away from there as well. What were your thoughts behind that?
Yeah, I know. I should have had Trick Room. It should have absolutely had Trick Room on there. The Calm Mind was paired with the Breaking Swipe and the Intimidate from Arcanine and all that stuff as well. But yeah, Trick Room would have been very, very impactful for me, I think, in that tournament. If I'd have had it, I might have been able to squeak into the top card.
Yeah, well, there you go, traders. Always worth running Trick Room, even if you're not going to index on it too heavily. Just worth having that up your sleeve, especially when running a Pokemon like Galarian Articuno. I haven't seen one of those on stream yet, Jamie.
Yeah,
haven't seen one of those on the floor, but fingers crossed, we'll see. Now, I don't know which Pokemon this particular trainer is running, but we're going to have a little spotlight on Markus Statter, one of the greatest players in the world, and of course, hailing from Germany himself. And there's the team he's running, segueing in nicely after our Farigiraf and Trick Room chat. I mean, those achievements speak for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Just being able to be a 3-time regional champion. 3-time regional champion's a pretty good place to be, just saying. But yeah, also getting those national championships behind his belt, top 4 at the World Championships, is absolutely fantastic. Absolutely veteran player. Using a tried and true team, like we've seen that team be so successful previously. It was, of course, that Dragapult at the World Championships that managed to get 2nd place with Michael Kelch. But then, as soon as that happens and we started to move into Regulation E, it seemed that the Dragapult just completely pivoted into Dragonite instead, whereas the rest of the Pokemon on that team have been consistent across the format.
Dragapult, really cool Pokemon, of course, and something you can't fake out because it's part Ghost type. But Chien-Pao Dragonite is a combination that's been tried and tested ever since Regulation Set C. I had the pleasure of casting with Marcus last weekend in Gdansk, and it was wonderful to get his insights on the desk. And I hope that some of the games he saw in Gdansk last weekend have prepared him very well for right now in Stuttgart.
Well, it seems so. I believe he's 5-1 at the moment, which is an absolutely fantastic place to be. Like only one loss at this point, and of course you need at least the 7 to be able to get into that day 2, and only two wins away to be able to do it. He's in a pretty good position right now.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic, and we'll keep our fingers crossed for him at 5-1 in this tournament so far. It's interesting looking at that team composition because take the Farigiraf out, and there are quite a few Pokemon that could be on there instead, more meta Pokemon, but Farigiraf there to provide some nice utility.
Yeah, the Farigiraf has been, it's been pretty consistent with those Pokemon, like the Heatran, Rillaboom, Urshifu, Chien-Pao combination. It was there like back in the 2023 World Championships to be able to get to 2nd place. So. Yeah, like it doesn't do too much itself. It's more to help out the rest of the party. Stop all the priority, even though you've got so much priority yourself. You've got the Extreme Speed, you've got the Sucker Punch, you've got the Grassy Glide, you've got the Aqua Jet. There's a lot of priority on your side, and then you get to stop it with your own Farigiraf. So it's been pretty impactful so far and being consistent across the format so far with that particular team.
Yeah, Marcus's team having its cake and eating it too, ready to go for those priority moves, even though it's denying it on the other side. But that, of course, is not the only German player we have here this weekend. We're going to take a little look at Maurice Uteg, someone who went undefeated on day 1 in Lille back then, and now he's here also at the 5-1 record, I believe. And just look at that team. We got Grimmsnarl, a Pokemon that Maurice is very fond of, as well as Volcarona and Cresselia.
Yeah, we were talking previously at the beginning of the tournament about the experimentations, and there we go. The Grimmsnarl, a Pokemon that's definitely dropped off. We saw Screen be so prevalent in previous formats, but definitely has dropped off a lot. I think that the fact that Rapid Strike Urshifu is the most common Pokemon, being able to just crit through those screens, probably played a part in that as well, but still being very impactful for Maurice here as well. Volcarona, we saw it get that top 4 in the Gdansk Regional Championship as well. Still absolutely a great Pokemon to be able to benefit from those screens. Once you get a Quiver Dance up and a light screen, then you're not breaking through it with special attackers anymore. Potentially could be Calm Mind on that Cresselia as well. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to be the case. If that is, that will also be very, very difficult to KO.
Yeah, good to see Cresselia back here. We've been seeing a few throughout regulation regulation set E. It is just such a bulky Pokemon, and just look at those achievements as well. Maurice was the Bremen Regional Champion back in the 2022 season, and again, more recently than that, the Lille Regional Top 8 just about 6 weeks ago. And experience on the world stage as well with that top 32 placement. So Maurice is definitely a player, a rising star in the German scene, and someone to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and I want to keep an eye on that team as well. That's a really, really cool team. But I would like to see what the sets are as well, because I can make some assumptions, but obviously Maurice has the full idea of what that team is supposed to be doing, whether it is going to be the screens on the Grimmsnarl. I mentioned previously in the previous round I was on about Prankster Thunderwave. Who knows if that Grimmsnarl is also carrying that? Yeah. It will be very interesting to see, and it would be great to feature him if we are able to.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see if that is the case and see what work that Grimmsnarl can get done in the face of all those Urshifus running around. And, you know, those are just two of the fantastic players in the German scene, one of the most prevalent nations and in the Pokemon VG Championships. But we have players from all around Europe here today waiting to make their mark.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen plenty of Pokemon trainers do that so far. We've been able to feature Eduardo from Portugal has been on the stream. And we've had plenty of Germans as well. Obviously, you would assume that there would be a reasonable amount of German players here in this tournament, and they've been putting on a pretty good show so far.
Yeah, a pretty good show, but it's not just German players. Again, let's take a look at Nils Dunlop now, a player hailing from Sweden. There's a little profile on him there. Once again, fantastic achievements there. World's top 8 in 2017, World's top 4 in 2018, then in 2020, the Richmond Regional Champion, and he's running that Regidrago.
Yeah, absolutely. Richmond's over in America as well. We managed to successfully invade, and one of our Europeans did take that championship, which was absolutely fantastic. And yeah, running the same team, I believe, that he ran in Gdansk to squeak into that top 8, which was a really good showing from Nils Dunlop, of course. It's been a very consistent team there. Like with the Regidrago and the Ogerpon has been a consistent across this format as well. When paired with the Tornadus, it tends to be like, do you put Fluttermane on this team? Do you have the Chien-Pao, or like maybe the Ogerpon and the Regidrago here instead? And that seems to be pretty impactful for Nils so far.
Yeah, it really does. And for a bit of context there, trainers, Jamie unfortunately finished 9th in Gdansk. That is why the bile is rising there. But Nils, a player with such legacy experience, and the fact that he got such a fantastic result in Gdansk, he's coming into this tournament with a lot of momentum, even more so provided by that tailwind of the Tornadus that he has. And let's see if he can capitalize on that even further this weekend. And of course, Golago and Regidrago, a really nice pairing there, because there's not much that can counter both Make It Rain and Dragon Energy in terms of resistances on switching in.
Yeah, I can think of very few, like maybe Steel types, and that's about it. Is probably the only real resistance that's going to be consistent across those. But Make It Rain and Dragon Energy, two of the strongest spread moves that we just have available. And you're able to boost your speed with the Prankster Tornadus and be able to double your speed. You're outspeeding most Pokemon at that point. Therefore, you get to fire off those just absolutely massive attacks and be able to just maybe even just pick up 2 knockouts with one Pokemon.
Yeah. And that's, you know, Regidrago is a Pokemon, and so is Gholdengo, that can just delete the opposing 2 Pokemon in one turn. It can wrap up games very quickly. You can win very quickly, but you can also lose very quickly, I guess. This is the problem with Hyper Offense Team. Not that Nils is running a Hyper Offense team per se. Of course, though, with Regidrago and that Dragon Energy move, the more HP it loses, the weaker that move gets.
Yeah, absolutely. So you want to be doing as much damage as possible, as soon as possible, so that you just have the most amount of HP. Regidrago has some pretty high HP, let's say, so it is quite tricky to just whittle that down, but as soon as you do any kind of significant chip damage to it, then the Dragon Energy does lose a reasonable amount of its power. It's still incredibly strong, though. Dragon Fang, Dragon's more boosted, Dragon Energy, even at like 70% HP, that's still doing massive damage.
Oh, a huge amount of damage. And pair it with, I'm thinking of sort of merging Maurice's team and Nils's team here. With that Grimmsnarl, if you get those screens up, Regidrago taking even less damage, that would be a fantastic position to be in, as long as there's no Urshifu on the other side of the field, or indeed a Fluttermane. And that's one of the reasons we don't see Regidrago so often. But now we can see the top 16 here in Stuttgart. Those 6 and O's, the top 7 of them here, and then 5 and 1s below that. So this is the stage of the tournament where trainers are being whittled down.
Absolutely, and this is where you are now at the win and in stage 6-0. One more, you guarantee guarantee your way into that day 2. We've been able to feature 2 of those trainers already on stream. Nikolai Honilsen, the previous round, and Eloy Hahn making a comeback after so many years off the scene, being able to put on a great showing here in Stuttgart, as well as all those plenty of other 6-0s. We're potentially going to be featuring one of them very shortly as well. But already 6-0 is a fantastic achievement.
Yeah, it really is. And I think it's so fantastic to see a trainer like Eloy Hahn, having taken a break, coming back in such decisive fashion and, you know, capitalizing on that legacy experience that trainer has. But to look at the 5-1s as well, and that is too an incredible achievement at this stage in the competition. You know, Nils Dunlop, who we've just been talking about, and actually some names that I'm not so familiar with. So it's really exciting to see some newer faces at these tournaments doing so well.
Well, we saw that back in the Gdansk Regional Championship with Tom Winter making a breakout performance into that top 4 as well. Plenty of opportunities for all of those trainers there. Even if you don't recognize their names yet.
Exactly.
Keyword being yet, then I'm sure you will at some point in the future.
Yeah, and you know, Tom Winter, someone who didn't really have the achievements coming up on screen at that point, but from now on, he will have that Gdansk top 4 coming up next to his name. So, you know, you've got to attend these events to try and gain those accomplishments and get better at the game.
Yes, and we've seen that in the previous formats. Like, the standout obviously is Justin Tang, joining the scene, winning a regional, getting top 16, winning another regional. It can happen. We've proven it now. So this is probably one of the best times to get into the game. Don't just assume that it's only going to be the quote-unquote top players that are going to be reaching the heights of the regional champions. We've seen it in the previous season, and we've seen like Abdullah Mahayedin as well. Came in, I believe it was his first tournament that he won his regional championship in as well. So if you're thinking about joining, this is a absolutely perfect time.
Yeah, really fantastic time. I think, though, it's also worth repeating that, you know, if you're not getting those fantastic results, immediately don't be disheartened, because so many of these trainers, even if it's the first event they've attended, they've been working very hard behind the scenes to get into that position. At the same time, the best way to learn is to just put yourself out there and give it a go. So, you know, just keep on trying, trainers, and eventually you'll get those results that you seek.
Yeah, there's plenty of opportunities. We've still got multiple regionals throughout the season so far. We've show them at the beginning. There's still like, what, 4 or 5 regional championships still to go. Yeah. And of course, the European International Championship, that would be the big one. That's the one to attend. If you're going to choose one, it's got to be that International Championship in London.
Yeah, it really does. And the stakes at that competition, the atmosphere, absolutely incredible. And why don't we turn our attention now back here to Stuttgart for a little bit. Let's take a look at the notable matches that are coming up in this particular round. And there's the one we'll be featuring. Oh, yes, trainers. It's going to be Markus Statter. Had the pleasure of casting with him last weekend, and now I get to cast over one of his games. Cannot wait. Against Flavio Del Pidio. But that's just one of the fantastic matches going on here right now.
Yeah, we mentioned the 6-0 players currently battling out for their place in day 2 at the end of this round. We've got some familiar names there. Alessio Eurobusquetto, previous time international champion, going to be putting on a pretty good show so far. Currently 5-1, trying to get that way into the day 2 as well. But yeah, what a match to be able to feature here. Markus Statter, a previous 2-time national champion. Flavio Del Pidio, previous international champion as well. What a fantastic game we're going to be able to feature here.
And not only that, but this is in fact a rematch of the 2018 Leipzig regional finals between these trainers. So much on the line here. Which of the trainers won that one, Jamie?
I believe it was it Flavio that won the Leipzig one? No, it was Markus that won Leipzig. Yes, because he's won 3 regionals, and Leipzig was one of them. So I believe it was Markus at that point.
Jamie going through that filing cabinet in that brain of his there to pull out the goods. Yes, Markus winning that one, and now we have a rematch. Let's see which of these trainers will be able to do it this time. But of course, Markus, as we've just been talking about, one of the greatest players in the world, and certainly one of the most notable German players.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not too confident in me saying Markus. I think it might have been Flavio now that I'm thinking about it even more. Like, Markus definitely won a German regional back in 2017, and may not have been that one. Flavio, of course, winning the international as well, but able to win the regional championship. I'm going to change my answer here. I believe it was Flavio.
Well, don't worry, Jamie. It's not a trivia challenge. Whichever of them won, it is a rematch here, and we'll see which one of them is able to take that home. And of course, we had a little look at Markus's team just now when we took a focus onto him, running that Frigorov, as well as the Heatran and Urshifu Rapid Strike style. Some very familiar picks right now now in the metagame, but Frigorov able to provide some ample utility.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see what Flavio is going to be running as well. Always going to be running some pretty consistent Pokemon coming out for Flavio. Was able to bring a really cool team to his international championship win. He was able to pilot a really unique Rayquaza and Xerneas core that we hadn't seen previously, with a Nihiligo that was at that point very innovative. We hadn't seen that previously, and it was able to put on a fantastic show and take the international championship for him. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some kind of innovation from Flavio, but also at the same time, if sticking with the tried and true, that would be very in character as well.
Yeah, exactly. And it's whichever team compositions work for you, trainers, and it's whatever suits your playstyle. And we just had confirmation that it was in fact Flavio that won in Leipzig in 2018. So is Marcus going to be able to come up on top of Flavio here in Stuttgart on his home turf? Obviously, he has the home crowd behind him. It's going to be, the stakes could not be higher. Incredibly exciting match between these fantastic trainers.
Yeah, it's going to be great to see. Not quite a winning in at this point. 5-1 is still a great position. A winning in for the winning in, let's say. So going to be able to take hopefully one step closer to that day 2. 5-1 is a great record to be at, but 6-1 obviously is going to be the preferred.
Yeah, it is. 6-1, that's going to be, going into the later stages of the day, that's going to be what these players are aiming for. And I think at this point in the competition, maybe the fatigue is starting to set in. You've got to claw out those remaining mental resources. Jamie, as someone who's done fantastically in tournaments recently, how will these trainers be feeling right now?
Yeah, you're getting deeper into the tournament at this point. Like, you're over halfway through with the 9 rounds going into these rounds. So mental attrition is definitely an important part of tournaments. It's not just, do I make the correct team call? Obviously, that's just one aspect of it. The true champions are able to just consistently be able to perform at the top of the game, even regardless of how far we are in the tournament. It won't particularly affect them, any kind of fatigue. They'll be able to shrug it off.
Right, well, let's hope that they're able to do it in this position as these players are getting seated, ready to get into this Swiss round 7 here in Stuttgart. They're squaring up. I know that there are no little plushies on the table to support them. Maybe they've decided they don't need that little boost. These trainers are absolutely well seasoned and knowing what they want to achieve right here.
Or maybe they had signature Pokemon and they're just not on their team currently.
Yeah.
That tends to be the case. Like, I know I have my little Cottony when I'm not going to be using a Cottony anymore, so that can absolutely be the case.
Why don't you release a little brand there, Jamie? My little Cottony. All of the adventures.
Cottony is almost available again.
Oh,
we're gonna have the Indigo Disc released very soon, and I know that Whimsicott is coming back, so Cottony will be as well, and we'll have to see how that ends up working out.
Yeah, give it a few days, trainers, and Jamie might be bringing that Cottony to regional championships once more when the Indigo Disc releases very shortly. But right now, we're in Regulation Set E. These trainers, their achievements speak for themselves, and it's going to be an absolutely cracking match that we're going to be featuring very shortly. And of course, you want to have as good a record as you possibly can, and Marcus is going to want to be capitalizing on that on his home turf.
Yeah, definitely in a German tournament. There's home turf advantage, theoretically. You'd want to be taking that. I know that he's won multiple regionals in Germany. He was able to win the Bochum Regional Championship back last season as well. Of course, that in his home turf in Germany also. So no surprises still to see him do very well here.
Yeah, Marcus is no stranger to this position, but neither is Flavio either. And I can't wait to see how these trainers are going to be matching up into each other. Now, I think it's interesting seeing Marcus running the Frigorov instead of something like that Tornadus, because that was his #1 caster prediction last weekend, or at least it was in the caster predictions that he had. And his quest last weekend in Gdansk, or a couple of weeks ago in Gdansk, was how do you counter Tornadus? How do you stop it? It's very difficult. It's got that prankster ability. I mean, there are various ways you could, but Marcus seems to be deciding, actually, maybe Frigorov is the answer.
Yeah, Frigorov would be able to set Trick Room in front of the Tornadus. Couldn't be taunted because it would be a prankster taunt that's boosted priority. Therefore, Armortail would be able to stop it. And at the same time, on this team, you've got plenty of priority available for Marcus. You've got the Sucker Punch available on the Chien-Pao. You've got those massive extreme speeds that can be coming out from the Dragonite, the Aqua-Jets that from the Urshifu, the Grassy Glides from the Rillaboom. Heatran, no, sorry. But anyway, there's plenty of priority available. So it tends to be either maybe set up Trick Room with the Farigiraf or just don't care about Tailwind because I've got priority on all my attacks.
Yeah, and of course Farigiraf also has access to Helping Hand, which could be absolutely huge. It's a really underrated move, I think, because also it goes before Fake Out, if that's something that will be going on. Of course, there is no Fake Out available here because Farigiraf has that Armor Tail ability, but that increased priority means that Helping Hand is going before most other moves on the field. As we take another look at Marcus's achievements and a look for the first time at Flavio. So Flavio, World's Top 16 in 2022, as well as the Milan Special Event Champion in 2022, whereas Marcus, of course, World's Top 4 in 2016. Slightly older achievements, perhaps, but he's, of course, also won that Bochum Regional Championship in the last season.
Yeah, and I believe it was Leipzig in 2017 that Marcus won, so I might be misremembering that one just a little bit there, but yeah, able to win that regional championship in 2018 for Flavio. Multiple championships between all of them. It's going to be just a great match, but whenever we're able to feature multiple champions, it's always going to be a good one.
So is what you're saying that Marcus won Leipzig in 2017, but against a different opponent, and Flavio took it in 2018?
Yeah, I think it was Davide Correa that he beat in the final of the Leipzig Regional Championships. So yeah, it was like able to take down the runner-up of the International Championship that Flavio was able to win in that first regional, and then lost to Flavio in the second regional the next year.
Well, that's our quest for what was going on with the Leipzig Regional Championships, and there's the answer. One in 2017, won by Marcus, and one in 2018, won by Flavio. But of course, these trainers have faced each other in the finals of a regional championship before, and we're going to have a repeat of that in only Swiss round 7, and this is the caliber we're featuring this early on in the competition. And when we get into this game, I mean, the stakes could not be higher, and it's only the quality of games is only going to go up as we go through the weekend. And here we have Marcus's team.
Yeah, we've seen it already, and now we get to see the sets as well. The Assault Vest on the Heatran did start to fall off just a little bit. Magma Storm with Leftovers tended to be the most common item choice there, but Assault Vest was very common on these 6 Pokemon when they are paired together. There's no real surprises here. Maybe the lack of Sacred Sword on Chien-Pao is probably even the most surprising thing here, and that's not an uncommon thing to see. Got the Lash Out instead of that Sacred Sword, but otherwise, basically things you would be expecting.
Yeah, really cool to see that Lash Out there, and a return of this Chien-Pao Dragonite core as well. Rillaboom running the Meadow Plate as opposed to the Miracle Seed. I always like to think that it was you, Jamie, who inspired people to run the plates rather than the stat boosting items after running Splash Plate Urshifu over Mystic Water.
I mean, it doesn't make a difference, but it made a difference one time for me, so I always do. So yeah, your Meadow Plate or Miracle Seed doesn't particularly matter. Both are boosting the Rillaboom. Going to do massive damage, especially with the Chien-Pao helping it out with the Sword of Ruin. We had the sneak peek of Marcus's team previously. Here comes Flavio's team, and we've got a Landorus Incarnate joining the field. So that's a Pokemon that's been picking up just a little bit. We saw it get the top 8 in the Gdansk Regional Championships. So it seems like Flavio is relying on that Pokemon as well.
It certainly has been rising up in usage. Sheer Force, removing any secondary effects of moves and channeling it all into the power of the moves instead, as well as the Hisuian Arcanine, a Pokemon that has been dominant in Regulation Set E. But it's a more supportive set, not the Choice Band. It has access to Protect and indeed Will-O-Wisp, and this Rillaboom is going to be running the Assault Vest, so a more bulky variant as opposed to Marcus's own.
Yeah, the Arcanine actually is a unique Arcanine here. I don't think I've seen those combination of 4 moves together yet on an Arcanine.
Yeah, true.
We saw Will-O-Wisp win the regional championship back in Gdansk, but that had Rock Slide and Extreme Speed instead of Head Smash and Protect. Not opting for any kind of Extreme Speed priority here on the Arcanine. No Rock Slide either. I think this is probably one of the first Rock Slide-less Arcanines I've seen ever. So yeah, opting just instead for the absolutely massive damage that Head Smash can do. 150 base power, it's even stronger than Flare Blitz can be. However, it does come with the massive recoil that you will take and the shaky accuracy as well. So it's, we've been talking on the stream previously, high risk, high reward. Head Smash has got to be one of the highest risk, highest reward moves there could possibly be.
Yeah, it really does. Rock Slide isn't that reliable either, but Head Smash takes that to a whole new level. Let's see if it comes out. I guess it makes sense because, of course, that Arcanine is not holding the Choice Band, and so in order to capitalize on the damage, you have to run a more powerful move like that Head Smash, given it is holding the Citrus Berry instead. Now, yes, Landorus Incarnate picking up in usage. We've got 2 Chien-Pao on either side of the field here. It's going to be Flavio's running the Crunch rather than the Lash Out. So neither of them have Sacred Sword, which is really interesting. They wouldn't be able to hit each other for super effective damage, but of course that would be down to other Pokemon that these trainers have available to them.
Yeah, the lack of Sacred Sword is what, like, Chien-Pao mirrors are one of the biggest reasons to have Sacred Sword.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's things like King Gambit as well and Heat Trans that would take super effective damage. But the fact that they both don't have Sacred Sword means that the Chien-Pao versus Chien-Pao, that's going to be a little bit more of a slugfest.
Yeah, and another thing to note is that Marcus' Chien-Pao has that Terra Ghost, whereas Flavio's has Terra Dark. So Flavio's Chien-Pao's capitalizing on the damage. Marcus's is getting around any of those normal or fighting type moves. But there is no Urshifu on Flavio's side of the field, which is something we very rarely say in Regulation Set E. So no fighting type moves that would be coming out into that Chien-Pao, but of course it would get around a fake out from Rillaboom.
Yeah, I would like to see the Landorus Incarnate come to this match just because we don't see it too commonly.
Yeah.
They've got to be the most unique Pokemon out of the 12 that we can see on the screen currently. I'm just not sure there's a place for it in this match. Like the Chien-Pao's threatening it with like quad super effective Icicle Crashes here. The Urshifu's going to be able to outspeed it because it is the Choice Scarf variant, so be able to outspeed and get the Surging Strikes off. Dragonite's just not going to care and Extreme Speed straight through it as well. So might offer a different strategy for Flavio here. Maybe leaving that Landorus on the bench.
Yeah, perhaps. And I mean, Hisuian Arcanine not running that extreme speed either. So yeah, really unique set that Flavio is running. That's in the hands of Dragonite now over on Marcus's side of the field. And Farigiraf holding the Rocky Helmet, able to provide a little bit of chip damage, breaking through perhaps the sash on that Chien-Pao should that come into play. But let's find out as we get into this turn one, trainers. It's Swiss Round 7. We're in Stuttgart. Joining the conversation with #PlayPokemon is going to be Rapid Strike style Urshifu, and Farigiraf for Marcus, and Hisuian Arcanine, and Ogapon with the Wellspring Mask for Flavio.
This is kind of an awkward lead, because obviously you want to be going for the Surging Strikes into that quad weak Arcanine, but then there's the Follow Me Water Absorb Ogapon, so a little bit of an awkward position there for the Urshifu. What do you lock into? You are Choice Scarf, you have to choose. If it's Surging Strikes, then you run the risk of just going for the Ogapon, going for a Follow Me, and then completely negating your damage output. You could very easily go for a close combat. That would be able to do some pretty significant damage to the Arcanine. Wouldn't be able to pick up the KO because of the Intimidate coming into play on close combat. You can counteract that with a Helping Hand, but then your close combat's going to drop your defenses. That means you're definitely going to be KO'd to a Horn Leech that could come out from the Ogapon as well. So do you take the risk and go for the Surging Strikes in the face of what could be the Follow Me?
Yeah, well, that would be Ogapon keeping itself safe there if it was that Follow Me, meaning it wouldn't be going for a Horn Leech, but it's going to be Rillaboom joining the field, setting that grassy terrain. I wonder if it would be a Horn Leech coming out to boost up the damage of that move from the Ogapon. It's going to be an immediate terror, though, coming out here in Game 1 between Marcus Statter and Flavio Del Pidio onto that Ogapon with the Wellspring Mask. I don't know why those tears are on its face. It's in a fantastic position, ready to deal some big damage and get a special defense boost as well in the face of that special attacking Farigiraf. It's going to be the Surging Strikes. Marcus has gone for it, not worrying about the Follow Me, into that Rillaboom. Of course, that was once the Hisuian Arcanine would have been an easy knockout. Rillaboom sponging up these hits with that grass typing as those critical hits get landed into that Pokemon. Meanwhile, all eyes on this Ivy Cudgel coming out from Ogapon. It's coming down into what looks like the Urshifu on Marcus' side of the field. A resisted hit, and it's still above half of its health as Psychic connects down into this Rillaboom, bringing it just below half health. So even though we've seen some repositioning right now in the game, still a lot of momentum gained on both sides.
Interesting plays all round as well. It could have been just a grassy terrain boosted Horn Leech that should have surely picked up the KO on that Urshifu. Instead, just opting for the Ivy Cudgel, potentially taking a switch out into maybe the Arcanine that could be waiting in the back to intimidate the Ogapon, because if you're going for a Horn Leech, then Intimidate would come into play there, and then it wouldn't be doing too much damage. Rillaboom, a really good switch in, covering the bases of if it goes for the Surging Strikes, and you're not going for the Follow Me, which Ogapon didn't end up going for. That means that you're not taking too much damage from that Surging Strikes. Psychic and Surging Strikes is enough to be able to pick up the 2-hit combined knockout on that Rillaboom. So that could be an option that Marcus goes for as well, because you could have gone for Surging Strikes into the Ogapon. Now it's got rid of its Water Absorb, but instead switching out into that Heatran.
Marcus not deciding to channel so many resources into that Rillaboom. Heatran coming in instead. Is it being called by Flavio? No, it's going to be the Ivy Cudgel into the Farigiraf instead. Really good damage, but at least it wasn't into the Heatran, and the U-turn follow-up is going to be enough for the knockout here So Marcus's Farigiraf is down and out, down to his final 3 Pokemon here, whereas Flavio has all 4 available to him.
Yeah, I said previously an Arcanine could switch in. I'm just so used to Arcanine being everywhere. It was Heatran that could have switched in there. That would have been an absolutely perfect switch into that previous Horn Leech, but that's probably what Flavio was predicting on that previous turn. Instead, this is the turn that does switch in. Doesn't matter. Farigiraf was doubled up there. Ivy Cudgel and the super effective U-turn was enough to pick up that KO. Gholdengo's joined the field now. Doesn't really want to be facing down that Heatran too much. It doesn't seem like it's in the greatest position, but this Ogerpon is in an absolutely fantastic position facing down that opposing Heatran. You're going to be able to threaten a super effective Ivy Cudgel into that Heatran, surely enough to be able to pick up the KO. If you bring in the Urshifu, then that's still not threatening too much damage. Yeah, we'll be able to Surging Strikes the Gholdengo, and it doesn't have to contend with the Water Absorb Follow Me anymore. It could just be a regular old Follow Me, but that would still hit the Ogerpon. It's a lot more free to lock into Surging Strikes at this point, especially because, as well, the Rillaboom has taken over half damage. That would still be taking a lot of damage and probably be 2-hit KO'd if that Surging Strikes is launched off into it.
It could be that. It could be a close combat, but Marcus has the benefit of seeing the Gholdengo come in before deciding which Pokemon to bring in, taking his time and deciding that Urshifu Rapid Strike style is the Pokemon of choice here. Now, it is that Choice Scarf is going to be acting incredibly fast in this turn, and of course, what Marcus's Urshifu has the capability of doing is going for a U-turn in order to pivot around. This Heatran does not love facing down the Ogerpon on the other side of the field, threatening a big Ivy Cudgel, but of course, with that Chienpao in the back, that would be taking massive damage as well.
Yeah, absolutely would. And the fact that the Heatran is actually Terra Fairy as well, I take it back. Gholdengo is in a great position here because you kind of got that Heatran pinned. It's not the Leftovers Protect set. It is Assault Vest. It would be KO'd the combination of Ivy Cudgel or Make It Rain in and out of its Terra, most likely. So that's probably the reason why it's switching into the Chienpao here.
Yeah, Chienpao is coming in and dropping the defenses of everyone on the field, apart from itself. Ogerpon taking about 1/3 of damage from that move, and Marcus will be pivoting back in that Heatran so that if it's a Make It Rain coming out from this Gholdengo, it's not going to be doing too much damage. But is it going to be a Shadow Ball? No, it will be that Make It Rain. Chienpao, of course, brought down to its sash. Heatran taking it a whole lot better as Gholdengo does take that special attack recall drop.
Yeah, it's still in a pretty awkward position, though. You don't really care about the special attack on your Make It Rains at this point, especially because this Ivy Cudgel is now going to be able to KO that Chienpao as well. So now you've got the Heatran completely pinned here. You're able to just go for that Ivy Cudgel and the Make It Rain. Although, to be fair, now that you've got the special attack drop, with the Assault Vest, you're probably going to be able to survive that combination of attack if you do go for your Terra. Right. It's kind of got to be at this point, and now you've got to lock into something with the Urshifu for the rest of the game. You can lock in Surging Strike safely because there's no more Water Absorb, but even still, you're going to be probably outsped by the opposing Ogerpon and Gholdengo with your Heatran. If you're Assault Vest, you run pretty slow because you want that extra bulk. So the Urshifu still not in the greatest of positions here. If it locks into Surging Strikes, yeah, it can hit the Ogerpon, but not very well.
Yeah, well, Gholdengo is not going to be wanting to take a Heat Wave, and Arcanine is going to be coming in instead for Flavio, still with all 4 Pokemon remaining, dropping the attack stack, crucially, of Marcus's Urshifu there. Close combat is going to come down into the Ogerpon. It's not enough for the knockout. Really bulky Pokemon over on Flavio's side of the field, and taking a drop to its defenses. Horn Leech is going to be easily enough for the knockout onto Marcus's Urshifu, boosted by that grassy terrain, and with those defenses reduced over on Urshifu's side of the field. So now it's just Heatran in the face of Ogerpon Wellspring and the Hisuian Arcanine. And Arcanine, just to add insult to injury, is going to be dodging that Heat Wave. Is it going to be a burn? No, it's not. But frankly, the resources are very much in Flavio's favor right now.
Very much at this point. If you go for the Terra to try and avoid the KO from the Ivy Cudgel, Gholdengo is now waiting in the back at neutral. Who needs that? Let's see how strong this head smash is. That's over half damage. Who needs Rock Slide?
A neutral hit, but half damage. A lot of recall damage, but this Ivy Cudgel is going to be enough for the knockout onto Marcus's Heatran. And what a commanding victory in Game 1 here for Flavio Del Pidio.
Yeah, very strong showing indeed. That Ogerpon basically ran rampant. It was even after incorrectly predicting on that first turn, Ivy Cudgeling into that Water-type Urshifu that could have just been a regular old Horn Leech, and that's easily a KO. Instead, predicting the Heatran didn't didn't really matter. The Urshifu wasn't really doing too much. A really nice play at the end there just to guarantee that you got the game. Switching in the Arcanine, the only real way that Urshifu could have come back is if the close combat had KO'd that opposing Ogerpon, and with that Intimidate, you're going to guarantee that you don't get KO'd to that attack if it doesn't get that critical hit, of course, but able to survive that attack. Horn Leech is guaranteed in there, and then you've got the game pinned.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for me, Marcus's Farigiraf in that game really didn't achieve too much. And I think heading into game 2, that's a little switch up I'd like to see. You can still bring the Pokemon, of course, but, you know, going for maybe those more supportive options, the helping hand, trying to get some damage down on the field, or trying to make use of it in some way, perhaps even setting up a Trick Room. But I think Flavio was just able to pivot around masterfully and ultimately exhaust Marcus's resources, and so Marcus needs some kind of counter to that.
Well, the Farigiraf's really good paired with the Choice Scarf Urshifu, because one of the main counters to that is just going for a Grassy Glide with your Rillaboom, then you put a stop to that completely with Farigiraf. But then Rillaboom wasn't led for Flavio. Did switch in and then was starting to stress in some Grassy Glides after that, and just the Wood Hammers as well. We saw the U-turn, super effective into Farigiraf and able to KO that. There's no extreme speed on the Arcanine either, so Armatel doesn't come into play if the opposing Arcanine is on the field. It'd only really be that Sucker Punch and the Grassy Glide. Urshifu didn't really do too much either, to be honest. It was in an awkward position. The close combat, it would have done a lot of damage, but then Surging Strikes, it's incredibly awkward in the face of the Ogerpon. Yes, it did go for the Terra immediately on turn 1, sacrificing its Water Absorb, but even still, you're not doing too much damage to the Ogerpon with Surging Strikes. Rillaboom was a switch in, that's not taking too much damage either. Obviously, Arcanine would, but it just switched out immediately.
Yeah, Flavio was able to manage his resources absolutely fantastically well. I think Marcus heading into this game is at least going to want to make a dent in Flavio's team, because Flavio still had all 4 Pokemon remaining to him at the end of that game. So a little bit of a rethink here for Marcus, and perhaps a little bit more immediate damage output.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have to see what the adjustment is going to be. There probably does need to be some kind of adjustment. Farigiraf and Urshifu is a very, very strong lead, but potentially not in the face of this Wellspring Ogerpon that could be coming out and is coming out, paired up with the Arcanine once again. And yeah, there is that switch up. It's still going to be the Urshifu, but Farigiraf not coming into play too much in that first game. It's going to be the Chien-Pao instead.
Yeah, and this is the problem with leading 2 physical attackers, that Intimidate is going to be really effective against them, dropping their physical attack stats. Now, of course, Ogerpon has access to that Follow Me, redirecting any moves towards itself, which, you know, is keeping this Hisuian Arcanine really safe. You can go for that close combat. Sword of Ruin is reducing the defense of everyone on the field, so somewhat mitigating that Intimidate.
You can just go for a Follow Me, and maybe just even a Will-O-Wisp at this point, because both of these Pokemon are intimidated. If they get burned as well, they're really not doing much damage at all. You'll be able to break the Focus Sash on the Chien-Pao with just a Will-O-Wisp. No need to go for the recoil from Flare Blitz or Head Smash instead, but no need for that on this first turn. Arcanine switching out. Here comes the Rillaboom once again.
Here comes Rillaboom. It sponged up those Surging Strikes so nicely in that first game. Let's see if it can achieve something similar here in game 2 as a Meadow sprouts on the field, and so does a Terrestrialization coming out onto the Ogerpon Wellspring Mask once again. That is the Terra of choice for Flavio. It did so much work for him in game 1, and it's here to make an impact in game 2. Getting a little special defense boost, which could be crucial later on in the game, but not in the face of Chien-Pao and Urshifu. U-turn coming out, no longer a super effective hit, but really respectable damage coming back to its trainer's Pokeball. And now Marcus has the benefit of seeing the board state and deciding which Pokemon to bring in. Seems like a fairly easy decision to bring his own Rillaboom in, really threatening that Ogerpon.
Yeah, that's going to threaten the Ogerpon very heavily. Lash Out going off into that Rillaboom, and that's very significant damage. It was intimidated on turn 0. Lash Out will double in power on the very first turn of the game if you're intimidated. So yeah, massive damage into that Rillaboom. At least the Focus Sash has been broken by the Horn Leech, so you're going to be able to recover basically all the damage that the U-turn was able to do, almost back to that full HP. But yeah, that was big damage into the opposing Rillaboom. We'll have to see whose Rillaboom is going to be faster here, because you obviously got the Fake Out war that could be going on. Both have access to Fake Out on this first turn. You can't safely go for the Grassy Glide into the Ogerpon yet, because you could be faked out by the opposing Rillaboom. So it's a little bit of an awkward situation. You could just be trading Fake Outs instead to try and just get through this first turn and then be able to Grassy Glide into the Ogerpon. Got the Arcanine waiting in the back at any point, though. Arcanine is a perfect switch into either of these Pokemon. Yes, there is that Lash Out available on the Chien-Pao, which would mitigate the Intimidate drop just a little bit, but Ogerpon otherwise will be threatened pretty heavily by this opposing Rillaboom. So we'll have to see if they just opt for the damage, just going on the offense immediately, or if they're going to be trying to trade fake outs here.
Marcus down to the wire, locking in his move choices. Of course, if you are attacking with the Rillaboom, at least it wouldn't be taking very much damage from either the Rillaboom or Ogerpon, even if it were to be faked out. But it's going to be Rillaboom withdrawing as Farigiraf joins the fray here. Hisuian Arcanine coming out now. Flavio's Ogerpon does not have access to Grassy Glide, so even though Farigiraf is now on the field, that will not be an option that was chosen by Flavio. It's instead going to be keeping itself safe with that spiky shield and another Intimidate down onto the Rillaboom. And Woodhammer was targeting into that slot and will be taking a little bit of recoil damage as a result.
Yeah, very safe plays coming out from both of these trainers. The Farigiraf would have put a stop to any of those fake outs that could have come out from Flavio's Rillaboom, meaning that you can definitely go for a Woodhammer into the Ogerpon slot, but of course keeping itself safe. Spiky shielding there, very safe play indeed. Now you've used up the turn that fake out could have happened. You can still go on the offensive with the Rillaboom, absolutely, but it is threatened by the Flare Blitz now from the opposing Arcanine. Arcanines tend to be faster than Rillabooms at this point. That could be a very free Flare Blitz into that opposing Rillaboom. Not the Assault Vest variant, so it does have access to Protect. If it didn't, that would have been a pretty comfortable just Flare Blitz and Horn Leech for sure into that Rillaboom, because the only resistance would have been that Urshifu, and then you cover for that with the Horn Leech. That's still a play you can absolutely make, but if there's a Protect from the Rillaboom, then that play could be completely wasted.
It could be wasted, and Protect, as you say, is not a move we see so commonly. That was Marcus once again down to the wire, trying to get something out of this game too against Flavio. Rillaboom is going to be keeping itself safe. Good call. Flare Bits coming down into the Rillaboom. Rillaboom saying, I would not like to be taking one of those, thank you very much. Horn Leech coming out into that Rillaboom as well, perhaps covering for that switch-in of an Urshifu, as Farigiraf is now left to go for a Psychic on to the Hisuian Arcanine. Of course, it doesn't mind taking those Intimidate drops, and every little chip of damage will make a difference.
Now you've used up your Protect, you'd have to go for a double Protect if you want to be trying to preserve. Otherwise, like mentioned, if the only switch-ins at the moment are Chien-Pao, that's KO to Flare Blitz and Horn Leech. The other switch-in is Urshifu, that is definitely KO to Flare Blitz and Horn Leech. So basically, that Rillaboom slot is kind of pinned at this point. Psychic's not doing meaningful damage, especially with the Grassy Terrain recovery that the Arcanine has available, and also the fact that it has a Citrus Berry. That Psychic's probably like a 4 or 5 shot on the Arcanine at this point. That's way too many turns, and you just get to be able to Flare Blitz and Horn Leech that right-hand slot where the Rillaboom is, and you get a KO. It's only going to be double Protects that are coming into play to be able to stop that potentially.
Yeah, Marcus it seems like he's going on the offensive here as Arcanine switches into the back, and of course Ogerpon has just attacked, so it can go for another Spiky Shield. It could keep itself safe from a big Grassy Glide or other move of Marcus's choosing, but here it is with his player wearing that teal mask. It's going to be Rillaboom holding the Meadow Plate with that Flower Pot on its head, maximizing the damage of its Grass-type moves on Grassy Terrain, no less. Here comes a helping hand as well. Marcus going all in, saying, right, this is the turn where I get some decisive damage on the field. Let's hope it's not going into that Ogerpon, because that is indeed the Spiky Shield coming out. It's Grassy Glide. It's not going into the Ogerpon. It's going to be on the Hisuian Arcanine. It's going to be a neutral hit. Oh, it's into the Golden Go, which is going to be resisted, and Golden Go taking that really well, and then a little bit of Grassy Terrain recovery as well. So that might be the most superfluous helping hand Grass Terra Meadow Plate Grassy Terrain boosted Grassy Glide I've ever seen.
Yeah, usually when we say like 4 or 5 buffs to a move, it's going to do some significant damage, but yeah, that's not much. That's a bit of chip, unfortunately, into the opposing Golden Go, and that's just a very free nasty plot here. You're not threatening any kind of meaningful damage into that Golden Go. If that's the best that the Rillaboom can do, yes, there is Woodhammer, but that was helping hand boosted Grassy Glide. I'm not going to say all the words again. We know what it was, but yeah, this is just a nasty plot for free at this point for the Golden Go, and then be able to threaten a double KO with that Make Rain in the future. There's nothing wrong with the Ogerpon switching out here. Obviously, that would be the thing that's threatened with the Grass-type attacks from the Rillaboom. Rillaboom itself is going to be able to resist that pretty nicely, though.
Yeah, it would, as Golden Go does indeed decide to get set up with the nasty plot. So we've got Rillaboom staring down Rillaboom here on the field. The Woodhammer is going to be targeting into that Rillaboom that's just switched in, and that's going to be enough for the knockout. So finally, Marcus has been able to claim a knockout against Flavio here in Swiss Round 7.
Yeah, that's a bit more damage. Like, Woodhammer is noticeably stronger than Grassy Glide, as in over twice as strong. So able to pick up the knockout on that Rillaboom pretty comfortably. But yeah, that's not damage into the Golden Go. It's being recovered off by this Grassy Terrain. It's being recovered by this Leftovers. I think that it might have ended up with more HP at the start of this turn than it did after that Psychic.
Yeah, and this Rillaboom doesn't have access on Marcus's side of the field to a ground-type move, so it's going to be relying on those grass-type moves into that Pokemon. That's one of the costs of also running Protect on Rillaboom, holding that Meadow Plate. As Ogerpon rejoins the field, it's already terastallized, and it's going to get that special defense boost once again as it joins the field, thanks to the Embody aspect.
So the key thing here is that the grassy terrain's gone, so there's no more priority Grassy Glide. Assumedly, Golden Go is going to outspeed the opposing Rillaboom. Ogerpon surely will, but Golden Goes and Rillabooms, they have a pretty similar base speed. It just depends on the training. Most of the time, though, the Golden Goes are built pretty fast because the Rillaboom can rely on its Grassy Glide. It's got Fake Out as well, so we'll have to see the training coming into play here to see who's going to be able to move first. Otherwise, the Golden Go, it's just going to make it rain. It's going to pick up a double KO.
Yeah, well, Marcus deciding that it's time for Rillaboom to come to the back and Urshifu to come to the front. Here's a big Make It Rain. Going to be resisted by the Urshifu. That is a clean one-hit knockout onto the Farigiraf with a critical hit to boot. So, once again, Farigiraf not able to achieve a huge amount in this game, unfortunately for Marcus. But now, with an Ivy Cudgel coming out onto Marcus's Urshifu, it's going to be resisted, but is it going to be enough for the knockout? Yes, it is. And that's Urshifu down as well as the Farigiraf, all on one turn. Absolutely masterful playing from Flavio.
Yeah, that's a big knockout for both of those Pokemon. The Farigiraf gone. You've got access to any kind of priority again. And the Ivy Cudgel from the Ogerpon, really, really significant damage, even able to pick up the knockout on that resisted hit of the Urshifu. Now you're down to this Chien-Pao that's at least still got its Focus Sash. That's some saving grace there. But Rillaboom joining the field once again, switched out, switched back in. Now priority is back on the field because the grassy terrain is once again going to be set up. And I would assume, and I'm going to go for it, with a priority boosted grassy Meadow Plate. I'll try again. Meadow Plate boosted, Grass Terra boosted, Grassy Glide helped out by the Sword of Ruin. Nailed it. First try. Into the Ogerpon. Maybe even after the Intimidate might be able to pick up the knockout. And if the Arcanine switches in, that's probably taking a lot of damage as well. So we had those previous boosts. The Helping Hand as well was one of them. Now it's just Sword of Ruin instead. There's probably no time to go for a Fake Out here. Yes, you could go for a Fake Out into the opposing Ogerpon and then Lash Out. That probably KOs the opposing Golden Go. That can absolutely happen. But at the same time, you're threatening massive damage into this Ogerpon with assumedly a KO at this point. It would have to be the Intimidate to be able to stop that. And then at the same time, you're probably going for Lash Out into Golden Go, right? If you get intimidated, that's going to boost the power of that Lash Out.
Yeah, and Golden Go can't terastallize anymore, of course, because Ogerpon already has, so Dark-type move would be super effective. It's going to be a double Protect instead, maybe dealing a little bit of recoil damage to any move going into it, and that was the Grassy Glide into the Golden Go. Golden Go just scouting that out, of course. Wouldn't have been taking too much damage. Lash Out also going to be protected by the Golden Go. Now, I wouldn't assume that Flavio would want to switch in this Suin Arcanine on this turn because, of course, Lash Out would be dealing huge damage to the Golden Go. And, of course, the Chien-Pao still has that Focus Sash intact. So really big damage could be coming out onto Golden Go here. It's just protected, so Golden Go looking a little bit vulnerable.
Yeah, it's looking pretty vulnerable to me. Yeah, Lash Out kind of pins the Golden Go. If it switches into Arcanine, it's KO'd. If the Ogerpon switches into Arcanine, doesn't matter. Lash Out is double power now. It's still KO'd the Golden Go. So, yeah, it's a really, really awkward position here for Flavio. Really, well repositioned with the Rillaboom coming out here. I think the choice of Lash Out is what's making the difference here. Sacred Sword would be all right, and you'd be able to threaten the Arcanine, but then you have to Sucker Punch the Golden Go to get the good damage, and then you could play around it with a Nasty Plot. Lash Out gonna be pretty impactful here, because the Arcanine is taking a bit of chip as well. Maybe it would be in range of a Lash Out, because it's probably gonna have to take one.
Yeah, it probably is. It is gonna be the Arcanine joining the field, dropping an Intimidate onto both of Marcus's physical attackers. Flavio deciding that that is still preferable to in the face of the Lash Out that will be coming out, presumably. Grassy Glide, all the boosts. Let's not say them again. Ogerpon is down. There it is. Ogerpon is down in a one-hit knockout. This MVP for Flavio in both of the games so far now gone, removed from the field. Marcus have been playing fantastically to try and get this back.
Yeah, look at that.
Out. There is the knockout onto the Arcanine as well, and all of a sudden, the tables have turned. Marcus was down to his final two Pokemon in the face of Flavio's 4, and now, all of a sudden, Marcus is looking like he's claiming this game.
Lash Out was the key there.
Yeah.
That had been Sacred Sword. This would have been a bit of an awkward game with Sucker Punch Mind Games, but no, that was a complete pin at that point. Given the fact that the Grassy Glide was enough to be able to pick pick up the knockout. Even after that Intimidate on the opposing Ogerpon, there wasn't really anything Flavio could do in these last couple of turns. The Lash Outs came, the Golden Go. If it stays in and the Ogerpon switches instead, Lash Out is even stronger. So Golden Go is absolutely KO'd. And yeah, but it looks a bit dicey for Marcus there. But that switch out to reset the grass terrain was all he needed to take this game too.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's such a lesson in not getting tilted. You know, Marcus, as you said, it was looking dicey, but he was still able to keep that fortitude and go forward to take it to a game 3. So really useful to see this on stream in order to inspire our watchers to just keep on battling, because you never know what might be going down. And I really hope that as a result of this tournament, players are seriously considering Lash Out on that Chi and Pow again. That was the crucial deciding factor.
Yeah, it was really, really impactful there. It is always a bit of an awkward one to drop Sacred Sword. It's great into the opposing Chen-Pao mirror, and then it becomes incredibly awkward if you don't have it. There's like King Gambits and all that as well. But yeah, Lash Out so effective there. Flavio has opted for Crunch instead, so still has dropped Sacred Sword, but Lash Out, tiny bit weaker than Crunch, and won't get any defense drops, but could be twice as strong.
Yeah, it could be. And heading into this game 3, you know, one game apiece between these two fantastic trainers, and they've been playing around each other so well. It was really convincing when for Flavio in game 1, if you're just joining us, trainers, Marcus able to claw it back in game 2 when it wasn't looking too good for him. But again, he brought that Farigga off, and again, it didn't provide too much on the field. But I think one thing's for sure, that Chi and Pow is coming out again.
Chen-Pao was great. Rillaboom was great. I'm not sure about the Farigga and the Urshifu. They didn't seem to be doing too much. With the Farigga paired with the Rillaboom, yeah, helping hands. I'm not going to say the words again, but Grassy Glide was supposed to threaten some good damage, but didn't particularly do that great damage into the opposing Golden Go. The Urshifu just really hasn't done too much in this game. Like, close combat's all right. It's doing respectable damage, but then it's threatened down by that Rillaboom. If you're locking into close combat instead, that allows you to be intimidated by the Arcanine. That's the Ogerpon is putting a stop to the Surging Strikes pretty comfortably as well. Like, yeah, Rillaboom Chen-Pao, fantastic. Probably should come to this game 3 as well. Not so sure about that Urshifu.
Yeah, and I want to call out the Dragonite for Marcus as well. It's got access to Stomping Tantrum. It was the Golden Go that was causing Marcus some issues in that previous game. And of course, the Rillaboom only having Grass-type moves mean it wasn't able to hit it for super effective. So maybe that Dragonite will be coming out. I'd love to see it. That famous Chi and Pow Dragonite core as these trainers get into game 3. Here we go. It's going to be Wellspring Mask, Ogerpon, and Hisuian Arcanine joining the field once more for Flavio. And it is going to be Urshifu again, and the Chi and Pow for Marcus, clearly sticking to some kind of game plan.
Well, let's stick with the mind games once again. Could this be a Surging Strike straight away into that opposing Arcanine? Even if Rillaboom switches in, it's sort of Ruin boosted, it'll still do massive damage. You've still just got to contend with that potential Follow Me that could be coming out from that opposing Ogerpon. There could be nothing wrong here with just a Follow Me and a Will-O-Wisp into either of these physical attackers, and that would really reduce the damage output. You'd probably be KO'd to a combination of close combat and Lash Out, because again, turn 0, Intimidate comes into play to double the power of Lash Out on this first turn. So that would be able to KO the opposing Ogerpon. Maybe even just U-turn and Lash Out would be able to pick up the knockout if it does not choose to Terrastallize to keep its Water Absorb. But we've seen Flavio want to commit to that Terrastalization on turn 1 every single one of the previous games. Wouldn't be surprised if we see that once again in this next game, in this third and final game as well, because it would be able to resist U-turn. But here is a bit of a switch up. Ogerpon is actually going to be switching out into the Rillaboom instead of that Arcanine.
Getting out of there as Rillaboom joins the fray. Flavio's got to be really worried about the damage coming out from this Chi and Pow in particular here. And if it had been a Surging Strikes onto the Hisuian Arcanine, that would have been huge too. But as it is, close combat going to be dealing huge damage to that Rillaboom, and the Chi and Pow will be following up with that Lash Out. So Rillaboom immediately down and out for Flavio. Marcus has the Pokemon advantage at least heading into the next turn. Hisuian Arcanine though left to go for a Flare Blitz onto the Chi and Pow. It's brought down to its Focus Sash. Let's hope for Marcus it doesn't get a burn. It seems not to. Chi and Pow hanging on with that Focus Sash.
Yeah, and you're not able to follow up with an Extreme Speed KO here. That's one of the downsides of the set that Flavio's running. Obviously, Head Smash and Will-O-Wisp has come in very clutch for him so far in this tournament with his record, but this is where Extreme Speed comes into play with like Flare Blitz into Extreme Speed. That's a KO into Chen-Pao, and now you just can't. So the Chen-Pao's able to fire off another one of its attacks. It could switch out and get rid of the Intimidate and come back in later. It could stay on the field and help out the Sword of Ruin with extra boosted close combat. I would suspect with the extra bit of chip damage that the Flare Blitz has done to the opposing Arcanine now, paired up with the close combat from the Urshifu, that's probably enough to pick up the KO because the Sword of Ruin would be helping it. So still a little bit of an awkward position for Flavio there. If that would have been a spiky shield, yes, you'd have still taken the close combat, but then you'd have broken the Focus Sash on the Chien-Pao trying to lash it out. So you'd have traded a reasonable amount of damage into the Ogerpon in order to KO that opposing Chien-Pao, whereas now it's still on the field, it's still outspeeding both of these Pokemon, it's threatening a super effective lash out into the Golden Go, but at least the Terrestrialization wasn't used on the Ogerpon. It could be used on another Pokemon now.
Yeah, it would have been far too risky for Flavio to commit that Terrestrialization onto the Ogerpon like he did in the first 2 games. So both these trainers conserving that for later on in the game very wisely. Now this Golden Go is threatened by both of the Pokemon on Marcus's side of the field, as indeed is the Arcanine. And of course, Golden Go can't protect in the face of the Urshifu, but Urshifu is locked into that close combat, so it would have to be going into the Arcanine unless Marcus wants to pivot out. He's bringing it down to the wire once again, locking in these moves, and it seems like it's going to be a little bit of a switch for Marcus. There is that Dragonite lurking in the back, so that is exactly the switch up I was talking about. It's this famous Chien-Pao Dragonite core. Chien-Pao's here for a good time, not a long time. It's on 2 little health as Dragonite gleams onto the field. Here we go. Finally, time for this Terra in Game 3. It's going to be coming out onto the Hisuian Arcanine this time, and now it is that Fairy Terra type. So it's removing that water weakness that it had, but of course, Urshifu now going back into Marcus's reserve instead.
Yeah, the last shot still going to be doing pretty good damage into the Golden Go. That's very respectable damage. It has been intimidated, but not on the same turn, so it wouldn't be doubled in power. Flare Blitz into that Dragonite doing respectable damage as well. Going to be able to do, and there's the nasty plot from the Golden Go. Not KOing that opposing Chien-Pao here. That's another missed opportunity potentially. That Chien-Pao is still helping out with the Sword of Ruin. It's still able to lash out. That's a KO into the Golden Go at this point. We've just seen it did way over half. There's no chance that this got Rust Strain recovery and the leftovers puts it out of range this turn. That might force it into just a very readable Protect at this point. Maybe that would put it out of range of the opposing lash out, but then you've got to contend with this Dragonite still as well. At least you can't safely lock into Outrage anymore because you've gone for the Terra Fairy on the Arcanine, but you can still do very respectable damage with even just an Extreme Speed, even just your Area Laces, even though that's significantly weaker. That would still be able to threaten good damage into the opposing Arcanine too, because it has lost its Rock typing also. Stomping Tantrum isn't that impactful into the Arcanine as well, because it has dropped its typing for the Fairy instead. So Dragonite's not in the greatest of positions here. Like, it's definitely not in a bad position by any means, but it just could have been in a slightly better one.
It could have been, and Stomping Tantrum on that Dragonite is going to be dealing super effective damage to whatever it chooses. Looks like Marcus has something else in mind, but crucially, Marcus had the benefit of seeing which switching the Dragonite in and then deciding which move to lock into, because it is that Choice Band variant, so now it's going to be locked into this move where if it does not switch out to reset that choice. Terra Normal as Dragonite gleams the way onto the field. Golden Go keeping itself safe, and both Terras are committed for these trainers now. Extreme Speed coming out into the Hisuian Arcanine, boosted by the Sword of Ruin. How much damage is it doing? It's enough for the knockout. That is the Terra option down for Flavio. The Hisuian Arcanine, the Intimidator as well. That is huge for Marcus because he's got so many physical attackers that we've seen already.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and eat my words right here, right now, because, yeah, Dragonite's in a fantastic position. That Choice Banded, Sword of Ruin boosted, Terra Normal boosted, first try, Extreme Speed was able to pick up the knockout on the Arcanine because of that bit of recoil that it took. Would have probably still been able to survive that attack if it was at full HP, but the Flare Blitz recoil there coming into play. It could have been a Will-O-Wisp on turn 1 that wouldn't have taken any recoil, and then the Chien-Pao's not threatening a KO into this opposing Golden Go. It's going to be close if it still is. At least you'll be able to go for any kind of follow me's to keep it safe. And that nasty plot probably allows the Golden Go to KO this Chien-Pao, well, definitely Chien-Pao, but maybe on the Dragonite as well. And then maybe you can pull something back with the Golden Go against the Urshifu and the Rillaboom, but it's looking pretty dicey at this point for Flavio. The Ogerpon, depending on how it's trained, can survive a Choice Band and Extreme Speed from the Dragonite. It'll be pretty close, but then if it goes on the offensive, it's just going to be potentially KO'd by a double up from the Chien-Pao as well.
Yeah, it could be. It's not every day that a Chien-Pao wants to take an Intimidate from a Hisuian Arcanine, but this one likes to play with fire. Dragonite going for that Extreme Speed into the Spiky Shield, so it'll take a little bit of recoil damage as a result. But what a fantastic position that Marcus is currently in this lash out. Is it going to be enough for the knockout? Yes, it is. And so it's just this Ogerpon for Flavio in a little bit of a repeat of Game 1, but in reverse, because because Flavio in that Game 1 had all 4 Pokemon remaining in the face of Marcus's 1, and now the shoe is on the other foot.
Yeah, it's just been a great switch up for Marcus here. As soon as you lost that rock typing, yeah, you see there Flavio does forfeit. The rock typing sacrifice, Dragonite KOs, easy KO for that Dragonite, Sword of Ruin boosted, Terra Normal boosted, all that good stuff. And that allows Marcus to win this round 7 here in the Stuttgart Regional Championship.
Huge congratulations to Marcus in that rerun of the Leipzig 2018 Regional Championship Finals. Marcus on home turf claiming that victory, and it really speaks to just the calmness and collectedness that Marcus was able to exhibit there in order to see that game to its conclusion, because Game 1 was a really decisive loss for him.
Yeah, it really was. It seemed like the Urshifu and the Frograph really wasn't doing much at all.
Yeah.
Urshifu actually was reasonable in that Game 3. I was saying probably doesn't really have too much of a place here, but yeah, the close combat lash out, that would have been a KO into the opposing Ogerpon. It was a KO into the opposing Rillaboom as well, so Urshifu still coming into play, but I think the Dragonite switch up was really, really key. As soon as you see the Terra Fairy on the Arcanine, then yeah, Choice Band Extreme Speed, that's going to be enough to pick up the KO and kind of just seal the game at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. Seeing that Terra Fairy just going, let's go, time for the Extreme Speed. And of course, I had called out that the Dragonite could have locked in Stomping Tantrum, would have been super effective into the Golden Go there, but then with the Ogerpon in the back, a resisted hit. So Extreme Speed, better all round, even though of course the Golden Go is immune to it, but paired up with the Chi and Pow, and of course Marcus had so many resources in the back, still, yeah, really masterfully decided.
Yeah, it really was. Great switch up there. It seemed like Flavio was committed to the same game plan, but then did switch it up a little bit in that Game 3. Yeah, it could have been a Follow Me and Will-O-Wisp into the opposing from the Arcanine into the opposing Chien-Pao or the Urshifu. It could have been a Spiky Shield. Like, in the face of an Urshifu, you probably don't want to be protecting, but actually protecting and Flare Blitz, like Spiky Shielding and Flare Blitzing, would have been a very, very impactful play, because yes, you take the Intimidated close combat, it'll do probably half to you, but then you break the Focus Sash from that Lash Out on the Chien-Pao, then the Flare Blitz is a KO. So that would have been a really, really cool play to see here, and obviously with hindsight, we can see that would have been a pretty good play, but yeah, that would have been pretty nice. I think the Will-O-Wisp as well would have been pretty good as well. Maybe that, like, if it had been if it was Will-O-Wisp instead of Flare Blitz, that also breaks the Focus Sash of the Chien-Pao, because you can't follow up with an Extreme Speed. So you need to break the Focus Sash somehow, and then if it's Will-O-Wisp, well then suddenly Golden Go is freed up completely, because that's not taking massive damage from the Lash Out. That would maybe be able to sweep the game with the Make It Rain. And also, while breaking the Focus Sash, not also recalling your Arcanine, and then maybe you survive the Extreme Speeds, but so obviously in hindsight, after we've seen all the game unfold, we'll be able to see that, but yeah, it's still a very good showing from Flavio, especially in that Game 1.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we didn't see any Will-O-Wisp coming out, given the number of physical attackers on Marcus's side of the field. But we've got to call out that Lash Out move, a move that doubles in power if the Pokemon takes a stat drop on the same turn, or if it's turn 0 on the following turn. And that is what won Game 2 for Marcus.
Lash Out was super impactful there.
Yeah.
Like, both players dropping for Sacred Sword, but Lash Out way more impactful. Crunch would not have been the play if it was on Marcus's Chien-Pao. It was absolutely needs to be Lash Out. That was what pinned the game. It would still been absolutely a game otherwise, but the fact that this slot is KO'd, if it's a Golden Go, obviously it's KO'd. If the other slot turns into an Arcanine to try and Intimidate, that Golden Go is still KO'd. If it switches into the Arcanine itself, that's still KO'd.
Yeah.
There's nothing that could be done at that point. The Lash Out pinning, because of the Intimidate doubling the power. Yes, Intimidate is usually great at reducing damage, but not for Lash Out. Lash Out specifically was very, very key in that game too.
Yeah, it's a bit like the Head Smash being run on Flavio's Hisuian Arcanine. That's massive damage, high risk, high reward, and you know, with Lash Out, that is a move that's occupying a slot that could be something like a Sacred Sword to improve your matchup into opposing Chien-Paos, but Marcus's Chien-Pao showing just why Lash Out is the move of choice there. So, you know, really massive damage that could come out from either side, and sometimes you got to go hard or go home.
Yeah, absolutely, and seems like Marcus has done very successfully so far, just one win away from that winning in, and we're going to be able to hear from him himself going over to an interview with our winner of round 7, Marcus Statter. Take it away.
Welcome back, trainers. We're here for your winner of round 7 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships, Marcus Statter. Congratulations, Marcus, on making it to 7-0 and getting into day 2.
Sorry, I have to cut you off there. I'm actually 6-1 now. So
well, I'm foreshadowing a little bit.
Almost there, but still need to win another one, yeah.
Yeah, well, congratulations either way, Marcus. You're doing so well. We've not got too much time, so let's have a quick run through of that game, because after game one, I was thinking, hey, Flavio looks like he's taking this.
Yeah, I thought so too, honestly. So I definitely misinterpreted like the tempo of the type of game that he was going for. I thought he was trying to be like more aggressive maybe, and then I tried with my Frigoref to play a little bit more of a like solid and slow play style, but then instead, like as soon as I saw the Ogre Pawn terrestrialize, I was like, oh, I don't actually have anything to hit this thing. So yeah, what do I do? But then yeah, for game two, I think I also didn't do like the perfect adjustment, but bringing Rillaboom was definitely it for that match. So that worked out well when I called a couple of his turns. And then for the third game, I thought to myself, why am I even bringing the Farigiraf? Like, he has to respect it at this point, even if he like brings his Rillaboom or something. So instead, I thought I just should do like the strongest Pokemon, and Dragonite, as we saw towards the end there, definitely a very strong one.
Definitely does 1 or 2 points of damage there. It was a really good switch up, and really encouraging for players at home to see like, hey, I can take a loss in game one, but then still come back, and especially game 3, you played that so well. Unfortunately, we don't have too much time to go into your team choices or the next stages for the season, but before we wrap things up, Marcus, any shout-outs for players back home or people back home that have helped you along the way?
Yeah, so everyone, of course, who's supporting me, the friends with Jellicent, and also, of course, the German people. There's a lot of Germans, of course, here coming up to me, supporting me, so I'm very, very appreciative and very grateful for that.
It's such a great community. We're going to be going to a short break now, trainers, but stay tuned. We'll be coming back for Swiss Round 8 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships.
Go.
He has taken all 4 hemispheres of the globe, and he is the Latin American International Champion.
That was the missing piece. It's something I could only dream about. I'm absolutely speechless.
That is it!
JW Naldo is your first Latin American International Champion here.
It looks like that is a knockout. Jakobovic is your first ever Oceania International Champion.
Wow! What does? He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
This win, I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best, player in North America.
Like, honestly, no words to describe it. Like, this experience has just been absolutely amazing.
Ainda estou sentindo a sensação de ter vencido. Então, estou muito feliz. Ainda não caiu a ficha.
Piper Lapine closing out here, winning her second regional of the 2023 season.
Justin Tang winning his second regional championship.
My goodness. The back-to-back champion, Lumineon V, into Boss's orders, brings back up a Crobat V for the knock.
Definitely pretty excited. A little bit lucky for sure to win 2 regionals in the same year, definitely.
It feels really good.
It feels great. It really does.
We're kind of reaching like this culmination of old and new. We're seeing a lot of good players like Paul Chua, Nick Navarre hitting their stride again and again. Like they just do it time and time and time again.
This is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international. Being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good.
But we're getting a lot of new players as well, like Justin Tang, who just kind of pop up, and they're incredible.
Justin Tang, your Knoxville Regional Champion. First regional competition that he has competed at, and he's taken down the entire thing.
I was confident in my skills to do well, but I did not expect to go away.
This is my first play Pokemon tournament. I didn't think I had a chance at winning.
And this is my first competitive regional. Winning a regional is undescribable.
Of course, there are competitors I'm worried about facing. The most notorious one is Sander. He's always bringing these crazy control decks.
I'm worried about facing Yuichi because he's really good.
Kingsley, Prince, Edison, Robert.
I didn't face him in this tournament, but Valiant Vish, I have no idea how I'll hold up against him. He's definitely one I'm watching out for.
I'm always worried about facing Tord again. That is always an experience and will be always difficult.
I'm not really worried about facing anyone because I think I can beat everyone.
Denting Rob and Emulator. I'm definitely worried about facing Gabriel and Gotti.
I'd be nervous about hitting Isaiah Bradner.
Justin Bakari.
Probably Luca. Justin Tang.
I think I'd be nervous going up against Caleb Gedimer again.
I'm confident in my abilities, but I know there's going to be 100 plus of the best players in the world, so it's going to be really tough.
All the trainers have just scaled up their game. The competition has just gotten so fierce. This has made me so excited to get to Worlds.
Winning Worlds would mean the absolute world for me. After getting second in 2018, winning would absolutely be amazing.
Winning Worlds is everything to me. I really want to be the best player to ever play this game. I think you have to be a little bit crazy to think that you can win the World Championships, but I am a little crazy. So
it would be breathtaking to win the World Championship.
I've won a regional. I've won an international. Worlds is the last thing I have on my list.
Winning Worlds means I can submit myself into the history of Pokemon Go forever.
Winning Worlds would mean everything to me, you know?
So I'm going to try my best at Yokohama to hopefully maybe win.
I just feel like I'm gonna have so much fun.
And welcome back, trainers and spectators. We are here once again at the Stuttgart Regional Championships of 2024. I myself am Costa Dimos, and I am joined by the ever so lovely Mr. Charlie Merriman.
Well, thank you for that wonderful introduction, Costa. It's been a hot minute since we've casted together, and I'm very excited. I'm living up to my surname here, Costa. I could not be a merrier man right now in Swiss Round 8 in Stuttgart.
I love it. I absolutely love it. As well as loving the action, we have been able to tune in and broadcast to all of you lovely people. I think we've honestly had such a great time so far today. There's been a lot of action going on. I think a lot of high-level reads, as well as safer plays, maybe more akin to board positioning, which has actually been executed quite nicely.
Oh, it really has. I mean, that previous game between Marcus Statter and Flavio Del Pidio was an absolute epitome of that. Such a cracking match. Do go and check it out if you haven't already, trainers. Let's take a look at how those standings are shaping up so far here in Stuttgart. So, as we take a look down this list, there is Marcus in number 12 there at that 6-1 record, but we have 4 7-0 trainers, Costa.
We do indeed, and wow, are they going on a very good roll right now so far, day one. I think we already did feature Sergio Ramirez as well as Eloy Han on stream, so being able to actually see them continue their absolute riot of a progress record so far is really good, because of course, what does that mean? That means that the top 4 are definitely guaranteed day 2 right now with that 7-0 record. The worst that can happen is you go ahead and you lose 2 more, but guess what? You're likely still gonna actually be in day 2.
Yeah, exactly. 7-2, an absolutely fantastic record to achieve in day 1. But as we look at those 6-1s as well, they'll be in a win-and-in situation. They win their next game and they'll be making day 2. But even if they lose the next game, they just have to win 1 more and then make it. You know, crushingly, there will be people who have that 6-3 record who don't quite make it. But this is what Pokemon is all about. You've got to just keep on staying strong, staying brave, trying to keep your energy up, just trying to eke out that little bit more energy versus your opponent.
Well, it really is that. I think obviously being able to harness the best potential of your team with familiarization of it and knowing where it can work and where it doesn't in the current meta is definitely something that is very key to all of these trainers' success, being able to reach this stage right now where they're potentially going to be trying to lock in for that day 2, and there's still quite a few matches ongoing that could decide at the later end of the tournament right now whether someone's going to be very happy with the result or very upset for just missing out.
But you can't be too upset. I mean, just look at these festive friends we have with us here today. You know, there's real joy in the air here in Stuttgart as we approach the holiday season. And, you know, just to call out a couple more names that we saw on that list there was Nils Dunlop, a player that we were talking about earlier, running that Reggie Drago team as well. And a Pokemon that can be in such a fantastic position. We've got to pivot around really quite carefully because, of course, that Dragon Energy move is getting weaker the more damage it takes.
It really is, and I think it's sort of something that you need. Regidrago isn't a Pokemon that you will necessarily bring every single time. It just depends on the matchup. Is there room to be able to amplify that Regidrago to allow it room to just go ahead and, like you said, click the Dragon Energy button, make sure that you're able to just come in and act as a very good mid to end game sweeper. We've also seen strategies other times actually leading Regidrago as well. As long as there's no fairy on the other side of the field, or maybe a potential Pokemon that can actually terrestrialize into the fairy type, Regidrago just absolutely wrecks havoc.
You're so right. Fluttermane is an utter pain to Regidrago.
Yeah, kind of.
It really is. But we have our notable matches that we can take a look at, trainers. The match is going on right now in the venue, and there's the match we will be featuring. It's going to be City Badian versus Fabian Cool, but just take a look at some of the other names on that list there. And you know what? Quite a few names that players might not be so familiar with, and that is one of the wonderful things that can come out of tournaments like this. New players making a name for themselves and getting involved in the holiday spirit as well. Just give me a go.
Well, indeed, and I think being able to reach this current stage right now where, you know, these are potential matches that could have easily been added to the stream is already, in my opinion, a great achievement. I think we do have a lustrous amount of varying region representatives so far on this board. So I would actually quite like being able, if we could, to potentially even stream and feature them all. But, of course, that is not the case. We'll just have to try to work with what we can and feature one beautiful match at a time.
Yeah, this is the thing. There's so much excitement going on in the venue here. So many matchups going on. How are these players facing off against each other? How do their teams compare? And, you know, we're very familiar with the regulation set e-metagame now, but that is not to say that we're not being surprised by some of the Pokemon. You're wondering if Dondozo have been shored up, but we saw one on stream earlier today. We don't need to talk about the fact that it lost, but there is certainly some Pokemon still catching us by surprise. I love to see this innovation, and of course, when a metagame is more settled, that is when players try to counter what tends to be popular, and you see some brand new picks.
Indeed, and I think being able to find a niche position where you can allow such a Pokemon to actually spread its wings in a point where not a lot of people will have put a lot of prep going into this event in anticipation of actually expecting to run into it. But I think that's sort of the crucial point that we're at right now. This is going to be the final regulation set E, a major event here in the European region. So this is the perfect opportunity for trainers to actually just go all out.
Yeah, going all out, and let's go Eevee for Fabian on the table there, giving a cheeky little smile to us. There he is. We see you, Eevee, being a wonderful mascot for your trainer. Now, at this stage in the competition, it really is all to play for. We've nearly reached the end of day one here, and just hats off to these trainers for having such a fantastic record at this late stage in the day.
Indeed, and just being able to reach the stage, of course, where you're about to go on stream right now, there's a lot of nerves, but there's a lot of excitement as well, you know, because it's already an indicative point of being able to recognize, yeah, you know what, I'm doing really well so far today, and this obviously runs a situation where we're at the later stages of the tournament. You need to try to make sure that you dig deep and actually are very careful in your approach. Do you want to try to play a bit more safe or maybe a bit more risky?
Yeah, as these trainers give a little wave to the camera, and I hope they can be proud of what they've achieved thus far in the tournament already, no matter of how this match goes. Now, City Badian, Lille Regional Top 64 just recently over on Fabian's side of the field. That's a top 32. So I wonder if these trainers faced each other in Lille just a few weeks ago. But either way, these trainers are really making a name for themselves.
Indeed. So obviously getting a couple of top 32s and top 64 over on City's side, I think that's already a great accomplishment. We actually note that this may actually been their first official year competing with the Video Game Championships, as they're both, I believe, Utrecht special event, we had Turin special event. They were still part of the same calendar year, 2023. They were the previous season. However, being able to actually see them both put out all of the stops right now and do considerably well, get those very useful championship points, will actually be able to just further progress them onto potential Worlds invitation.
Yeah, this is going to be the case for so many trainers at this point in the season, nearly getting their Worlds invite and perhaps doing well here, not even necessarily winning, able to secure that for them. These trainers just whittling away, getting as many championship points as they can. So I'm fascinated to see how these two less familiar trainers match up into each other. And what an honor to be featured on stream as well here. And what a difference for these trainers being under the lights, under the scrutiny of the crowd here. You've really got to keep even more mental resilience about you as City's team comes up on screen with that Iron Hands King Gambit, Amoonguss, Urshifu, Tornadus, and Hisuian Arcanine. I really want to call out that Terra Dragon on the King Gambit, not something we see so frequently.
I think we already did run into King Gambit earlier on with Fevzi, which he did actually opt to go for the Fairy terrestrialization type there, but Dragon may actually come into consideration when you want to better handle Urshifus, for example, or maybe that are likely going to try to click Surging Strikes or any sort of elemental typing such as water, grass, and fire. It actually puts you to the point where you're able to better resist those Pokemon and further promote the damage output potential by getting the Swords Dance set up. You've got Black Glasses already further boosting its output, but the main crucial thing here is try to get it set up and positioned quite nicely. I think that's where we do actually see the return of the Amoonguss.
Yeah, there it is, the Amoonguss. It's been so threatening ever since its introduction into the VG scene. Spore, Rage Powder, Pollen Puff, Protect, the classic moveset there, and the Citrus Berry as well. Interesting to note that City's Iron Hands isn't running that Heavy Slam move in the face of something like this Fluttermane that could well be coming out from Fabian, but instead it's that Volt Switch to reposition. And there it is. There is the Fluttermane with the booster energy for Fabian, as well as Iron Hands, an Amoonguss of his own, this time carrying that Rocky Helmet as opposed to the Citrus Berry. Heatran, Chien-Pao, and that Landorus. Now, in that previous game, we saw Marcus Stata making full use of the Lash Out move on his Chien-Pao, but this time Fabian going for something a little bit more expected with that Sacred Sword, really improving that matchup into opposing Chien-Paos.
Indeed, and I think it's quite crucial to be able to make sure that you cover the mirror. Obviously, we do have the potential of the Ghost Terror type on the Chien-Paos, or alternative both mirroring Chien-Paos, which adds a bit more of mind games into the fray. However, it's just such a good utility Pokemon. You're able to not only get huge amounts of damage dealt by that Pokemon itself, but it is further able to assist its other partners, which do likely tend to be physically offensive too.
Yeah, exactly. Sword of Ruin, such a useful ability introduced by these Treasures of Ruin. Those abilities reducing one of the stats of all Pokemon on the field apart from itself. We've seen quite a few Chien-Paos so far on stream. This really is the Treasure of Ruin Pokemon of choice that trainers tend to continue to run. I'd say maybe second choice would be that Chi-Yu, but we really don't see Ting-Lu or Wo-Chien very frequently anymore. But here we are in Regulation Set E, focusing on the match ahead of us. We got these two Amoonguss on the field. This could come down to a really positional pivoting game.
I think it definitely has the potential to do so. We do have a likely burst damage, outlet for City there with that abandoned Arcanine, of course, Hisuian Arcanine. The fact that it has such good typing really puts it to the point where it can threaten any sort of potential rock typing moves onto it. Now, I'm not sure if the rock typing comes really into fray here, maybe for just neutral damage against the Landorus Therian, unless it is actually opting to try to go for the terrestrialization into the flying type if it tries to go and take advantage of any sort of Terra Blast. But I am quite curious to actually see the interaction between speeds here, because we know that City is actually going to be bringing potentially bringing the Tailwind on that Tornadus.
Yeah. And with Intimidates on both sides of the field, that's something that these trainers can keep pivoting out and back in order to get those attack drops. But let's go, trainers. We're getting into Swiss round 8 here in Stuttgart. It's going to be Chien-Pao and the Iron Hands being led for Fabian with that Tornadus for City alongside the Amoonguss.
Alongside the Amoonguss, indeed, which we can confirm it is water terrestrialization. So in this scenario, if we are expecting the Chien-Pao to try to go onto the offensive, there's a case where Amoonguss could try to redirect. However, the fact that the Iron Hands is on the field does mean the Fake Out is available. Tornadus just has to be a bit more wary in regards to what it can actually go here. Although it does have Protect, it does have the potential of going ahead and doing that, but at that cost, you may be susceptible to a double-up focus into the Amoonguss.
Yeah, it's so interesting seeing this lead from City, because Tornadus Amoonguss, that's not the most offensive lead, but able to pivot around, seeing what he can achieve in this turn as Heatran is joining the field for Fabian. Tornadus going back to its Pokeball so that City can pivot around in the knowledge that Heatran has switched in. And here comes Hisuian Arcanine, providing an Intimidate drop, crucially onto that Iron Hands, onto Fabian's side of the field. What antics is this Amoonguss going to get up to? It's just going to be a protect, keeping itself safe from something like a fake out, and that was indeed going into the Amoonguss. And with the two switches on the both sides of the field, that means that there won't be any damage coming out this turn.
I like the sort of defensive, trying to feel out the play and the board from both of these trainers. Being able to bring the Arcanine in here did guarantee that you'd be able to get the Intimidate off, not only on the Iron Hands, but as well as the Chien-Pao. And due to, of course, its typing, you would expect it to be able to handle it quite nicely. Then that immediately puts you on the offensive. However, the Heatran introduction into this equation does change things up slightly. City does have to take into consideration either the Heat Waves coming out or potential even Earth Power, anticipating City not trying to redirect with the Amoonguss. So there's a bit of mind games up for grabs here, but we're just going to have to see how Fabian will try to act upon this.
Yeah, and you can't leave that Amoonguss unchecked, or it will be making things snooze left, right, and center. Fabian saying, I can play you at your own game there, bringing his own Amoonguss onto the field. Let's go, trainers. It's going to be a terrestrialization here in our first game of Swiss Round 8. Here is Hisuian Arcanine going for that Fairy Terror type, letting out a bark of justice onto the field here, ready to get some big damage down with that Choice Band. Heatran not wanting to take that one little bit, keeping itself safe with a Protect. Flare Blitz being called onto that Amoonguss, and that is an immediate one-hit knockout onto Fabian's Amoonguss.
Indeed, a one-hit KO. Unfortunately, the Mushroom, the cute little one, is completely out of this game one right now over on Fabian's side. We see that the Spore trying to target down at least what is now the Heatran, which has protected, but being able to have the Flare Blitz focus onto there did really allow itself to just catch the Amoonguss switching off guard. Terrestrializing into the Fairy type there, however, did try to negate any sort of missed KO opportunity there. So let's say, for example, no switching is done. At least you're able to deal some good enough damage onto the Iron Hands whilst being able to resist a Drain Punch coming out from that slot.
Yeah, this Flare Blitz is looking so good right now, Costa, because Fabian has that Iron Hands and Chien-Pao left. Either of those Pokemon is taking massive damage from that Choice Band, but of course you've got to get rid of that Heatran first, because it would be immune to any Fire-type moves. As Urshifu joins the field, that far prefers to be in the face of a Heatran. Amoonguss deciding to sit this one out and scout out for what Fabian is going for. It's going to be an Ice Cold Crash, resisted onto City's Urshifu there, and the Heatran trying to pin down that Amoonguss with a Magma Storm would have been super effective. Might not have got the knockout, but then the Swirling Magma eventually would have done, and Amoonguss would have been trapped on the field.
Indeed, and I think you do have to be very wary of Spore being able to be targeted down onto the Heatran, so you got to be quite cautious. I think going for the Magma Storm there, at least you're going to be able to say, right, okay, you may try to put me to sleep here, but at least I'll be able to trap you in for this slot. So this is going to be locked down at least for now. So Urshifu actually being brought onto the field is in a very nice spot, I would say, in being able to try to force a terrestrialization over on Fabian's side, but we're just going to have to try to see how Fabian acts about this, because there's a lot of different mind games to take into consideration, and there is also the added chance of that Magma Storm, if it does so choose to come out this turn, accompanied by the terrestrialization, for it to actually miss.
Exactly, and if it does so choose to hit, and of course the Heatran on Fabian's side of the field has that Grass Terror type, so Surging Strike's not as safe a move as it might have first appeared. Here comes the responding terrestrialization on a Fabian side, and the Pokemon of choice will be the Heatran, going for that Grass, so doing exactly that, keeping itself safe from those Surging Strikes, thanks to those beautiful flowers blooming out of its head. Heatran will be changing up its resistances, and of course the moves it's weak to, as Surging Strikes is fairly safe onto the Iron Hands here. It's going to be enough to bring it down to about half of its health, and that is huge on a Pokemon as bulky as Iron Hands. Really not appreciating that switch in gift Earth Power not enough for the knockout onto this Urshifu, but Spore now is able to go down onto Fabian's Iron Hands, and this is what happens if you leave that Amoonguss unchecked.
It really is, and I'm quite surprised that that is basically a 2-hit KO onto the Iron Hands. It just goes to show why Mystic Water is such a powerful, useful item of choice over on this Urshifu. But Heatran naturally is just going to be able to go ahead and ignore the spores as well as resist the water typing. But in this scenario, I think Heatran is sort of like not directly threatened. Sure, you could try to go for double ups in that slot. There's a chance that Fabian could try to play a bit more on the safe side and a bit more tricky, try to switch in a Pokemon for that slot, not anticipating Spore to go into it. However, I think at this point, Heatran just wants to try to secure any sort of Magma Storm it can try to connect with.
Yeah, it's interesting. You could have gone for a Pollen Puff there to try and maximize Urshifu's time on the field. It's deciding instead to focus down this Iron Hand, not wanting to deal with it once it wakes up. City deciding that they have enough resources in the back to deal with this Terragrass Heatran should it come to it. So that's Iron Hands down, and now Urshifu is on the field with its best friend Tornadus, who's got a veritable storm on the field, but that is a miss of the Magma Storm onto the Tornadus.
It is indeed. It's quite unfortunate, but that's sort of the dice you roll when you do decide to opt with Magma Storm. I could personally say so myself, because I have definitely done the exact same thing. But I think...
Hello, Darkness, my old friend.
Yeah, kind of. So being able to not pivot, not capitalize off of that is unfortunate. However, Sucker Punch, just misses out on the KO there.
Urshifu hanging on with 5 HP. Here comes the Tailwind. Storm coming out on the field. Wind and Rain hitting down. With Surging Strikes, that Chien-Pao has the Focus Sash. It's not going to matter. The Surging Strikes is a 3-hit move, and Fabian's Chien-Pao is down basically as soon as it joins. So it's just this Terragrass Heatran against the world here. City having all 4 Pokemon remaining.
All 4 Pokemon remaining. At this point, I think it's maybe a bit too hard for this Heatran to be able to claw back. It does connect finally with that Magma Storm there onto the Tornadus. It will be incurring a bit of more additional chip damage dealt at the end of each turn, but it is locked in for that slot. So right now, we do know that the Urshifu is susceptible to either getting KO'd right here or just opting to actually switch out. But I don't think that may be in City's favor. I think you just want to try to guarantee some damage right now, bring that Heatran's HP down with a close combat, and then allow your Arcanine to come back in and just deal that very, very reliable banded damage there. We know that it is now Fairy Terrestrialized, of course, but I think you can just still capitalize off of it, and it's the point of, do you connect with potential Bleak Wind Storms that will be coming out with this Tornadus?
Yeah, for sure. There's no point playing with fire here. You may as well just get the damage onto the field while you can. Tornadus going for that Rain Dance in order to mitigate any fire-type damage that could be coming out later in the game. Close combat dealing basically exactly half to that Heatran. Urshifu gets that defensive drop, but when you're on 5 HP, I don't think you mind too much about that, as Earth Power is going to be connecting down. But now City, with his Pokemon in the back, the Amoonguss is probably not going to be able to go for those knockouts. I mean, you can try and get it with those Pollen Puffs, super effective onto the Heatran, but with that, Hisuian Arcanine able to lock into anything with that Choice Band, as Tornadus takes a little bit of Magma Chip here.
Yeah, I think at this point, it is pretty much over. Just both trainers actually giving a bit more time to better evaluate what they will likely have to do going into Game 2, because right now, Rain Dance is set up. We know it's a guaranteed connect with the Bleak Wind Storm. Single target onto this Heatran. Heatran, we know, of course, is not Assault Vest carrying. It is, of course, Leftovers. And I think quite notably there, this Heatran does not have a double targeting move. So it's a fire type of choices. Magma Storm, which we've already seen used a couple times. It has Flash Cannon and Earth Power. So it doesn't have the potential to try to pick off any sort of Urshifu with minimal damage. And there you go. We have the Bleak Wind Storm picking up that KO. Quite crucial there, giving City Game 1 going into the Game 2.
There's a storm coming, Costa, and it's being brought by City's Tornadus. Congratulations to City clinching out that Game 1. And now the trainers have to refocus, turn over a new leaf, and decide how to approach Game 2. And speaking of turning over a new leaf, that Grass Terror type onto the Heatran ended up being its undoing, making itself weak to those Bleak Wind Storms. And approaching Game 2, what switch-ups would you like to see from Fabian's side?
From Fabian's side, I think I sort of understand the strategy of trying to go with the Heatran. It's just quite awkward for Fabian to have to try to deal with having to not bring the Landorus in fear of the King Gambit. I think it's definitely a good potential Pokemon. It's just you got to take into consideration the Intimidate over on City side. So the sort of dynamics that we have available between both trainers is that Fabian's approach has to be a bit more cautious versus City, because there's a bit more, just on paper, that City has covered for Fabian's team. Like we mentioned, you've got the King Gambit, so you've got the Defiant already sort of limiting the access to the battlefield of this Landorus Therian. And then, of course, you do have this Urshifu, which Rapid Strike, which somehow picks up a 2-hit KO, maybe a bit of an indication of its training, onto the Iron Hands, which is quite notable. Maybe, just maybe, the Water Terra type on the Iron Hands may be a way around that. However, it's just about trying to make sure you lean in appropriately at the right time, but perhaps take into consideration that maybe Fluttermane could actually do something here too.
Yeah, Fluttermane could absolutely do something. What I really liked from City in that game was bring that Fire, Water, Grass core with the Hisuian Arcanine, Urshifu Rapid Strike, and the Amoonguss, giving City not only a lot of offensive prowess, but a lot of switch-up potential, a lot of pivoting potential. I think that's something Fabian needs to prepare for as well. Urshifu certainly was one of the MVPs in that game, and I'm looking to something like that Amoonguss. That was crucial for Fabian, losing the Amoonguss so early in that previous game, or at least on the turn it switched in thanks to a Flare Blitz. So I think something that Fabian should be looking to do is preserving that Amoonguss slightly better as we get into this second game.
Getting into game 2, we do see the Iron Hands and Chien-Pao lead coming out from Fabian's side versus City's Hisuian Arcanine and Amoonguss. So now we only have a fake out over from the Iron Hands side, but at least we have the premature Intimidate on both the Chien-Pao and Iron Hands, already changing up the dynamic a bit.
Now, something you could do here is go for an extreme speed with that Arcanine. It goes before the fake out, but maybe that's something to preserve for later in the game. It would break a Focus Sash onto that Chien-Pao. Amoonguss doesn't love facing down a Chien-Pao, of course, with his Ice-type moves. Perhaps trying to force out a Terra, but instead Chien-Pao is going to be switching for Fabian, and it's going to be his own Amoonguss joining the field instead.
Joining the field, of course, it will sort of cover that slot, being susceptible to Spore, perhaps. But having the Urshifu actually bringing it in right now, we know for a fact that it will likely be able to pick up a 2-hit KO if there's no terrestrialization over on Iron Hand's side. But being able to have both the Amoongusses on the field right now, and both Urshifu and Iron Hands cannot Terra into grass, already changes the dynamics of this turn. Of course, we've got potential switch outs likely with the Arcanine there, maybe trying to lower even further the damage output of this Iron Hands whilst directly threatening the Amoonguss over on Fabian's side. But it's still a bit awkward for both of them, because surely they would want to try to target the other slot with a Spore right now, since it feels a bit more free.
Yeah, Spore is really safe here for both of these Amoonguss. That's perhaps why Urshifu is keeping himself safe. Heavy Slam coming out onto City's Amoonguss. You can see how little damage that does. And in return, Iron Hands is going to be taking a little snooze on the field here, just like it did in Game 1. And as for Fabian's own Amoonguss, that was indeed a Spore coming down into the Urshifu. So players feeling a little bit drowsy on the field here, Costa, trying to get a little bit of nap time as their trainers are trying to steer their Pokemon out of that.
Indeed, and at this point, I think you just have to try to take the Spore and just try to make the best of it that you can, because regardless, we're in a bit of a stalemate situation between both of these Amoonguss to the point where they need to get KO'd, but there's nothing directly on the field that can do it. At least there wasn't.
Here comes Hisuian Arcanine, dropping the attack stat of, crucially, that Iron Hands. And with the Iron Hands taking a little snooze, really safe switch in there, unless, of course, Fabian called that switch up and went for, the Spore onto that slot. Just look at those surging strikes, dealing so much damage onto Fabian's side of the field. Now, has Fabian called it? Has he gone for that Spore onto the Arcanine? Yes, he has. And so the Amoonguss is going to be sitting pretty for at least a little while longer.
Yeah, and I think this makes it a bit more awkward now for this Urshifu, as it is going to be susceptible to the Rage Powder right now, and that's definitely not what you want to be facing, a Rage Powdering Rocky Helmet Amoonguss that just essentially nullifies this Urshifu's presence, henceforth why we did actually see the switch out here.
Yeah, that's going to be Urshifu going to the back, and here comes Amoonguss joining the field for City instead, so that there is no Spore that would be putting it to sleep. Of course, Amoonguss immune to that move being a Grass type. Here comes Heatran joining the field instead of that sleeping Iron Hands. There is that Rage Powder Costa withdrawing all of the attacks towards itself on the field here. Of course, Arcanine instead is going to be taking a mandatory turn of sleep, and Amoonguss is back on the field saying, remember me. It doesn't love being in the face of this Heatran, but really interesting to see the Spore mind games happening already in this game.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think at this point, Amoonguss may actually try to go for the water terrestrialization over on City's side. There's nothing necessarily stopping you from doing so, and just trying to either anticipate the Heatran not Grass Terra typing here, which may be a play for Fabian, but at this point, I really would like to maybe see the utility of the terrestrialization on another Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. Tornadus joining the field here. A Protect is also pretty safe for Amoonguss here, seeing what Fabian is locking into, and there is going to be that Terra coming out onto the Heatran on Fabian's side of the field, is going for that Grass Terra, so it's now immune to those Spores. Perhaps a much better usage of that terrestrialization here in this game than it was in game one. Amoonguss now has forced that out of the Heatran, and now on the following up turn might be able to go for a Terra of its own into that water type. And Heatran here going for that Earth Power onto the Tornado slot. Of course, really good switch in there, Flying type being immune.
Indeed, as the Arcanine was there, it would have likely been felled through that quad super effective move. However, now we have the Tornadus on the field. This changes things up ever so slightly. We know that the Bleak Wind Storms are very effective, both against the Grass Terra, Heatran, and the Amoonguss. There's nothing that the Amoonguss can do to try to dodge this, unless it actually does quite literally dodge the Bleak Wind Storms, as we know that Rain Dance hasn't been set up just yet. That may be an out that Fabian may want to try to risk. However, it's a bit light and thin of ice right now situation for himself. He needs to try to maybe limit the amount of damage that can be dealt onto his side of the field with any switch-ups.
Yeah, both trainers have all 4 Pokemon remaining to them. This is a much slower-paced game, a game in which these trainers are trying to capitalize on all of the resources available to them as Tornadus keeps itself safe. Again, just scouting out Hisuian Arcanine joining the field, getting an Intimidate drop, not that it matters too much in this position. Magma Storm not going to be very effective at all onto the Arcanine, but now it is trapped, so no more Intimidate switch-ins for the time being. But Arcanine, assuming it wakes up soon, is in a fantastic position against really all of the Pokemon Fabian has. Any move it locks into will be dealing respectable damage across the board, but of course, once it selects that moves, it will be locked into it thanks to that choice band.
Indeed, and I think I actually really like that switch-in. You can at least negate any sort of spores going into that slot whilst being able to naturally resist the Magma Storm, but more importantly, you allow yourself an out for the Arcanine to actually wake up, and that in conjunction with a Bleak Wind Storm is really going to scare off this Amoonguss. However, we've got the miss on the Heatran. Amoonguss is actually brought down to a 2-hit KO range. Now the question is, can Arcanine actually wake up? It does! And it very well does indeed. Flare Blitz is going to be able to completely seal off this Amoonguss. Unfortunate for Fabian to be able to lose his Amoonguss 2 games in a row in such a way.
Yeah, soon Arcanine realizing it's playtime, going for that Flare Blitz onto the Amoonguss, and it's such fantastic damage across the board, though of course the Heatran with that Flash Fire would be immune to those Flare Blitzes, and Earth Power, as it is enough to pick up the knockout onto Arcanine anyway. Now, City still has that terrestrialization available to him. Now, the question is he going to spend a turn with the Tornado setting up a Rain Dance to ensure those connects on the Bleak Wind Storm, or is he just going to click it and hope?
I think at this point, you just want to try to play as safe as possible, but you're kind of forced in a scenario where you really need to try to make those big plays. And I think at this point, Chien Pao on the field will allow yourself a bit more room, but the awkward thing is the fact that this Urshifu is on the field. We at least know from judging Game 1's calculations and rolls that the Urshifu may actually be able to pick up the KO onto the Chien Pao, even without the rain necessary, thanks to the Mystic Water as well as any potential training. So at this point, I think Fabian is sort of in a position once again where he needs to try to rely on this Heatran in the best way that he can. He doesn't have a direct way to pick up a KO onto the Urshifu, but maybe just try to focus on the other slot or just go once again for the double Earth powers into the Urshifu.
Well, it's going to be Iron Hands joining the field. It's still asleep as a double Bleak Wind Connect happens onto Fabian's side of the field. Iron Hands will be having a little drop to its speed. It's a very slow Pokemon anyway, and looks like it's going to be felled in its sleep. This Iron Hands has had a terrible day at the office here. It's going down for Fabian. Fabian is brought down to their final two Pokemon in the form of Heatran and that Chien Pao. Meanwhile, this Heatran is going to be able to keep the Urshifu around on the field with that Magma Storm. It doesn't want the Amoonguss coming in anytime soon. Now, you know, in this position, the Tornadus has that Terra Steel, and going for that in the face of the Heatran and Chien Pao now that Iron Hands is down, that could be huge because Bleak Wind Storm is really great against this Heatran.
It is indeed, but I think what we just need to be able to consider is just the dynamics of it. What do you expect to be done? Are you expecting City to try to make the play there? Are they in a position where they're kind of forced to be able to do it with a higher probability of leading for any potential reads coming out? Or do you just want to stick to playing safe and just make sure that you guarantee the KO onto Fabian's Chien Pao right there, whilst allowing perhaps the Tornadus to be able to get the rain set up consequently straight afterwards and get Bleak Wind Storm's hit.
Yeah, Tailwind is going to be ensuring that City's Pokemon move first. This is going to be interesting. This could be just out of range of a knockout. Maybe it's going to be able to do it. Here comes Surging Strike number 3. That is just enough to pick up the knockout onto Fabian's Chien Pao. So now, once again, it's this Terra Grass Heatran against the world after that one-hit knockout. And Earth Power coming down into the Urshifu, paired with that Magma Storm chip. It might be close, actually, as to whether this Urshifu survives. Heatran gaining a little bit of HP from its leftovers item, and of course, it's just that Amoonguss in the back for City, and that is going to be coming out here. That is enough for the knockout with the Magma Storm chip.
It will indeed. I would actually argue, Charlie, that may have been a 3-hit knockout.
Well, some may say. Some
may say indeed. However, I think what Fabian has to try to look for in order for their win condition is Bleak Wind Storm misses, if I'm completely honest here. But the question is, does City try to set up now Rain Dance? And being able to do that allows you to actually resist, or should I say handle the Magma Storm a bit more better. But we actually see a Terrestrialization. This is likely going to be the Amoonguss.
Yeah, it's going to be the Amoonguss. Taking a little dip, going for that water Terrestrialization. I would love, Costa, to see a Pollen Puff picking up this game for City. Amoonguss, not a Pokemon known for its offensive prowess, but it could just do it. A Rain Dance coming out, mitigating those Fire-type moves that could be coming out of Heatran. Here comes a super effective Pollen Puff. It probably not going to be able to do it this turn, but on a subsequent turn might be able to. There's a Magma Storm into the Amoonguss. Look at how little damage that does. This is all but wrapped up, just like a holiday present for City.
Indeed, and what a way to go about it as well. I do honestly think that Fabian did have the worst matchup going into this. I feel like City's team has a lot of answers to certain sort of dynamics that Fabian's relies on. So, for example, we've got the Heatran right here, being a main pivot, crucial Pokemon that Fabian has been relying on, not really working out for themselves, only because there's a couple of different elements that has to force you to grass Terra there. So, a bit awkward, but regardless, City has been able to do incredibly well, reaching 7-1.
Congratulations to City Barian, taking that match in 2 straight games. And yeah, I think he was pivoting around so well against his opponent, Fabian. We've got to give props to Fabian, playing fantastically against City there. But at the end of the day, City, it was really, Tornadus was the Pokemon of choice for City there, able to clean up that game.
Yeah, and I think in a way where you don't commonly see Tornadus actually being led in the, or should I say, being brought in the back, being able to allow it to enter the field into mid-end game scenario allows you to capitalize off of the Heatran actually terrestrializing into the grass terra. So you're sort of waiting for that moment for Heatran to say, right, okay, now there's too much offensive pressure on the other side of the field, you know, via the Urshifu, for example. I sort of feel forced to have to terra into grass with Heatran, and that sort of allows Tornadus to wait in the back and say, okay, cool, I'm just waiting for my opportune moment to shine, and that's exactly what it did.
It did, absolutely, and I think this is something we need to talk about more in the VG scene. Terrestrialization isn't always a benefit. You change your type, that's all it does. So Heatran suddenly became weak to those Bleak Windstorms, but before terrestrializing would have been weak to those Surging Strikes. But the one thing we can say for certain is get your Pokemon in the right position, having knocked out any counters to it on the opposing side of the field before or after Terra, and then you can make that play more effectively.
Yeah, 100%. I think we saw that actually being demonstrated to a high degree, no doubt about that. Of course, commiserations to Fabian. They've done an incredible job so far to be able to come at this point. 6-2, you've still got outs to reach that day 2.
Yeah, and as for City, they've done it. They've made day 2 tomorrow here in Stuttgart. So huge congratulations to them in that win and in scenario. You know, with the stakes just ramping up round on round, to be able to remain resolute and do that is really, really impressive.
It really is, and I think it just takes a lot to be able to grind through the rounds in such a very long day, to the point where, you know, you're gonna naturally feel the effects of exhaustion, both mental and physical, because there's a lot of thinking going on. It's not just clicking buttons, I promise. And I think being able to have such a cool, calm, collected stature going into this match really shows the great potential in City being able to just excel going into day 2.
Yeah, it was so cool as well to see that Hisuian Arcanine being brought to the fray once more. Pokemon that's made such a lasting impact onto Regulation Set E and clinching the victory. Fabian, on the other hand, running that Landorus, his own Intimidator of choice. That didn't come to any of the games. So, you know, Hisuian Arcanine showing that right now, even though Salamancer's on the rise, that is still the Intimidator that players are leaning towards.
Yeah, and I think talking about Intimidators, unfortunately, I didn't see any Landorus Therian in that matchup, and I think that just goes to show why King Gambit is so good, even when it's not brought. It is on the team sheet, it is on the team preview, and it sort of makes you think second against it, because I feel like Landorus Therian did have a spot that it could have been able to find in order to maybe capitalize off of the Amoonguss over on City's side and sort of threaten it to the point where, you know, it has to Terra on its side of the field. But unfortunately, we didn't leave a lot of room to be able to see that happen, given the Landorus Therian unfortunately did not come.
Yeah, of course, and just as you say, the mind games, even in the team preview stage, are very much real. Tell you what else is real, we've got our interview ready with your winner of Swiss Round 8. Can't wait to hear from them. Here is City Barian.
Thank you very much, Charlie. Like you said, I am joined by the winner of that previous round, City, who has made their way into the day 2 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships. How are you feeling after making it into day 2?
Yeah, I'm feeling really great. I didn't expect it to go on streaming. It was my first time, and it was really fun. Yeah,
absolutely, and congratulations once again for making it into that day 2. Just quick few words about the game. The pretty clean 2-0, I would say, going into that. I think probably in that game 1, the key thing was catching that Amoonguss on the switch in with a Flare Blitz just immediately. That was going to be a problem Pokemon. It was gone straight away. How are you feeling after you managed to catch that on the switch?
Yeah, that play was pretty safe because I doubled the Iron Hands with Flare Blitz and Spore, and no Pokemon of my opponent could enter on the double attack, and so and I was expecting that in the back it was Amoonguss.
Yeah, and you called that very well. KO'd immediately, because we saw how impactful Amoonguss was in the game 2s as well, because it was able to just spread those spores. You were sporing your opponent, they were sporing you, and then your Arcanine, very clutch, managed to wake up just as it was about to be KO'd to the Earth Power. How are you feeling after that Arcanine woke up and KO'd the
Yeah, that was really important. Arcanine was the key, probably the key of the matchup. Arcanine and also Amoonguss, because Amoonguss can spore quite all the team of my opponent, and so I can put a lot of pressure with Arcanine. And the one to wake up, if I remember well, was really important.
Yeah, it was very, very clutch and basically sealed the game from that point. You see, like you had it pinned.
Probably,
How going down to the surging strikes.
Yeah.
Pretty much game over at that point. So pretty clean 2-0. Congratulations once again for getting through into the day 2. You're using a team that seems very similar to the one that Marco Silva was running in the Latin American International Championship that he was able to win. But instead you have that King Gambit over what was the Golden Goat. What's your thought process on why the King Gambit was put over Golden Goat?
I really like the Marco's team, but in the team building, I thought that Goldengo in this moment of the metagame is a little difficult because mirror match of Goldengo versus Goldengo was very tricky and annoying. So I decided to put another steel type, King Gambit. Because with Sucker Punch I can one-shot them, and also Sword Dance, Koto Cleave can put a lot of pressure against a lot of Pokemon in the metagame.
Makes perfect sense, and it's worked out for you so far because you've made it into the day 2. How are you feeling about your chances now that you've guaranteed your slot into that day 2? How far do you think you're going to be able to go?
I don't know. Let's see. Day 2, I'm really happy about Day 2, and let's see.
And you've been saying that you've got over 100 championship points so far, so you've got another nice chunk as well. So what are your goals going into the rest of the season at this point?
Probably my goal of the season is make at least one top cut at a major event, and let's see.
Yeah, let's see indeed. So, congratulations once again. Are there any, just before we conclude, are there any shout-outs you want to give to anyone who's watching?
I want to say thanks to all my friends, the friend group of Paldea Ruins, and also my family, my mom, my brother, and everybody.
Good to hear. We will be seeing you in the day 2 of the Pokemon Regional Championships, but there's still one more round to go, so we'll be seeing if you manage to get that 8-1 and who else is going to be joining us in day 2. So we're going to cut to a short break, and we'll be right back for the final round of day 1 of the Pokemon Stuttgart Regional Championships. Stay tuned.
Hi Pokemon trainers, David Partington here, shining a spotlight onto some of the best items being used right now in the Scarlet and Violet era of VGC. Let's take a look at the Assault Vest. This item boosts a Pokemon's special defense, but prevents them from using status moves. Status moves are more supportive moves that do not deal direct damage, such as Will-O-Wisp or Rage Powder. Although you probably won't miss them, because the Assault Vest is perfect for Pokemon who like to make use of attacking moves that also have a supportive function, such as U-Turn to pivot out, or Snarl for damage reduction. In particular, Iron Hands makes great use of the Assault Vest. It patches up its low special defense stat, making it extremely bulky all round, and still enables the use of Fake Out to support its partner on the field. Always remember that with the Assault Vest up your sleeve, you'll always have a highly functional garment for your Pokemon to wear at your next event.
Pokemon trainers, it's time to talk about 2 premier fake-out users in Rillaboom and Iron Hands. Now, I'm partial to a Rillaboom myself. Ben is going to be fighting the case for Iron Hands. So, Ben, why don't you kick us off?
As a fighting type myself, Charlie, Iron Hands has been one of the most prevalent fake-out users that has been used in the video game from its inception. And with such good reason, it's got such high natural capabilities on its own. Before you even start training it, Pokemon really struggle to knock it out. Even premier threats like Fluttermane that are super effective, when it's holding that Assault Vest, it can still take a Moonblast. And having that sort of capability switching in, switching out, and carrying on, putting on that fake-out pressure has always been so valuable.
I see that, Ben. I see that. And very interesting to hear from you as someone who's been around in the scene for approximately 300,000 years that you're indexing more on one of those more recent Pokemon. But I raise you, Rillaboom. Rillaboom also can wear that Assault Vest and wears it very effectively. But crucially, Rillaboom has that faster fake out. So you can fake out the Iron Hands before it can do anything on that turn. Of course, Rillaboom also sets up grassy terrain as soon as it switches into battle with that Grassy Surge ability, able to go for a priority Grassy Glide. And of course, Rillaboom has access to High Horsepower, which is a ground type move, super effective against Iron Hands.
Well, that's true. And you talk about coverage, and you talk about it very, very well. But speaking of coverage, that electric fighting type gives it a great coverall against Pokemon that are really prevalent in the format right now, Charlie. And two Pokemon that really are top of the usage charts, and that's that Tornadus and Urshifu. Rillaboom can't touch Tornadus whatsoever, and removing Pokemon like that can get the tailwind up and put you at a disadvantage is really, really beneficial.
I disagree that it can't touch the Tornadus whatsoever, because it can also run Knockoff, a move that has been coming back recently, a move that deals especially big damage if the opponent is holding an item, which Tornadus almost invariably is. And I like how you completely ignore Urshifu when you talk about what Rillaboom can do to Tornadus and Urshifu, because of course it can deal very big, super effective grass-type damage to Urshifu, and priority damage as well with a Grassy Glide. And since Urshifu at the moment doesn't tend to hold a Focus Sash, it does sometimes, a Wood Hammer, especially on that grassy terrain, that can just completely get the clean one-hit knockout.
Well, that's all well and good, Charlie, but the Grassy Glide doesn't even knock out Urshifu in one hit these days. So, you know, you can launch Grassy Glides into that Pokemon, but if it's not actually getting the KO, then you're going to be in trouble. Whereas Iron Hands, especially with its heavy slam coverage, is able to remove Urshifu with Wild Charge, Tornadus with Wild Charge, Fluttermane with heavy slam, protect itself so well when it terrestrializes, and create itself such a pivotal position where it's really, really difficult to knock it out. While, even though Rillaboom gets access to grassy terrain that heals it very slowly, Drain Punch on Iron Hands heals a lot every single turn when you're launching it out into your opponent.
Okay, yeah, that's undeniable. Drain Punch is a really good move on Iron Hands, and you're right, yeah, Grassy Glide doesn't get that one-hit knockout on Urshifu. That's why I was talking about Wood Hammer instead. But of course, Rillaboom also has access to U-turn, so you can pivot around a bit. I mean, look, trainers, we could go on about this all day, and believe me, we would if we could. But we will be getting back to the action shortly. Why don't you let us know your choice between Rillaboom and Iron Hands in the chat?
My name is Riley Factura. I'm from Orlando, Florida.
Iron Hands now has to take at least one turn of sleep, and this Cresselia is in good position to start picking up KOs. Wolf doesn't want to run out the clock. Looks like this is going to be Riley Factura taking the first regional championship of the 2024 season. It is now our first world qualifier in Honolulu.
Yeah, Wolf's matchup was definitely the hardest this weekend. He played really, really well, and there were multiple turns where I had to make a risky play, or it could have been risky, and there were so many options that he could do that it was hard to cover for every single option that he could do. My strategy was to check my opponent's team, see what holes they had, and utilize either Urshifu and do a fast mode either with that and Chenpao maybe, or go of a more bulkier slow mode with Cresselia, maybe the Amoonguss and Heatran. This event played into my overall Pokemon journey because I haven't won a regional since 2018, and I took a long break. And then coming back, I felt like it wasn't as good at it as I used to be. So it really boosted up, you know, my confidence. Am I winning Worlds this year? Yes. But there are a lot of good players, so it's going to be very, very difficult, and I have to work really hard in order to do so.
And welcome back, Pokemon trainers, joining us for the final round here of day one of the Pokemon 2024 Stuttgart Regional Championships. My name is Jamie Boyt, and I have the pleasure of being joined for the first time today by Ben Kiriakou. How have you enjoyed this tournament so far, Ben?
It's been great, and we've been saving the best for last here, Jamie. It's fantastic to be behind the desk with you here, and what a day it's been in Stuttgart. So many fantastic matches that we've been seeing, players that have, you know, their first opportunity to go on the stream, players that have been going on stream for many, many years, all showing us such great play, such great teams that they've been bringing, and really showing us where this regulation SETI has culminated in here in Stuttgart.
Yeah, and I think we were asking the question at the beginning, like, are people going to be somewhat experimenting with maybe some niche picks in this final bit, or are they going to be sticking to what is tried and true and what is working? And I think it's the latter, I think, is basically what we've seen at this point.
I think overall, I mean, we've seen some picks that we weren't necessarily expecting. I mean, I wasn't expecting to see a Dondozo on stream at all, really, this tournament. You kind of maybe see it, you know, rooting around the tournament a little bit. A lot of players still do favor that combination, but to actually see it here on stream was something of a surprise for me. Fantastic to see as well, of course, but you know, a lot of the tried and true Pokemon teams that we see in Regulation Set E really do have good answers to Dondozo, and so yeah, I think Costa was right, a little bit shored up at the moment.
Does seem like it, yeah, like you mentioned. Nikolai Hoy-Nielsen did very comfortably take that game against the Dondozo. The single strike Urshifu instead of rapid strike, really, really impactful to be able to just break through those defense boosts that you do get from that Dondozo, and the Tatsugiri commander boost given to the Dondozo, I should say. Really, really straightforward to be able to just crit through them. Does not matter that you've got +2 defense anymore.
One thing that I have seen that's been sort of more equal, especially nowadays, is the usage between Roaring Moon and Tornadus. And Jamie,
equal? Unfortunately not.
Well, it's been a little bit more equal. I've seen, I feel like I've seen fairly equal numbers.
I mean, I've seen the usage stats, and I see a 44% against an 18%, and unfortunately, 44 is even over twice as big as 18, unfortunately. And some of them would just be Dragon Lance sets as well. But it did make it into the top 12.
It did make it into the top 12, and yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that's really nice to see as trainers adapt to different regulation sets over the course of the regulation, is how they, you know, we started off with this Tornadus Urshifu being so prevalent, and then trainers finding ways, really targeting down ways that you can deal with that, picking up different Pokemon, different strategies to be able to combat that, and certainly the end of the metagame tends to be a lot different than the start.
Yeah, and now we've tended to the final one of Regulation Set E. Tornadus and Urshifu together are first and second place for usage. Tornadus breaking into the top 3 at least, even top 2, second place for the first time. I believe it's always just been Urshifu, Fluttermane, Iron Hand, some combination. They seem to rotate. And then suddenly here's Tornadus as one of the top picks as well. For good reason. I'm not going to shy away from that for good reason. There's a better reason, though. Roaring Moon is a better reason.
Yes, it could be. It could be a better reason, but not necessarily the case in this tournament.
Apparently not.
And you know, talking about those usage statistics, of course, those usage statistics are going to change when we reach day 2. We've only got one more round left in day 1. All of our players here with at least 2 losses or less will be vying for their last win that they need to guarantee a place in day 2 Swiss tomorrow. So everything is to play for.
It's absolutely to play for. Winning in is the name of the game for this final round. We've already seen who is going to be able to join us in day 2. City winning the previous round, going 7-1, making it into that day 2. I believe Sergio Ramirez, who we've also featured on the stream, is currently 8-0, so is in a very, very good position to continue in the tournament.
I was able to have a little bit of a chat to him out in the crowd, and he came up to me. I was like, "Hey, how are you doing?" Turned around, I was like, "Oh yeah, 8-0," and I'm like, "Oh, okay, yeah, that's really cool to see." And in fact, actually going back a little bit to European internationals, not the last year, Sergio was my round 1 opponent back then.
Oh wow.
I got smashed. It wasn't even anywhere close, Jamie. So you know, really nice to see him, you know, nearly a year on from there, doing really, really well in Stuttgart.
Yeah, doing really, really well. And there's plenty of other players doing really, really well. And we're going to have to pick one of them to be able to feature on this final round for their winning in here. So here are the choices. Please go and vote for the match you want to be featured here. We do say that there is Maurice Utek, who we have said is one of our players to watch. And also Michel Kelsch also potentially could be picked here. We have mentioned those 2 players on their home turf here in Germany. Could be your final round on this stream.
Absolutely, and the other choices here, Salahattin versus Mateo, a really great match. Salahattin, actually one of those players that has been repping Dondozo all the way through the season, and really good to see him managing to get to that position where he can have his win and in going into round 9.
And no small feat either for Xiangqing and Raheem here, coming forward, potentially going to get that day 2 invite of going in, getting that seventh win, currently at 6-2. So we'll have to see which one is going to be picked here. All of these matches, I'm sure, are going to be fantastic, but we do, and unfortunately, only have to pick one.
Yeah, I would love to be voting here to see which match I would be picking. I would be picking Selahattin. That would be the player that I've kind of had my eye on a little bit through this series, through the 2024 season, and I kind of want to check in on him since we haven't seen him on stream so much in the last few events, and kind of check out how his play's getting on.
I mean, for me, after seeing what Maurice is running this tournament with a Grimmsnarl, don't know if it's screens, might be screens, who knows? That's what I want to find out. Like he's got the Grimmsnarl, like assumedly with Volcarona, is it a Carmine Cresselia? I don't know. Like he's got a Cresselia. It could very well be if that Grimmsnarl is carrying screens. So that would personally be who I would want to see going into this. But like I've said, all 4 of those matches would be absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, we got a bit of a chance to catch up with Maurice actually before the event, and he was saying like, hey, I kind of don't want to be known as the Grimmsnarl guy, but equally at the same time, Grimmsnarl keeps doing well for me, so I kind of keep bringing it, and so it's one of those lessons in team building. I think you go for the Pokemon that give you the best chance of winning, not just in terms of whether they're the best Pokemon in the format, but as you well know, Jamie, it's about the best Pokemon that click with your playstyle.
Yes, superior. No further comment needed. Almost 1 week away. Almost. But yeah, great. Like I believe he had Maurice had Grimmsnarl and then was supporting a Golden Go that ended up being so impactful for him in the tournaments that he managed to top cut in the previous season. So yeah, there's no reason why you should deviate from something that's working. And even if that thing is not what is considered to be the most common thing, does not matter. It's working. Continue.
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't say it better myself because, sometimes those outside picks, they're outside picks for a reason, right? They're not as easy to put into your team. Pokemon like Iron Hands or Fluttermane, it's very easy because of the specific job that they do to really, put them into most teams that you could be building. It's those outside picks that are always the ones that really elevate your team into something that does pretty well, into something that, hey, the metagame maybe can't deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to find out who we're going to be featuring in this round 9 here. It is going to be our runner-up of the previous World Championship, Michael Kels, going up against Antoine Goyera.
Absolutely fantastic to see this matchup picked. Not a surprise, I think, there. I think all of us are very appreciative of the ability to be able to watch how a previous world finalist is able to take the metagame into their stride and play out against their opponents. And Antoine has a little bit of an uphill battle, maybe as far as on paper goes, but we don't know what the matchup's like just yet. We don't know how the turns are going to play out. It is anyone's game with 4 Pokemon against 4 Pokemon.
I'm really curious to see what Michel is going to be running, given that his team that he ended up bringing and getting second place at the Pokemon World Championships, it was basically Dragapult turned into Dragonite, and still this is a very common team. So obviously people took inspiration from that. Dragonite apparently was the call for most players over that Dragapult. I wouldn't be surprised if Michel, like we mentioned about the Grimmsnarl with Maurice, might still be running that Dragapult instead. Who knows? He might be running a completely different team as well.
I suppose the question is that Farigiraf or the Dragapult really the signature Pokemon for Michel? And
it's got to be Dragapult, right? Because everyone else is still using the Farigiraf with Dragonite, so it's got to be the Dragapult.
I think probably, but that ability to cut off priority with Armor Tail, it's one of those things that, just like we were talking about a minute ago, it's the thing that you can put onto much more teams in a lot more of a versatile way. Whereas, Pokemon like Dragapult, it's one of those really fast Pokemon that isn't able to do the same sort of versatile role as a Pokemon like Farigiraf.
Yeah, for sure. We'll have to wait and see what is going to be brought to this match, but we can have a quick look at how the trainers are currently doing in this tournament as well. Some players have already made it. Eloy Han and Sergio Ramirez, both players that we did end up featuring so far in this stream, both currently 8-0. Only one of them will be advancing into that day 2 with an undefeated record.
Eloy, a player that's been playing for a very long time, had a little bit of a gap, and showing why their experience really matters coming into this event. Niels Dunlop, a player that we've talked about quite a lot, is the top 7-1 at the moment. We'll have to see how the standings shake up depending on the final record as well. Another player I do want to point out here is Paschalis from Greece, who is a player that's really found a footing in the last couple of years as one of the players that we all need to be looking out for.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but they tend to favor Dondozo as well.
Yes.
So yeah, that's a Pokemon that, like we saying, was short up, but if it is still the case that he's been running that Dondozo in this tournament as well, maybe that is no longer the case.
Yeah, indeed. Looking a little bit further down the list, I foreshadowed it when interviewing Marcus getting this 7-1. I called him 7-0 when he was 6-1, but you know he's corrected me a little bit later on. So really happy to see that. Nikolai, who we've seen as well on the stream there, getting to a 7-1 record.
Yeah, and City, of course, we featured in the previous round, able to advance into that 7-1, which we did feature on the stream. But plenty of other players able to advance into that 7-1. I'm sure there's plenty more to that 6-2 record that are just that one win away from making it into the day 2.
You've got to fight. If you've only lost 2 or less, you're definitely still fighting for that all-important day 2 Swiss qualification. It will be a new set of rounds. You'll get a kind of fresh slate to play and have the opportunity to go into the top 8. And if you've gone X and 2, you've gone 7-2 going into day 2, and you just win all your matches, you're basically guaranteed to make it to top 8. So none of these players that get a 7-2 record should be counted out at this point.
Definitely not. We've even seen back in the previous season, Matty Morgan, when he won his regional championship,
yes.
It was less than 32 X2, so some X3s made it in. He was one of them. He went from 6-3, just squeaked into day 2, won every single game onwards and became a regional champion. So even more of an advantage if you're starting from 7-2. That's even more advantageous and can easily still make it into that top cut.
It sounds so easy when you say it like that. Hey, just win all your matches and make it all the way.
You will win the regional championship. Just saying.
Where there's a will, there's a way. And yeah, that was a fantastic way to win the Malmo Regional Championships from a player that's been kind of knocking at the door, really, so consistent over the years, getting better and better and better and better, and finally being able to clinch that regional championships. And that's something I think a lot of players have been doing this season. Oliver Eskelin in Gdansk was able to clutch his first regional win, as was Simone Sanvito before him in the Lille Regional Championships, knocking at the door for that regional win and finally making it to that top spot.
Yeah, we'll potentially be crowning one of them as well in this future tournament. Is it going to be to any of our 2 players that we are featuring here? It very well could be Michael Kausch. Fantastic showing, going to be able to get that 2nd place at Worlds. That's as close as you could possibly get to greatness. And regional championship title, still very much on the cards here.
Very much so. And that's going to be a real difficult match for Antoine to be coming up against. I can't imagine the pressure that he feels like he's under at this stage. But, of course, nobody is infallible. We don't, as we said before, know quite what the teams are just yet that these 2 players will be playing up against each other. So it really is all to play for. And everything is on the line here. Going into day 2 or not going into day 2 is a big, big deal.
Yeah, there's plenty of difference between even just championship points. You won't win any prizes if you don't make it into day 2 as well. So managing to make it in there, you are still in contention for even just prizing. Making it into the top 16 is good enough to be able to get some cash money as well. And that's going to be even like absolutely all to play for going into this final win and end.
Yeah, and you could have just hold your nerve at this point of the tournament. I know there's been some players that have been, they go and lose their first 2 rounds and then somehow manage to hold it together to go 7-2 through that sort of ride the bubble all the way up into day 2. And, sometimes it goes well, sometimes it doesn't go well in day 2, but at least you've made it there and you've got your opportunity to play. You've got a guaranteed amount of championship points as well that you were mentioning there that you're going to be taking home and putting towards your World Championship invite. in Honolulu later this year. Later next year, in fact.
Next year, yes. This is still just about 2023. We're going to be rounding off very, very soon. Last one of this format as well. But yeah, like you mentioned, we're still playing for that all-important invite to the Honolulu World Championships. Obviously, we're going to crown one of the regional champions here today, and they will get it automatically. But at this stage in the season, plenty of players are going to have a good chunk of championship points. Right. This might be the tournament that just tips them over the edge, over that 400 threshold that we do have here in Europe, to be able to clinch that invite without the need for a regional win. Obviously, a regional win would be the cherry on top.
You'd take it, wouldn't you?
You would absolutely take it.
You'd take it.
You'd take it.
But that is the thing, and even if it doesn't take you over that 400 championship point limit, there's obviously locals as well that are all to play for too. Tournaments where you can get, a 50 championship points here, you can get 16 championship points there, and take yourself over that line. There we are with our players on the stage here. Michelle on the left and Antoine on the right.
Yeah, it's going to be getting into this game very, very soon. We'll be able to find out what Michel is going to be running, if it's going to be the same team, as well as Anton. I'm very curious to see what he's going to be running so that he can make into this to win an end stage as well. Going to be a very, very good game to see. And Michel, a player that we haven't really been able to feature too much on stream. I think we featured him like once last year, and then his introduction on stream at the World Championships was the final as well. So this is Michel's not a veteran to the stream at all. No. And yet with such a great accomplishment behind his belt.
And that's a big deal here, because it kind of levels the playing field quite a lot, where we've proved that Michel can play on stream, certainly before, but it's not necessarily got to that point where you're really comfortable. It's like, oh, okay, we're going on stream, right, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to sit down at the desk and we're going to have a good time, we're going to play our match, where some players especially can get quite nervous on the stream with all of us watching along at home. But certainly, these two players, I'm sure, will give us a good match, irrespective of that.
Yeah, I believe this will be Anton's first time on the stream as well. I don't recall seeing him previously, but there's nothing wrong with that. This could very much be a breakout for any player. In any of these tournaments, we feature plenty of players on the stream for the first time. There's always got to be a first time, right? So this is potentially going to be Antoine's as well. So we're going to be able to feature a very, very important match here. This is going to be a win and in. They are currently both at 6-2. They need that 7th win to make it into that final round. I just wanted to point out the plushies there. I know that we scoffed at Marcus and Flavio a little bit for them not having theirs, but they do have some pretty good plushie game here.
Yeah, I think that's always one of the nice things that we get to call out on the stream. But the other thing that we get to call out is the achievements of these players. 2023 World Championship finalists in Michel. Utrecht Special Event top 32 that year, and a top 8 in the Bochum Regional Championships. Antoine on the other side of the field, getting a top 16 in the 2022 Lille Regional Championships as well.
Yeah, a little bit previously to one we just had in the not last season, was last season is the word I was looking for. So yes, going to be able to still make it close to that top cut. So has made it into a day 2 before. This could be another one that Antoine could be adding to his belt.
Yeah, and these two players getting ready. Michel looking at the camera, knowing what's coming up in this match here as these players get set up and ready to go. And a little bit of a spoiler here, Jamie, there is a Dragapult.
Of course there's a Dragapult. Well, I just said it's Michel's signature Pokemon. Of course he's going to be running the Dragapult. Doesn't need the Farigiraf anymore. Dragapult's the signature.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. Mm-hmm. It is. We're going to call it the signature from here on in.
Even though Alex Gomez won an international championship with it as well.
Internationals, World Championship finalists. I think we'll let the people at home debate which one of those holds more credence here as we have a look at Michel's team here. The Ogerpon, Champao, Ndidi, Urshifu, Tornadus, and Dragapult.
As the Life Orb on that Champao, that's been picking up just a little bit in recent times. It's almost certainly been Focus Sash every single time you see the Champao before recently, but Life Orb is picking up a little bit. I know that Chopper Cross was probably the one who is the main innovator of that Life Orb Champao coming out here because he didn't think that the Focus Sash was activating. Apparently Michel doesn't think that the Focus Sash is activating very much here either. It's just massive damage. Life Orb Champao, Choice Band Dragapult, massive, massive damage. Also, look at that. That's play rough on the Ogerpon. You don't see that every day.
Do you know what? I was looking at that thinking, hey, that's a coverage move that we don't see all the time, but it makes sense. I mean, with the amount of Urshifu and Iron Hands that players really do opt for, and of course, you know, you can hit a Dragonite before it terastallizes, and well,
hit a dragon when it does terastallize, because dragon is a very, like, probably the most common type to try and resist an Ogerpon. Yeah. Play rough would put a stop to that. So yeah, I think that's pretty smart move choice on that Ogerpon, one we don't see every day. This is something you do see every day, though. This is a very, very tried and true team for sure. With 6 Pokemon, we are not surprised to see in the slightest.
And combined together, make a phenomenally strong team in this particular format. The one thing, the things that I want to kind of point out here, I suppose, that really set this team apart from the exact standard that you would see every single day is that Roaring Moon be the Dragon Dance Acrobatics set, not your preferred
I'll
set.
take it, it's fine.
But it's still a Roaring Moon coming out here. The Fluttermane carrying the choice specs, but is going to be that Icy Wind as a form of speed control, which does really matter when that Roaring Moon doesn't have the Tailwind there. And I think those two components really change how the matchup gets played most rounds along.
Yeah, the Dragon Dance Roaring Moon tends to be the Pokemon that's trying to sweep through the opposing team. Yep. The Tailwind one is supposed to enable the other Pokemon to sweep, so focusing more on that Dragon Dance set. Obviously supported very well. Iron Hands and Amoonguss, that's a core that we know every single day is going to be able to support things to be able to sweep through teams. In this case, potentially the Roaring Moon. Landorus and Heatran, that's a combo we've seen going back plenty, like many yep. years. That's a combo you're not surprised to see in the slightest. It's just the Dragapult paired with the Champa instead of the Dragonite. Maybe a little bit surprising to some trainers. We've seen Dragonites so much more commonly than Dragapult, but it's been proven. It came second at the World Championships we had previously. It's won an international, so it is almost on the verge of making it into the day 2 here as well.
I think that the interesting thing about Michelle's team is the choice of normal type Pokemon backing up that Dragapult, where in the World Championships, as we were talking about, there was that Farigiraf, which blocked priority moves with its ability. Now Indeedee instead going for that Psychic Terrain to block abilities. It's a little bit less permanent than the Armor Tail because it can be overridden by common Pokemon like Rillaboom. It can be taken away by moves like Ice Spinner. But you can switch that Indeedee out if you want to, where if you switch out a Farigiraf, Armor Tail is no longer in effect.
And interesting to see no Trick Room on this Indeedee as well. That's a very common move to have on Indeedees at this point, but instead just opting for that pure support, just the Follow Me, Helping Hand Protect. No need for any of that Trick Room, especially because the team is so fast. You don't really benefit too much from that. So just going to be purely supporting the rest of the team. You've got the Tornadus to set the Tailwind. You've got the Indeedee to be able to redirect. And then you've got some very, very hard hitters as well.
You have. And looking at this matchup now that we've got all 12 Pokemon on this matchup in front of us, the one thing that I'm really noticing is how much more fast, so to speak, the speed control is on Michelle's side of the field. Antoine does have some heavy hitters. He's got a lot of Pokemon that are able to also take a lot of damage. The Amoonguss Iron Hands that you mentioned, but as well as that Landorus being a great switch in. Let's stop talking about that now because we've got our game 1 of round 9 in the Stuttgart Regional Championships getting started. Roaring Moon and Amoonguss for Antoine. Tornadus and that Dragapult coming out from Michelle.
No surprise there. Dragapult's going to be able to put on some massive, massive pressure on this first turn. Yes, the Amoonguss can go for a Rage Powder to try and redirect any of the Dragon Darts that could be fired off from the Dragapult. But then that's still taking massive damage. The Choice Band really adds a huge amount of damage to the potential of this Dragapult. You can go for Tailwind as well to allow your Tornadus to counteract any of the Dragon Dances that could be coming out. Assumingly, the Amoonguss is here to support the Roaring Moon to go for a Dragon Dance, so it can start to outspeed something like the Dragapult. But then that's just completely countered by that Tailwind that could be set on the Tornadus as well.
I think the question here is, do you leave the Amoonguss alone? Or do you risk it going for a Spore against either your Tornadus or your Choice Band Dragonite that's not able to protect itself, but no Spores coming out this turn? It's going to be a Rage Powder, taking away any damage this turn from the Roaring Moon. That's going to be 2 Dragon Darts coming into that Amoonguss, doing so much damage. Knockoff going to be enough with that booster energy, presumably in attack, to knock out that Dragapult in 1. and the Tornadus is going to be left to finish off the turn, connecting both Bleakwind Storms. It's a KO for KO here on turn 1.
Oh, but that's a speed drop as well, and we saw that the Roaring Moon was moving before the opposing Tornadus, so actually no need for a Tailwind anymore for that to be able to outspeed, especially with the, as we can see, the Chien-Pao and the Ogerpon waiting in the back. You don't need Tailwind now to be able to outspeed that Roaring Moon. Maybe if the Fluttermane is going to join the field, you might need to click that move, but able to KO the Amoonguss for a Dragapult, that might be a worthwhile trade, because that Amoonguss was threatening some pretty good support for that Roaring Moon. Speaking of support, here is Iron Hands to be able to fake out something, and the Ghost is gone, the Dragapult's being KO'd. It can very easily go for the fake out into that opposing Chien-Pao if it wants.
Especially since that Chien-Pao isn't going for a Terra Ghost, in fact, going for a Terra Poison, which is more common on the Life Orb set. That means that it can't really get away from the fake out, which is a choice that most trainers make. But I think Michelle is probably in a good position in the next turn, if not this turn. Maybe go for a Tailwind with the Tornadus to boost up the speed, and then Chien-Pao can put a lot of pressure on, especially if it goes for Terra Poison. I'm not even sure that Iron Hands is going to be able to knock it out in one.
Surely not, right? That's the entire point of the Terra Poison. But it's not falling for the bait here, faking out the Tornadus. That was not the Pokemon that went for the Protect. A little bit of chip damage from that Rocky Helmet as well. But here comes an attack just completely ignoring the Protect from that Chien-Pao. Fantastic play coming out from Antoine with the help of that Sword of Ruin as well. Tornadus is just KO'd to that knockoff. Yeah, you took a little bit of Rocky Helmet chip here and there, but you've taken care of the Tailwind completely.
And now the Ogerpon coming onto the field for Michelle, and neither player has committed their Terra at this point in the game. So you've got this Ogerpon, it is carrying the play rough. The Roaring Moon has had a speed drop, and so it would be able to be knocked out in one. And I think this is a really difficult choice here for both of these trainers to make in which Pokemon can Antoine go for the Terra on, and does Michelle go for the defensive Terra on that Chien-Pao to make sure it's sticking around next turn as well?
Well, you don't need to go for the defensive Terra on the Chien-Pao if you're expecting to pick up the KO, but in order to do that, you surely have to go for the Terra on the Ogerpon instead to get that attack boost with the embody aspect. So it's going to be a little bit of a tricky one for this Chien-Pao here, but not going to be contending with any Drain Punches that can be coming out on this turn. It's going to be a switch out for the Iron Hands into the Heatran instead, and that is a Terrestrialization, but it's not on the Chien-Pao. That's on the Ogerpon. That's Mold Breaker gone. So if this is going to be an Ivy Cudgel into what was the Iron Hands, that's no longer going to affect this Heatran, because embody aspect, yeah, attack boost, brilliant. That's massive damage, but massive damage is nothing compared to 0 damage thanks to the Flash Fire, keeping the Heatran safe now. Protect from the Roaring Moon in case any Icicle Crash did end up targeting that slot, as we do see that. And here comes the attack from the Ogerpon. Assumedly it was an Ivy Cudgel, and there we go. Ivy Cudgel would have worked if it did not go for the Terra, but because it did, Heatran switches in completely for free.
What a perfect Heatran switch in that situation. It's difficult to switch in a Heatran in front of the risk of a Sacred Sword coming out from that Chien-Pao. But I think one of the key things here is that the Iron Hands on Antoine's side of the field was only going to be knocked out if the Michelle went for the Icicle Crash and a Play Rough. Heatran loves taking both of those attacks, so I think either way it would have been a good opportunity to get Heatran in, but that Sacred Sword not quite picking up the KO here.
Yeah, does not like taking that Sacred Sword in the slightest, but Heatran able to hang on, and that's an Ivy Cudgel into the opposing Roaring Moon, even resisted. What's resistance when you've got an Embody Aspect boost and also the Sword of Ruin helping you out here? Again, I'd be able to KO very, very nicely here, but dropping the Grass typing for that massive attack boost means that Earth Power does significant damage into that Ogerpon.
That's something that you don't really see too much these days. I think a lot of the Roaring Moon have gone to the Terra Poison, Breaking Swipe, super, super bulky.
For good reason.
For good reason, Jamie. But the effect of that is that when you see a Roaring Moon at like 60-70% of its health, you don't think, hey, let's use a resisted hit to be able to knock it out. But I think Michelle really taking advantage of that Sword of Ruin as well as the likely training on that Roaring Moon to be able to knock it out. We do have to go back to that Bleakwind Storm interaction there. Antoine wasn't able to get it out and back in to kind of neutralize that drop. And so, yeah, Michelle taking advantage of everything going into this endgame.
Yeah, no reason to not go for a double protect here. The Spiky Shield and Protect coming out from Michelle. Might as well burn the fake out. There's no downside to it here. Yeah, you get a little bit of leftovers recovery on the Heatran, sure, but it's in the red. That does not matter. You're easily going to be able to pick up the knockout with any attack you would want to go for from this Chen Pao. I'd be very interested to see if that Iron Hands is able to hang on from the Ogerpon. It's one of the strongest attacks we have in the metagame in that +1 Ivy Cudgel with the Terra boost as well, and it's also being helped out by the Sword of Ruin from the Chen Pao. There's no Protect that can come out from the Iron Hands, so I'm very curious to see if that is enough to pick up the KO, especially because it's taken a little bit of chip as well.
Yeah, and the other part here that's really really quite difficult for Antoine is that Heatran is only carrying Magma Storm, Earth Power, and Flash Cannon. It can only target one Pokemon at a time, where others would be able to go for that spread Heat Wave, especially since the Chen Pao isn't able to protect itself. That makes the Heatran a little bit more of a prevalent threat in this sort of end game situation. But it's going to be the Terra finally revealed for Antoine's side of the field, and it's going to be that Terra Water on the Iron Hands.
Well, if this was an Ivy Cudgel into that slot, then that'd be resisting it, but there's still the access to the grass type attacks also. Lash Out is the move of choice here into the Heatran. Didn't really matter what it was going to be, especially with a critical hit on top. It was in the red. It's easily being KO'd. It just depends on what this Ogerpon is going to go for. Is it going for grass or is it going for fire? And it is going for the Horn Leech, and that is easily enough to pick up the now super effective hit. Oh, look at that recovery as well,
no,
just a boot. Doesn't matter, the game's won, like, but wow.
Absolutely. I mean, even if the Iron Hands wasn't knocked out by that +1 Horn Leech, and what a call there for Mikhail. I think the other scenario is that the Heatran goes for the Terra maybe to try and squeak out another turn here, but you still get that HP recovery. Iron Hands usually does about 50% there or thereabouts, but it has such a high HP stat that it's able to, when you're able to Horn Leech into it, you get a lot of health back. And if that Ogerpon got to more than 50% of its health, it's probably likely to be able to take a Drain Punch from the Iron Hands, and then you just Ivy Cudgel or Horn Leech it next turn. Yeah,
I'm pretty confident based on that Horn Leech KO that even if it didn't go for the Terra, the Ivy Cudgel is surely going to be able to pick up the KO, because with the Terra boost, you're over twice as strong as the Horn Leech would be in that situation.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, good information going forward that even just regular Horn Leech, it's not even Wood Hammer, it's just Horn Leech, and that was still enough. Like, Sword of Ruin still is really helping out this Ogerpon.
Yeah, and doing a lot of damage as well, and well, you called it out before the match started. Chen Pao's Focus Sash doesn't activate very often. It wouldn't have activated in that game either. So yeah, I really liked that call of the Life Orb, because you saw how much more damage it was doing, and kind of allowed Mikhail to have a really nice time in that end game. Going into game 2 though, Antoine does need to mix things up slightly. Jamie, what are your thoughts on looking at Antoine's team and what he can do a little bit differently?
Don't get speed dropped on your Roaring Moon is probably a pretty good one.
Good advice.
He made the great play of not targeting the Chen Pao that did go for Protect, instead taking care of the Tornairs. That means that there was no Tailwind available for Michelle, and that could have been a way back into the game for Antoine if that Roaring Moon was still at its full amount of speed, because we saw it outspeed the opposing Tornadus as well, because it went for Bleakwind Storm on that first turn. So that, assumedly, would allow it to outspeed the Ogerpon as well. So it just depends on the training. Not confirmed at this point, but reasonable assumption at this point. So if you don't get the speed drop there, maybe you're going to be able to threaten the Ogerpon, because you can get the acrobatics into it, and you can somehow keep it safe from the Chen Pao going for the Icicle Crash as well. At least the Chen Pao, to be fair, would still be outspeeding if it hasn't gone for the Dragon Dance, so would be threatening in and out of its Terra. That's one of the only real downside of going for the Terra Flying Acrobatics is you are still weak to ice.
But that is one of the things, it changes the targeting in the match. I suppose the question would be whether or not that Roaring Moon would have been able to get a Dragon Dance up. We'll have to see how game 2 shakes its way up as a switch up immediately from Antoine's side of the field. It is that Fluttermane paired with that Amoonguss. Tornadus and the Dragapult, the signature Pokemon from Mikhail, landing on the field turn 1.
And usually able to threaten a knockout into this opposing Flutter main with either the Phantom Force or even the Terra Ghost Terra Blast, because it does naturally outspeed and assumably will be trained to naturally outspeed this opposing Flutter main here, but it is still supported by that Amoonguss. That means you can go for a Rage Powder to keep that Flutter main safe. If you don't and you get the Spore off, that's pretty good as well, but assumably a Rage Powder would keep this Flutter main safe. We saw the Roaring Moon KO the Dragapult in one shot on in that first game. Flutter main can absolutely do that as well. It can go for just a Dazzling Gleam, that would do it. But if it does go for the Terra Blast and goes just for its Ghost type and gets rid of the Dragon, even Shadow Ball would still do it in that case.
Yeah, it certainly would. And we're going to be seeing a Terra coming onto the field straight away from Dragapult on Mikhail's side of the field. It's going to be that Terra Ghost coming out. And what a powerful attack that usually follows from that Dragapult. Amoonguss going for the Rage Powder, both the Choice Specs and the Choice Band on both sides of the field, really kind of forced that Rage Powder to be coming out turn one. Dragapult going for the Terra Blast into the Amoonguss and not even close to picking up the KO, kind of needing that Sword of Ruin. Dazzling Gleam landing on both of these Pokemon, but most important, landing on both of these Pokemon is the Bleakwind Storm, knocking out the Amoonguss. May have got the speed drop on it if it didn't, but got the speed drop on the Flutter main, and that's going to be crucial.
That's a really good turn for Michelle there. Defensively terrestrializing your Dragapult as well, so it does not get KO'd to that Choice Specs Dazzling Gleam. Really, really nice play here. You've got a free shot of Terra Blast into that slot. Flutter main is easily KO'd, and whatever switches in, it's got to be the Roaring Moon, right? Everything else is going to take massive damage. Yeah, Iron Hands would take over 50% on the switch-in, assumedly, too. You don't even need to Tailwind. Once again, you got the speed drop from that Bleakwind Storm. No need for a Tailwind. That could be extra support coming in. That could be extra Bleakwind damage. That could be catching a switch-in for the Flutter main trying to preserve itself. It could be setting up a Rain Dance, so you've got 100% accurate Bleakwind Storms in the future as well. Just really unfortunate for Antoine. Both turn one, game ones, and game two, that speed drop means that there's no need for Tailwind here.
But there's an opportunity here with the Dragapult switching out for Antoine to make a big read. We'll have to see if he goes for it as the Ogerpon. A pretty safe switch in when that Flutter main is locked into its Fairy type. Dazzling Gleam. It's not going to be going for that this turn, though, Jamie. It's going to be switching out, and I think you are absolutely right there. Roaring Moon coming back onto the field, activating that booster energy and getting an attack boost.
Yeah, so going to be able to resist the Terra Blast very nicely, but there is no Terra Blast here. The Dragapult did switch out, and Bleakwind Storm not going to connect with this switching in Roaring Moon. Just a little bit of chip damage into that opposing Heatran, but this is not a little bit of chip damage. This is a KO with a Magma Storm connecting into that Tornadus.
And no damage really on the Roaring Moon here. Could be pretty impactful since there was no Tailwind set up and that Roaring Moon joined the field. So Dragapult is going to be faster than it, but it's going to have to lock into Dragon Darts, which is A-okay if you're that Heatran in this position. You can just keep launching powerful attacks into Mikhail's team. It's got to be scared, though, of the Chien-Pao that's just landing on the field with that Sacred Sword. And of course, the Mold Breaker is going to be in play from this Ogerpon.
Yeah, no terrestrialization available for Michelle, but that's perfectly fine with this Ogerpon. You can absolutely go for that Ivy Cudgel. And we saw the Sacred Sword do 99% to that Heatran in the previous game. It's taken a tiny bit of chip damage. That could be impactful. If you go for the Sacred Sword into that slot, that now could potentially be a KO. You're threatening the Roaring Moon very, very heavily here with the Icicle Crash, and also the Play Rough, the very uncommon move on the Ogerpon. That would maybe force terrestrialization if you're expecting that kind of attack, and there is a terrestrialization coming out here, but you can't defensively terrestrialize away from an Icicle Crash, so Roaring Moon not even going to bother. This is going to be the Heatran going for its Grass terrestrialization instead.
Such a dangerous move in front of a Mold Breaker Ogerpon that's carrying that Ivy Cudgel that it's known so well for. Is that an Icicle Crash miss there, Jamie?
It does seem to be, and with the Sword of Ruin helping out, no need for your Flying Terror. That's a one-hit KO into the opposing Ogerpon, which assumedly was going for an Ivy Cudgel breaking through Mold Breaker into the Heatran. That would have probably been a KO, but instead it's the Chien-Pao that's also knocked out in one hit thanks to that Magma Storm. That's a massive miss.
When everything rides on an Icicle Crash, you can't necessarily bank on it connecting. What an impactful turn there. But I think, you know, a testament to how both of these players have played. You get into this situation, there's a really good chance that Mikhail is able to get 2 knockouts, but if it doesn't quite go your way, Antoine's still pressing the right buttons to be able to capitalize on that situation. Mikhail saying, no, do you know what? I'm going back to the drawing board. That game was probably overall in my favor, but now I need to concentrate on game 3.
Yeah, really, really unfortunate there. That was surely going to be an Ivy Cudgel into that heat train. It went for a defensive terror in the face of the Sacred Sword. That's not a defensive terror in front of the Mold Breaker of the Ivy Cudgel that could have been coming out. That was surely going to be a double knockout. Fluttermane's waiting in the back. You got your Dragapult still, Terror Blast, and surely Michelle will make it into that day 2 based on that. But Icicle Crash or Ice Spinner, that's been a debate. And players have been, like, it makes perfect sense as well. There's an Indeedee on the field. You don't want to Ice Spinner away your own Psychic Terrain. So Icicle Crash makes perfect sense to have on the Chien-Pao, on top of the fact that it's the Life Orb variant. You want as much damage as you can possibly do. Icicle Crash is the strongest attack that Chien-Pao can go for. However, it can miss. And it did miss. Yeah,
and it's a difficult thing for trainers to be able to navigate, but let's get off of that. Let's get into game 3 here, because both of these trainers, I think, had really good game plans with their respective teams. I mean, you saw Mikhail trying to knock out that Amoonguss really effectively both games 1 and games 2. That kind of paved the way to be able to have an opportunity to launch an Icicle Crash into Roaring Moon, but we saw some really interesting and pivotal information there that the Roaring Moon was indeed, as you suspected, Jamie, faster than that Ogerpon if it didn't get the speed drop on the Bleakwind Storm. And I think that's information that these trainers are going to have to be really mindful of going into game 3, because if Mikhail isn't able to get that Roaring Moon in check, or Antoine finds the space to be able to get a Dragon Dance in the early game, it's going to be a really uphill battle for Mikhail, and Antoine, I think, is going to have the advantage.
If he finds a way to get that Dragon Dance going with the Roaring Moon, Tornadus can just click Tailwinds, and I'm not really seeing a way that Roaring Moon both gets a Dragon Dance and also Tornadus is no longer on the field. It's being KO'd, so maybe it's going to be Iron Hands and Roaring Moon. Like that would be pretty reasonable into the Tornadus, but then that's no good into the Dragapult because of its Ghost typing. It would just be ignoring the Fake Out that could have come out from the Iron Hands completely. That's a Dragon Dance. Assumedly, that would be a KO into the Roaring Moon, forcing a Terrestrialization early, so it does seem a little bit awkward here. The Tornadus, even though it hasn't clicked Tailwind at all during this set, just the fact that it could threaten it to counter this potential Dragon Dance that's coming out could be very impactful here.
What really is impactful is the choices that these trainers are going to have to make in this turn. Ogerpon and Tornadus leading out for Mikhail, and Amoonguss, Roaring Moon, the lead from game 1 coming back onto the field for Antoine. And wow, I mean, do you go for the Rage Powder this turn? We saw it games 1 and games 2. But if you Rage Powder and your Amoonguss gets knocked out, then maybe the Roaring Moon gets the opportunity to knock out that Ogerpon.
But at the same time, Ogerpon could just keep its Grass typing and ignore that Rage Powder. It's got access to play rough. That would, like, there's no question. Roaring Moon would go down if it does not go for that Terrestrialization. And in the same vein, you could just switch up and go for Ivy Cudgel instead if you're expecting the Terror to be coming out here. So there's no safe play here. This is going to be an awkward turn 1, and whoever gets the correct play here could be swinging the momentum really far in their favor on this first turn.
Antoine getting that Amoonguss off the field, preserving it for game 2. Here's the switch up from Antoine, knowing that those physical attackers were running riot in games 1 and games 2. So Landorus comes in to intimidate them back down. But Mikhail saying, yeah, okay, you've intimidated me. I'm going to go back up to neutral now and have my Ogerpon do as much damage as it wants to. Most notably, not now weak to the acrobatics on the Roaring Moon there, so going to be in a better position.
Yeah, this is pretty reasonable here. Roaring Moon keeping itself safe from what could have been a play rough, not committing the Terrestrialization here. There is that Tailwind finally. No need for Bleakwind Storm drops. You can just get that Tailwind and double the speed immediately. And there was an attack going into that Roaring Moon here. So nice defensive pivot, using the Intimidate from the Landers really, really effectively here. You've got your speed control with the Tailwind. Sure, you're going to be outspeeding, but you're not going to be doing as much damage as you could have been.
This is where Roaring Moon would really like to be able to press Tailwind and match that, but unfortunately for Antoine, not available this turn. But again, we're going down to the targeting here. Where does that Ogerpon decide to strike? Where does does Antoine commit the Terror flying onto the Roaring Moon? And does the Landorus stay in and try to go for a cheeky, super effective stomping tantrum to remove this Ogerpon from play?
Yeah, assumedly a Bleak Wind Storm in combination with a Terra boosted Ivy Cudgel would be enough to pick up the KO on that Landorus. It would be a pretty free target there. Not wanting to take a play rough here with this Roaring Moon, going for its terrestrialization into its flying type, going to do some very, very good damage with his acrobatics. Double connect here with the Bleak Wind Storm. Any drops just for good measure? No drops here. Instead, it's just going to be that regular old Ivy Cudgel, follow up into that Landorus. No need for the Intimidate anymore. It's gone. The Bleak Wind Storm able to do enough damage to put that in range of that attack. But this Roaring Moon, it's still going to be able to go on the offensive with its Terraflying boosted acrobatics. Even though this Ogerpon is no longer a grass type, it puts it down into the red. Absolutely massive damage.
I used to play Roaring Moon with acrobatics, and I used to be Terraflying, and I used to do lots of damage with Roaring Moon, but since the other set has been popularized with
Knockoff and Breaking Swipe, yes.
Breaking Swipe, thank you very much. I kind of lost that for a second there. I kind of forgot that Roaring Moon can do as much damage to a neutral target as it does, especially boosted by that booster energy. As it stands, Amoonguss coming back in, a slightly different scenario to previous, where you can now redirect that Ogerpon because it has gone for its terrestrialization.
Yeah, it definitely can, but it would surely be KO'd to that Ivy Cudgel. Even though you're back down to neutral from that Intimidate, you're Terra boosted, that's surely a KO. Amoonguss can't defensively terrestrialize anymore. You've committed it to that Roaring Moon, so that would be a pretty free KO if you do want to go for that. And you can still chip away with this Bleak Wind Storm as well. It did pretty respectable damage to the Roaring Moon. Going for a Bleak Wind Storm and an Ivy Cudgel target into that slot, maybe expecting Amoonguss to protect from the Ivy Cudgel, would be enough to pick up the KO on that Roaring Moon. Amoonguss just immediately switching out here.
Yeah, and it's the Heatran coming in. That's the perfect Pokemon to be able to take that attack from Ogerpon, and I think maybe keep Antoine sitting in this game. This stage, Bleak Wind Storm going into the Heatran, not doing too much damage, and of course the Roaring Moon has protected itself this turn. Ogerpon now acting into that Roaring Moon protect, so no Flash Fire boost for that Heatran.
Yeah, that was a pretty good bait there. You got rid of the Mold Breaker at this point on the Ogerpon, so Heatran is a pretty guaranteed switch in here and is in a fantastic position. You've got the final turn of Tailwind to stall out. If it had received that Flash Fire boost, that would have maybe been able to tip it over the edge for a KO of just a regular old Magma Storm boosted by a Flash Fire into the Tornadoes. That would put a stop to the Tailwind in the future, but not quite catching that on the switch in. It was a very good bait with the Amoonguss switching in and then immediately switching out, but not quite. That means this Tornadoes probably going to be able to stick around for this final turn and be able to set up the Tailwind once again in the future, because assumedly this Roaring Moon is going to be in range of a Bleak Wind Storm and Ivy Cudgel combination, and it does indeed connect with the Roaring Moon. Doesn't need to connect with the Heatran here. Instead, the follow-up Ivy Cudgel from this Ogerpon is connecting into that Roaring Moon. No chance of survival here. Another critical hit just for good measure. Both did not matter. Don't worry about that. So there's incredibly strong attack coming out from the Ivy Cudgel. There was no Dragon typing anymore. That would have been the knockout on both of those. Here's the Magma Storm connecting into that Tornadus. That's very respectable damage, and that would have been a KO if that would have been Flash Fire boosted, but instead the Tornadus is sticking around for one more turn just as Tailwind's expiring. It could set another one if it wants.
I think it probably does. It doesn't necessarily want to in this scenario. It doesn't really need to. Mikhail playing this game so expertly. Two Pokemon still in the back, where Antoine is really on the back foot here. His final two Pokemon left on the field, and we can see the effect of that Tailwind. Mikhail has used it perfectly here to be able to target down the threats that were most prominent on the field. Antoine really trying to get those baits and trying to waste out those Tailwind turns, but not quite managing to follow through there and get the key knockouts.
Yeah, and we're not going to be able to knock out this Ogerpon here. It's spiky shielding to keep itself safe, and Amoonguss does go for protect, trying to catch that Ivy Cudgel, potentially KOing that Amoonguss. Heatran assumedly is trying to try and KO this Ogerpon, but the spiky shield is going to prevent that. Bleak Wind Storm, little bit of chip damage. Why not? Put it in range of that Life Orb Sacred Sword that is assumedly waiting in the back, and there was that attack from that Heatran into the opposing Ogerpon that did go for the spiky shield. Now you got to contend with those double protects if you want to keep that Amoonguss safe.
You've got to go for those sort of plays, though, if you're Antoine. You've got to kind of play the percentages. The likelihood is, in this situation, Mikhail's so far ahead that you think, well, he's probably just going to go for it because he's still got 2 Pokemon in the back, but you've got to play those percentages that he doesn't. Mikhail in no rush whatsoever, just going for attack after attack. It's going to be that Bleak Wind Storm doing just over 50% to the Amoonguss, getting the speed drop onto that Heatran. I need to talk to Mikhail after this match and see how he's trained his Tornadoes, to be honest, as an Ivy Cudgel is able to pick up that knockout onto Amoonguss.
Yeah, no double protect here. Did end up failing that attack. Valiant attempt from that Amoonguss. Flash Cannon follow-up. There's the KO into the opposing Ogerpon. I think a little bit too little too late at this point. Yes, you managed to KO that Ogerpon that was wreaking havoc, but you've got 2 Pokemon waiting in the back for Michelle. Assumedly, one of them will be that Chien-Pao, given how impactful it's been so far so far in this set. The Heatran's been chipped away with the Bleak Wind Storms. Look at that. Perfectly trained as well.
HP.
Why not survive on 1 HP? But no, instead, no Chien-Pao here. That doesn't matter. Here is an Urshifu. That's definitely KOing a Heatran that can no longer terrestrialize. It's really cool as well. We never pointed out it's Assault Vest.
Yeah.
Like, that's super cool here.
Yeah.
Does not really matter because the game is going to be forfeited. And for the first time ever on stream, Michael Kelch is going to take this victory.
What a worthy winner of this match. It was back and forward in Game 1 versus Game 2. Mikhail on the front foot in Game 2, but not quite managing to connect his moves and taking it to a Game 3, but showing how he can adapt in that situation, put himself on the front foot, almost winning the match with only 2 Pokemon and just having that Urshifu in the back just for good measure.
Yeah, like basically sealed up the game at that point. I don't think it really mattered if it was an Urshifu or a Chien-Pao. You'd done all the damage you needed with that Ogerpon. You'd KO'd 3 Pokemon at that point. Heatran's not winning a 1v3 at that point. It maybe if it had Heat Wave, but Magma Storm at single target, that will slowly chip away eventually. And the 1 HP survival just for good measure on the Tornadoes. I think I saw a couple of critical hits just thrown in there that didn't particularly matter as well, just for that extra salt in the wound.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely need to talk to Mikhail about that Tornadoes. Not necessarily...
So many speed drops.
So many speed drops, critical hits. It basically hit every single one, and, you know...
It did miss one. It did miss one.
Did miss one.
It missed the Heatran. Didn't matter.
Yeah. It hit everywhere it needed to.
Yes.
And, you know, a lot of the time, there's a good chance that it's going to be hitting, but it's not perfectly consistent. And so that's one of the things that some trainers can feel like they fall foul of, where, you know, sometimes it just isn't your day. Sometimes, though, it is your round, and Mikhail showing off why that Tornadoes is so high in usage.
Yeah, it was slowly chipping away with Bleak Wind Storms, and it ends up being noticeable chip damage into the Roaring Moon. Like, you were able to put it in range of just the Ivy Cudgel. No need for a play rough into a non-terrestrialized Roaring Moon at that point. Able to get the speed drop on the Roaring Moon. That just means don't need Tailwind. Able to get the speed drop on the Frost Main. No need for Tailwind. And then you're basically sorted. So yeah, Tornadoes putting on a really good show there, but I think the main star was surely got to be that Ogerpon.
Yeah, I think so. The Ogerpon with that play rough, it didn't go for that play rough, but it was able to put pressure on that Roaring Moon, especially in Games 2 and Games 3, kind of pressure it into going for its terror, because if you don't, and Mikhail was able to get that play rough into the Roaring Moon, it would have been disaster.
Yeah, it absolutely would have been. And yeah, it would have been a pretty clean 2-0 victory, I think, for Michelle, like correctly targeting the Roaring Moon with the Icicle Crash, and what could have been a super effective hit into a Heatran with an Ivy Cudgel. Like, you don't see that every day, but Terra Grass means that the fire typing, the Mold Breaker would have broken through it. Just a bit unfortunate there with the Icicle Crash. There's like Ice Spin or Icicle Crash. On this team, Icicle Crash makes sense. You've got Indeedee. Surely it's Icicle Crash. Although, to be fair, there's Ice Spinner available on that Urshifu as well, but you've got the Assault Vest, which didn't come into play, and it's super cool as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, you might as well get that extra coverage as well.
Definitely, it's one of the moves that you kind of want to be able to have, especially for, you know, those Rocky Helmet Pokemon like Salamence coming into popularity at this stage of the format. You definitely don't want to launch a Surging Strikes into that Pokemon. Instead, you really want to be able to knock it out in one. Okay, maybe you take a little bit of recoil on the way through, but you are getting that single hit rather than free.
Yeah, and as well with the Icicle Crasher, like just mentioning about the World Championship final, Michel did end up losing game 1 because of an Icicle Crash flinch. That's another reason to have it. He did end up getting a flinch, whereas if he wouldn't have done, he would have got Trick Room and probably swept that first game. So that's another added benefit of Icicle Crash. Like, objectively, Icicle Crash surely is the better move than Ice Spinner. However, we've had like plenty of conversations so far across this stream. Multiple different things, not just Icicle Crash and Icicle Spinner. We've even had, like, to the point of, like, Bramble Gust, C-Bomb or Power Whip consistency kind of thing.
Yeah, and it can be just a case of what's going to get those key knockouts, especially with the Life Orb when you're boosting the power and you've got those multipliers on your offensive capability. That extra little bit of base power can go a long, long way. But we're going to hear from Mikhail in the interview area about his team, about his run, and a little bit more about him as well. So please take it away.
Welcome back, folks. We are here with your round 9 winner, Michael Kelch, in what was such an amazing set to finalize a dramatic win and in scenario versus Antoine. Huge congratulations. This does mean you have officially reached day 2.
Thank you so much. I still can't really believe it after my rather rough start with 3-2.
Oh, but, wow. Good comeback.
Yeah, now we're here.
Now we are here indeed. Huge props to yourself. I believe, and we were talking a bit about it earlier on, you may have actually gone ahead and broken a stream curse. You finally got that win, right?
Exactly. I still can't really... I'm still speechless because I still don't know how I was able to get to the World's Finals without getting streamed. It's so funny. It would have been funny if I also lost, because then I would still have this curse.
You'll keep the curse going, right?
Yeah, but I'm super happy that I was able to pull it off today.
Oh, exactly. And I mean, what a way to do it as well versus Antoine, which Antoine, I'm familiar with Antoine through the French community as well. Has always been quite active when it comes to online matches. A very good opponent, and we actually saw that being played out. There was a lot of mind games going on between you both in all 3 games, and I think you just kept consistent with trying to lead Tornadus and Dragapult, both in games 1 and game 2. But talk to me a bit about the game 1.
Yeah, that game 1, I really wanted to start off pressuring him with Dragapult, because Dragapult is so good into these balance teams. You saw the damage on the Amoonguss. It's so strong. Yep. And together with the Bleakwind Storm, I can basically KO everything on the team, but the Roaring Moon made it kind of annoying because he was able to redirect the Dragon Darts with the Amoonguss. Yep. I at least could get rid of the Amoonguss, but unfortunately my Dragapult had to go, and then I still thought that I was in a winning position, and I was able to pull it off, but as you said, there were some mind games I had to win, and that's what I did, especially with the last turn, with the Horn Leech on the Terra Water Iron Hands.
Yeah, I mean, that was such a good play. I don't think we're sort of like, does he try to go for the read? Does he not? Like, what's he going to do right now? And I think you just did a really good job in being able to recognize, right, this is a moment where my opponent feels like they need to do an immediate action, so they could try to, like, bring the pressure back to themselves, right, in order to increase the probability of them winning. But you're able to recognize that. So how does one person go ahead and do that in that scenario? Were you a bit nervous making that decision? What were your thoughts?
My thought was that even if he doesn't decide to Terra, he has to protect his own Heatran so that Heatran can survive a turn, because Ogerpon would win the 1v1 versus the Iron Hands. So he has to protect and KO the Chamber with a Drain Punch, but I still had this feeling in my bones that he isn't going to protect and not Terra Drain Punching my Chamber. I just felt it, and in round 5 I lost the round because I also had the same feeling that my opponent is gonna do something, but I didn't want it to do the subjectively best play. The objectively best play I did, and that's why I lost. So I decided to change things up to in this round, and luckily, basically it worked.
It's sort of like a sixth sense, you know, where you're like, oh, well, everything inside of me is saying, do this, like, do it right now. You know what's going to happen. It's like, oh, what do I not? But no, it really worked out for you. Game 1, then Game 2, you led the same way. We did actually see Antoine for 2 games in a row in the turn 1 of both games actually succumb to a -1 speed drop from the Bleak Wind Storm. And that naturally does force himself into the scenario where he is at a disadvantage when it comes to the speed tiering, correct?
Yeah, exactly. Because of a speed drop, I was confident that my Ogapon would outspeed his Flutter main, and without I needed to target the Flutter main with a Terra Blast, but he knows that too. So when we again are back to the mind games, so. Do I decide to Terra Blast the other slot then, or do I still decide to Terra Blast the Flutter main because Dragapult is my only faster Pokemon? Champo should also be faster, but if they are max speed, it's still a speed tie. So and I don't want to risk stuff like that. So just play it safe.
That's it.
And that's why I decided to. This drop was obviously lucky, but I think it was not game deciding.
But we did actually see Antoine was able to bring that one back, right? Even if the drop did happen, and the Heatran really put in the work. So it kind of forced the scenario where you had to try to better maybe prep mid to end game going into Game 3. What were you thinking when you were about to go in there?
So in Game 2, I realized he brought Fluttermane, Amoonguss, and Warring Moon and Heatran.
Yes.
And I thought, okay, I didn't bring Urshifu the first 2 games, but Urshifu looks really great into the Fluttermane because I'm the Assault Vest Urshifu set.
Yeah.
And it's
which we're going to talk about, don't worry. Yeah.
And it's also really good into Heatran, of course. And you saw in both games, in Game 1 and Game 2, the Amoonguss dropped in the first turn.
Yep.
So I was like, okay, maybe I can KO the Amoonguss in the first turn again, and then Urshifu just cleans the game straight up. So that was my thought process behind Game 3. It worked out pretty good. The Ogapon pressured him a lot in the early game together with Tornadus, and that's why I was successful.
Yeah, and I mean, what a way to go about it as well. Antoine really put in all the stops there, so could definitely tell it's a very tough opponent, tough situation. Winning in, all the pressure is revolving around you guys. You're on stream as well, just to add a bit more of spice to the affair, but you did an incredible job, of course. Talk to me a bit about the team. I did notice that you've got 3 of the same Pokemon from your Worlds finalist successful team run. And you've sort of merged the Heatran and the Rillaboom into an Ogerpon, Hearthflame, and you've changed the terrain from Rillaboom Grassy over to the female Indeedee. So did you feel that so far was a good adaptation going into the current meta?
So since Worlds, I haven't played that much, but when I played, I used Dragapult, Champo. They are just my babies. So,
if you didn't tell.
So I was playing a bit with Dragapult, Champo, but building the perfect Dragapult Champo team in the current metagame is really tough because the current metagame, we all know it, Tailwind is everywhere. These balanced teams I played against in round 9 are everywhere. So I was thinking, how can I counter team these teams, and that's why I thought Terra Fairy Assault Vest Urshifu is just a great pick into the offense teams, but it's also good into the balance teams. Unfortunately, we couldn't see it, but it nabbed the last kill against the Heatran at least. And Indeedee is basically my Farigiraf from the Worlds, but getting rid of Grassy Terrain just felt so nice. So Psychic Terrain, I preferred Psychic Terrain over Armor Tail from the Farigiraf. And that's why I decided to put Indeedee on my team. I had to put my own Tailwind on the team because if the opponent runs Tailwind, I also have to run Tailwind. So that's how the team just build itself. I didn't play any games with a current 6, but I just felt it in my bones that play rough Ogapon is also good against Warring Moon, for example. Unfortunately, I didn't click it, but the opponent still had to respect it.
Exactly.
And that's what makes the set so good.
I think one of the scenarios that we saw was whether you try to go for the Ivy Cudgel into the Heatran, or do you just try to reliably go into the Roaring Salamence? But the Roaring Salamence, that's a thing. I kind of made a thing. No, Roaring Moon. But no, I think what you've done is incredibly well. Really, really genuine creativity when it comes to sort of trying to make the team your own and change it and adapt it based on the current meta. So, very quick, I know that, of course, things are wrapping up right now. You must be very tired after a very successful day, should I say. Do you have any long-term goals right now? Obviously, you got the main goal of trying to win out here.
Exactly.
But are you going to attend any future events?
So I will attend Dortmund and EUIC probably if it doesn't collapse with exams or something, work or stuff like that. But long-term goals, if we speak about very, very long-term goals, I really want to be a world champion, obviously. And I also set myself the goal that I'm not quitting until I won LAIC, NAIC, and EUIC, and got world champion. It could take 20 years, but I will play the game for 20 years if it has to last so long.
I love that you are in this community. You are such a fresh breath of air, and I think that is such a good long-term goal. You know, you're not satisfied enough with maybe just going ahead and just reaching casually World's Finals as you did in Japan, rocking the represent sort of top as well there, Yokohama. But yeah, I think it is a pleasure being able to see someone with such passion and drive. So very happy to have you join us here. Do you have any final shout-outs that you would like to give?
So shout-outs to my family, my brother who is with me today right here. He supported me all the way. Also to my parents, very big shout-out. Shout-out to Zuzu, shout-out to the Indigo Platoon, shout-out to Top Nation, and shout-out to just everyone who helped me in the process. I really wish I could shout out literally everyone who is in my mind right now, but
the list may be a bit too long.
Exactly. So I hope you all feel addressed, and big shout outs to all of you guys.
What a lovely sentiment. Michael, it has been an absolute pleasure to see you come to the fore once again right now. We are wishing you all the very best going into day 2, and I am personally hoping to be able to see a bit more of the Assault Vest Urshifu action that you were alluding to a bit there.
You will, I promise.
There we go. You heard it here, folks. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be cutting to a very short break before we go ahead and wrap up the show of day 1 here at the Stuttgart 2024 Regional Championships.
Well, Pokemon trainers, if you've ever wondered about what one of the strongest Pokemon in the video game has been throughout the ages, then look no further than Landorus. In either of its forms, it's been such a force to be reckoned with throughout all of its time since its introduction. Charlie, where are we at with Landorus at the moment?
Landorus is ubiquitous in VG. It has so much going for it. It has that Intimidate ability, able to drop the attack stats of both Pokemon on the opposing side of the field. It's a dual ground and flying type Pokemon, so it can also go for a strong Stomping Tantrum or Earthquake as a spread move. It can Terrastalize into its flying type to take advantage of a flying type Terra Blast. It gets access to U-turn, so you can go for that move, get a little bit of chip damage, pivot out into another Pokemon you have waiting in the back. And of course, because it's immune to ground type attacks, that can make it a safe switch in as well if you know one of those, or you predict one of those is coming from the other side. So yeah, it's no wonder that so many trainers are using it these days.
And especially with that choice scarf, and I'm going to talk straight away, Charlie, about the elephant in the room, and that's obviously Rock Slide. Because it's such a dominant threat in the video game. Where there's a Rock Slide, there has largely been a way for many players to succeed in competition. And that's one of the things that allows it to be put onto so many teams, I think, aside from the fact that it actually, some of the time, actually does quite good damage as well. So, you know, even looking back at the video game in 2011 when it was introduced, all the way to 2015, 2016, it was used quite commonly with those choice scarves, but we've also seen a few other items, things like Assault Vest, taking advantage of all of those coverage options. We've even seen some Sword Stance as well, where it could go for a Dynamax in previous series and be able to get those Max Airstreams going and Max Quakes going as well. So lots of versatile options for Landorus variant.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the thing with Rock Peroxide is that flinch chance.
Oh, yeah.
The Pokemon on the opposing side of the field potentially not acting in that turn. That's always a scary thing to go up against. But Landorus Therian isn't the only form, of course. Landorus also has its incarnate form, still a ground flying type, but that is more of a special attacker rather than a physical attacker. And with access to the ability Sheer Force, that takes away the secondary effects of some moves like Earth Power or Sludge Bomb, and it channels it all into the offensive capabilities of that Pokemon. So we don't see the incarnate form as commonly as the Therian form, but it's still, not something to be ignored.
Certainly not, and it always, through the years, it's been one of those disrupting Pokemon. If you see it in team preview when you're looking at an opposing team, you're going to be a little bit worried about the damage that it's going to be doing, especially paired with a Life Orb as well. But now, I think the access that it has to Sandsear Storm has been one of the biggest benefits to the incarnate form, allowing it to hit Pokemon like Golden Go, even with redirection.
Absolutely, Ben. Landorus isn't going anywhere anytime soon. So there you have it, trainers. That is why Landorus is such an intimidating presence in VG, and it can provide the sheer force needed to see battles through to their conclusion. Thanks for discussing with me, Ben, and we'll be back to the action very shortly.
I started playing Pokemon with Red and Blue in 1999, I think. Started playing competitive Pokemon in 2010, and my first VGC event was in 2015. Probably go with Bulbasaur, I guess. Lots of players, but Emilio Forbes is the best player in the world. I'm here to have fun and just, enjoy the game. I think the game is beautiful, and building teams is great, and I'm just here for love of the game. My favorite event food is my cookies that I bring to every tournament. They're good, and I get a lot of compliments. My favorite city is probably Melbourne. Melbourne's always great. Every time in Melbourne, it was a blast. Of course not.
My name is Jacob. I'm from here in Melbourne. Honestly, no words to describe it. This experience has just been absolutely amazing. I wasn't even expecting to get anywhere near this far. I had so much support along the way, and they just kept pushing me to go. So I'm just gonna do what I do and try and win. Winning Worlds, I honestly I would have no words. It would be such a great experience.
My name is Azul Garcia Griego, and I'm from California. This win just kind of reassures me that me and my team are on track for everything we put into the game. We're getting out what we want to get, which is tournament wins. So it means that we're on track. We could always be doing better, but we're doing something right. My strategy this tournament was to play a deck that beats Lugia, but that isn't Lugia. Worked out pretty well overall. The Lugia matchup's close, probably about a 50-50, but I got to play a way more enjoyable deck than Lugia itself. Winning Worlds would be great.
My name is Gavin Michaels, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. This feels crazy. I haven't even processed it towards excited, just confused more than anything else. My strategy this weekend was to play aggressively with Palafin, coming in with a team that is wholly your own and that you're playing better with than anyone else is so important. winning Worlds would be the culmination of everything that I've worked for in the past 12 years of playing VGC.
Players, we have reached the end of day one here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships, and your casters are going to be wrapping up the day with a neat little bow as a holiday gift. This is Charlie Merriman. I'm joined as ever by Jamie Boyd, Costa Diademos, and Ben Kiriakou. Why don't we reflect a little bit on all the action we saw today? Ben, why don't you kick us off? What did you love to see?
I love to see, well, everything, actually, Charlie.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's not...
My answer, Ben.
That's not quite a good enough answer for where we are in the day. For me, it was Matt Maynard versus Eloy Hahn, where in game one, it was probably one of the most fun sets I've been able to cast over in my career complete, because, you know, we had this situation where a sucker punch and a grassy glide was able to knock out a flutter main in one. Didn't allow the flutter main, even though it went for a terror, to knock out a King Gambit that was opposing on the field. But then Matt kind of found a way back into the game with 4 spiky shields, Draco Meteors and Air Slashes at minus special attack stat on his Salamence. And it was one critical hit that could have made the difference in the match and brought Matt into game 2 with a win under his belt. Unfortunately, he didn't make it. But for me, that was one of the best moments, him giving it the best that he could.
Yeah, fantastic to see. How about you, Costa?
Myself, I'm probably going to have to give a shout out to Michael there because the way that he was able to sort of navigate himself around the matchup with Antoine was very commendable, even though Antoine was really, at some points, getting unlucky. We saw turn 1 for
Bleak Wind.
speed dropping there, but yeah, being able to unfortunately succumb to both drops in game 1 and game 2, turn 1, is quite difficult, even though Antoine actually did a really good job in bringing it back in game 2, just going to show the caliber of effort and, you know, like growth that Antoine has really been able to produce over the past couple of seasons has been great. But then Michael, of course, being able to have a bit of his own spin, still honing with the Dragapult, just going to show why it's actually a really good Pokemon as long as you're able to better position yourself, and it could actually win titles. I mean, it's already won NAIC, I believe, last season. Who knows? Maybe it could go all the way here in Stuttgart.
Yeah, treat to see Michael winning on stream. He broke that curse. Yes. And how about you, Jamie?
Yeah, I know I've been, like, hyping up the support Roaring Moon and how good Breaking Swipe is. Breaking Swipe, cancel all those attacks from all those physical attackers. Doesn't really matter when you just critical hit straight through them. So Sergio Ramirez being able to take down Eduardo Cunha with those critical hits from the two Ivy Cudgels. That critical hit of -2 KO in the Flutter Main, it's gone. Then the -3, Breaking Swipe again, but critical into the Landorus, and it's also gone. And yeah, being able to just swing the match completely. Roaring Moon, brilliant. But as soon as you critical hit through it, not so brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely incredible game. And since you ask, I'd say that my highlight from this first day was probably seeing Lash Out being run on Chien Pao. We saw it run on Michael's there in that previous game, but also Marcus Statter had a similar strategy, and we were casting that game, you and I, Jamie, and that was the deciding factor in that match, getting a stat drop and therefore doubling the power of the Lash Out. That is what tied up the game for Marcus in that position.
Yeah, it was really cool to see just the Intimidate actually benefiting the Chien Pao, because then it pinned that position. Sacred Sword wouldn't have done it, Crunch wouldn't have done it, that's what Flavio had. But yeah, Lash Out, really, really cool pick here, and 2 of them, I think, have made it into the day 2 of the regional.
Well, this is what is so exciting about this stage of regulation set E-trainers. Even though there are some cores that have established themselves as potentially the strongest, there are trainers who are trying to innovate around them. And techs like a Lash Out on the Chien Pao, that is just one little piece of evidence for that. But that's not the only slightly more niche option we've seen today. Plenty of Pokemon that we might not necessarily have been expecting, Costa.
No, it really isn't, and I think being able to just go ahead and actually see the variety that you're able to bring at this point of the meta, when it sort of feels like it's coming to a close, it is the opportune moment to be able to try to capitalize off of that. I mean, yeah, okay, Dragon Ball isn't exactly meta, we have seen it before, but you don't know, it may even go ahead and reach out and grab a title or two. However, there was the Odropon, which had play rough, something that honestly I don't think is meta at any point, but I don't know why it isn't. It's such great coverage, especially against Roaring Moons.
Especially against Roaring Moons, yeah.
Especially.
And play rough was never clicked against
It
that
was
Roaring
not.
Moon.
It wasn't needed to, apparently.
Didn't need to.
One could argue that if it's not 100% accurate, it's 50% accurate. Not the case for play rough, of course, but, you know, always slightly dicey going for that. Now, Ben, if I were to ask you, what's the hashtag that players should be tweeting in order to get involved in the conversation, what would that be?
It would be that hashtag Play Pokemon Charlie. So do make sure you're telling us what your favorite moments are this whole weekend long. We've got to the end of day one, plenty of fantastic moments. We've only named a few, but do let us know what moment really stood out for you on the broadcast today.
Yeah, and if you've missed any of those matches we've been talking about, or any of the others, do go back and check them out. Stuttgart is proving that the metagame is still constantly evolving, and who knows, maybe trainers still have their A-game up their sleeve, ready for right now in the competition, you know, ready to surprise the metagame just when we thought that we discovered all we could here. And Jamie, coming to you, of course, as someone who you might have heard came top 4 in the Toronto Regional Championships recently. The players who are progressing into day 2, what's that feeling like?
Yeah, it's always a great feeling, especially on the win and in game. Like when you know, yes, I have won this game, that's always a great feeling. And I think it's even more so for the player who went 9-0. We'll have to find out who that is very shortly. And the 8-1. They are in slightly better stead to get into that top cut. Of course, it's based on your record across both days to be able to make it into that top cut. So the 7-2, you're definitely not out of the running. There's still plenty of players that can make it through, but those the 9-0 and those 8-1s, they're in a pretty good position right now.
Absolutely, all to play for. I'd also love to know if any of the players making day 2 were running a Galarian Articuno.
I still need to check. I'll take a 0-9 at this point. It's fine. Where's my Articuno?
You've already influenced the metagame enough with that Roaring Moon, Jamie. One could argue. But why don't we take a little look? Are you hanging up the EU Regionals calendar on your wall, trainers? Well, let's take a look at it on screen now, just in case you are not. Let's remind ourselves of the journey we've been on to get here in Stuttgart and all the events we have coming up, because there is so much more Pokemon action going on this season. So we're here in Stuttgart this weekend, and recently we had the Gdansk Regional Championships, and before that, Latin American International Championships. And Costa, why don't you take a look ahead to the remaining events?
Indeed, we do have Liverpool coming up. Of course, it will be set with Regulation Set F. It's going to be the new format, which includes, of course, the DLC. So a lot of excitement that will be building up across the holidays, going into, of course, the new year with a bit of a bang there, followed up by Dortmund and Utrecht, which we did actually go ahead and get a bit of more German events popping up, as well as the Netherlands last season. So I'm really looking forward to actually going back to those lovely regions. And that's going to be followed up by none other than the European International Championships, hosted in London, where there's going to be, let's just say, a lot on the line, both with CP as well as prizes.
Yeah, there really will. Those international championships, so exciting, a real staple of the calendar here, all building up to the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii in 2024. And now we can take a look at our standings heading into day 2. Which are the players that have made it? Which of them have that undefeated record? Which of them have that no less impressive 8-1 record? Let's take a little look as we head into day 2 here in Stuttgart. And there they are on stream. So just a selection of the names there of the players going through to day 2.
And that's going to be Sergio Ramirez getting that 9-0 undefeated record, topping the Swiss against playing against Eloy Hahn in the last round 9 that we just had finish off there. As a player that has been a little bit newer to the scene, a player that I played in European internationals in round 1 last year and decidedly got beaten in that set. It's really nice to see him back on top and being really, really successful in Stuttgart.
You didn't lose, Ben. You just didn't win. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, you know what? I'll take that. I didn't tie either, but yeah, we'll take that way round.
Yeah, well, it's 42 players in total who have made day 2. And Costa, which names do you have your eye on?
I mean, I'm going to have to represent. I see the 2 Greek players in there, Elias Rufodalis and Paskalis Dermenzis, which are definitely looking to try to go ahead and get those coveted top placements. Of course, I know Elias had actually attained the top 8 back in the previous season when it came to the European International Championships. And Paskalis looking to try to target down for those slots. But I'm going to have to give a shout out to Niels. Niels, we haven't gotten on stream just yet, but it'd be an absolute pleasure if we can tomorrow.
Well, you heard it here first, trainers, and here's another selection of those names making it through to day 2, Jamie.
Yeah, absolutely. We've still got some fantastic players making it through. We did feature some of those trainers. Matt Maynard ended up losing on stream, but still made it into that day 2 with a 7-2 record. Really nice showing there, getting some UK representation as well.
Yeah, the UK representation absolutely appreciated there from Matt Maynard. And Albert Boss, a player there who has such legacy experience. I love the fact that his name is right there next to Michael Kelsch, who, of course, only started playing very recently, but reached the runner-up position at the World Championships in 2023. And, of course, progressing through to day 2 here in Stuttgart. So still all to play for, trainers. Some very well-recognized names here, as well as some less recognized one, which is always an exciting point in the metagame, Ben.
Yeah, and looking a little bit further down that right-hand side there, you've got Alessio Yuri Brachetto, a player from Italy that's had so much success over the years. Maurice Uteg, who we got to catch up with a little bit before this tournament and see what he was running. I'm really happy to see that his Grimsnarl call that he made this weekend has been successful and has catapulted him into day 2.
Yeah, Grimsnarl's such an interesting call right now in the metagame because, of course, critical hits from Urshifu, which is running rampant, will just be going through any screens that it sets up. But, you know, a Pokemon that potentially has untapped potential. What do you think, Costa?
I mean, it definitely does. We know that it's gone ahead and found great success in previous VGC seasons, most notably during the Dynamax days, of course. But I think there's a lot of potential to it. Not necessarily through screens. You could even opt to go for those Thunder Waves. I believe we're talking about at the top of the show. I think Yuki's and Inovich has been able to actually bring top 16 Brisbane. So I wouldn't actually be quite surprised to see it do well. I think you just need to have a very good pilot at the helm.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see how well it does in day 2 and if it's just Maurice running it. But what if you want some further Pokemon action this coming week, trainers? Look no further than the Twitch channel. Let's take a look at the schedule coming up. The wonderful broadcast that we'll be able to feature on that Twitch channel. It's going to be some holidays together, some festive episodes of Pokemon on Tuesday, and then on Thursday, a little bit of nostalgia. When better than the holiday season for that, with adventures in the Orange Islands, and then, Jamie, it's going to be the San Antonio Regional Championships.
Yeah, we've been saying that this is the final tournament of the Regulation E format for us over here in Europe, but that is not the case for our friends over the sea. In the US, San Antonio Regional Championship going to be, I think, the last one for them. I don't think they have another one after that.
Yes, I think you're right.
Yes, so we're going to be able to finish it off over here for Regulation E for ourselves, but they will still have that final tournament, hopefully taking some inspiration from what does well over here.
Yeah, NA being led by the EU region, potentially only time will tell. And just make a note there, trainers, all of those times are in Pacific, so do your calculations so you're able to tune in at the right time for your allotted time zone. So we'll shortly be able to wrap up the show, and why don't we take a look at the start time for day 2 tomorrow so that you can join in the action. Don't say we gave you snow warning, trainers, because at day 2 thank you. You love it. Day 2 will be kicking off at 9:45 a.m. CET, 12:45 a.m. PST. So make sure you tune in to all of these dynamic matches that have been going on this weekend. And so many of them that we featured today, but so many more to come tomorrow as the caliber really intensifies, Ben.
It absolutely will. And, you know, when we get down to this day 2 of Swiss in any regional championships anywhere across the world, this is where the competition is really going to be hotting up. We've got down to all of those players that are either, you know, they've either made a great meta call, they're playing out of their minds, they're just having that golden run that they need to get really far in this tournament. Then we get to pit them all up against each other and see what happens.
Golden run, even if they're not necessarily running a golden go. We'll just have to see if there are any of those in day 2. Make sure you're following the channel so you don't miss a beat of the action. Follow us on YouTube, follow us on Twitch, because you're not going to want to miss any of the action we have coming up over the next few weeks. Stuttgart here, San Antonio next weekend, and plenty more in the new year with that very exciting Regulation Set F format. Jamie, if I were to ask you one Pokemon that's going to be in Regulation Set F that you particularly enjoy, what might that be?
Do I give the obvious answer, or do I want the one that people want to
Not
hear?
the obvious one. We already know.
The obvious one is superior.
Yeah, we know.
It's Whimsicott, right?
Oh.
Like, because we've been saying about Tornadus being so prevalent in the Prankster Tailwind, and yeah, it's got a competition against Roaring Moon and all that, but Whimsicott is going to be a fantastic, we've seen previously, it's a fantastic support Pokemon with that Prankster Tailwind. It's going to give Tornadus a run for its money, for sure.
It will. That cheeky little ball of fluff is not something to be ignored, trainers. So that's coming up very shortly. But tomorrow, of course, we will be in that Regulation Set E metagame here in Stuttgart. So that's about it from us. Thank you so much for tuning in, trainers. An honor to be joined by these fantastic trainers here on the couch all day. Make sure you're tuning in tomorrow, where we will continue the festivities.